killed in a car bombing. The question this morning, was it a contract killing?
Brand new NBC News polls reveal the top concern for most Americans heading into the midterm elections.
And a Texas school district is proudly posting signs that read, "In God We Trust," inside public school classrooms, but not everyone is happy about it.
And how about some snow in August right here in the continental U.S.? It's Monday, August 22nd. Early today starts right now.
Good morning. I'm Erin O'Hearn.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin this morning with a possible break in the case of missing 16-year-old Kylie Rodney. Police have recovered human remains that may be those of Rodney. She mysteriously disappeared earlier this month and was last seen at a high school graduation party in Northern California near Tahoe. Yesterday afternoon, a dive team was searching a reservoir nearby when they made that grim discovery. They found a body inside an upside-down SUV in 14 feet of water. You can see them there pulling that car out to shore. Authorities have not confirmed if the remains are Rodney's. A press conference will be held later today with more details.
We turn now to extreme flooding that ripped through the Southwest over the weekend. Crews in New Mexico worked to rescue a man whose car got caught in rushing floodwaters. The man waited on the roof of his vehicle, as you can see in that video, as it floated downstream. Both the rescuers and the man were not hurt. And the Carlsbad Caverns National Park remained closed Sunday after surging water cut off roads to the caverns and left tourists stranded for hours over the weekend. Here's NBC's Ralph Sanchez.
Unrelenting rain bringing a weekend of flash floods across the Southwest. In New Mexico, this desert road swallowed by surging water.
Never been this close to a flood before, me neither.
Leaving more than 150 tourists stranded at Carlsbad Caverns National Park. Robert and Stephanie Saavedra and their 3 children were hundreds of feet underground when they were told to evacuate.
Our oldest daughter, she's 10, she could understand what was going on, so it was very nerve-wracking for her, and she was very scared.
And one of your daughters has a heart condition. What was it like to be trapped there with her?
She has Down syndrome and she has a congenital heart disease, which she takes daily medication for, and we left that in the hotel. So that was another problem for us.
The family eventually free after nearly 12 hours. But 600 miles away in Utah, rescue crews at Zion National Park still searching for Jatal Agniotri, a graduate student. Her muddy backpack the only clue so far. She was swept away Friday by the same current carrying this man, clinging desperately to a log. His life saved by Good Samaritans on the riverbank.
I mean, it was just like a truck pinning you against a wall. I mean, he was just vice gripped in there. And so I reached backward and we made like a human chain.
People will say you're a hero. Do you feel like one?
No, I just knew I could do something. I could just stay with him and keep eyes on him.
And in Moab, Utah, a city normally grappling with water shortages, what should have been a busy Saturday night at this restaurant, turning instead into an all-hands cleanup operation. And headed to the Northeast, which has been facing drought-like conditions. Delta Airlines already issuing travel waivers due to the threat of severe weather. Now, going back to the woman missing in Zion National Park, friends tell an NBC affiliate that the grad student is a hydrology major, but does not know how to swim.
Scary stuff. Ralph, thank you.
All right, let's get to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman, who has been tracking these storms for us. Hope you had a good weekend. Morning, Michelle.
I did. Hope you guys did too. Good morning. And yeah, we are tracking some flash flooding even this morning in portions of Texas. And that's going to be the story all day long. It's dangerous. It's life-threatening. If you do encounter rain on the roadways, you want to turn around. It's impossible to tell how high that water is. So this is what it looks like in terms of our flash flood risk today. Many spots across the nation, including the Northeast, also portions of the Southwest. But it's the Southern Plains to lower Mississippi Valley where we're expecting that extreme flooding. So Dallas, you're included in that, where you see the pink. That is a moderate risk, and that is rare. We saw that the past couple of days, but we don't see it often. So here's the setup here. We're going to see that area of low pressure moving off to the east. It's going to drop a lot of rain. It's going to be fast. It's going to be furious, 2 to 3 inches per hour. And we could see up to 8 inches in some spots. And then tomorrow, we're going to see that storm slowly shifting to the east, continuing to drop a lot of rain in spots. We're also looking at rain in the Northeast today, 4 to 5 inches. We'll talk more about that, too, in just a few minutes.
All right, we'll see you in a bit, Michelle. Thank you.
Sure.
A fiery car crash on Sunday killed 3 Indiana State University students and seriously injured 2 others. It happened early Sunday morning about 10 miles from campus in Riley, Indiana. Authorities say a vehicle suddenly veered off the road, slammed into a tree, and caught fire. The driver and 2 passengers could not be saved. They were pronounced dead at the scene. The 2 other passengers were able to escape alive, but with serious injuries. The university believes a total of 5 of its students were involved in the deadly crash, saying several members of the football team are among them.
Well, Russian authorities have launched a murder investigation after the daughter of a prominent ally of Vladimir Putin was killed by a car bomb. Daria Dugina was a conservative commentator, and her ultra-nationalist father, Alexander Dugin, is believed to be very influential in the Kremlin. Josh Letterman reports.
Investigators say the car bomb that killed the daughter of one of President Putin's allies may have been a contract killing. Eyewitness video showing what's believed to be the SUV Daria Dugina was driving engulfed in flames. Her father, Alexander Dugin, appears to be on the scene, visibly distraught. Russian authorities say she was likely murdered, a bomb placed under her seat. The question is why? Russian state-run media citing witnesses saying her father decided last minute to travel in a different vehicle and may have been the target himself. Alexander Dugin has been called Putin's brain, one of Russia's most influential ultranationalists, whose right-wing views found their way into Putin's speeches, including his staunch support for invading Ukraine. Views echoed by his daughter, seen on state TV on Thursday for the last time. She says people in the West are living in a dream, and they need to be nourished by this war. Russia's foreign ministry speculated that Ukraine may have killed her, but no evidence of that has emerged. Ukraine's government denies any involvement. An ex-Russian politician and Putin critic claimed responsibility on behalf of a previously unknown group called the National Republican Army. His claim couldn't be verified.
On one level, you'd think that the Ukrainians have the most reason to dislike and despise Dugin. But on the other hand, I mean, this is no small feat.
In Ukraine, fears of retaliation in a country already on high alert, as Ukraine prepares to mark 6 months of war on Wednesday, coinciding with its Day of Independence. President Zelensky warning Russia may be planning something particularly cruel to ruin the occasion. Ukraine's second-largest city will impose a round-the-clock curfew on a bittersweet Independence Day.
And our thanks to Josh for that report.
With midterm elections 78 days away, NBC News polling shows many American voters are not feeling very hopeful. 58% say they worry that America's best years are behind us. That is the highest number ever recorded in our NBC poll. And President Biden's job approval rating is at 42%, with over half of the country disapproving. There was a shift in the issues most important to voters. Threats to democracy took the top spot over the cost of living and jobs. 57% of respondents saying investigations of former President Trump should continue, including 21% of Republicans. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Bree, good morning. What are the latest developments in those investigations we just mentioned into Mr. Trump?
Good morning, Philip. Well, new information could be coming this week in the FBI's search of Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. The Justice Department has until Thursday to submit a redacted version of the affidavit used to justify the search for classified documents. The DOJ argued releasing the document would jeopardize their investigation. But Mr. Trump and many of his allies want that information released. One of those allies includes Senator Lindsey Graham. He was scheduled to give testimony tomorrow for a different investigation in Georgia, but an appeals court has put that on hold while prosecutors determine if the senator is protected from answering certain questions. Meanwhile, we're learning more about what Congresswoman Liz Cheney's political agenda will be now that she's lost her primary in Wyoming. She's vowing to campaign against some members of her own party.
I'm going to be very focused on working to ensure that we do everything we can not to elect election deniers, and I'm going to work against those people. I'm going to work to support their opponents. I think it matters that much.
And it's not just Cheney calling out GOP candidates. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has questioned the Republicans' ability to flip the Senate in the midterms, saying candidate quality may be an issue in those statewide races, which led former President Trump to lash out against McConnell this weekend on social media, calling him a, quote, broken down hack politician. So we have to wait and see if Republican infighting will have a real impact on these midterm elections. Philip.
There's infighting on both sides these days, though. We'll see. All right, Bree Jackson, thank you.
Well, switching gears, the calendar might still say August, but take a look at this. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas in Colorado Springs. Pikes Peak got the fresh powder of the season over the weekend, and more is expected in the coming days. This is about the time of year the Colorado mountains start seeing snow, and I can guarantee you that avid skiers are welcoming this news.
They are. It seems
chomping at the bits.
It seems like only yesterday it was about 100 degrees all over the country. Let's get back to Michelle for more on your weather on this Monday. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. And the big story today is the flash flooding that we're going to be seeing occurring in the Central Plains, the Lower Mississippi Valley, the Southern Plains, Lower Mississippi Valley, into the southeast. We do have portions, 13 million Americans under a flash flooding alert. We're looking at flash flooding this morning. That's in the red, and that's where it's occurring right now. And remember, flash flooding is the leading cause of weather-related deaths, so it's something to take very seriously. We're looking at a tremendous amount of rain today, 3 to 6 inches with possibly higher amounts. And that's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we are looking at temperatures a little cooler in the northeast, 70s and 80s, and that's because we're looking at showers and storms, some clouds today. Also very stormy in the Southern Plains, the Lower Mississippi Valley. That's where we could see some flash flooding. All right, a soggy start for many today. We're going to see how long it'll last with the forecast the week ahead in just a bit.
All right, talk to you a little bit later. Thank you, Michelle. In today's quick hits, the DeLorean is back from the future. The company unveiled 2 new concepts, the Alpha 5 Plasma Tail and the Omega. The Alpha begins production in 2024, while the Omega, just for fun.
Sean Connery's 1965 Aston Martin DB5 made nearly $2.4 million at a California auction. It was driven by Connery and Goldfinger and reappeared in No Time to Die with Daniel Craig.
Carroll Shelby's famed 1995 Ferrari 410 Sport Spider sold for $22 million at auction.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories, help bring them home.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories, help bring them home.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
New this morning, 3 Arkansas law enforcement officers have been suspended and are under investigation after they were filmed brutally beating a suspect Sunday morning. We have to warn you here, the footage is disturbing. 2 Crawford County Sheriff's deputies and 1 Mulberry City police officer had been searching for a suspect who'd threatened a store clerk and spat in their face. Authorities say that's when they approached the man fitting the description. He soon became violent, injuring one of them, leading to this scene here captured on camera. The man, identified as 27-year-old Randall Worcester, was hospitalized with minor head injuries. He has been charged with 7 counts, including assault and resisting arrest. In a statement, the Crawford County Sheriff promised to take appropriate measures, and Mulberry PD says it, quote, takes the investigations very seriously and holds all their officers accountable for their actions.
Well, civil rights advocates have their eyes on a Texas school district when it started displaying "In God We Trust" signs inside schools. Julie Fine from our Dallas-Fort Worth station has the details.
These signs, all donated, will now hang in Carroll ISD buildings.
Patriot Mobile is honored to donate these posters to CISD, and we're very excited to see them amongst all of our schools.
Patriot Mobile, which labels itself a Christian conservative wireless provider, is giving the school district these "In God We Trust" signs. It's all above board after a new law passed in 2021 that says if signs are donated with the nation's motto, schools must display in a conspicuous place in each building. At Monday night's school board meeting, 3 people spoke in favor of the signs with no opposition during the presentation to the panel.
Thank you for the donation from Patriot Mobile. That was very kind and generous.
But the Southlake Anti-Racism Coalition has raised concerns. Tweeting after the meeting, "We love the separation of church and state." The co-founder tells us she is startled that this is a state law.
I feel like they don't have a choice right now to put them up. But hopefully this will spark larger conversations about having more freedom of expression. So if they're allowed to put up signs like this, there should be no reasons that other students or people can't put up signs that have different messaging.
According to their website, Patriot Mobile says they have donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to Christian conservative causes.
Thanks to Julie for that report. Still to come, the Bronx Bombers celebrate a member of the 90s dynasty.
And ahead, the sweet smell of revenge. Chipotle calls out lemonade thieves. We'll have that story next.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting.
for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You know, I was thinking that there's so many dreams in life that don't always come true. That's why I'm really celebrating this day, because this is the biggest dream that I've ever had in my life, and I appreciate everything you did.
Five-time World Series champion Paul O'Neill was honored in a ceremony retiring his number 21 at Yankee Stadium. The Yes Network broadcaster reflected on his 9 seasons in New York, thanking the fans several times. He was presented with various gifts. The best one, though, probably was a water cooler sporting the number 21. It had a bat pierced through it. It was a playful reference. When he was anything but playful, he would get mad and destroy equipment during the games. And, well, now he has a memento on top of that great day.
Yeah, congratulations to him. What an accomplishment. Chipotle is selling a new candle, and no, it doesn't smell like a burrito, but it does smell a bit like a guilt trip. The chain's water cup candle is lemonade scented for all the people who, quote, accidentally fill their complimentary water cups with lemonade. Each purchase also comes with a free lemonade to help clear your conscience. The candle is now on sale for $28.
Lemonade, right?
Does it count if you do half and half, like half water, half lemonade?
I think so. Sprite's okay too. Anything clear. You could be in for a super soaked Monday. Up next, Michelle's back with us with our Monday forecast.
And ahead, Ford gears up to appeal a nearly $2 billion verdict.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
The Seduction. Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Welcome back on this Monday. It is a very soggy start in the South today. The Southern Plains into the lower Mississippi Valley, into the Carolinas, the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, also New England. Not soggy as the West. We're looking really hot and dry conditions, especially in the Pacific Northwest, the interior portions of California. And that slow-moving system will move some rain into the Gulf Coast tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Right, Michelle, thanks. Coming up, NBA star and master negotiator. Could Dennis Rodman help free Brittany Griner?
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In today's top stories, former NBA star Dennis Rodman is planning to visit Russia to seek the release of Brittany Griner. Now, Rodman tells NBC News that he did get permission to go to Russia and will try to go this week. Griner is serving a 9-year prison sentence on drug charges. This isn't the first time Rodman has conducted informal diplomacy with an international leader. Over the past decade, he's cultivated a relationship with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un.
Automaker Ford says it'll appeal a $1.7 billion verdict in a wrongful death case. Back in 2014, a Georgia couple were killed when their 2002 Ford F-250 truck blew a tire and rolled over. The couple's children sued, claiming the roof of the vehicle was dangerously defective. Their lawyer submitted evidence of nearly 80 similar accidents where truck roofs were crushed in a rollover, killing or injuring passengers. In a statement to the Associated Press, Ford said that we do not believe the verdict is supported by the evidence and we plan to appeal.
Actor Gary Busey is facing sexual offense charges after appearing at a horror film convention. Busey was a featured guest at Monster Mania Con in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Police say he allegedly groped at least 2 victims. Now, after fans complained about his behavior, he was removed. He's been charged with 2 counts of 4th-degree criminal sexual contact, 1 count of attempted sexual contact and harassment. It is not clear if Busey has an attorney. NBC News has not been able to reach his representatives.
Well, since the overturning of Roe, Walmart is now the latest company to expand abortion and related travel coverage. According to an internal memo, the company said its healthcare plans will now cover abortion for workers when there is a health risk to the mother, rape or incest, ectopic pregnancy, miscarriage, or lack of fetal viability. The retail giant employs nearly 1.6 million people. In Arkansas, where the company is based, abortion is banned under all circumstances except to protect the life of the mother in a medical emergency. Under this revised policy, Walmart employees can travel out of the state that bans abortion.
And to later news, what is the Game of Thrones premiere without some technical difficulties? It really wouldn't be one, right? Well, the House of Dragon landed on HBO Max last night and burnt some fans. The app crashed for thousands of viewers trying to tune in for the premiere. An HBO spokesperson told The Hollywood Reporter that the problem was mostly isolated to Amazon streaming devices. Of course it was.
I mean, right? I know. Thankfully, I did not try to see it in the moment, or I would have been so frustrated by that.
Wouldn't you have been? Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for starting the week with us. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Erin O'Hearn.
kick off a new week with dangerous flooding hitting multiple states and continued warnings that lead into tonight. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is just ahead with the latest forecast.
A potential break in the search for missing 16-year-old Kylie Rodney, who disappeared after a party on August 6th.
A campus is in mourning after 3 Indiana State University students were killed in a car crash. 2 others are in critical condition. Several were football players.
The shocking scene, a powerboat explodes after refueling. Multiple injuries are reported, and we have the latest.
How the current teacher shortage is leading some schools to push remote learning to a whole new level.
And good news for drivers. The price of regular gasoline continues to drop. It's Monday, August 22nd. Early today starts right now. Good morning. I'm Erin O'Hearn.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin this morning with shocking video of apparent police brutality. 3 Arkansas law enforcement officers have been suspended and are under investigation after they were filmed brutally beating a suspect Monday morning. We must warn you, the footage is disturbing. 2 Crawford County Sheriff's deputies and 1 Mulberry City police officer had been searching for a suspect who threatened a store clerk and spat in their face. Authorities say that's when they approached a man fitting the description, and he soon became violent, injuring one of them. That is what led to this scene captured on camera. The man, identified as 27-year-old Randall Worcester, was hospitalized with minor head injuries. He's now been charged with 7 counts, including assault and resisting arrest, with a bond set at $15,000. In a statement, the Crawford County Sheriff promised that he would take, quote, appropriate measures. And Mulberry PD says it, quote, takes the investigations very seriously and holds all their officers accountable for their actions.
Breaking overnight, police have recovered human remains that may be missing 16-year-old Kylie Rodney. Rodney mysteriously disappeared earlier this month. She was last seen at a high school graduation party in Northern California near Tahoe. Yesterday afternoon, a dive team was searching a reservoir nearby when they made the grim discovery. They found a body inside an upside-down SUV in 14 feet of water. You can see them there pulling that car out to shore. Authorities have not confirmed if the remains are in fact Rodney's. A press conference will be held later today with more details.
Flash flooding dumped dangerous conditions across the Southwest over the weekend. The Pecos River reached an historic crest of over 17 feet on Sunday afternoon at a point near Acme, New Mexico. The National Weather Service warning that major flooding is still possible in the area. Crews in New Mexico worked to rescue a man whose car got caught in rushing floodwaters. That man waited on the roof of his vehicle as it floated downstream. Both the rescuers and that man were not hurt.
Good. Nearly 100 miles south, the Carlsbad Caverns National Park was closed Sunday after surging water cut off the roads to the caverns. Nearly 200 tourists and workers were evacuated from the park, spending hours waiting as waters rose to nearly 20 feet in some areas. In Utah Zion National Park, the search is underway for Jatal Agniatri, a graduate student who was ripped away by a current Friday. Officials say Agniatri was swept away by the same current carrying this man, who was rescued by Good Samaritans after clinging onto a log. Obviously, you don't see the video right there. For the latest on the flooding in the Southwest and where it's headed, we turn to NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. And yeah, we had flash flooding events not only in New Mexico, also Colorado, Utah, and Arizona. And we're going to see more flash flooding today. Remember, flash flooding is the #1 weather-related cause of deaths when it comes to weather events. So we're going to be looking at this closely. It's dangerous, it's serious, and it's life-threatening. This is your flash flood risk for today. Lots of spots under the gun for flash flooding, especially in the southern plains into the lower Mississippi Valley, where you see that pink. That includes Dallas. That is a moderate risk. We don't see that very often. We will see flash flooding today and also tomorrow. So we do have the expectation of heavy rain. It's going to come fast. It'll be furious. This will be a really good thing in the long run, but in the short term, we're looking at a dangerous situation today. Anywhere from 3 to 5 inches, locally higher amounts. We could even see up to 8 inches in some spots. Then we have another system. It's separate where we're looking at rain in the northeast as well, where we could see flash flooding as well. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thank you. Let's turn now to politics. New NBC News polling shows that many Americans are not feeling very hopeful. 58% say they worry that America's best years are behind us. That is the highest number ever recorded in our NBC poll. President Biden's job approval rating is at 42%, with over half of the country disapproving. There was a shift in the issues that are most important to voters. Threats to democracy took the top spot over cost of living and over jobs, over immigration, over all of that. 57% of respondents saying that investigations of former President Trump should continue, including 21% of Republicans. NBC's Bree Jackson joining us now from D.C. Bree, good morning. So what are the latest developments in those investigations into Mr. Trump?
Good morning, Philip. Well, new information could come this week in the search of former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago home. The Justice Department has until Thursday to submit a redacted version of the affidavit used to justify the search for classified documents. The DOJ argues releasing the document would jeopardize their investigation, but Mr. Trump and many of his allies want the information released. One of those allies includes Senator Lindsey Graham. He was scheduled to give testimony tomorrow for a different investigation in Georgia, but an appeals court has put that on hold while prosecutors determine if the senator is protected from answering certain questions. Meanwhile, we're learning more about what Congresswoman Liz Cheney's political agenda will be now that she lost her primary in Wyoming. She's vowing to campaign against some members of her own party.
I'm going to be very focused on working to ensure that we do everything we can not to elect election deniers, and I'm going to work against those people. I'm going to work to support their opponents. I think it matters that much.
And it's not just Cheney calling out GOP candidates. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has questioned the Republicans' ability to flip the Senate in the midterms, saying candidate quality may be an issue in those statewide races, which led former President Trump to lash out against McConnell this weekend on social media, calling him a, quote, broken down hack politician. So I'll have to wait and see if Republican infighting will have a real impact on these midterm elections. Philip.
Looking for McConnell. He's not up for re-election this time around. All right, Bree Jackson for us. Thank you.
Now to our Kids Under Pressure series. Schools nationwide are taking drastic action to fight a growing teacher shortage. In some cases, that means students are learning from instructors who aren't even in the classroom. Blaine Alexander has that story.
Share your answers with the class.
This space has all the sights and sounds of a typical classroom with one big difference.
I'm asking today, ¿cómo estás?
Teacher Nellie Garzon is in Florida. Her students are in Douglasville, Georgia. Hers is a virtual classroom, something the county started in 2015. But as teacher vacancies have increased, so have the virtual instructors.
We moved from 10 to 15 to 60 or 70.
Vacancies? Every year?
Every year, for the past 2 years.
Across the country, schools are turning to different, sometimes controversial ways to fill the gaps. In Texas, some small districts are switching to 4-day weeks. And in Florida, some schools are asking military veterans to step in, despite having no classroom experience. Shaylee Barnwell is CEO of Elevate K-12, the company that takes virtual teachers like Ms. Garzon and provides the technology and platform to place them via video in classrooms nationwide. She says over the past year, their teacher applications have more than tripled.
Why is this different from what we saw during the COVID?
COVID was solving the problem of the child has to be at home. We are solving the problem of the teacher is not in the zip code and an excellent teacher has to teach the classroom.
But some critics say that in-person student-teacher bond is crucial.
There's so much that happens in a classroom that is lost in the computer.
For Ms. Garzon, who spent nearly 20 years in a traditional classroom, she is dropping her 2-hour daily commute and gaining a new community of students.
Let's say there is somebody or a school, a small school in a rural area that don't have a Spanish teacher. Now they do have the opportunity.
Each virtual classroom has an in-person facilitator, and students can ask questions through a computer microphone or privately in the chat.
Who prefers virtual? Kind of.
And among the students themselves,
who prefers in person?
I like both.
Reviews are mixed.
The teaching is still effective.
I'm not like a talker in class, so like with the private chat, I can just like ask a question and she like, so I don't have to like ask the teacher out loud or like get up out of my seat. I'm like the total opposite. I like to like talk to the teacher face to face.
I don't want people to think that face to face is going to go away. it isn't. We owe it to our students to offer them options.
One more round of applause for everybody who shared their responses.
Lane Alexander, NBC News, Douglasville, Georgia.
Florida firefighters are investigating a boat explosion that injured 4 people in Daytona Beach. Security cameras caught the blast. The flames spread quickly across the vessel. Officials say it happened just after the boaters refueled. A woman was airlifted to an Orlando hospital with burn injuries. The other 3 were treated there at the scene.
Well, let's go back to Michelle for more on your day ahead. Hi, Michelle.
Hi there, guys. Yeah, we're looking at flooding in the southern plains today, the lower Mississippi Valley, even to portions of the Northeast. It's a whole separate system, but 13 million Americans under a flood alert. Where you see the green, that's a flood watch, and where you see the red, that's a flash flood warning. So that means it's happening right now, and that's what we're going to see throughout the day. We're going to see heavy rain falling, could see 3 to 6 inches of rain, even higher amounts in some spots. And then the Northeast, we could see generally 1 to 3 inches with higher amounts there as well. So here's the setup. We have an area of low pressure that's going to be moving to the east. It's going to be moving very, very slowly. That's part of the problem. And it's going to drop heavy rain in the south. We could see rainfall rates of 2 to 3 inches per hour. And then it moves ever so slightly tomorrow. We're going to see that shifting along the Gulf Coast, eventually into the southeast. Rainfall totals range from 3 to 6 inches, locally up to 8. And then it's northeast where we're watching the chance for some showers and also some storms with a little bit of lightning as well. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, temperatures in the Northeast a little cooler today in the 70s and 80s. We have showers and storms, even some clouds keeping those temperatures down. And in the southern plains and lower Mississippi Valley, we're looking at temperatures in the 80s and 90s with lots of rain falling. Hot, though, in the southwest. All right, guys, we have that soggy start today. We do have rain in the forecast for a lot of us this week. We'll look at that in just a few minutes.
All right, we'll see you in a few. Thank you, Michelle. New York Mets reliever Nate Fisher was banking on a successful Major League debut on Sunday. You see, just over a year ago, Fisher was working at a bank in Nebraska. It was a career change he made after the pandemic canceled the minor league season. So after his time approving bank loans down in Omaha, Fisher began denying batters as part of the Mets minor league system. And on Sunday, he threw 3 scoreless innings. New York won the game 10-9 over the Phillies.
Wow, what a story.
Yeah.
Well, we're back in 60 seconds with why Wendy's is pulling lettuce from the menu in some states.
And a diplomatic dunk or a potential alley-oops. Dennis Rodman says he's heading to Russia to help Brittany Griner. 60 seconds, we're back.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
New this morning, former NBA star Dennis Rodman is planning to visit Russia to seek the release of Brittany Griner. Rodman tells NBC News that he got permission to travel to Russia and will try to go this week. Griner is serving a 9-year prison sentence on drug charges. This isn't the first time Rodman has conducted informal diplomacy with an international leader. Over the past decade, he has cultivated a relationship with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un.
A fiery car crash on Sunday killed 3 Indiana State University students and seriously injured 2 other passengers. The university announced it believes a total of 5 of its students were involved in the deadly crash, saying several members of the football team are among those involved. It all happened around 1:30 Sunday morning, about 10 miles from campus, where authorities say a vehicle suddenly veered off the road in Riley, Indiana, slammed into a tree and caught fire. The driver and 2 passengers could not be saved. All 3 were pronounced dead at the scene, while the other 2 passengers were able to escape alive, but with serious injuries.
The next time you order a burger from Wendy's, you may want to have them hold the lettuce, at least for right now. At least 37 people have gotten sick, 10 of them hospitalized. The CDC believes it is from an E. coli outbreak linked to romaine lettuce. Many reported eating sandwiches before getting sick. This has affected stores in Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Indiana. Wendy's said it's removing lettuce from its sandwiches as a precautionary measure. They also say the lettuce in their sandwiches is different from the one in their salads.
And still to come, Ford revs up for a fight after a nearly $2 billion verdict over pickup safety.
And some good news before you fill up the tank for work this week. Be right back.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
NBC News, streaming free now.
In today's Quick Hits, the DeLorean is back from the future. The company unveiled 2 new concepts, the Alpha 5 Plasma Tail and the Omega. The Alpha begins production in 2024, while the Omega is just for some fun.
Sean Connery's 1965 Aston Martin DB5 made nearly $2.4 million at a California auction. It was driven by Connery and Goldfinger and then reappeared in No Time to Die with Daniel Craig.
Someone's having a martini, shaken, not stirred. And Carroll Shelby's famed 1995 Ferrari 410 Sports Spider sold for $22 million at a Sotheby's auction in California. The racing legend won 8 races and 10 podium finishes in this car. That's the most wins of any other car in his racing history.
All right, so for those of us who do not drive multi-million-dollar cars, we are breathing a sigh of relief. That is because gas prices fell below $4 this weekend. According to AAA, the national average is now at $3.90, and they hope it's enough to get drivers back on the road. That drop still not low enough for some. Just last year, the national average was $3.16.
And automaker Ford says it will appeal a $1.7 billion verdict in a wrongful death case. Back in 2014, a Georgia couple were killed when their 2002 Ford F-250 truck blew a tire and rolled over. The couple's children sued, claiming the roof of the vehicle was dangerously defective. Their lawyers submitted evidence of nearly 80 similar accidents where truck roofs were crushed in a rollover, killing or injuring passengers. In a statement to the AP, Ford said, quote, "We do not believe the verdict is supported by the evidence, and we do plan to appeal."
Up next, a rainy start to the week. Michelle's tracking the forecast.
And ahead, why the bare minimum just isn't cutting it. Inside the viral article on the rise of lonely single men. We'll be right back.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Well, the calendar might still say August, but it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas in Colorado Springs. Pikes Peak got the first fresh powder of the season over the weekend, and more is expected in the coming days. This is about the time of year that the Colorado mountains start seeing some snow.
I'd like a break from the heat, but I don't know if I'm ready to see snow yet. My eyes are like burning after looking at that.
There's a whole season forgotten, right? What about autumn?
Right. Well, let's get a check on this week's forecast from NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. I'm hoping we're not going to see snow in the Northeast, at least.
Yes, no snow. At least we're seeing some rain, though. We've waited so long for this rain. Hi there, guys. And we're seeing the rain falling right now. We're going to continue to see it fall today. We're also looking at really soggy conditions in the southern plains. We're looking at dangerous flash flooding happening right now in northern Texas. And we're going to be watching this as we go throughout the day. We'll be right back.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news. This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American. We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Okay, so a recent article from Psychology Today has gone viral. I'm not looking at you for any particular reason, but it's about the, quote, rise of lonely single men. Our Maya Eaglin takes a closer look.
It's an article that sparked a debate.
My feed has been filled with women, with men, talking about this Psychology Today article. I feel like every time I opened any social media app, it was the top post.
Titled The Rise of Lonely Single Men. Folks across Twitter, TikTok, and Instagram are jumping into the discussion.
Now I share science-based relationship advice with you on TikTok.
Author and psychologist Greg Matos says 3 big trends are making the relationship landscape for heterosexual men difficult. Dating apps, women upping their standards, and men's skill deficit.
This is just the beginning of women asking for things from their partner aside from the bare minimum.
Sociologist Natasha Quadlin of UCLA says that bigger changes in society, like the Me Too movement, have impacted relationships.
Women have become more vocal about their experiences with sexual assault and sexual harassment. We're seeing generational differences in terms of how we approach mate selection and how we approach dating partners.
Millennials are now less likely to be married with kids and more likely to be living with a romantic partner instead, according to Pew. And the number of unpartnered men now at the highest level in decades at 39%. But psychologist David Swanson says remembering dating fundamentals can lead to better outcomes.
All you have to do is to be nice and to be honest. That is the best way to get a real connection. Anxiety does lead to a shutting down of those skills, and I think you get that skill deficit from some of that anxiety.
The article has caused a lot of buzz, but also a lot of backlash. Matos has even received hate mail.
Why? When all I'm doing is asking you to be the best version of yourself.
Experts are quick to note that men's reported loneliness impacts everyone, not just men.
I'm sure that there are indeed some women who have impossibly high standards, just as there are some men who have impossibly high standards, whether it's, physical standards or emotional standards. But I think that moments like these are times to perhaps be introspective about ways that we can become better as people.
We live in a society, and Therefore, we are all connected. And I think it's important to remember that when one group is experiencing something that is difficult, it really impacts all of us and will have ripple effects on all of us.
A lot that went into that article. Thanks to Maya for that report.
Keep your head up, guys.
And thanks for waking up early with Early Today. I'm Erin O'Hearn.
And I'm Philip Mena. Just thank you so much for making me not one of those guys anymore.
Good Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, sounding off. New NBC News polling paints the stark picture of a dissatisfied America, with 3/4 of voters believing the country is headed in the wrong direction. We'll take a closer look at these latest numbers and what it all means as we head towards the November midterms. Escalation in Russia as officials there launch a murder investigation into the possible contract killing of the daughter of a top Putin ally. Ukrainian officials denying any involvement. We'll bring you the latest as the conflict enters a deadly new stage. Also this morning, a public health warning after a mysterious E. coli outbreak sickens dozens across the Midwest. The possible link to a popular fast food chain and what you can do to stay safe. Plus, the White House's latest push to get more monkeypox shots into arms as case counts grow from coast to coast. And clearing your head, we'll take you back inside the metaverse to discover how virtual reality can make a real-life impact on your mental health. Took you to church, we went dating, now it's time to do some therapy and some really cool self-care stuff.
It really is an entire world.
Yeah,
metaverse world.
It is. I know. We'll bring you that a little bit later. We begin then this morning with those latest poll numbers from NBC News that are painting a bleak picture for the state of the country.
3 out of 4 Americans say the country is headed in the wrong direction, and a record 58% of Americans believe the country's best days are now behind us. Americans also hold a negative view of both political parties, with a slightly less favorable view of the Democratic Party compared to the GOP.
The same can be said about our current and former president. 48% of Americans polled have a negative view of President Biden. That number's 54% for former President Trump. And when it comes to the current investigations into our former president, 57% of voters believe they should continue, while 40% say they should stop.
We have full coverage for you this morning, from the latest on the investigations into the former president to what these polls mean for the upcoming elections. Let's start by delving into those polls with NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray and NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. So, Mark, give us the big picture here. What do these polls mean for both parties right now as we head into the midterms?
Yeah, Joe, we're now less than 3 months away from the midterms, and I think this poll is really shouting at us that we are entering uncharted waters right now. In the traditional metrics of a midterm season, when you look at a president's job rating, the direction of the country, the generic ballot, they all point in the direction of the Republican Party having a very successful midterm season. But some other numbers really stand out in the poll, and that is increasing Democratic enthusiasm, where Democrats have now drawn even with Republicans on having high interest in the midterm elections. You end up having a situation where the number one issue is threats to democracy rather than cost of living. And then, as you mentioned earlier, there's that Donald Trump factor out there, with not only his poor numbers, but also 57% of voters believing that the investigations into him could continue. And so while a lot is looking like this could be a 2006, 2010, 2018 kind of midterm environment that's really bad for the party controlling the White House and Congress, there are other numbers in there that suggest that this could be a much different kind of midterm environment that we've seen before.
Monica, let's now talk about these numbers that we have for President Biden. 55% disapprove of the job that the president is doing. Now, this is even, of course, after this string of recent legislative victories. So you wonder if, at least in part, is this a messaging issue? And then also tell us if the White House is trying to do anything to turn this around.
Yeah, the poll was taken after one of arguably the most productive periods of the Biden presidency so far, with all that action on Capitol Hill, the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Semiconductor Act, all of these things that the president had been wanting to do and that had been stalled earlier in the year. But then you also look at the strong jobs numbers and some of the other factors that were going on at the time. And that's right, it didn't really move the president's numbers by very much. And so now the White House has this major challenge, and they're going to send him out on the road, basically, and attempt to try to sell these things. But a lot of that was hindered in July when the president was going to visit a bunch of battleground states. And then he got COVID. And in the last week or so, he's been on his working vacation. So starting next week, he's going to be hitting the road, I'm told, and going to all these places he meant to try to now take this and try to message it to the American people. But we saw this last year, too, where the president himself sometimes admits he's not the best messenger. So it's going to be a challenge, and it's one the White House is certainly aware of right now, Savannah.
Mark, let's talk about a different kind of poll. We're going to get another look at how voters are feeling this week, notably with primaries in Florida and New York. For once, these are less about a Trump-backed candidate versus a non-Trump-backed candidate. What are we looking for come this week?
Yeah, Joe, the primary season is starting to finally come to an end. We've been talking about these all the way back through in March and May, but the New York and Florida primaries are starting to be the very end. We'll have a few more in September. And what I'm watching for are in New York are some congressional primaries where the redistricting map has really re-scrambled things, and you end up having a situation where many or a handful of Democratic members are fighting to keep their jobs with new districts and with the new maps. There's also a really interesting special election that's occurring in New York that's in a swingy part of the state that could be a very interesting bellwether for November. And then in Florida, it's all about the general election for me. Ron DeSantis will be getting his Democratic challenger for that general election. And while there's not a significant primary action, that general election between incumbent Marco Rubio and Val Demings in that Senate contest will also be something we'll be watching over the next 3 months.
Monica, we're also learning that First Lady Jill Biden has now tested negative for COVID and is ending her quarantine. Before we let you guys go, just tell us how she's doing.
Yeah, she tested positive while she and the president were on vacation in South Carolina about 6 days ago. So she has now tested negative twice. They waited for the results of 2 of those tests to make sure that she could end isolation. So she's now going to be traveling to Delaware to meet and be with the president. They're going to be in Rehoboth Beach for the next couple of days, wrapping up that working vacation. And the First Lady notably also was taking Paxlovid, that antiviral that the president took, remember, before having that rebound infection. So that's something also that the First Lady's office will be watching for. But they do tell me that all of her symptoms are gone and she's feeling quite well now.
All right, Monica Alba, Mark Murray, thank you both.
Thank you. Now we're going to turn to that polling about the investigations into former President Trump. 57% of voters believe that they should continue.
That number comes amid the mounting legal issues facing Trump, including the search of his Mar-a-Lago estate and the investigation into his possible involvement in the January 6th attack on the Capitol.
Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos and NBC News justice reporter Ryan Riley. Ryan, we will start with you. Just first tell us where things do stand on the search of Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate and what we know now.
Yeah, so we're now 2 weeks out from the search, which is tough to sort of calculate because it seems like it's been a long time. But after those 2 weeks, last week NBC News reported that there's this FBI filter team that is going through all the information that they collected. So that's how they sorted out the passport. They found Trump's passports that weren't relevant to this search, and those were returned. A little bit of a complicating factor here is that most of these documents that were seized are supposed to be held by the National Archives. They're not supposed to be in Trump's possession. So I'm curious to see how many things end up getting returned to Trump actually here, because I think that that's the normal set of circumstances in these cases when you have a filter team, is that information that is protected by attorney-client privilege or that was not relevant to the scope of the search warrant is returned to the individual at issue here. But that might be a little bit complicated. But essentially, they're going to go through all these documents. Trump's team has made this claim that they're going to ask for an outside team to sort of do this process, but they're pretty far. The FBI is pretty far into this process already. So the idea of a special master coming in at this point doesn't necessarily seem all that likely, given how deep that they are already into the search process. If they had wanted that special master, that was something they probably should have asked for immediately after the search warrant, Savannah.
All right. So, Danny, on Friday, the former Vice President Mike Pence, he told reporters he did not take any classified information when he left office. How significant is an assertion like that from the vice president?
It's significant if you are still one of the people out there residing under a rock who does not know that the president or the vice president cannot take documents from the White House, that they are covered by the Presidential Records Act. But otherwise, what is between the lines in Pence's statement is more of a, look, I didn't take any documents. Trump might have done that. I mean, you can read that as an inference just from what he's saying. He isn't saying, hey, leave Trump alone. Hey, it's no big deal. He could have said things like that, but he didn't. And that goes a long way towards saying, look, I complied with the law as I saw it. Whatever Trump did over in the Oval Office or in the West Wing, I have no idea. And I think that's a very significant non-statement that you can draw inferences from.
Right, absolutely. Ryan, let's bring you back in here. And I actually want to switch over to the January 6th investigation. First, I want us all to take a listen to what Congresswoman Liz Cheney said when asked if Pence would testify in front of the House committee.
He has clearly, as he's expressed, concerns about executive privilege. But I also think that when the country has been through something as grave as this was, everyone who has information has an obligation to step forward. So I would hope that he will do that.
So you think we'll see him here in September in this room?
I would hope that, well, I would hope that he will understand how important it is for the American people to know every aspect of the truth about what happened that day.
Ryan, what do you make of those comments from Cheney?
I mean, they're significant. I do think that there is a ticking timeline here because, of course, the hearings are going to be held in September. But really, there's an expiration date on this committee, and they still have to put out the final report. So I don't, we could always see there's always the possibility of additional public hearings after these ones that are happening in September. But I think it's sort of a jump ball right now whether or not Mike Pence is actually going to end up publicly testifying in a televised forum as we might expect in September or potentially after that, Savannah.
So, Danny, is a subpoena likely the only way we're going to see the former vice president testify, a subpoena from the House committee?
It's the only way, but it's not necessarily a successful way. In other words, just because Pence may be subpoenaed doesn't mean he's going to show up. There are a number of different ways he might oppose the subpoena, and if he does, he can run out the clock, just like Ryan described. There is a ticking clock on this committee's work. So whether or not Pence appears, I think will require a subpoena, but he does not necessarily show up even if subpoenaed. Not that he defies it, but that he may fight it or show up in some limited capacity. But then, even if he does, the next question is, what is his testimony going to yield in a hearing setting? Or will it just be a pre-taped deposition that they show excerpts of?
Absolutely. Danny Savalos, Ryan Riley, thank you so much.
This morning, parts of North Texas are under a flash flood warning as a serious storm system moves east. Take a look at the scene in Dallas, which saw about 8 inches of rain overnight. You can see cars submerged in floodwaters there this morning. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman will have more on that in a moment. This all comes after a weekend of flash floods across the Southwest. Heavy rains in Arizona and Utah washed out roads, destroyed businesses, and stranded tourists at a popular national parks. NBC's Raph Sanchez has more on the search and rescue efforts underway this morning.
Unrelenting rain bringing a weekend of flash floods across the Southwest. In New Mexico, this desert road swallowed by surging water.
Never been this close to a flood before, me neither.
Leaving more than 150 tourists stranded at Carlsbad Caverns National Park. Robert and Stephanie Saavedra and their 3 children were hundreds of feet underground when they were told to evacuate.
Our oldest daughter, she's 10. She could understand what was going on, so it was very nerve-wracking for her, and she was very scared.
And one of your daughters has a heart condition. What was it like to be trapped there with her?
She has Down syndrome, and she has a congenital heart disease, which she takes daily medication for, and we left that in the hotel. So that was another problem for us.
The family eventually free after nearly 12 hours. But 600 miles away in Utah, rescue crews at Zion National Park still searching for Jatal Agniotri, a graduate student. Her muddy backpack the only clue so far. She was swept away Friday by the same current carrying this man, clinging desperately to a log. His life saved by Good Samaritans on the riverbank.
I mean, it was just like a truck pinning you against a wall. I mean, he was just
vice grip in there. And so I reached backward and we made like a human chain.
People will say you're a hero. Do you feel like one?
No, I just knew I could do something. I could just stay with them and keep eyes on them.
And in Moab, Utah, a city normally grappling with water shortages, what should have been a busy Saturday night at this restaurant turning instead into an all-hands cleanup operation. It's headed to the Northeast, which has been facing drought-like conditions. Delta Airlines already issuing travel waivers due to the threat of severe weather. Now, going back to the woman missing in Zion National Park, friends tell an NBC affiliate that the grad student is a hydrology major, but does not know how to swim.
Right, Raf Sanchez, thank you.
Now, that heavy rain is not letting up in the Southwest this morning.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us with a closer look. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, we're looking at a really serious, dangerous, even life-threatening situation this morning in Texas. We've had over 8 inches of rainfall, and it's continuing to fall. So we have very slow-moving storm system moving across that area. It's the southern plains and the lower Mississippi Valley. Cars are submerged. We're looking at flooded roadways. So any low-lying areas, urban areas, are going to see that flooding. We're seeing rescues taking place. Also, a lot of power outages as well. Remember, the #1 cause of a weather-related death is flash flooding. So this is a really serious situation that we're going to be watching not only today, but over the next several days. So let's go ahead and take a look at the flood alerts that we have right now, because we are looking at 14 million people, Americans, under a flood watch. That is in your green. We also have flash flood warnings. That's red. That means it's happening right now. So we'll see those popping in, popping out, where we're seeing that heavy rain falling. So we overlaid the radar here because we want to show you that, yes, the rain is still falling, and it's falling hard. It's moving very slowly. It's called training also. So sort of going over the same areas over and over again. We're seeing some lightning as well. Torrential downpours, where you see those brighter colors, especially oranges, yellows, and reds. That's where we're seeing the heaviest rainfall. And that's what we're going to continue to watch over the next few days. It's not just this storm system. We have a second one in the Northeast that's bringing some flash flooding as well, especially along the Jersey Shore. So we're looking at those yellows, reds, and oranges once again in spots, pockets in the Northeast, and that will continue throughout the day, looking at some storms as well. So this is your flash flood risk. Many spots across the nation, the Northeast that I just showed you, the southern plains into the lower Mississippi Valley, the Southwest as well. So we're looking at that pink area. That is a flash flood, or that's a moderate risk. That's really rare. We had that the past couple of days, but we don't typically see that. Shreveport, you're in, but we're looking at Dallas, portions of Louisiana, also Arkansas could see some really heavy rain. Your flash flooding does continue today. We have a very slow-moving system. It's bringing 2 to 3 inches of rain per hour. That's fast. That's furious. And this area is kind of unique in terms of the geography. It's very close to the Gulf of Mexico. It pulls in that tropical moisture. The geography, you have a clay soil, so it doesn't really absorb water that well. And that's part of the problem. It also is really steep, so you have water just rushing down into these areas. And as we go throughout tomorrow, again, moving very, very slowly, we're looking at rainfall totals anywhere from 3 to 6 inches, but locally up to 8. We've already seen over 8 inches of rain fall in Dallas, and we're going to add to those totals today. So here's your rainfall forecast throughout Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, also Mississippi, looking at very heavy rainfall. And then it's the Northeast as well, so that's not the only spots. Here's another slow-moving system as well. It's going to take its good old time moving across the Northeast, bringing heavy rain, breezy conditions, also frequent lightning. I know I heard some this morning in parts of the Northeast, but it was good to wake up to that rain because it is welcome rain. It's just coming pretty quickly, so we were dealing with the chance for that flash flooding. And then tomorrow, finally, that cold front zips through. It's into the Atlantic by tomorrow, but before that, we could see 1 to 3 inches of rain, if not a little bit more, up to 5 inches in some spots. Your rainfall forecast locally over 3 inches of rain, where you see those darker colors, the yellows along the coast, also portions of upstate New York, you could see some heavier rain as well. So our week ahead, we're looking at that flash flooding in portions of the southern plains into the lower Mississippi Valley. Welcome rain in the Northeast. All of this is welcomed per se. We're looking at really extreme drought conditions in southern plains. This is going to be a good thing in the long run. It's just that short term where we're looking at that torrential rainfall. Hot and dry still in the west. We're looking at temperatures into the 90s, into the triple digits. That will continue through Wednesday. But also notice the rain's going to continue too in parts of the Gulf Coast on Wednesday into the southeast. We're going to be dry, but we're going to be hot into the Northeast by Wednesday. And then as we look towards Friday, that rain is still there. So as I mentioned, it's just moving so slowly, and it's bringing a lot of rain. So soggy in the southeast on Friday. And New England could see some rain as well, but it's still going to be toasty in the west, guys. So we're sort of stuck in this pattern all week long.
All right. You're going to be busy.
Yeah, really.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thanks.
Sure.
Coming up, escalation in the Russia-Ukraine conflict this morning.
We'll have more on a deadly car bomb attack on the family of a key Putin ally over the weekend and how Ukrainian officials are responding this morning. You're watching Morning News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No.
Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
In Russia, a car bombing has turned into a murder investigation. The daughter of a key Putin ally was killed in the weekend blast.
It comes as we approach the 6-month anniversary of the war in Ukraine. It's this Wednesday, a milestone that coincides with the country's Independence Day. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman has the latest.
Investigators say the car bomb that killed the daughter of one of President Putin's allies may have been a contract killing. Eyewitness video showing what's believed to be the SUV Daria Dugina was driving engulfed in flames. Her father, Alexander Dugin, appears to be on the scene, visibly distraught. Russian authorities say she was likely murdered, a bomb placed under her seat. The question is why? Russian state-run media citing witnesses saying her father decided last minute to travel in a different vehicle and may have been the target himself. Alexander Dugin has been called Putin's brain, one of Russia's most influential ultranationalists, whose right-wing views found their way into Putin's speeches, including his staunch support for invading Ukraine. Views echoed by his daughter, seen on state TV on Thursday for the last time. She says people in the West are living in a dream, and they need to be nourished by this war. Russia's foreign ministry speculated that Ukraine may have killed her, but no evidence of that has emerged. Ukraine's government denies any involvement. An ex-Russian politician and Putin critic claimed responsibility on behalf of a previously unknown group called the National Republican Army. His claim couldn't be verified.
On one level, you'd think that the Ukrainians have the most reason to dislike and despise Dugin. But on the other hand, I mean, this is no small feat.
fears of retaliation in a country already on high alert, as Ukraine prepares to mark 6 months of war on Wednesday, coinciding with its Day of Independence. President Zelensky warning Russia may be planning something particularly cruel to ruin the occasion. Ukraine's second largest city will impose a round-the-clock curfew on a bittersweet Independence Day. President Biden spoke with European leaders from the UK, Germany, and France today about resolving the crisis at Europe's largest nuclear power plant in Zaporizhia, Ukraine. The big focus was on preventing more military operations there, but the White House says the leaders are also pressing for UN inspectors to access the site as soon as possible. Josh Letterman, NBC News, Dnipro, Ukraine.
Let's get more on this with Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. He's a senior fellow for military expert for defense priorities. Colonel, thank you so much for joining us this morning. So I want to start off by asking you about this car bomb that Josh just told us about here, killed the daughter of a key Putin ally. As we heard there, Moscow has speculated that Ukraine could be behind it. Ukraine has denied that. But I'm just wondering, what do you make of this attack? Could it have any impact on the war?
Yeah, it absolutely could. And look, there's no one's going to know for sure what happened or who did it until a thorough investigation is done. But I can assure you that just from a cursory look at Russian media, they already are convinced who did it. And really, the facts won't even matter to them. And it will definitely be used by the nationalist versions of people in Russia who will support the war to say, look, this is the dastardly deed. What they're calling it is a terrorist attack by the special services of Ukraine. And again, for their perception, it won't matter who actually did it because that's who's going to get blamed. And this could actually increase support for the war within certain portions of Russia. And I think that's what they're going to try to use it for.
Now, Colonel, Wednesday marks 6 months since this war began. I mean, there don't seem to be many signs that it's ending soon. On Friday, the U.S. approved an additional $775 million in military aid. Now, I know you've previously said that military aid, first of all, can't reverse the tide of the war, and then also that sanctions are harming us more than Russia. Walk us through those statements, what you mean by that, and what you do think it will take to end this war.
Yeah, there's a couple of issues that bother you. We have to separate the emotion and our preferences and desires from what's actually happening on the ground. And as someone who's actually fought in large-scale armored conflict, I can tell you I have a pretty good understanding of exactly what is needed to have a successful military operation in an armored conflict. And right now, when you look at the sum total of all the weapons that the West has given or promised, they really aren't even a fraction, maybe 10, 12% of what would be needed to have a legitimate shot at stopping Russia and then driving them back. And today, even this latest package you talked about here, when you look at what's in it, it's a lot of ammunition, which is necessary, but only 16 actually artillery pieces of the small 105 millimeter variety. So all of these together are not going to allow Ukraine to push them back, but it will slow down Russia's advance. But after 6 months, we've seen that Russia has a methodical, relentless drive to the west, and so far it hasn't been stopped.
We're also watching the situation around this nuclear power plant in Zaporizhia. Now there have actually been reports of shelling in a nearby city, Nikopol, over the weekend. Now, despite calls for military restraint around this area, we're still seeing that. How concerned are you by these reports of fighting near a nuclear facility?
Well, I'm very concerned about that, and that's the reason why you see that the leaders of France, Germany, England, and the United States were talking about it just yesterday, because they recognize that if anything happens, and again, it doesn't even matter who did it, because there's conflicting reports of who's actually conducting some of this back and forth shelling. If it strikes this nuclear power plant and there's a breach of the reactors, this stuff could trail over into NATO territory and cause damage there. And then there's going to be some real questions about how does Article 5 apply here, and could this expand the war? And that would be catastrophe for everyone. I can assure you no one would win if that happens, and I'm very worried about it.
An important thing to be watching out for. Colonel Davis, thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
More international news now, starting with a former NBA player's plans to try and bring Brittany Griner home from a Russian prison.
That's right. Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio.
Hey guys, well, we're talking about none other than Dennis Rodman here. He said that he got permission to go to Russia and he wants to travel there as early as this week. But the State Department has advised Americans against traveling to Russia since the start of the war because of fear of harassment by government officials there. But Dennis Rodman says that he will not have any problems because he says he knows Vladimir Putin all too well. Let's move to Pakistan, where police charged former Prime Minister Imran Khan under anti-terror laws. The former cricket star has recently accused the police of detaining and torturing a party colleague. He's now accused of breaching the country's anti-terrorism act for allegedly making threats against state officials. And let's go to New Zealand, where a curious young seal broke into a home, spent a couple of hours wandering around, harassed the resident cat, and then quietly returned to the sea. All of this without waking up the children upstairs. Coincidentally, their father is a marine biologist, but he wasn't home at the time. Perhaps the young seal was looking for him.
The cat looks thrilled.
Oh, he's cute. He's small. Oh, how could you imagine coming downstairs?
I know. There's a little seal there. You're like, hello, friend.
Oh, cute.
Right. Thank you, Claudio.
Thanks. And coming up, a public health warning this morning after the CDC reports an E. coli outbreak across the Midwest.
It's already infected dozens of people across 4 states. We'll tell you about the possible link to a popular fast food chain next.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive. Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Welcome back. Health officials in the Midwest are investigating a growing E. coli outbreak that's now spread to at least 4 states. The CDC says the majority of patients ate at the same fast food chain before getting sick. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has more on what you need to know about the investigation.
E. coli sparking a Midwest mystery, possibly tied to the Wendy's fast food chain. The CDC reporting 37 people have gotten sick in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, and Indiana since late July, with 10 people hospitalized.
And it's a lot of people fast. I mean, we do normally get to kind of larger outbreaks, but it usually takes a little bit longer.
I felt awful. I was sitting there, I was holding my gut, rocking back and forth.
Hillary Kaufman says the bacteria landed her in the ER, adding now she's taking antibiotics.
Where do you think you got infected?
Well, I honestly think it was Wendy's.
Authorities are still searching for the outbreak's cause, but the CDC says most reported eating at a Wendy's restaurant before getting sick, many specifically having sandwiches with romaine lettuce.
The produce industry has committed to working on various food safety measures, but to me, it suggests that they're not there yet, and there still needs more to be done.
The CDC making clear it is not advising that people avoid eating at Wendy's restaurants or that people stop eating romaine lettuce. Still, the fast food chain pulled lettuce off its sandwiches in the region as a precaution. This sign at an Ohio restaurant today. We ordered drive-through at another.
Okay, so I can see lettuce on the menu. So this sandwich has lettuce on the menu. No lettuce.
In a statement Friday, Wendy's saying in part, the lettuce that we use in our salads is different and is not affected by this action. As a company, we are committed to upholding our high standards of food safety and quality. The CDC says the company is fully cooperating with investigators, reminding the public that severe symptoms include diarrhea and a fever above 102 degrees, dehydration, and vomiting.
So broadly speaking, if you're worried, call your doctor.
Absolutely.
Now, our thanks to Jesse Kirsch for that report. The CDC says people as young as 6, excuse me, and as old as 91 have gotten sick. With some people not getting tested, it's likely the number of cases is actually even higher, and it could take as long as a month to know just how many people are linked to the outbreak.
Let's get to NBC News medical contributor Dr. Ebony Jade Hilton with more on this. Good morning. So let's start with that E. coli outbreak. How serious do you think this is? And you heard there, the CDC says, you don't have to avoid Wendy's, you don't have to avoid romaine lettuce. So what are the best ways to stay safe?
Right. It varies. We know there's this full spectrum of symptoms that you can have. Some persons may have the diarrhea, the vomiting, and get really dehydrated, and then others get to the point where they end up in the hospital from hemolytic uremic syndrome. It really does vary from person to person, but what we would suggest to you is if you're having those signs and symptoms of diarrhea and vomiting, the main thing you need to do is stay ahead and have hydration. So getting those electrolytes, getting that water in, and keeping yourself safe and avoiding any kind of contact with any other persons that may be sick that can compound the situation that you're in.
All right, let's turn to the latest on the fight against the monkeypox outbreak. The White House is releasing 1.8 million doses of the vaccine starting today. How big of an impact is this going to have, and what else is needed to really try and tackle this as soon as possible?
Right. When you have over 300 million people, 1.8 million may not seem like it's enough at this point. And we do have an issue of having an increase in demand and a decrease in supply. So at this point, I think we need to go back to what we were doing, even with COVID, where we said before we had our vaccines, we just have to mitigate the spread, which means making sure that if you're one of those persons who has been at least exposed to monkeypox, right? If you're exposed to monkeypox and you know that, you need to be one of those very people that get 1.8 of those doses of the vaccines that we have available. But knowing those risky lifestyles, knowing the fact that at this point that it does seem to be concentrated in the LGBTQIA community, understanding if you're at high risk to go in and seek those vaccines up front, but also understand that the virus does not care your sexual orientation, it does not care about your age. We know we have children that have been infected now with monkeypox in the United States of America, and we know we have cisgender women who have been infected with monkeypox in America. So you just have to recognize what are your surroundings, does your community have an outbreak, and seek those resources if so.
An important message there that it does not discriminate. What would you tell anyone out there who got the first dose of the monkeypox vaccine? They're still waiting for the second one, especially in New York, which is dealing with the most cases of the virus in the country. And really right now, people in New York City who get the first vaccine are told, you're not scheduling your second one right now. Don't call us, we'll call you.
Right. To treat yourself as if you're not fully vaccinated, right? And it's the same thing, again, that we did with COVID vaccines and other vaccines. You need to practice those same mitigation factors and protect yourself. Knowing that there is an increase of the spread and within your community means that you need to hunker down, means that you need to avoid those spaces that can put you at greater risk. Crowded areas put you at greater risk, right? And again, if you're around persons that are contagious with monkeypox, understand that virus can be shed for weeks. So that person needs to isolate. And that means you bringing food to their house, dropping that out so they can have resources and not have to go out in the community. That's going to be the best option for you and for those that are around you.
All right. Dr. Ebony Jade Hilton, as always, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now to the growing teacher shortage impacting schools across the nation as students head back to class. In our Kids Under Pressure series, NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis talked to educators about why they and so many others are calling it quits.
Teachers will tell you it's demanding work.
I was running myself ragged.
I went from someone who was happy to someone who was overwhelmed.
I got so burnt out.
Over the last 2 years, more than 600,000 educators have called it quits.
I quit teaching because I was overextended.
Our commitment became even more emotionally taxing.
Clase repite un perro.
Long days grew longer during the pandemic.
Today we're working on lesson 22.4.
Before the pandemic, it was a 50-hour work week was pretty typical, and I felt like I was on top of my job and doing things well. During pandemic, a 70-hour week was fairly typical.
Trying to connect content with students at various levels. And then lack of support with like special education teachers as well. It's hard.
Students started showing academic and behavioral problems. Give me an example. You said there are things going on in the classroom.
Physical assault, ridicule by admin in certain areas. It's things that I think no professional should have to endure.
I went from a teacher who never had a child fail the state exam to experiencing my first students failing the state exam.
And outside pressures made teaching even tougher. Battles over masks and vaccines trickled from TV screens into classrooms.
The politics are getting into it, and it's just kind of a really negative place.
Tough jobs with little room for financial growth.
I think teacher pay is an issue across the nation. No, we did get some one-time bonuses, but they were very small.
Still, the decision tugging at the heart. It's hard on you even now thinking about it.
Yep. Yes. I'll need it. Give me a moment.
We are told you're doing this for the kids. Like, what about the kids? And at some point, it's like, well, what about my family?
What was the best part of teaching for you?
The way that children love on you.
The best part of the job is definitely the kids, the students.
It was helping them figure out what it is that they needed the most.
With them, more than their own parents a lot of time throughout that day. And so you build like a little family in your classroom.
I think teaching really helped me find the best of myself.
Saying goodbye to the classroom, but holding on to the joys of teaching. Rahima Ellis, NBC News.
Coming up, an incredibly close call caught on camera.
Yeah, now a pilot is speaking out about how he was able to escape this terrifying plane crash on a busy Florida roadway. You'll hear his story after the break.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back with an incredible story of survival that you really may have to see to believe.
NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas spoke to a pilot who was able to escape after a terrifying plane crash on a busy Florida street. Take a look.
A single-engine Cessna plane coming down on a busy street in Orlando Friday afternoon, narrowly missing traffic. The pilot walking away from it all.
It's miraculous that I survived. Yes, there is skills and there is experience, but it was a lot of luck because a couple miles faster on my crash and I would have been shredded.
He's happy to be alive.
I just said, Mayday, Mayday, I'm gonna die.
And recovering from minor injuries from the terrible crash.
Noticed that I hit my head, and I didn't hit it very hard. I just got a little bit of a gash.
For those watching from their cars on the road, it was a surreal moment, one that Raya Collins captured with her phone.
All of a sudden it started to drop, and then that's when we were like, oh my God.
Mayday, Mayday, go down.
The pilot, 40-year-old Remy Collin, telling NBC News he's responsible for the crash.
I misjudged my fuel. I ran out of fuel. So I let it stall because it seemed like the best thing to do was to just fall straight out of the sky. And doing so, I slowed the airplane down.
The plane came down this very narrow stretch between the street and those power lines, also missing the street lights, and eventually crashing right here outside this property.
The lucky pilot says he's cooperating with aviation authorities investigating the crash, revealing his plans to get back on a plane right after speaking to us.
Why get back in the air so fast?
Well, if I don't, I probably never will, I think. No, and I'm not scared.
An aviation source says running out of fuel could result in a suspension of license. Colin is just happy to be able to get back up in the sky. Guad Venegas, NBC News, Orlando.
Amazing story there. Now we are jumping back into the metaverse this morning for a look at what some are calling the future of health and wellness.
Virtual reality companies are looking at how the metaverse could help improve people's real lives.
That's right. For more on that, let's bring in Chris Madsen, senior sales engineer at the virtual reality software firm Engage XR. Chris, who already looks like he's somewhere quite zen-inducing. Chris, good morning. So we have been covering the metaverse a lot here. We've been talking about it a lot, taking people inside, so we know how it can be used for fun, for entertainment. But tell us how it can be used to actually improve both our physical and mental health.
Yes, both physical and mental. There's some great use cases. For physical, I know that for many of us, including myself, it's sometimes very difficult to get out and go to the gym. It's difficult to maintain that exercise regime, but there are some fantastic physical exercise apps out there available right now. In fact, one of the top selling apps for the Meta Quest is Beat Saber, so selling millions of copies. And what this allows you to do, why this is so different from the gym, is one, you can do it from home, but you could be exercising in the most amazing places. And they design these experiences, they gamify these experiences to induce what we often call the flow state, which makes you excited and happy to be exercising. Unlike myself, when I'm on a treadmill, I'm just counting the minutes to be done. In an experience like Beat Saber, you're using lightsabers to smash blocks, and you've got the music, and you've got these really amazing experience that just makes you want to keep exercising beyond what you typically would. So that's on the physical side of things. For the mental health side of things, lots of mindfulness experiences coming down the pipeline. And what's unique about the metaverse, I mean, there's always been standalone virtual experiences for meditation, but where we're going now with the metaverse is shared experiences where, and I think it's important for your viewers to understand that when you're in virtual reality, a fully immersive virtual reality experience, your entire body is in that experience. You are inhabiting an avatar, and you're able to join that experience with other people. Like literally, it's the only medium where you can reach out and shake somebody else's hand and feel that exchange thanks to the haptic feedbacks of that controller. So now we've got these amazing opportunities to be with leaders in the mindfulness space in live classes, being instructed by them with up to 70 other people around you, and taking you to locations such as the one you see behind me, where it expands the mind, induces creativity, induces flow state. For example, imagine being able to do yoga on the surface of the moon with an Earthrise behind you and get that overview effect.
Yeah, that's better than like a basement somewhere. So Chris, why do you think it is in some instances for some virtual reality is preferred over in-person treatments?
A number of reasons. One, location. There's a lot of folks that don't have access to those physical opportunities to have, say, therapy or mindfulness experience. That's a good reason. It's also, there's something very unique about doing, if we're talking about therapy, doing therapy as an avatar, which is different from doing face-to-face or even video calls. In fact, studies have shown that 30% of the folks that were studied were more comfortable sharing intimate details when it was avatar to avatar versus a face-to-face, because sometimes there's shame or embarrassment involved. So, and the fact that we can alter our environment to be conducive to whatever is relative to the topic at hand is pretty amazing.
All right, Chris Madsen, it is pretty amazing. Thank you so much. Fun stuff.
Thanks, Chris.
And coming up, if fantasy is your TV forte, then strap in and start streaming.
From the new Game of Thrones prequel to the Lord of the Rings spin-off, streaming networks are shelling out some major cash to get your attention. That's leading to a new kind of duel. We'll tell you about it next.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Harry Styles!
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
We're back with a new ice cream flavor that might be an acquired taste. Miller High Life says it's partnering with boozy ice cream brand Tipsy Scoops to launch, get this, a dive bar flavored ice cream bar. The punny ice cream dive bar flavor is infused with Miller High Life, of course. It also features a hint of tobacco smoke flavor, a peanut swirl to honor the salty dive bar snack, and a gooey caramel for that sticky dive bar floor feeling, though I doubt that tastes like caramel. It's all coated with dark chocolate and a carbonated candy to remind you of the fizziness of your favorite beer. The boozy dessert was created to honor the 100th anniversary of the ice cream bar. Some of those flavors sound okay, but
some
individually, I don't know. Yeah,
you can have that after
that's one of those food ones I'm not like, oh, I have to go eat ice cream now.
Right. Yeah, you could have that after your Papa John's pizza-free bowl or whatever we talked about last week. Yeah.
They should just bring back the ice cream taco instead.
Choco taco.
Yeah, Choco Taco.
There you go. All right. If you are a fan of Game of Thrones or Lord of the Rings, you are in good hands the next couple of weeks.
That's right. That's because new installments of both franchises are coming to a streaming service near you, creating a new kind of duel for subscribers. I'll reuse Joe's joke. Here's NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa.
Is afoot.
Streaming wars are ramping up as platforms drop dueling medieval fantasies to win over viewers and record amounts of cash in the process. The Game of Thrones prequel, backed by HBO's largest marketing push ever at more than $100 million, according to Deadline.
Such a big thing, such a monocultural event.
Some industry experts believe the series release tonight was a race to the spotlight ahead of Amazon's Lord of the Rings spin-off in 2 weeks. What's reportedly a $1 billion investment across 5 seasons.
I'm just fascinated to kind of see what I read as that middle schooler to come to life.
Every single one of these streaming platforms really wants to have their kind of marquee hit. And when you have a big viewership like that, when you have developed a fan base, you want to kind of keep people's attention.
For the first time ever, streaming has overtaken cable and broadcast viewership, according to media firm Nielsen. It's a milestone analysts have been anticipating for years.
This is maybe the most dynamic time that we've ever had in television, with everything, all the strategies that are coming into play.
Netflix drew the largest share of viewership with 8%, boosted by hit show Stranger Things. But even the industry's leading platforms are feeling the heat from increasing competition. Earlier this year, Netflix reported its first subscriber loss in more than a decade.
What are some of the biggest challenges streaming platforms will have to face?
I mean, every streaming service is competing with TikTok. They're competing with YouTube. They're competing with video gaming.
As companies and viewers alike try to navigate an evolving media landscape. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
It has been 25 years since the Oscar-winning movie Titanic hit theaters. Well, now you can see a musical version of the story on a New York City stage, but with a rather significant twist. The result is a hilarious off-Broadway hit, a buoyant show called Titanic.
I'm flying! Jack, I'm flying!
It's a Titanic-sized Titanic parody, but in this version,
Don't know much about your life.
Jack and Rose share the stage.
And I don't know much about your world.
With Celine Dion.
I would say Titanic is a Celine Dion fever dream that has come to life.
In Titanic, the familiar story first dramatized on the big screen is retold through the eyes and songs of the legendary diva.
Alvin, wait for it!
Played by Marla Mindell. What is the key to a good Celine Dion?
Just kind of looking around, being like, oh my God, guess what? I'm Celine. It's so crazy, I'm Celine. And then you just add like a little chest beat, little hand, little shimmy, little smirk, and you got it.
She created the show with co-star Constantine Rassouli and director Ty Blue, a passion project that finally set sail this year inside a theater that's below a closed grocery store. This is basically the Titanic?
This is the Titanic, yeah, with a much lower budget.
The lowbrow props pay homage to the movie. Actor Frankie Grande, whose sister Ariana does an iconic Celine impression,
Shall we go for it?
was eager to jump aboard this campy voyage.
I'm having the most fun I've ever had in my life. In fact, sometimes I'm having too much fun.
Audiences are also having fun, along with critics who are giving rave reviews.
We really just take you away for 90 minutes and we make you laugh.
Though one person has not seen it.
What if Celine saw the show?
I would die. I would give her the script and say, hey girl, you're on tonight. And somehow, I think the show would be exactly the same.
Anything is possible on this unsinkable, unfathomable ship of dreams. All right, and they just got some good news. Titanic, the musical, it just got extended. It'll now be sailing through November 6th. And they say, the cast says, that some of Celine's reps have come to it, have seen it, liked it, and they think Celine would like it. So you never know, it might happen.
Oh, she's so going.
I know.
She's so gonna go.
And she's gonna also get on stage and start singing.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, what an amazing concept.
Yeah.
Titanic.
It's fun to see it succeeding.
Celine on board.
All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, Mother Nature's fury. Heavy rain for the drought-stricken Southwest and along the Gulf Coast this Monday morning. More than 13 million Americans now under flood warnings. This morning, rising waters in Dallas leaving drivers stranded on the highway. We've got your latest forecast and when you can expect drier conditions. On the clock, the Justice Department is just days away from a critical deadline in the FBI search of Mar-a-Lago. This as public pressure for more information about the former president's legal troubles continue. Now, Trump's legal team is outlining his new plan to push back on the investigation, and former Vice President Mike Pence is speaking out. Also this morning, danger along the shore. 2 separate shark attacks happening on the same South Carolina beach on the same day, just a half-mile apart. We've got the victims' stories as sightings up and down the East Coast alarm beachgoers. Plus, I do ×2 for the Hollywood power couple affectionately known as Bennifer. Yes, Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez have tied the knot again, just weeks after that surprise Vegas wedding. We've got the details on the ceremony this time around later in the hour. We should be wearing white in honor of their white wedding.
I know. I can't wait to hear some details you're going to bring us.
We're going to bring us as best as we can from the aerial viewpoint.
I was looking for a better picture
the wedding.
of the dress.
That's what you got.
I guess it doesn't exist
I
yet.
think they'll be coming out soon enough. More on that in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with those dangerous flash floods that are striking the South.
Yeah, look at the scene in Dallas overnight as torrential rain stranded people in their cars on the highway. More than 10 million Americans in the lower plains are under a flooding alert this morning. Look at those cars there. Now, the storm system had already left a trail of destruction across the Southwest over the weekend. In Utah, multiple hikers had to be rescued at Zion National Park after floodwaters washed out the roads. Teams there are still searching for another hiker believed to have been swept away by the flooding. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest.
So many areas in the Southwest are desperate for rain, but this was simply too much too fast. And now as parts of Texas go underwater, rescuers are stepping in.
This morning, dramatic rescues in Texas as the relentless rain moves over the Southwest. In Dallas, cars stuck on I-30, people swimming through the floods, and a chain of rescuers pulling passengers to safety. Drivers across the area stranded overnight. 10 million people across the southern plains are under flood alerts. Areas that have seen less than an inch of rain in the last 2 months could now get as much as 2.5 inches per hour. It comes after heavy rains in the west as flash flooding led to a desperate and ongoing search for a 29-year-old hiker in Utah's Zion National Park. The family of Jital Agniatri telling our affiliate KSL they believe this video shows her and another man desperately trying to stay above the rushing waters.
About 20 minutes worth of rain created all that. I mean, it looked like a tsunami.
Fellow hikers were able to rescue the man further downstream, but say they couldn't find the 29-year-old.
Her back was turned as she was going down, and where that bend was,
she got sucked into the undertow.
Rangers later discovering her abandoned mud-soaked backpack. Family still hopeful the young grad student will be found alive. The heavy rain also turning dangerous in Arizona, where a school bus was trapped by monsoonal floods. Rescuers seen carrying children on board to safety.
They're gonna put them on the back of the truck.
And in New Mexico, a rescue after this vehicle was swept away by floodwaters. Rapid rainfall also washing out a road leading to Carlsbad Caverns, trapping some 200 visitors for hours.
We were really planning just to sleep there.
Now as millions ring out from torrential downpours, others are bracing for another brutal weather whiplash.
With much of the Southwest still under flooding threats, many of those national parks in the area have been closed as rescue teams try to dig out folks who may still be stuck. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you.
Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Which means Michelle Grossman is back with us with the latest on all this. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. And yeah, we're looking at a really soggy start for many of us to this new work week, especially in the southern plains, parts of the lower Mississippi Valley. They're going from drought to deluge. They've gotten over 8 inches of rain in the past 6 hours, and most of that happening in a 3-hour time span. So we're looking at flooded roadways. We're looking at power outages. So many videos and images of people stranded, having to be rescued. We're seeing some floodwaters into apartments. So it's a really serious situation. It's dangerous. It's life-threatening. Flash flooding is the #1 cause of weather-related deaths. So you need to heed the warnings. If you see water, don't drive through it. It's nearly impossible to find out how high that water is, and it doesn't take a lot of water to move vehicles. So this is what it looks like today. Of course, the big weather story being the flooding potential throughout the southern plains and the lower Mississippi Valley. Also, we have another storm system bringing showers and storms to the mid-Atlantic, to the northeast, dry through the northern and central plains, the Midwest, and we're hot and dry in the west. That's going to continue for the next couple of days, too, with temperatures into the 90s and triple digits. But the flash flooding risk does continue. You can see where the blue is, and especially the pink. That's a moderate risk for flash flooding. That's pretty rare. So portions of Texas, also Louisiana, Shreveport, you're included there. You could see some additional flash flooding as we go throughout the day. So as we zoom in a little closer, Dallas, you've had so much rain. You've had more rain in 6 hours, really in 3 hours, than you did in 2 months. And we're going to add to that because we're looking at training rains right now. 14 million people impacted by a flood watch or a flood warning. A flood warning means the flooding is happening right now. That's where you see those red boxes. So they come in, they come out. The flood watch will be in effect for a few more hours. We're looking at those morning downpours continuing. Lots of bright colors, yellows, reds, oranges. That's where the torrential downpours are happening. We're seeing some lightning here. Some thunder as well. And we're seeing that training. That means we're seeing rain going over the same areas. That's terrible news, especially for Dallas and just east of Dallas where they saw all that rain this morning. So the storms will continue to drop heavy rain. We could see 2 to 3 inches per hour, and that's going to move slowly to the east. So you guys, we're talking about the Gulf Coast tomorrow, then the southeast by Wednesday. This is a really slow moving system. So this story is not over today.
All right, Michelle, so much to keep our eyes on. So many people also that need that information. Thank you so much.
This morning, there's new fallout from the FBI search of former President Trump's Florida home. The Justice Department has until Thursday to provide a redacted copy of the search affidavit. This comes as Trump hints at taking legal action. NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson has the latest.
The fast-moving developments in this investigation into former President Trump come as a new NBC News poll finds the top issue facing voters, they say, is no longer cost of living, but threats to democracy.
Former President Trump now teasing what he calls a major legal motion. He and his attorneys saying they plan to ask for a third party, a so-called special master, to review what was taken by the FBI during their search of Mar-a-Lago, pointing to the Fourth Amendment, which protects from unreasonable searches and seizures.
One of the benefits of a special master, if the master agrees with us, is we can stop DOJ in their tracks when it comes to inspecting these documents.
No such motion has been filed yet after a federal judge signed off on the warrant allowing agents to remove 11 sets of classified material from Mr. Trump's home. Now the government faces a Thursday deadline to provide a redacted version of the affidavit used to justify the Mar-a-Lago search. New NBC News polling shows the majority of voters, 57%, say they want investigations into potential wrongdoing by former President Trump to continue. It comes as former Vice President Mike Pence says he never left office with classified material, telling the Associated Press in Iowa he doesn't want to prejudge the search at Mar-a-Lago before knowing all the facts.
We can demand that they reveal why this search warrant was executed against the residence of a former president of the United States without demeaning the rank and file men and women of the FBI.
And while the investigations into the former president are taking up a lot of political oxygen at the moment, keep in mind tomorrow is primary day in states including New York and Florida, which will include several closely watched races pitting sitting Democratic lawmakers against each other. Back to you.
All right, Hallie Jackson, thank you so much.
Now to the battle over immigration between some southern border states and northeastern cities. More and more migrants are arriving in cities like New York and Washington, bused there by governors of Texas and Arizona. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now for the latest on this. Hey, Gabe, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. Ahead of the midterm elections, Republicans are seizing on a record-breaking influx of migrants at the southern border. But the latest battle over immigration is now playing out here in the Northeast. The buses keep coming to New York City and Washington, D.C. At first, hundreds, now thousands of migrants arriving in the Northeast after being sent by the governors of Texas and Arizona.
The need has outstripped our capacity to respond to it.
Calling it a humanitarian crisis, D.C.'s mayor has requested the National Guard. New York City's mayor is also asking the federal government for help.
I don't think anything is more anti-American than shipping people on a bus 45-hour trip without any of the basic needs that they have of direction or coordination.
Democrats call the busing a political stunt. Republicans argue it's a last resort as scenes like this unfold at the U.S. southern border. Large groups of migrants crossing, human smugglers cramming 150 people into this 18-wheeler. The Border Patrol says more than 200 dead migrants have been found in just one section of Texas since last October. Nationwide, border apprehensions actually fell 4% from June to July, but overall, this fiscal year has seen the highest number on record.
It was just Texas and Arizona that bore the brunt of all of the chaos and all the problems that come with it. Now the rest of America is understanding exactly what is going on.
We recently visited Catholic Charities in New York City. Have you ever seen numbers like this?
Not really.
Which has been scrambling to help the growing number of migrants, many from Venezuela who captured the grueling journey on their cell phones.
Do you think you'd survive? ¿Pensaste que iba a sobrevivir?
We spoke with Ruben from Colombia, who told us his 4 children thought they were going to die. When we finally reached U.S. soil, he says, I thank God for giving me the strength. Here in New York, more than 6,000 asylum seekers have entered the city's shelter system this summer. Authorities are now making plans to enroll more than 1,000 children in classes before the school year begins next month, Savannah.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much. Now, this morning, Russian media says the country's security service, the FSB, has, quote, solved the murder of the daughter of a key ally of President Putin. She was killed over the weekend in a car bomb attack outside Moscow. The FSB says Ukrainian special services prepared the attack. Ukraine had earlier denied any involvement in the blast. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from outside Ukraine's capital, Kyiv. Hey, Megan, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. We are here in Borodyanka, where we attended yet another funeral service for a Ukrainian soldier who died while fighting this war. A somber start to the day, no doubt, as there is news coming out of Moscow where Russian elites are now rattled after that car bomb went off not far from the Kremlin.
A fiery explosion just outside Moscow, bringing new tensions in the Russia-Ukraine war. Russian investigators say a car bomb killed the daughter of a close Putin ally in a contract killing. Daria Dugina, the daughter of Alexander Dugin, also referred to as Putin's brain, died in the blast late Saturday night. This eyewitness video appearing to show the car on fire and a distraught Dugin at the scene. Dugin has been an outspoken supporter of the war in Ukraine and believed to have influenced Putin's views on the invasion. His daughter was a TV commentator who shared her father's views. In a statement announcing a murder investigation, Russian investigators say an explosive device was placed under the driver's seat. Russia's state-run media reports witnesses say Dugin was expected to be driving the car, but switched vehicles at the last minute. NBC News has not been able to verify those claims. But a Russian security expert says, regardless, it was a complex scheme.
This is no small feat to be able to actually mount an assassination operation in the heart of Russia.
A Russian separatist leader quickly blamed the attack on Ukraine, but an advisor to Ukrainian President Zelensky denied responsibility, saying on television, "We had nothing to do with this because we are not a criminal state." A former member of Russia's parliament, now living in Ukraine, said in a video that a new, mostly unknown group called the National Republican Army carried out the attack. The attack comes as the war seems to have taken a turn. Ukraine now on the offensive in a Russian-controlled territory. Over the weekend, more attacks in Crimea. Now Ukraine is bracing for retribution ahead of its Independence Day on Wednesday, the same day marking 6 months of the war.
Now, that ex-Russian member of parliament didn't provide any evidence to support his claims, and NBC News has not been able to independently verify it. As for a potential massive attack here in Ukraine, we spoke with a member of parliament here in Ukraine who says that she wouldn't give us any information about if they have intelligence to suggest that that's happening, but they're not taking any chances here. They have told people in Kyiv not to have mass gatherings, and in the east, at places like Kharkiv, they're being told to remain indoors from tonight until Thursday morning. Back to you.
Megan, thank you so much. Stay safe. Let's now bring in NBC News military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs. Colonel, always great to have you join us. So let's start first with this car bombing. So as we mentioned, Russia's FSB is blaming Ukrainian special services for this attack. Now, NBC News has not been able to confirm that report yet, but that's what we're hearing. What do you make of this? Is it something that you believe could have consequences for the war?
Well, Putin doesn't need any impetus to intensify the attacks on Ukraine. But there's no doubt about the fact that this will galvanize those inside Russia who are in favor of continuing the attack under all circumstances in Ukraine and seizing those parts of Ukraine which Putin had designated for capture early on in the war. Not that long ago, just before this car bombing attack, the Russians had moved about 2 or 3 guided missile cruisers in the Black Sea closer to Ukraine from which they could launch guided missiles. And I think you can expect some guided missile attacks, cruise missile attacks on cities in Ukraine in the coming days. Savannah.
Now, Colonel, as we approach the 6-month mark of this war, I mean, Megan pointed out that poignant detail, Wednesday's 6 months, and also their Independence Day. What's your assessment of where we are right now and what Russia either has or has not achieved?
Well, it's a great question, and we have to remember how this thing started. Originally, Russia was going to take over the entire country by sending troops from the south in the Crimea up the north to link up with those forces that were going to seize Kiev. That never happened because the Ukrainians resisted strongly. And then Russia changed its strategy altogether and was going to focus on the east. And it was going to then move from east to west. That didn't work either. And most people believe what's happening now is that Russia is going to focus on seizing the north coast of the Black Sea in order to get to Odessa and link up so that there can be a land bridge between the Crimea in the east and Moldova farther to the west to make it impossible to landlock Ukraine and make it impossible for there to be any resupply, evacuations from the Black Sea, and isolate Ukraine from the south. So Russia's focus has changed from taking over the whole country to taking over the east, to just seizing control of the north part of the Black Sea. Savannah.
Colonel Jack Jacobs, thank you so much. We appreciate your time as we mark nearly 6 months again of this war. And coming up, caught on camera, 3 Arkansas police officers suspended after a shocking video surfaces of a violent arrest. After the break, the latest on the investigation that's now underway. Plus, tragedy and heartbreak strikes Indiana State University just days before the start of the fall semester. The deadly car crash that killed 3 students and seriously wounded 2 others. Stay with us.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Welcome back now to Arkansas, where 3 law enforcement officers are under investigation this morning for their use of force during an arrest caught on camera. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander has the latest.
Well, the video itself is less than a minute long, but it shows a violent encounter between 3 officers and a suspect. Now, in a statement, the mayor of that Arkansas town says that he was shocked and sickened by what he saw in the video. And we do have to warn you, that video is disturbing to watch.
It is the shocking video that has been viewed millions of times. This morning, Arkansas State Police are investigating a violent arrest that was caught on camera. According to state police, in the video are 2 Crawford County Sheriff's deputies and a Mulberry police officer. The video appears to show them pinning a man down during an altercation and repeatedly punching and kneeing him to the head and body. And at one point, one of the officers appears to slam the man's head into the ground multiple times. The incident took place Sunday morning outside of a convenience store. At the end of the video, one of the officers appears to point at the camera. Throughout the day, police had been on the
lookout for the suspect, identified as 27-year-old Randall Worcester of South Carolina, after he allegedly spit on a store clerk and made what officers called terroristic threats in a nearby town. While it is unclear what happened before the start of the video, Worcester was quickly transported to an area hospital and was later released and taken into custody. His condition is unclear. Worcester is now facing a slew of charges, including battery, resisting arrest, and refusal to submit. All 3 officers involved have been suspended. In a statement, the Crawford County Sheriff says in part, "I hold all my employees accountable for their actions and will take appropriate measures in this matter." A statement from Mulberry Police says the department will take the appropriate actions at the conclusion of the investigation.
And state police say that once their investigation is complete, they will turn the case over to the county prosecutor to determine whether any charges will be filed. Back to you.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thank you so much. And now to Indiana, where the Indiana State University community is in mourning after 3 football players were killed in a fiery car crash Sunday morning. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the latest.
Just days after the start of fall semester, heartbreak in one of America's college towns. Indiana State University announcing it believes 5 of its students were involved in a deadly crash.
Can you start towards State West 46 Main Street? We have a vehicle on fire, a person trapped.
Authorities say a vehicle suddenly veered off the road in Riley, Indiana, crashed into a tree, and caught fire. 5 people inside. The Vigo County Sheriff says the driver and 2 passengers couldn't be saved. All 3 pronounced dead at the scene.
I know we have 2 confirmed patients right now.
The other 2 passengers escaping alive with serious injuries, according to authorities. Signs of the deadly crash still clear in the street hours later. In a statement Sunday, the sheriff saying in part, "Our thoughts and prayers are with all involved." Indiana State University says while police are still trying to identify the victims, the Terre Haute school believes several football players were among those involved in the single vehicle crash about 10 miles from campus. One of the team's quarterbacks reacting on Twitter, writing in part, "I can't even begin to describe the pain we are all feeling today." The university president calling this a terrible tragedy, saying our hearts go out to the families and friends of the students involved.
Our thanks to Jesse Kirsch for that report. Now, the school's women's soccer team postponed a match Sunday afternoon as a result of the crash, and the university is now offering counseling services to all students grieving the accident. Coming up, new developments in the fight against monkeypox this morning. We'll tell you about the White House's latest effort to get more vaccines into the hands of health officials. That's right after this.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Welcome back. This morning, new efforts are underway to get the monkeypox outbreak under control, including a new program to engage with high-risk communities and upping antiviral treatments for those who do test positive. More vaccines are also arriving in high-risk states. According to the Department of Health and Human Services, 1.8 million doses of the monkeypox vaccine will be made available as early as today. Now, this comes, though, as the sole producer of the vaccine says they are worried they won't be able to meet demand in the U.S. NBC News correspondent Zincle Esamoah joins us now from New York City with the very latest. Hey, Zincle, good morning. So first, what can you tell us about the Biden administration's new strategy to help make this current stockpile of doses last longer as they wait for new doses to arrive?
Hey, Savannah, good morning. So the strategy is increasing supply. As you said, the White House announced they're releasing 1.8 million doses of the vaccine. And just last week, they also released over 400,000 doses, making those accessible. So the strategy is increasing supply, but they're also targeting specific populations, specifically the LGBTQ plus community. The White House has been partnering with organizations and states hosting large LGBTQ plus events and sponsoring those, funding them, providing testing, as well as educational tools. So there's a large outreach and supply effort that we're following closely. Savannah?
So far, New York City is actually only offering the first dose of the 2-dose vaccine series that we need. What are you hearing from people who are waiting for the second dose? I mean, if it's really supposed to be a 2-dose vaccine, we're all, very used to 2-dose vaccines now after the COVID vaccine, needing to get that second one scheduled in a certain window. Is there now concern that maybe this isn't as effective? And are the second doses ever going to be available?
Yeah, Savannah. So a lot of people right now are in that 4 to 6 week window, and there's a lot of fear and frustration that we're hearing from New Yorkers who say they cannot get access to that second dose. And it's important to point out that just this past weekend, New York saw its first case of monkeypox in a child under 18 years old. So the stakes are high, people are concerned, and here's what some have had to say.
I work in theater, I work in the arts, and if I'm in constant contact with performers, with other people on my teams every day. And, just like a lot of other industries, if I get monkeypox, the quarantine period is much longer than the COVID quarantine period is now. So it's a little nerve-wracking and frustrating, but I'm trying to stay optimistic. I'm hoping that my second dose is just around the corner.
I'm very fortunate to have gotten the first shot, and I'm not nervous. I definitely am taking precautions to limit my interactions with other people.
So there's a lot of fear, there's a lot of nervousness, but it's worth pointing out that Governor Kathy Hochul of New York is set to have a press conference today at 10 a.m., Savannah. So we're going to be listening closely to see if she says anything about monkeypox. Savannah?
Hey, Zincle, also new numbers from the New York City Health Department show there's actually a racial disparity among people who are receiving the monkeypox vaccine. There you can see it on your screen. What can you tell us about these numbers?
Yeah, so just like with COVID, where we saw some disparities in vaccine rollout, unfortunately, we're seeing some similarities right now with monkeypox. I want to read you some of those numbers. So we've seen that with the Latino population, about 23% of vaccine-eligible Latino New Yorkers have been able to get that vaccine, and they make up just 16% of vaccine-eligible New Yorkers. Now, compare that to Black New Yorkers, who make up 31% of the vaccine-eligible population. Only 12% of Black New Yorkers who are eligible have gotten the vaccine. So clearly a disparity, bleak numbers there, but we're hoping we'll get some news from New York soon that will allow for more doses, more accessibility. And so there's a lot to watch here in New York as the cases continue to rise. Savannah?
All right, Zincle Esamoah, thank you so much.
This morning, we're taking a closer look at the global fight for LGBTQ rights and some new developments. This weekend, Singapore announced it will decriminalize sex between men within the country, but the country's prime minister also said a constitutional amendment would be introduced to define marriages between a man and a woman throughout Singapore. Let's bring in Graham Reed now for more on this. Graham is the director of the LGBT rights program at Human Rights Watch. Good to have you with us, Graham. So first of all, just your reaction to this announcement out of Singapore. It seems like sort of a 2 steps forward, 1 step back sort of situation, would you say?
Yes, I think that would be an accurate description. There's no doubt that this is a very significant milestone. Its activists in Singapore have worked for decades to reach this goal, and there have been several legal challenges, none of them successful. I think it's interesting to just look at the recent history and status of the law. 15 years ago, there was a reform of the penal code in Singapore, and that would have been an obvious time to drop this particular provision, but the Prime Minister decided to keep it. He acknowledged at the time that LGBT people are part of Singapore society. He said that they are kith and kin, but did very little to show that. And he decided to keep the law, although he said it would not be proactively enforced. And then in 2018, the same year that India repealed its provision in the penal code, the Attorney General reinforced that the law would not be applied for consensual same-sex conduct in private. And earlier this year, the Court of Appeal in Singapore came to the same conclusion to say that the law could not be enforced. So in that sense, that, the law has been dormant, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have consequence. There's no accident in the fact that in the United Kingdom, this particular provision in the law around gross indecency is known as the Blackmailer's Charter. So, people are subject to discrimination and risk blackmail when a law like this exists on the book.
So, Graham, could this announcement by Singapore have an impact on other countries where there are still larger issues, where it's still illegal to express being openly LGBTQ?
Yes, I think so. I think, this is part of the momentum towards decriminalization. Once Singapore decriminalizes, there will be 67 countries around the world that still prohibit same-sex conduct. And the most significant development was in 2018 with the repeal of the Indian Penal Code. And that was significant not only for India, but because the Indian Penal Code was the template for similar colonial era laws that were enforced throughout the British Empire at that stage. And the Prime Minister of Singapore has said that this law encapsulates Victorian values. But the idea is that it would be a kind of political compromise to include the law, to keep the law, to send a kind of message of social disapproval, and at the same time not enforcing the law. But we have seen a number of positive developments in the region. Taiwan became the first country in the region in 2019 to extend marriage equality. We've seen in Thailand, the cabinet has approved a civil union bill that still needs to go through further processes, but that would have the same legal rights and responsibilities as marriage. We saw in South Korea, a court there found that the prohibition on same-sex intimacy in the military was discriminatory and unconstitutional.
All right, Graham Reed, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate your expertise.
Thank you.
Now let's get to this week's edition of Climate Control. Today we're featuring a disturbing heat forecast 30 years from now.
Yeah, a new study shows an emerging heat belt across several states where the heat index is expected to reach 125 degrees. Here's NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns with that and other environmental headlines.
On this week's Climate Control, we start with the alarming heat forecast in the years and decades to come. So let's take a look at the weather maps. First, let's explain why this is so important. Let's go back to Tuesday afternoon, and we'll show you the heat indices that we had in the lower half of the country. Notice a bunch of hundreds, a couple spots approaching 105. Look at Corpus Christi, 109 was their maximum heat index. So why is that important with this new study? Well, when we talk about heat index, that's how we talk about the risk and dangers of heat illness. So about 80, you get some fatigue. About 90, you can get some heat cramps. This is if you're going to be outside over an extended period. But it's really when you get up there about 103 that heat exhaustion becomes likely. And then if you get up to what we say is off the chart type levels, 125, that's when heat stroke is highly likely with continued exposure. And that's what the study looked at. The odds and probability of getting to 125 heat index. And they did it for next summer. The couple dots here show at least one day is possible in the Midwest and then in the desert Southwest. But what the study did was it took what they expect and showed us 30 years from now where it could be 125 for at least one day, and a few spots here 2 or 3 days where the red colors are. So you get the idea here. In the next 30 years, significant warming is possible in the middle of the country to dangerous heat levels. Well, our next stop on climate control brings us to the historic drought in Europe and the ominous warning signs from the past. Well, as river levels continue to drop to historic lows, rock carvings in Europe are revealed, including the famous Hunger Stone on the Elbe River in Germany, which reads, "When you see me, weep." The carving goes back to the 1600s and mark low water readings during droughts. Well, the dire warning means that when the river is this low and you see it, expect crops to fail and hunger and famine to spread. These hunger stones are common in Central Europe on the Danube, the Rhine, and the Weser rivers. Well, scientists say the drought in Europe is nearing the worst in 500 years. And the worst recorded European drought was only 4 years ago, if you remember, back in 2018. A very disturbing trend. Well, our final stop on climate control brings us to the wine country of the future. And no, I'm not talking about Italy, France, or even our own Napa Valley. The best red wines in the future could come from the UK. A climate study shows the increasing likelihood of ideal climate conditions for high-quality wines shifting from France, which produces 29% of the wines worldwide, to England and the UK, which now only produces 2% of the world's wine. And the time to plant is now. See, the vines for the wines have a lifetime of about 20 and 30 years. That means choosing what grapes and wines will prosper with the expected 1 to 3 degrees of warming in the next 30 years. So guys, in 2 decades from now, when I take us all out to dinner to celebrate my retirement, I'll say, give us your best bottle of Pinot Noir, but make sure it's from the UK.
All right, Bill Cairns, thanks so much.
Something to look forward to, although we don't want Bill to leave.
Yeah, exactly. All right, coming up, some terrifying moments for beachgoers in South Carolina last week. 2
separate shark attacks happened on the same beach on the same day. We're going to hear from the victims as more sightings are being reported up and down the East Coast. That's up next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Harry Styles!
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're back now with a pair of terrifying shark attacks along the East Coast, this time in South Carolina, where 2 beachgoers were bitten just half a mile apart.
Yeah, it's the latest in a series of shark encounters this summer. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders has the latest from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Hey, Carrie, good morning.
Well, good morning, guys. Look, this is so rare that shark attacks happen, but even rarer, imagine it was 2 people attacked by a shark on the same beach on the same day. That is extremely unusual. In one of the cases, the shark attack hit a grandmother with her grandson just feet away.
Oh, y'all better get off the shore.
Shark swimming dangerously close to shore. A hammerhead shark chasing down a stingray in Alabama. Then farther north, a Pennsylvania family's vacation to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, took an unexpected turn last Monday.
It was really our first day on the beach. We went down and the kids, even Brian, he was a little nervous, and I kept saying, don't worry about sharks. That's absolutely nothing you need to worry about.
Turns out that day, Karen Seitz was wrong.
I was still in probably about waist deep water, and I felt something, I guess it was sort of like a bite on my arm, but there was a shark attached to my arm. So I kind of just kept hitting at it. I just wanted it off my arm.
Seitz' 8-year-old grandson, Brian, was just feet away.
I didn't even see it swimming up. I just saw it jump.
Seitz spent the night in the hospital, getting dozens of stitches. That same day, at the same beach, a second victim with a more minor bite to the leg. From Long Island to both coasts of Florida. Shark sightings this summer have forced some beaches to close temporarily. This drone video captured a swarm of sharks off the coast of Cocoa Beach, Florida last Sunday. In the same weekend, a 10-year-old boy was attacked while snorkeling in the Florida Keys. Part of his leg had to be amputated. Despite these reports, experts say shark attacks are still rare.
Every year, on average, we get between 70 and 80 unprovoked bites by sharks around the world. So it's a very, very low incidence in general.
And he says when a shark bite happens, it's usually because the shark mistakes a human for food. But for young Brian, he's not taking any chances, at least not right now.
I'll put my feet in, but that's really all.
So a fair question might be, as we're approaching Labor Day, will there be more shark attacks? Well, historically, especially along the East Coast, August, September, we do have more activity, and include the fact that there are more people in the water and the temperature of the ocean is increasing, which the experts say is bringing sharks closer to shore. So likely, yes, but in the big picture, you heard the experts say we have about 70 shark attacks on the entire world, so they are still extremely rare. But as we see, they do happen, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Feels like we're definitely talking about them more anyway. All right, Carrie Sanders, thank you so much. Now let's get you some business headlines. And Apple employees are reportedly petitioning against the company's return to office plan.
CNBC's Frank Holland joins us with that and other money news. Frank, good morning.
Hey, good morning to both of you. Well, a group of Apple employees are pushing back against the company's call for workers to return to the office next month. They argue they've shown they can perform, quote unquote, exceptionally during more than 2 years of flexible working. The Financial Times reports the group called Apple Together began circulating a petition internally this weekend. Last week, a memo from CEO Tim Cook told employees around Apple's headquarters they must return to the office 3 days a week. Elon Musk says Tesla is raising the price of the full self-driving feature by 25% next month to now $15,000. Musk says the current price of $12,000 will be honored for those who buy a vehicle before September the 5th. It's still unclear whether Tesla will also raise the price of the monthly subscription, which is currently $199 a month. Despite its name, full self-driving does not offer fully autonomous driving, and Tesla has warned drivers to stay alert and keep their hands on the wheel. And I hate to be the bearer of some bad news, but get ready to pay up for your morning cup of coffee. A poor harvest in Brazil, the world's largest coffee producer, is threatening to push prices even higher. Farmers have endured both drought and frost, resulting in a crop being less than half of what it would be in a quote-unquote good year. Brazil matters to the global market because it's by far the world's biggest coffee exporter. Bad weather's also hurt the coffee industry in neighboring Colombia. So get ready when you go to Starbucks, Dunkin' Donuts, Dutch Brothers, wherever you're going, it's going to probably cost you a little bit more.
I've seen that already for sure in the cold brew I buy. I've said, yeah.
It keeps going up.
Yeah, it does.
Thank you, Frank. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Good to see you. Now, the NFL officially kicks off its first regular season game in less than 3 weeks, but inflation is making some game day traditions even more expensive.
NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa explains how you can cheer on your favorite team without breaking the bank.
Hey there, who doesn't enjoy a good tailgate? And there are simple steps you can take to help tackle inflation. Grilling hot dogs instead of chicken, taking public transportation rather than driving to save money on gas. The bottom line, rooting for your team on a budget is all about having a game plan.
Now fires looking end zone, and it's caught. Touchdown!
NFL preseason games are in full swing, and so are fans' tailgate traditions.
Getting all the food, getting the grills ready, the tent.
Packing, loading, it's a process.
Yes.
But this year, you'll find rooting for your favorite team is more expensive as inflation takes a bigger bite out of game day budgets.
We wish it was lower prices, but you know, you kind of just have to adjust and go with the flow.
It seems like the same stuff you buy, it's an extra $10 the next week, and then the following week it's another $10.
Chicken, rolls, snacks, and pickles are some of the biggest offenders with double-digit percentage increases. Grocery store prices as a whole have soared 13% from last year.
That's the biggest one-year increase we've seen since the late 1970s, but we haven't seen prices rise evenly across all foods and drinks.
And that's where experts say you can save. Try swapping out those pricey picks with food less affected by inflation. The cost of hot dogs and pork ribs, for instance, have ticked up only slightly. And chicken wings actually dropped below pre-pandemic prices, with a push for more boneless wings from restaurants.
Anywhere we can see a sale, we go for it.
Re-examining how you get to the game can also help save money. Worsened by sky-high jet fuel costs and staffing shortages, the price of plane tickets have soared by 28% from last year. And despite some recent relief at the pump, it still costs 23% more to fill up your gas tank. So public transportation could be your best game plan.
We've seen the cost of mass transit has gone up only about 0.5%, which is very tame when you consider it in the context of consumer prices.
And there's always the option of cheering your team on from home. It's a good time to upgrade your TV with a nearly 15% drop in prices. Experts say it all comes down to establishing priorities within your budget. And with thoughtful planning, fans will find a way.
And tailgating is an experience. And when you have that experience, especially when you're with good friends, it just makes it fun.
So when it comes to tickets for live sports, they're actually one of the few items that have fallen in price since last year. But that includes a broad range of sports, so that may not be the best indicator if you're trying to score NFL tickets. One thing to look into, standing room only tickets can be a great option to get in the door, and modern stadiums typically have lots of those areas for fans to hang out. Back to you.
All right, Emily Ikeda, thank you.
Thanks, Emily. Coming up, the wedding bells for Bennifer have rung once again.
That's right. I've got the lowdown on the Hollywood power couple's second ceremony of just this year. That's right after this.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Harry Styles!
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
A piece of tech history is now in the hands of one happy collector. The Apple I computer prototype sold at auction this past weekend for close to $700,000. Apple co-founder Steve Jobs used the prototype board to pitch the Apple I to one of the first personal computer stores, the Byte Shop, back in 1976. The board was examined and authenticated using detailed Polaroid photos from the time. It was personally owned by Jobs before it was given to the seller by Jobs himself 30 years ago. So who owns it now? Well, we don't know because the winning bidder asked to remain anonymous and paid a pretty penny for it.
Yeah, for real. That's pretty cool. I wonder why somebody was ready to part with it.
Yeah, or why penny. Someone wanted it.
Exactly.
But it's very cool.
All right. Thanks, Joe.
Yep.
Now, New Mexico has broken ground on a new museum dedicated to the Navajo Code Talkers, a division of Native Americans who served in the Marines during World War II. Their native language was invaluable during the war effort, and now one of the last living members of the division is overseeing the construction of their museum. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith has their story.
We're looking at a rocky bluff near the area the Navajo call the center of the world.
Last week, this ground was blessed as a place where the past will be honored, making way for a museum where future generations will learn.
How important is it for you to get that museum built up there?
Very important, not just to me, but to the 400 plus who were certified as Navajo Code Talkers.
Navajo Code Talkers, young Marine volunteers whose language was invaluable to the Corps in World War II.
Each division had at least 80 Navajo Code Talkers. That enemy would not understand, will never understand what in the world is being planned.
Among them, 94-year-old Peter McDonald, who lied about his age and enlisted at 15. In the thick of the action, on island assault after island assault, the Navajo Code Talkers radioed back critical information in their native tongue.
We never knew there was such a thing as tanks or battleship, cruisers, destroyer, aircraft carrier. So we named those differently than any other thing, like a battleship, Tlotso, big fish.
Big fish.
Aircraft carrier. Yeah, one that carry birds around.
This looks like you in uniform, in your Marine Corps uniform, right?
Ingenious. Yeah. The code unbreakable, but was at first rejected by Marine top brass. But after a test,
he said, "We don't understand it either, but it works. Send us some more Navajos."
Navajos who'd been forced to attend strict boarding schools, whose purpose was to strip them of their heritage, their spirit.
You went to Indian school when you were small, and did they punish you for speaking your language?
Absolutely.
The Code Talker's success, a cruel paradox. Peter's daughter, Charity.
It's very moving because it has a lot to do with the culture. What they fought with was our culture. What they fought with was our language.
The Navajo have collected a tiny fraction of the museum's projected costs. But Mr. McDonald says it is important to keep the remarkable story alive for the Navajo Nation and for the rest of us.
You know, America is a diverse community. We are made of all different nationality, different language, different skills, different talents. When it comes to saving America, saving the liberty and peace that we enjoy, we need to use all of those talents that we all possess.
Harry Smith, NBC News, Say Bonito, New Mexico.
Thank you, Harry, for that one. Finally this hour, Bennifer's Big Bash. Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez tied the knot for a second time over the weekend, this time in front of friends and family in a lavish three-day extravaganza at Affleck's Georgia home, a fitting celebration of their love story nearly 2 decades in the making.
It was a storybook wedding fit for Hollywood royalty. Star couple Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez said "I do" in front of about 100 of their closest family and friends Saturday at Affleck's sprawling Georgia estate. The bride and groom dazzled in white as they walked down the aisle with their 5 kids in tow. Lopez was stunning in a custom Ralph Lauren gown. Guests in attendance were also asked to wear white for the celebration, including famous faces like Matt Damon and celebrity life coach Jay Shetty, who officiated the ceremony. Not in attendance, Affleck's famous ex, Jennifer Garner. Photos obtained by TMZ show her smiling on a trip to Sam's Club over the weekend. The festivities did not go off completely without a hitch. According to DailyMail.com, just hours before the rehearsal dinner on Friday, Affleck's mother fell off a dock and cut her leg. Pictures obtained by the website show Jen and Ben leaving the hospital with his mother, who reportedly received stitches but was otherwise okay. Reps for the couple declined to comment about the alleged incident, but the family is welcoming Jen. Ben's brother Casey, who reportedly did not attend, posted on Instagram, "Welcome to the family. Jen, you are a gem. We love you so much." The weekend wedding came just 1 month after they tied the knot for the first time in a surprise ceremony in Las Vegas.
Somebody's getting married.
Their big day, 20 years in the making.
Do we know each other?
Not yet.
The two stars first met on the set of Geely in 2002 and began a whirlwind romance. But their first shot at love ended in a very public breakup.
That was your first real heartbreak.
It was. I never felt heartbroken until we called off that wedding.
Eventually, the two stars found their way back to one another, and last year, Bennifer's second act began.
Love, when you are lucky enough to find it, is so sacred and special.
A full circle love story now ending in happily ever after.
And they reportedly ended their ceremony with a bang, an elaborate fireworks show. Congrats to them.
That's pretty cool.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, sounding off. New NBC News polling paints the stark picture of a dissatisfied America, with 3/4 of voters believing the country is headed in the wrong direction. We'll take a closer look at these latest numbers and what it all means as we head towards the November midterms. Escalation in Russia as officials there launch a murder investigation into the possible contract killing of the daughter of a top Putin ally. Ukrainian officials denying any involvement. We'll bring you the latest as the conflict enters a deadly new stage. Also this morning, a public health warning after a mysterious E. coli outbreak sickens dozens across the Midwest. The possible link to a popular fast food chain and what you can do to stay safe. Plus, the White House's latest push to get more monkeypox shots into arms as case counts grow from coast to coast. And clearing your head will take you back inside the metaverse to discover how virtual reality can make a real-life impact on your mental health. Took you to church, we went dating, now it's time to do some therapy and some really cool self-care stuff.
It really
in there.
is an entire world.
Yeah,
metaverse
it is.
world.
It is. I know. We'll bring you that a little bit later. We begin then this morning with those latest poll numbers from NBC News that are painting a bleak picture for the state of the country.
3 out of 4 Americans say the country is headed in the wrong direction, and a record 58% of Americans believe the country's best days are now behind us. Americans also hold a negative view of both political parties, with a slightly less favorable view of the Democratic Party compared to the GOP.
The same can be said about our current and former president. 48% of Americans polled have a negative view of President Biden. That number is 54% for former President Trump. And when it comes to the current investigations into our former president, 57% of voters believe they should continue, while 40% say they should stop.
We have full coverage for you this morning, from the latest on the investigations into the former president to what these polls mean for the upcoming elections. Let's start by delving into those polls with NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray and NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. So, Mark, give us the big picture here. What do these polls mean for both parties right now as we head into the midterms?
Yeah, Joe, we're now less than 3 months away from the midterms, and I think this poll is really shouting at us that we are entering uncharted waters right now. In the traditional metrics of a midterm season, when you look at a president's job rating, the direction of the country, the generic ballot, they all point in the direction of the Republican Party having a very successful midterm season. But some other numbers really stand out in the poll, and that is increasing Democratic enthusiasm, where Democrats have now drawn even with Republicans on having high interest in the midterm elections. You end up having a situation where the number one issue is threats to democracy rather than cost of living. And then, as you mentioned earlier, there's that Donald Trump factor out there with not only his poor numbers, but also 57% of voters believing that the investigations into him could continue. And so while a lot is looking like this could be a 2006, 2010, 2018 kind of midterm environment that's really bad for the party controlling the White House and Congress, there are other numbers in there that suggest that this could be a much different kind of midterm environment that we've seen before.
Monica, let's now talk about these numbers that we have for President Biden. 55% disapprove of the job that the president is doing. Now, this is even, of course, after this string of recent legislative victories. So you wonder if, at least in part, is this a messaging issue? And then also tell us if the White House is trying to do anything to turn this around.
Yeah, the poll was taken after one of arguably the most productive periods of the Biden presidency so far, with all that action on Capitol Hill, the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Semiconductor Act, all of these things that the president had been wanting to do and that had been stalled earlier in the year. But then you also look at the strong jobs numbers and some of the other factors that were going on at the time. And that's right, it didn't really move the president's numbers by very much. And so now the White House has this major challenge, and they're going to send him out on the road, basically, and attempt to try to sell these things. But a lot of that was hindered in July when the president was going to visit a bunch of battleground states. And then he got COVID. And in the last week or so, he's been on his working vacation. So starting next week, he's going to be hitting the road, I'm told, and going to all these places he meant to try to now take this and try to message it to the American people. But we saw this last year, too, where the president himself sometimes admits he's not the best messenger. So it's going to be a challenge, and it's one the White House is certainly aware of right now, Savannah.
Mark, let's talk about a different kind of poll. We're going to get another look at how voters are feeling this week, notably with primaries in Florida and New York. For once, these are less about a Trump-backed candidate versus a non-Trump-backed candidate. What are we looking for come this week?
Yeah, Joe, the primary season is starting to finally come to an end. We've been talking about these all the way back through in March and May, but the New York and Florida primaries are starting to be the very end. We'll have a few more in September. And what I'm watching for are in New York are some congressional primaries where the redistricting map has really re-scrambled things, and you end up having a situation where many or a handful of Democratic members are fighting to keep their jobs with new districts and with the new maps. There's also a really interesting special election that's occurring in New York that's in a swingy part of the state that could be a very interesting bellwether for November. And then in Florida, it's all about the general election for me. Ron DeSantis will be getting his Democratic challenger for that general election. And while there's not a significant primary action, that general election between incumbent Marco Rubio and Val Demings in that Senate contest will also be something we'll be watching over the next 3 months.
Monica, we're also learning that First Lady Jill Biden has now tested negative for COVID and is ending her quarantine. Before we let you guys go, just tell us how she's doing.
Yeah, she tested positive while she and the president were on vacation in South Carolina about 6 days ago. So she has now tested negative twice. They waited for the results of 2 of those tests to make sure that she could end isolation. So she's now going to be traveling to Delaware to meet and be with the president They're going to be in Rehoboth Beach for the next couple of days, wrapping up that working vacation. And the First Lady notably also was taking Paxlovid, that antiviral that the president took, remember, before having that rebound infection. So that's something also that the First Lady's office will be watching for. But they do tell me that all of her symptoms are gone and she's feeling quite well now.
All right, Monica Alba, Mark Murray, thank you both.
Thank you. Now we're going to turn to that polling about the investigations into former President Trump. 57% of voters believe that they should continue.
That number comes amid the mounting legal issues facing Trump, including the search of his Mar-a-Lago estate and the investigation into his possible involvement in the January 6th attack on the Capitol.
Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Ceballos and NBC News justice reporter Ryan Riley. Ryan, we will start with you. Just first tell us where things do stand on the search of Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate and what we know now.
Yeah, so we're now 2 weeks out from the search, which is tough to sort of calculate because it seems like it's been a long time. But after those 2 weeks, last week NBC News reported that there's this FBI filter team that is going through all the information that they collected. So that's how they sorted out the passport. They found Trump's passports that weren't relevant to this search, and those were returned. A little bit of a complicating factor here is that most of these documents that were seized are supposed to be held by the National Archives. They're not supposed to be in Trump's possession. So I'm curious to see how many things end up getting returned to Trump actually here, because I think that that's the normal set of circumstances in these cases when you have a filter team, is that information that is protected by attorney-client privilege or that was not relevant to the scope of the search warrant is returned to the individual at issue here. But that might be a little bit complicated. But essentially, they're going to go through all these documents. Trump's team has made this claim that they're going to ask for an outside team to sort of do this process, but they're pretty far. The FBI is pretty far into this process already. So the idea of a special master coming in at this point doesn't necessarily seem all that likely, given how deep that they are already into the search process. If they had wanted that special master, that was something they probably should have asked for immediately after the search warrant, Savannah.
All right. So, Danny, on Friday, the former Vice President Mike Pence, he told reporters he did not take any classified information when he left office. How significant is an assertion like that from the Vice President?
It's significant if you are still one of the people out there residing under a rock who does not know that the president or the vice president cannot take documents from the White House, that they are covered by the Presidential Records Act. But otherwise, what is between the lines in Pence's statement is more of a, look, I didn't take any documents. Trump might have done that. I mean, you can read that as an inference just from what he's saying. He isn't saying, hey, leave Trump alone. Hey, it's no big deal. He could have said things like that, but he didn't. And that goes a long way towards saying, look, I complied with the law as I saw it. Whatever Trump did over in the Oval Office or in the West Wing, I have no idea. And I think that's a very significant non-statement that you can draw inferences from.
Right, absolutely. Ryan, let's bring you back in here. And I actually want to switch over to the January 6th investigation. First, I want us all to take a listen to what Congresswoman Liz Cheney said when asked if Pence would testify in front of the House committee.
He has clearly, as he's expressed, concerns about executive privilege. But I also think that when the country has been through something as grave as this was, everyone who has information has an obligation to step forward. So I would hope that he will do that.
So you think we'll see him here in September in this room?
I would hope that, well, I would hope that he will understand how important it is for the American people to know every aspect of the truth about what happened that day.
Ryan, what do you make of those comments from Cheney?
I mean, they're significant. I do think that there is a ticking timeline here because, of course, the hearings are going to be held in September. But really, there's an expiration date on this committee, and they still have to put out the final report. So I don't, we could always see there's always the possibility of additional public hearings after these ones that are happening in September. But I think it's sort of a jump ball right now whether or not Mike Pence is actually going to end up publicly testifying in a televised forum as we might expect in September or potentially after that, Savannah.
So, Danny, is a subpoena likely the only way we're going to see the former vice president testify, a subpoena from the House committee?
It's the only way, but it's not necessarily a successful way. In other words, just because Pence may be subpoenaed doesn't mean he's going to show up. There are a number of different ways he might oppose the subpoena, and if he does, he can run out the clock, just like Ryan described. There is a ticking clock on this committee's work. So whether or not Pence appears, I think will require a subpoena, but he does not necessarily show up even if subpoenaed. Not that he defies it, but that he may fight it or show up in some limited capacity. But then, even if he does, the next question is, what is his testimony going to yield in a hearing setting? Or will it just be a pre-taped deposition that they show excerpts of?
Absolutely. Danny Savalos, Ryan Riley, thank you so much.
This morning, parts of North Texas are under a flash flood warning as a serious storm system moves east. Take a look at the scene in Dallas, which saw about 8 inches of rain overnight. You can see cars submerged in floodwaters there this morning. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman will have more on that in a moment. This all comes after a weekend of flash floods across the Southwest. Heavy rains in Arizona and Utah washed out roads, destroyed businesses, and stranded tourists at a popular national parks. NBC's Raf Sanchez has more on the search and rescue efforts underway this morning.
Unrelenting rain bringing a weekend of flash floods across the Southwest. In New Mexico, this desert road swallowed by surging water.
Never been this close to a flood before, me neither.
Leaving more than 150 tourists stranded at Carlsbad Caverns National Park. Robert and Stephanie Saavedra and their 3 children were hundreds of feet underground when they were told to evacuate.
Our oldest daughter, she's 10, she could understand what was going on, so it was very nerve-wracking for her, and she was very scared.
And one of your daughters has a heart condition. What was it like to be trapped there with her?
She has Down syndrome, and she has a congenital heart disease, which she takes daily medication for, and we left that in the hotel. So that was another problem for us.
The family eventually free after nearly 12 hours. But 600 miles away in Utah, rescue crews at Zion National Park still searching for Jatal Agniotri, a graduate student. Her muddy backpack the only clue so far. She was swept away Friday by the same current carrying this man, clinging desperately to a log. His life saved by Good Samaritans on the riverbank.
I mean, it was just like a truck pinning you against a wall. I mean, he was just vice gripped in there. And so I reached backward and we made like a human chain.
People will say you're a hero. Do you feel like one?
No, I just knew I could do something. I could just stay with him and keep eyes on him.
And in Moab, Utah, a city normally grappling with water shortages, what should have been a busy Saturday night at this restaurant, turning instead into an all-hands cleanup operation. It's headed to the Northeast, which has been facing drought-like conditions. Delta Airlines already issuing travel waivers due to the threat of severe weather. Now, going back to the woman missing in Zion National Park, friends tell an NBC affiliate that the grad student is a hydrology major, but does not know how to swim.
Right, Raf Sanchez, thank you.
Now, that heavy rain is not letting up in the Southwest this morning.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us with a closer look. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, we're looking at a really serious, dangerous, even life-threatening situation this morning in Texas. We've had over 8 inches of rainfall, and it's continuing to fall. So we have very slow-moving storm system moving across that area. It's the southern plains and the lower Mississippi Valley. Cars are submerged. We're looking at flooded roadways. So any low-lying areas, urban areas, are going to see that flooding. We're seeing rescues taking place. Also, a lot of power outages as well. Remember, the #1 cause of a weather-related death is flash flooding. So this is a really serious situation that we're going to be watching not only today, but over the next several days. So let's go ahead and take a look at the flood alerts that we have right now, because we are looking at 14 million people, Americans, under a flood watch. That is in your green. We also have flash flood warnings. That's red. That means it's happening right now. So we'll see those popping in, popping out where we're seeing that heavy rain falling. So we overlaid the radar here because we want to show you that, yes, the rain is still falling and it's falling hard. It's moving very slowly. It's called training also. So sort of going over the same areas over and over again. We're seeing some lightning as well. Torrential downpours, where you see those brighter colors, especially oranges, yellows, and reds. That's where we're seeing the heaviest rainfall. And that's what we're going to continue to watch over the next few days. It's not just this storm system. We have a second one in the northeast that's bringing some flash flooding as well, especially along the Jersey Shore. So we're looking at those yellows, reds, and oranges once again in spots, pockets in the northeast, and that will continue throughout the day, looking at some storms as well. So this is your flash flood risk. Many spots across the nation, the northeast that I just showed you, the southern plains into the lower Mississippi Valley, the southwest as well. So we're looking at that pink area. That is a flash flood, or that's a moderate risk. That's really rare. We had that the past couple of days, but we don't typically see that. Shreveport, you're in, but we're looking at Dallas, portions of Louisiana, also Arkansas could see some really heavy rain. Your flash flooding does continue today. We have a very slow-moving system. It's bringing 2 to 3 inches of rain per hour. That's fast. That's furious. And this area is kind of unique in terms of the geography. It's very close to the Gulf of Mexico. It pulls in that tropical moisture. The geography, you have a clay soil, so it doesn't really absorb water that well. And that's part of the problem. It also is really steep, so you have water just rushing down into these areas. And as we go throughout tomorrow, again, moving very, very slowly, we're looking at rainfall totals anywhere from 3 to 6 inches, but locally up to 8. We've already seen over 8 inches of rainfall in Dallas, and we're going to add to those totals today. So here's your rainfall forecast throughout Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, also Mississippi, looking at very heavy rainfall. And then it's the northeast as well, so that's not the only spots. Here's another slow-moving system as well. It's going to take its good old time moving across the northeast, bringing heavy rain, breezy conditions, also frequent lightning. I know I heard some this morning in parts of the northeast, but it was good to wake up to that rain because it is welcome rain. It's just coming pretty quickly, so we were dealing with the chance for that flash flooding. And then tomorrow, finally, that cold front zips through. It's into the Atlantic by tomorrow, but before that, we could see 1 to 3 inches of rain, if not a little bit more, up to 5 inches in some spots. Your rainfall forecast locally over 3 inches of rain. Where you see those darker colors, the yellows along the coast, also portions of upstate New York, you could see some heavier rain as well. So our week ahead, we're looking at that flash flooding in portions of the southern plains into the lower Mississippi Valley. Welcome rain in the northeast. All of this is welcomed per se. We're looking at really extreme drought conditions in southern plains. This is going to be a good thing in the long run. It's just that short term where we're looking at that torrential rainfall. Hot and dry still in the west. We're looking at temperatures into the 90s, into the triple digits. That will continue through Wednesday. But also notice the rain's going to continue too in parts of the Gulf Coast on Wednesday into the southeast. We're going to be dry, but we're going to be hot into the northeast by Wednesday. And then as we look towards Friday, that rain is still there. So as I mentioned, it's just moving so slowly, and it's bringing a lot of rain. So soggy in the southeast on Friday. And New England could see some rain as well, but it's still going to be toasty in the west, guys. So we're sort of stuck in this pattern all week long.
All right. Oof. You're going to be busy.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. Thank you, Michelle.
Thanks.
Yeah. Sure.
Coming up, escalation in the Russia-Ukraine conflict this morning.
We'll have more on a deadly car bomb attack on the family of a key Putin ally over the weekend and how Ukrainian officials are responding this morning. You're watching Morning News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In Russia, a car bombing has turned into a murder investigation. The daughter of a key Putin ally was killed in the weekend blast.
It comes as we approach the 6-month anniversary of the war in Ukraine. It's this Wednesday, a milestone that coincides with the country's Independence Day. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman has the latest.
Investigators say the car bomb that killed the daughter of one of President Putin's allies may have been a contract killing. Eyewitness video showing what's believed to be the SUV Daria Dugina was driving engulfed in flames. Her father, Alexander Dugin, appears to be on the scene, visibly distraught. Russian authorities say she was likely murdered, a bomb placed under her seat. The question is why? Russian state-run media citing witnesses saying her father decided last minute to travel in a different vehicle and may have been the target himself. Alexander Dugin has been called Putin's brain, one of Russia's most influential ultranationalists, whose right-wing views found their way into Putin's speeches, including his staunch support for invading Ukraine. Views echoed by his daughter, seen on state TV on Thursday for the last time. She says people in the West are living in a dream, and they need to be nourished by this war. Russia's foreign ministry speculated that Ukraine may have killed her, but no evidence of that has emerged. Ukraine's government denies any involvement. An ex-Russian politician and Putin critic claimed responsibility on behalf of a previously unknown group called the National Republican Army. His claim couldn't be verified.
On one level, you'd think that the Ukrainians have the most reason to dislike and despise Dugin. But on the other hand, I mean, this is no small feat.
Fears of retaliation in a country already on high alert as Ukraine prepares to mark 6 months of war on Wednesday, coinciding with its Day of Independence. President Zelensky warning Russia may be planning something particularly cruel to ruin the occasion. Ukraine's second-largest city will impose a round-the-clock curfew on a bittersweet Independence Day. President Biden spoke with European leaders from the UK, Germany, and France today about resolving the crisis at Europe's largest nuclear power plant in Zaporizhzhia, Ukraine. The big focus was on preventing more military operations there, but the White House says the leaders are also pressing for UN inspectors to access the site as soon as possible. Josh Letterman, NBC News, Dnipro, Ukraine.
Let's get more on this with Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. He's a senior fellow for military expert for defense priorities. Colonel, thank you so much for joining us this morning. So I want to start off by asking you about this car bomb that Josh just told us about here, killed the daughter of a key Putin ally. As we heard there, Moscow has speculated that Ukraine could be behind it. Ukraine has denied that. But I'm just wondering, what do you make of this attack? Could it have any impact on the war?
Yeah, it absolutely could. And look, there's no one's going to know for sure what happened or who did it until a thorough investigation is done. But I can assure you that just from a cursory look at Russian media, they already are convinced who did it. And really, the facts won't even matter to them. And it will definitely be used by the nationalist versions of people in Russia who will support the war to say, look, this is the dastardly deed. What they're calling it is a terrorist attack by the special services of Ukraine. And again, for their perception, it won't matter who actually did it because that's who's going to get blamed. And this could actually increase support for the war within certain portions of Russia. And I think that's what they're going to try to use it for.
Now, Colonel, Wednesday marks 6 months since this war began. I mean, there don't seem to be many signs that it's ending soon. On Friday, the U.S. approved an additional $775 million in military aid. Now, I know you've previously said that military aid, first of all, can't reverse the tide of the war, and then also that sanctions are harming us more than Russia. Walk us through those statements, what you mean by that, and what you do think it will take to end this war.
Yeah, there's a couple of issues that bother you. We have to separate the emotion and our preferences and desires from what's actually happening on the ground. And as someone who's actually fought in large-scale armored conflict, I can tell you I have a pretty good understanding of exactly what is needed to have a successful military operation in an armored conflict. And right now, when you look at the sum total of all the weapons that the West has given or promised, they really aren't even a fraction, maybe 10, 12% of what would be needed to have a legitimate shot at stopping Russia and then driving them back. And today, even this latest package you talked about here, when you look at what's in it, it's a lot of ammunition, which is necessary, but only 16 actually artillery pieces of the small 105 millimeter variety. Mm-hmm. So all of these together are not going to allow Ukraine to push them back, but it will slow down Russia's advance. But after 6 months, we've seen that Russia has a methodical, relentless drive to the west, and so far it hasn't been stopped.
We're also watching the situation around this nuclear power plant in Zaporizhia. Now there have actually been reports of shelling in a nearby city, Nikopol, over the weekend. Now, despite calls for military restraint around this area, we're still seeing that. How concerned are you by these reports of fighting near a nuclear facility?
Well, I'm very concerned about that, and that's the reason why you see that the leaders of France, Germany, England, and the United States were talking about it just yesterday, because they recognize that if anything happens, and again, it doesn't even matter who did it, because there's conflicting reports of who's actually conducting some of this back and forth shelling. If it strikes this nuclear power plant and there's a breach of the reactors, this stuff could trail over into NATO territory and cause damage there. And then there's going to be some real questions about how does Article 5 apply here, and could this expand the war? And that would be catastrophe for everyone. I can assure you no one would win if that happens, and I'm very worried about it.
An important thing to be watching out for. Colonel Davis, thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
More international news now, starting with a former NBA player's plans to try and bring Brittany Griner home from a Russian prison.
That's right. Claudio Lavanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio.
Hey guys, well, we're talking about none other than Dennis Rodman here. He said that he got permission to go to Russia and he wants to travel there as early as this week. But the State Department has advised Americans against traveling to Russia since the start of the war because of fear of harassment by government officials there. But Dennis Rodman says that he will not have any problems because he says he knows Vladimir Putin all too well. Let's move to Pakistan, where police charged former Prime Minister Imran Khan under anti-terror laws. The former cricket star has recently accused the police of detaining and torturing a party colleague. He's now accused of breaching the country's Anti-Terrorism Act for allegedly making threats against state officials. And let's go to New Zealand, where a curious young seal broke into a home, spent a couple of hours wandering around, harassed the resident cat, and then quietly returned to the sea. All of this without waking up the children upstairs. Coincidentally, their father is a marine biologist, but he wasn't home at the time. Perhaps the young seal was looking for him.
The cat looks thrilled.
Oh, he's cute. He's small. Oh, how could you imagine coming downstairs?
I know. There's a little seal there. You're like, hello, friend.
Oh, cute.
Right. Thank you, Claudio.
Thanks. And coming up, a public health warning this morning after the CDC reports an E. coli outbreak across the Midwest.
It's already infected dozens of people across 4 states. We'll tell you about the possible link to a popular fast food chain next.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome back. Health officials in the Midwest are investigating a growing E. coli outbreak that's now spread to at least 4 states. The CDC says the majority of patients ate at the same fast food chain before getting sick. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has more on what you need to know about the investigation.
E. coli sparking a Midwest mystery, possibly tied to the Wendy's fast food chain. The CDC reporting 37 people have gotten sick in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, and Indiana since late July, with 10 people hospitalized.
And it's a lot of people fast. I mean, we do normally get to kind of larger outbreaks, but it usually takes a little bit longer.
I felt awful. I was sitting there, I was holding my gut, rocking back and forth.
Hillary Kaufman says the bacteria landed her in the ER, adding now she's taking antibiotics.
Where do you think you got infected?
Well, I honestly think it was Wendy's.
Authorities are still searching for the outbreak's cause, but the CDC says most reported eating at a Wendy's restaurant before getting sick, many specifically having sandwiches with romaine lettuce.
The produce industry has committed to working on various food safety measures. But to me, it suggests that they're not there yet, and there still needs more to be done.
The CDC making clear it is not advising that people avoid eating at Wendy's restaurants or that people stop eating romaine lettuce. Still, the fast food chain pulled lettuce off its sandwiches in the region as a precaution. This sign at an Ohio restaurant today. We ordered drive-through at another.
Okay, so I can see lettuce on the menu. So this sandwich has lettuce on the menu. No lettuce.
In a statement Friday, Wendy's saying in part, the lettuce that we use in our salads is different and is not affected by this action. As a company, we are committed to upholding our high standards of food safety and quality. The CDC says the company is fully cooperating with investigators, reminding the public that severe symptoms include diarrhea and a fever above 102 degrees, dehydration, and vomiting.
So broadly speaking, if you're worried, call your doctor.
Absolutely.
Now, our thanks to Jesse Kirsch for that report. The CDC says people as young as 6, and as old as 91 have gotten sick. With some people not getting tested, it's likely the number of cases is actually even higher, and it could take as long as a month to know just how many people are linked to the outbreak.
Let's get to NBC News medical contributor Dr. Ebony Jade Hilton with more on this. Good morning. So let's start with that E. coli outbreak. How serious do you think this is? And you heard there, the CDC says, you don't have to avoid Wendy's, you don't have to avoid romaine lettuce. So what are the best ways to stay safe?
Right. It varies. We know there's this full spectrum of symptoms that you can have. Some persons may have the diarrhea, the vomiting, and get really dehydrated, and then others get to the point where they end up in the hospital from hemolytic uremic syndrome. It really does vary from person to person, but what we would suggest to you is if you're having those signs and symptoms of diarrhea and vomiting, the main thing you need to do is stay ahead and have hydration. So getting those electrolytes, getting that water in, and keeping yourself safe and avoiding any kind of contact with any other persons that may be sick that can compound the situation that you're in.
All right, let's turn to the latest on the fight against the monkeypox outbreak. The White House is releasing 1.8 million doses of the vaccine starting today. How big of an impact is this going to have, and what else is needed to really try and tackle this as soon as possible?
Right. When you have over 300 million people, 1.8 million may not seem like it's enough at this point. And we do have an issue of having an increase in demand and a decrease in supply. So at this point, I think we need to go back to what we were doing, even with COVID, where we said before we had our vaccines, we just have to mitigate the spread, which means making sure that if you're one of those persons who has been at least exposed to monkeypox, right? If you're exposed to monkeypox and you know that, you need to be one of those very people that get 1.8 of those doses of the vaccines that we have available. But knowing those risky lifestyles, knowing the fact that at this point that it does seem to be concentrated in the LGBTQIA community, understanding if you're at high risk to go in and seek those vaccines up front, but also understand that the virus does not care your sexual orientation, does not care about your age. We know we have children that have been infected now with monkeypox in the United States of America. And we know we have cisgender women who have been infected with monkeypox in America. So you just have to recognize what are your surroundings, does your community have an outbreak, and seek those resources if so.
An important message there that it does not discriminate. What would you tell anyone out there who got the first dose of the monkeypox vaccine? They're still waiting for the second one, especially in New York, which is dealing with the most cases of the virus in the country. And really right now, people in New York City who get the first vaccine are told, you're not scheduling your second one right now. Don't call us, we'll call you.
Right. To treat yourself as if you're not fully vaccinated, right? And it's the same thing, again, that we did with COVID vaccines and other vaccines. You need to practice those same mitigation factors and protect yourself. Knowing that there is an increase of the spread within your community means that you need to hunker down, means that you need to avoid those spaces that can put you at greater risk. Crowded areas put you at greater risk, right? And again, if you're around persons that are contagious with monkeypox, understand that virus can be shed for weeks. So that person needs to isolate. And that means you bringing food to their house, dropping that out so they can have resources and not have to go out in the community. That's going to be the best option for you and for those that are around you.
All right. Dr. Ebony Jade Hilton, as always, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now to the growing teacher shortage impacting schools across the nation as students head back to class. In our Kids Under Pressure series, NBC News correspondent Rahima Ellis talked to educators about why they and so many others are calling it quits.
Teachers will tell you it's demanding work.
I was running myself ragged.
I went from someone who was happy to someone who was overwhelmed.
I got so burnt out.
Over the last 2 years, more than 600,000 educators have called it quits.
I quit teaching because I was overextended.
Our commitment became even more emotionally taxing.
Clase repite un perro.
Long days grew longer during the pandemic.
Today we're working on lesson 22.4.
Before the pandemic, a 50-hour work week was pretty typical, and I felt like I was on top of my job and doing things well. During pandemic, a 70-hour week was fairly typical.
Trying to connect content with students at various levels. And then lack of support with like special education teachers as well. It's hard.
Students started showing academic and behavioral problems. Give me an example. You said there are things going on in the classroom.
Physical assault, ridicule by admin in certain areas. It's things that I think no professional should have to endure.
I went from a teacher who never had a child fail the state exam to experiencing my first students failing the state exam.
And outside pressures made teaching even tougher. Battles over masks and vaccines trickled from TV screens into classrooms.
The politics are getting into it, and it's just kind of a really negative place.
Tough jobs with little room for financial growth.
I think teacher pay is an issue across the nation. No, we did get some one-time bonuses, but they were very small.
Still, the decision tugging at the heart. It's hard on you even now thinking about it.
Yep. Yes. I'll need to give me a moment.
We are told you're doing this for the kids. Like, what about the kids? And at some point it's like, well, what about my family?
What was the best part of teaching for you?
The way that children love on you.
The best part of the job is definitely the kids, the students.
It was helping them figure out what it is that they needed the most.
With them more than their own parents a lot of time throughout that day. And so you build like a little family in your classroom.
I think teaching really helped me find the best of myself.
Saying goodbye to the classroom, but holding on to the joys of teaching. Rahima Ellis, NBC News.
Coming up, an incredibly close call caught on camera.
Yeah, now a pilot is speaking out about how he was able to escape this terrifying plane crash on a busy Florida roadway. You'll hear his story after the break.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
we begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversations.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're back with an incredible story of survival that you really may have to see to believe.
NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas spoke to a pilot who was able to escape after a terrifying plane crash on a busy Florida street. Take a look.
Oh my God, bro! A single-engine Cessna plane coming down on a busy street in Orlando Friday afternoon, narrowly missing traffic. The pilot walking away from it all.
It's miraculous that I survived. Yes, there is skills and there is experience, but it was a lot of luck because a couple miles faster on my crash and I would have been shredded.
He's happy to be alive.
I just said, Mayday, Mayday, I'm gonna die.
And recovering from minor injuries from the terrible crash.
Noticed that I hit my head, and I didn't hit it very hard. I just got a little bit of a gash.
For those watching from their cars on the road, it was a surreal moment, one that Raya Collins captured with her phone.
All of a sudden it started to drop, and then that's when we were like, oh my God.
Mayday, go down. The pilot, 40-year-old Remy Collin, telling NBC News he's responsible for the crash.
I misjudged my fuel. I ran out of fuel. So I let it stall because it seemed like the best thing to do was to just fall straight out of the sky. And doing so, I slowed the airplane down.
The plane came down this very narrow stretch between the street and those power lines, also missing the street lights, and eventually crashing right here outside this property.
The lucky pilot says he's cooperating with aviation authorities investigating the crash, revealing his plans to get back on a plane right after speaking to us.
Why get back in the air so fast?
Well, if I don't, I probably never will, I think. No, and I'm not scared.
An aviation source says running out of fuel could result in a suspension of license. Colin is just happy to be able to get back up in the sky. Guad Venegas, NBC News, Orlando.
Amazing story there. Now we are jumping back into the metaverse this morning for a look at what some are calling the future of health and wellness.
Virtual reality companies are looking at how the metaverse could help improve people's real lives.
That's right. For more on that, let's bring in Chris Madsen, Senior Sales Engineer at the virtual reality software firm Engage XR. Chris, who already looks like he's somewhere quite zen-inducing. Chris, good morning. So we have been covering the metaverse a lot here. We've been talking about it a lot, taking people inside, so we know how it can be used for fun, for entertainment. But tell us how it can be used to actually improve both our physical and mental health.
Yes, both physical and mental. There's some great use cases. For physical, I know that for many of us, including myself, it's sometimes very difficult to get out and go to the gym. It's difficult to maintain that exercise regime, but there are some fantastic physical exercise apps out there available right now. In fact, one of the top selling apps for the Meta Quest is Beat Saber, selling millions of copies. And what this allows you to do, why this is so different from the gym, is one, you can do it from home, but you could be exercising in the most amazing places. And they design these experiences, they gamify these experiences to induce what we often call the flow state, which makes you excited and happy to be exercising. Unlike myself, when I'm on a treadmill, I'm just counting the minutes to be done. In an experience like Beat Saber, you're using lightsabers to smash blocks, and you've got the music, and you've got these really amazing experience that just makes you want to keep exercising beyond what you typically would. So that's on the physical side of things. For the mental health side of things, lots of mindfulness experiences coming down the pipeline. And what's unique about the metaverse, I mean, there's always been standalone virtual experiences for meditation, but where we're going now with the metaverse is shared experiences where, and I think it's important for your viewers to understand that when you're in virtual reality, a fully immersive virtual reality experience, your entire body is in that experience. You are inhabiting an avatar, and you're able to join that experience with other people. Like literally, it's the only medium where you can reach out and shake somebody else's hand and feel that exchange thanks to the haptic feedbacks of that controller. So now we've got these amazing opportunities to be with leaders in the mindfulness space in live classes, being instructed by them with up to 70 other people around you, and taking you to locations such as the one you see behind me, where it expands the mind, induces creativity, induces flow state. For example, imagine being able to do yoga on the surface of the moon with an Earthrise behind you and get that overview effect.
Yeah, that's better than like a basement somewhere. So Chris, why do you think it is in some instances for some virtual reality is preferred over in-person treatments?
A number of reasons. One, location. There's a lot of folks that don't have access to those physical opportunities to have, say, therapy or mindfulness experience. That's a good reason. It's also, there's something very unique about doing, if we're talking about therapy, doing therapy as an avatar, which is different from doing face-to-face or even video calls. In fact, studies have shown that 30% of the folks that were studied were more comfortable sharing intimate details when it was avatar to avatar versus a face-to-face, because sometimes there's shame or embarrassment involved. So, and the fact that we can alter our environment to be conducive to whatever is relative to the topic at hand is pretty amazing.
All right, Chris Madsen, it is pretty amazing. Thank you so much. Fun stuff.
Thanks, Chris.
And coming up, if fantasy is your TV forte, then strap in and start streaming.
From the new Game of Thrones prequel to the Lord of the Rings spin-off, streaming networks are shelling out some major cash to get your attention. That's leading to a new kind of duel. We'll tell you about it next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Harry Styles!
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
We're back with a new ice cream flavor that might be an acquired taste. Miller High Life says it's partnering with boozy ice cream brand Tipsy Scoops to launch, get this, a dive bar flavored ice cream bar. The punny ice cream dive bar flavor is infused with Miller High Life, of course. It also features a hint of tobacco smoke flavor, a peanut swirl to honor the salty dive bar snack, and a gooey caramel for that sticky dive bar floor feeling, though I doubt that tastes like caramel. It's all coated with dark chocolate and a carbonated candy to remind you of the fizziness of your favorite beer. The boozy dessert was created to honor the 100th anniversary of the ice cream bar. Some of those flavors sound okay, but
some
individually, I don't know. Yeah,
you can have that after
that's one of those food ones I'm not like, oh, I have to go eat ice cream now.
Right. Yeah, you could have that after your Papa John's pizza-free bowl or whatever
Oh,
it was we talked about last week.
They should just bring back the ice cream taco instead.
Choco taco.
Yeah, Choco Taco.
There you go. All right. If you are a fan of Game of Thrones or Lord of the Rings, you are in good hands the next couple of weeks.
That's right. That's because new installments of both franchises are coming to a streaming service near you, creating a new kind of duel for subscribers. I'll reuse Joe's joke. Here's NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa.
War is afoot.
Streaming wars are ramping up as platforms drop dueling medieval fantasies to win over viewers and record amounts of cash in the process. The Game of Thrones prequel, backed by HBO's largest marketing push ever at more than $100 million, according to Deadline.
Such a big thing, such a monocultural event.
Some industry experts believe the series release tonight was a race to the spotlight ahead of Amazon's Lord of the Rings spin-off in 2 weeks. What's reportedly a $1 billion investment across 5 seasons.
I'm just fascinated to kind of see what I read as that middle schooler to come to life.
Every single one of these streaming platforms really wants to have their kind of marquee hit. And
when you have a big viewership like that, when you have developed a fan base, you want to kind of keep people's attention.
For the first time ever, streaming has overtaken cable and broadcast viewership, according to media firm Nielsen. It's a milestone analysts have been anticipating for years.
This is maybe the most dynamic time that we've ever had in television, with everything, all the strategies that are coming into play.
Netflix drew the largest share of viewership with 8%, boosted by hit show Stranger Things. But even the industry's leading platforms are feeling the heat from increasing competition. Earlier this year, Netflix reported its first subscriber loss in more than a decade.
What are some of the biggest challenges streaming platforms will have to face?
I mean, every streaming service is competing with TikTok. They're competing with YouTube. They're competing with video gaming.
As companies and viewers alike try to navigate an evolving media landscape. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
It has been 25 years since the Oscar-winning movie Titanic hit theaters. Well, now you can see a musical version of the story on a New York City stage, but with a rather significant twist. The result is a hilarious off-Broadway hit, a buoyant show called Titanic.
I'm flying! Jack, I'm flying!
It's a Titanic-sized Titanic parody, but in this version,
Don't know much about your life.
Jack and Rose share the stage.
And I don't know much about your life.
With Celine Dion.
I would say Titanic is a Celine Dion fever dream that has come to life.
In Titanic, the familiar story first dramatized on the big screen is retold through the eyes and songs of the legendary diva.
Alvin, wait for it!
Played by Marla Mindell.
What is the key to a good Celine Dion?
Just kind of looking around, being like, oh my God, guess what? I'm Celine. It's so crazy, I'm Celine. And then you just add like a little chest beat, little hand, little shimmy, little smirk, and you got it.
She created the show with co-star Constantine Rassouli and director Ty Blue, a passion project that finally set sail this year inside a theater that's below a closed grocery store.
This is basically the Titanic?
This is the Titanic, yeah, with a much lower budget.
The lowbrow props pay homage to the movie. Actor Frankie Grande, whose sister Ariana does an iconic Celine impression,
Shall we go for it?
was eager to jump aboard this campy voyage.
I'm having the most fun I've ever had in my life. In fact, sometimes I'm having too much fun.
Audiences are also having fun, along with critics who are giving rave reviews.
We really just take you away for 90 minutes and we make you laugh.
Though one person has not seen it.
What if Celine saw the show?
I would die. I would give her the script and say, hey girl, you're on tonight. And somehow, I think the show would be exactly the same.
Anything is possible on this unsinkable, unfathomable ship of dreams.
All right, and they just got some good news. Titanic, the musical, it just got extended. It'll now be sailing through November 6th. And they say, the cast says, that some of Celine's reps have come to it, have seen it, liked it, and they think Celine would like it. So you never know, it might happen.
Oh, she's so going.
I know.
She's so gonna go.
And she's gonna also get on stage and start singing.
Yeah, oh my gosh, what an amazing concept.
Yeah.
Titanic.
It's fun to see it succeeding,
Celine
too.
on board.
All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, Mother Nature's fury. Heavy rain for the drought-stricken Southwest and along the Gulf Coast this Monday morning. More than 13 million Americans now under flood warnings. This morning, rising waters in Dallas leaving drivers stranded on the highway. We've got your latest forecast and when you can expect drier conditions. On the clock, the Justice Department is just days away from a critical deadline in the FBI search of Mar-a-Lago. This as public pressure for more information about the former president's legal troubles continue. Now, Trump's legal team is outlining his new plan to push back on the investigation, and former Vice President Mike Pence is speaking out. Also this morning, danger along the shore. 2 separate shark attacks happening on the same South Carolina beach on the same day, just a half-mile apart. We've got the victims' stories as sightings up and down the East Coast alarm beachgoers. Plus, I do ×2 for the Hollywood power couple affectionately known as Bennifer. Yes, Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez have tied the knot again, just weeks after that surprise Vegas wedding. We've got the details on the ceremony this time around later in the hour. We should be wearing white in honor of their white wedding.
I know. I can't wait to hear some details you're going to bring us.
We're going to bring us as best as we can from the aerial viewpoint.
I was looking for a better picture
the wedding.
of the dress.
That's
I
what
was
you
like,
got.
guess it doesn't exist
I
yet.
think they'll be coming out soon enough. More on that in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with those dangerous flash floods that are striking the South.
Yeah, look at the scene in Dallas overnight as torrential rain stranded people in their cars on the highway. More than 10 million Americans in the lower plains are under a flooding alert this morning. Look at those cars there. Now, the storm system had already left a trail of destruction across the Southwest over the weekend. In Utah, multiple hikers had to be rescued at Zion National Park after floodwaters washed out the roads. Teams there are still searching for another hiker believed to have been swept away by the flooding. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest.
So many areas in the Southwest are desperate for rain, but this was simply too much too fast. And now as parts of Texas go underwater, rescuers are stepping in.
This morning, dramatic rescues in Texas as the relentless rain moves over the Southwest. In Dallas, cars stuck on I-30, people swimming through the floods, and a chain of rescuers pulling passengers to safety. Drivers across the area stranded overnight. 10 million people across the southern plains are under flood alerts. Areas that have seen less than an inch of rain in the last 2 months could now get as much as 2.5 inches per hour. It comes after heavy rains in the west as flash flooding led to a desperate and ongoing search for a 29-year-old hiker in Utah's Zion National Park. The family of Jatal Agniatri telling our affiliate KSL they believe this video shows her and another man desperately trying to stay above the rushing waters.
About 20 minutes worth of rain created all that. I mean, it looked like a tsunami.
Fellow hikers were able to rescue the man further downstream, but say they couldn't find the 29-year-old.
Her back was turned as she was going down, and where that bend was,
she got sucked into the undertow.
Rangers later discovering her abandoned mud-soaked backpack. Family still hopeful the young grad student will be found alive. The heavy rain also turning dangerous in Arizona, where a school bus was trapped by monsoonal floods. Rescuers seen carrying children on board to safety.
They're going to put them on the back of the truck.
And in New Mexico, a rescue after this vehicle was swept away by floodwaters. Rapid rainfall also washing out a road leading to Carlsbad Caverns, trapping some 200 visitors for hours.
We were really planning just to sleep there.
Now as millions ring out from torrential downpours, others are bracing for another brutal weather whiplash.
With much of the Southwest still under flooding threats, many of those national parks in the area have been closed as rescue teams try to dig out folks who may still be stuck. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you.
Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Which means Michelle Grossman is back with us with the latest on all this. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. And yeah, we're looking at a really soggy start for many of us to this new work week, especially in the southern plains, parts of the lower Mississippi Valley. They're going from drought to deluge. They've gotten over 8 inches of rain in the past 6 hours, and most of that happening in a 3-hour time span. So we're looking at flooded roadways. We're looking at power outages. So many videos and images of people stranded, having to be rescued. We're seeing some floodwaters into apartments. So it's a really serious situation. It's dangerous. It's life-threatening. Flash flooding is the #1 cause of weather-related deaths. So you need to heed the warnings. If you see water, don't drive through it. It's nearly impossible to find out how high that water is, and it doesn't take a lot of water to move vehicles. So this is what it looks like today. Of course, the big weather story being the flooding potential throughout the southern plains and the lower Mississippi Valley. Also, we have another storm system bringing showers and storms to the mid-Atlantic, to the northeast, dry through the northern and central plains, the Midwest, and we're hot and dry in the west. That's going to continue for the next couple of days, too, with temperatures into the 90s and triple digits. But the flash flooding risk does continue. You can see where the blue is, and especially the pink. That's a moderate risk for flash flooding. That's pretty rare. So portions of Texas, also Louisiana, Shreveport, you're included there. You could see some additional flash flooding as we go throughout the day. So as we zoom in a little closer, Dallas, you've had so much rain. You've had more rain in 6 hours, really in 3 hours, than you did in 2 months. And we're going to add to that because we're looking at training rains right now. 14 million people impacted by a flood watch or a flood warning. A flood warning means the flooding is happening right now. That's where you see those red boxes. So they come in, they come out. The flood watch will be in effect for a few more hours. We're looking at those morning downpours continuing. Lots of bright colors, yellows, reds, oranges. That's where the torrential downpours are happening. We're seeing some lightning here. Some thunder as well. And we're seeing that training. That means we're seeing rain going over the same areas. That's terrible news, especially for Dallas and just east of Dallas, where they saw all that rain this morning. So the storms will continue to drop heavy rain. We could see 2 to 3 inches per hour, and that's going to move slowly to the east. So you guys, we're talking about the Gulf Coast tomorrow, and then the southeast by Wednesday. This is a really slow moving system. So this story is not over today.
All right, Michelle, so much to keep our eyes on. So many people also that need that information. Thank you so much.
This morning, there's new fallout from the FBI search of former President Trump's Florida home. The Justice Department has until Thursday to provide a redacted copy of the search affidavit. This comes as Trump hints at taking legal action. NBC News senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson has the latest.
The fast-moving developments in this investigation into former President Trump come as a new NBC News poll finds the top issue facing voters, they say, is no longer cost of living, but threats to democracy.
Former President Trump now teasing what he calls a major legal motion. He and his attorneys saying they plan to ask for a third party, a so-called special master, to review what was taken by the FBI during their search of Mar-a-Lago, pointing to the Fourth Amendment, which protects from unreasonable searches and seizures.
One of the benefits of a special master, if the master agrees with us, is we can stop DOJ in their tracks when it comes to inspecting these documents.
No such motion has been filed yet after a federal judge signed off on the warrant allowing agents to remove 11 sets of classified material from Mr. Trump's home. Now the government faces a Thursday deadline to provide a redacted version of the affidavit used to justify the Mar-a-Lago search. New NBC News polling shows the majority of voters, 57%, say they want investigations into potential wrongdoing by former President Trump to continue. It comes as former Vice President Mike Pence says he never left office with classified material, telling the Associated Press in Iowa he doesn't want to prejudge the search at Mar-a-Lago before knowing all the facts.
We can demand that they reveal why this search warrant was executed against the residence of a former president of the United States without demeaning the rank and file men and women of the FBI.
And while the investigations into the former president are taking up a lot of political oxygen at the moment, keep in mind tomorrow is primary day in states including New York and Florida, which will include several closely watched races pitting sitting Democratic lawmakers against each other. Back to you.
All right, Hallie Jackson, thank you so much.
Now to the battle over immigration between some southern border states and northeastern cities. More and more migrants are arriving in cities like New York and Washington, bussed there by governors of Texas and Arizona. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now for the latest on this. Hey, Gabe, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. Ahead of the midterm elections, Republicans are seizing on a record-breaking influx of migrants at the southern border. But the latest battle over immigration is now playing out here in the Northeast. The buses keep coming to New York City and Washington, D.C. At first, hundreds, now thousands of migrants arriving in the Northeast after being sent by the governors of Texas and Arizona.
The need has outstripped our capacity to respond to it.
Calling it a humanitarian crisis, D.C.'s mayor has requested the National Guard. New York City's mayor is also asking the federal government for help.
I don't think anything is more anti-American than shipping people on a bus, 45-hour trip without any of the basic needs that they have of direction or coordination.
Democrats call the busing a political stunt. Republicans argue it's a last resort as scenes like this unfold at the U.S. southern border. Large groups of migrants crossing, human smugglers cramming 150 people into this 18-wheeler. The Border Patrol says more than 200 dead migrants have been found in just one section of Texas since last October. Nationwide, border apprehensions actually fell 4% from June to July, but overall, this fiscal year has seen the highest number on record.
It was just Texas and Arizona that bore the brunt of all of the chaos and all the problems that come with it. Now the rest of America is understanding exactly what is going on.
We recently visited Catholic Charities in New York City.
Have you ever seen numbers like this?
Not really.
Which has been scrambling to help the growing number of migrants, many from Venezuela who captured the grueling journey on their cell phones.
Do you think you'd survive? ¿Pensaste que iba a sobrevivir?
We spoke with Ruben from Colombia, who told us his 4 children thought they were going to die. When we finally reached U.S. soil, he says, I thank God for giving me the strength. Here in New York, more than 6,000 asylum seekers have entered the city's shelter system this summer. Authorities are now making plans to enroll more than 1,000 children in classes before the school year begins next month, Savannah.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much. Now, this morning, Russian media says the country's security service, the FSB, has, quote, solved the murder of the daughter of a key ally of President Putin. She was killed over the weekend in a car bomb attack outside Moscow. The FSB says Ukrainian special services prepared the attack. Ukraine had earlier denied any involvement in the blast. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from outside Ukraine's capital, Kyiv. Hey, Megan, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. We are here in Borodyanka, where we attended yet another funeral service for a Ukrainian soldier who died while fighting this war. A somber start to the day, no doubt, as there is news coming out of Moscow where Russian elites are now rattled after that car bomb went off not far from the Kremlin. A fiery explosion just outside Moscow, bringing new tensions in the Russia-Ukraine war. Russian investigators say a car bomb killed the daughter of a close Putin ally in a contract killing. Daria Dugina, the daughter of Alexander Dugin, also referred to as Putin's brain, died in the blast late Saturday night. This eyewitness video appearing to show the car on fire and a distraught Dugin at the scene. Dugin has been an outspoken supporter of the war in Ukraine and believed to have influenced Putin's views on the invasion. His daughter was a TV commentator who shared her father's views. In a statement announcing a murder investigation, Russian investigators say an explosive device was placed under the driver's seat. Russia's state-run media reports witnesses say Dugin was expected to be driving the car, but switched vehicles at the last minute. NBC News has not been able to verify those claims. But a Russian security expert says, regardless, it was a complex scheme.
This is no small feat to be able to actually mount an assassination operation in the heart of Russia.
A Russian separatist leader quickly blamed the attack on Ukraine, but an advisor to Ukrainian President Zelensky denied responsibility, saying on television, we had nothing to do with this because we are not a criminal state. A former member of Russia's parliament, now living in Ukraine, said in a video that a new, mostly unknown group called the National Republican Army carried out the attack. The attack comes as the war seems to have taken a turn. Ukraine now on the offensive in a Russian-controlled territory. Over the weekend, more attacks in Crimea. Now Ukraine is bracing for retribution ahead of its Independence Day on Wednesday, the same day marking 6 months of the war. Now, that ex-Russian member of parliament didn't provide any evidence to support his claims, and NBC News has not been able to independently verify it. As for a potential massive attack here in Ukraine, we spoke with a member of parliament here in Ukraine who says that she wouldn't give us any information about if they have intelligence to suggest that that's happening, but they're not taking any chances here. They have told people in Kyiv not to have mass gatherings, and in the east, at places like Kharkiv, they're being told to remain indoors from tonight until Thursday morning.
Back to you. Megan, thank you so much. Stay safe. Let's now bring in NBC News military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs. Colonel, always great to have you join us. So let's start first with this car bombing. So as we mentioned, Russia's FSB is blaming Ukrainian special services for this attack. Now, NBC News has not been able to confirm that report yet, but that's what we're hearing. What do you make of this? Is it something that you believe could have consequences for the war?
Well, Putin doesn't need any impetus to intensify the attacks on Ukraine. But there's no doubt about the fact that this will galvanize those inside Russia who are in favor of continuing the attack under all circumstances in Ukraine and seizing those parts of Ukraine which Putin had designated for capture early on in the war. Not that long ago, just before this car bombing attack, the Russians had moved about 2 or 3 guided missile cruisers in the Black Sea closer to Ukraine from which they could launch guided missiles. And I think you can expect some guided missile attacks, cruise missile attacks on cities in Ukraine in the coming days. Savannah.
Now, Colonel, as we approach the 6-month mark of this war, I mean, Megan pointed out that poignant detail, Wednesday, 6 months, and also their Independence Day. What's your assessment of where we are right now and what Russia either has or has not achieved?
Well, it's a great question, and we have to remember how this thing started. Originally, Russia was going to take over the entire country by sending troops from the south in the Crimea up the north to seize, to link up with those forces that were going to seize Kiev. That never happened because the Ukrainians resisted strongly. And then Russia changed its strategy altogether and was going to focus on the east. And it was going to then move from east to west. That didn't work either. And most people believe what's happening now is that Russia is going to focus on seizing the north coast of the Black Sea in order to get to Odessa and link up so that there can be a land bridge between the Crimea in the east and Moldova farther to the west to make it impossible to landlock Ukraine and make it impossible for there to be any resupply, evacuations from the Black Sea, and isolate Ukraine from the south. So Russia's focus has changed from taking over the whole country to taking over the east to just seizing control of the north part of the Black Sea.
Colonel Jack Jacobs, thank you so much. We appreciate your time as we mark nearly 6 months again of this war. And coming up, caught on camera, 3 Arkansas police officers suspended after a shocking video surfaces of a violent arrest. After the break, the latest on the investigation that's now underway. Plus, tragedy and heartbreak strikes Indiana State University just days before the start of the fall semester. The deadly car crash that killed 3 students and seriously wounded 2 others. Stay with us.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news. This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back now to Arkansas, where 3 law enforcement officers are under investigation this morning for their use of force during an arrest caught on camera. NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander has the latest.
Well, the video itself is less than a minute long, but it shows a violent encounter between 3 officers and a suspect. Now, in a statement, the mayor of that Arkansas town says that he was shocked and sickened by what he saw in the video. And we do have to warn you, that video is disturbing to watch.
This is bad. It is the shocking video that has been viewed millions of times. This morning, Arkansas State Police are investigating a violent arrest that was caught on camera. According to state police, in the video are 2 Crawford County Sheriff's deputies and a Mulberry police officer. The video appears to show them pinning a man down during an altercation and repeatedly punching and kneeing him to the head and body. And at one point, one of the officers appears to slam the man's head into the ground multiple times. The incident took place Sunday morning outside of a convenience store. At the end of the video, one of the officers appears to point at the camera. Throughout the day, police had been on the lookout for the suspect, identified as 27-year-old Randall Worster of South Carolina, after he allegedly spit on a store clerk and made what officers called terroristic threats in a nearby town. While it is unclear what happened before the start of the video, Worster was quickly transported to an area hospital and was later released and taken into custody. His condition is unclear. Worster is now facing a slew of charges, including battery, resisting arrest, and refusal to submit. All 3 officers involved have been suspended. In a statement, the Crawford County Sheriff says in part, "I hold all my employees accountable for their actions and will take appropriate measures in this matter." A statement from Mulberry Police says the department will take the appropriate actions at the conclusion of the investigation.
And state police say that once their investigation is complete, they will turn the case over to the county prosecutor to determine whether any charges will be filed. Back to you.
All right, Blaine Alexander, thank you so much. And now to Indiana, where the Indiana State University community is in mourning after 3 football players were killed in a fiery car crash Sunday morning. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has the latest.
Just days after the start of fall semester, heartbreak in one of America's college towns. Indiana State University announcing it believes 5 of its students were involved in a deadly crash.
Can you start towards State Road 46 Main Street? We have a vehicle on fire, person trapped.
Authorities say a vehicle suddenly veered off the road in Riley, Indiana, crashed into a tree and caught fire. 5 people inside. The Vigo County Sheriff says the driver and 2 passengers couldn't be saved. All 3 pronounced dead at the scene.
I know we have 2 confirmed patients right now.
The other 2 passengers escaping alive with serious injuries, according to authorities. Signs of the deadly crash still clear in the street hours later. In a statement Sunday, the sheriff saying in part, "Our thoughts and prayers are with all involved." Indiana State University says while police are still trying to identify the victims, the Terre Haute School believes several football players were among those involved in the single vehicle crash about 10 miles from campus. One of the team's quarterbacks reacting on Twitter, writing in part, "I can't even begin to describe the pain we are all feeling today." The university president calling this a terrible tragedy, saying our hearts go out to the families and friends of the students involved.
Our thanks to Jesse Kirsch for that report. Now, the school's women's soccer team postponed a match Sunday afternoon as a result of the crash, and the university is now offering counseling services to all students grieving the accident. Coming up, new developments in the fight against monkeypox this morning. We'll tell you about the White House's latest effort to get more vaccines into the hands of health officials. That's right after this.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome back. This morning, new efforts are underway to get the monkeypox outbreak under control, including a new program to engage with high-risk communities and upping antiviral treatments for those who do test positive. More vaccines are also arriving in high-risk states. According to the Department of Health and Human Services, 1.8 million doses of the monkeypox vaccine will be made available as early as today. Now, this comes, though, as the sole producer of the vaccine says they are worried they won't be able to meet demand in the U.S. NBC News correspondent Zinkley Esamal joins us now from New York City with the very latest. Hey, Zinkley, good morning. So first, what can you tell us about the Biden administration's new strategy to help make this current stockpile of doses last longer as they wait for new doses to arrive?
Hey, Savannah, good morning. So the strategy is increasing supply. As you said, the White House announced they're releasing 1.8 million doses of the vaccine. And just last week, they also released over 400,000 doses, making those accessible. So the strategy is increasing supply, but they're also targeting specific populations, specifically the LGBTQ plus community. The White House has been partnering with organizations and states hosting large LGBTQ plus events and sponsoring those, funding them, providing testing, as well as educational tools. So there's a large outreach and supply effort that we're following closely. Savannah?
So far, New York City is actually only offering the first dose of the 2-dose vaccine series that we need. What are you hearing from people who are waiting for the second dose? I mean, if it's really supposed to be a 2-dose vaccine, we're all, very used to 2-dose vaccines now after the COVID vaccine, needing to get that second one scheduled in a certain window. Is there now concern that maybe this isn't as effective? And are the second doses ever going to be available?
Yeah, Savannah. So a lot of people right now are in that 4 to 6 week window, and there's a lot of fear and frustration that we're hearing from New Yorkers who say they cannot get access to that second dose. And it's important to point out that just this past weekend, New York saw its first case of monkeypox in a child under 18 years old. So the stakes are high, people are concerned, and here's what some have had to say.
I work in theater, I work in the arts, and if I'm in constant contact with performers, with other people on my teams every day. And, just like a lot of other industries, if I get monkeypox, the quarantine period is much longer than the COVID quarantine period is now. So it's a little nerve-wracking and frustrating, but I'm trying to stay optimistic. I'm hoping that my second dose is just around the corner.
I'm very fortunate to have gotten the first shot, and I'm not nervous. I definitely am taking precautions to limit my interactions with other people.
So there's a lot of fear, there's a lot of nervousness, but it's worth pointing out that Governor Kathy Hochul of New York is set to have a press conference today at 10 a.m., Savannah. So we're going to be listening closely to see if she says anything about monkeypox. Savannah?
Hey, Zinclay, also new numbers from the New York City Health Department show there's actually a racial disparity among people who are receiving the monkeypox vaccine. There you can see it on your screen. What can you tell us about these numbers?
Yeah, so just like with COVID, where we saw some disparities in vaccine rollout, unfortunately, we're seeing some similarities right now with monkeypox. I want to read you some of those numbers. So we've seen that with the Latino population, about 23% of vaccine-eligible Latino New Yorkers have been able to get that vaccine, and they make up just 16% of vaccine-eligible New Yorkers. Now, compare that to Black New Yorkers, who make up 31% of the vaccine-eligible population. Only 12% of Black New Yorkers who are eligible have gotten the vaccine. So clearly a disparity, bleak numbers there, but we're hoping we'll get some news from New York soon that will allow for more doses, more accessibility. And so there's a lot to watch here in New York as the cases continue to rise. Savannah?
All right, Zinclay Asamoah, thank you so much.
This morning, we're taking a closer look at the global fight for LGBTQ rights and some new developments. This weekend, Singapore announced it will decriminalize sex between men within the country, but the country's prime minister also said a constitutional amendment would be introduced to define marriages between a man and a woman throughout Singapore. Let's bring in Graham Reed now for more on this. Graham is the director of the LGBT rights program at Human Rights Watch. Good to have you with us, Graham. So first of all, just your reaction to this announcement out of Singapore. It seems like sort of a 2 steps forward, 1 step back sort of situation, would you say?
Yes, I think that would be an accurate description. There's no doubt that this is a very significant milestone. Its activists in Singapore have worked for decades to reach this goal, and there have been several legal challenges, none of them successful. I think it's interesting to just look at the recent history and status of the law. 15 years ago, there was a reform of the penal code in Singapore, and that would have been an obvious time to drop this particular provision, but the Prime Minister decided to keep it. He acknowledged at the time that LGBT people are part of Singapore society. He said that they are kith and kin, but did very little to show that. And he decided to keep the law, although he said it would not be proactively enforced. And then in 2018, the same year that India repealed its provision in the penal code, the Attorney General reinforced that the law would not be applied for consensual same-sex conduct in private. And earlier this year, the Court of Appeal in Singapore came to the same conclusion to say that the law could not be enforced. So in that sense, that, the law has been dormant, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have consequence. There's no accident in the fact that in the United Kingdom, this particular provision in the law around gross indecency is known as the Blackmailer's Charter. So, people are subject to discrimination and risk blackmail when a law like this exists on the book.
So, Graham, could this announcement by Singapore have an impact on other countries where there are still larger issues, where it's still illegal to express being openly LGBTQ?
Yes, I think so. I think, this is part of the momentum towards decriminalization. Once Singapore decriminalizes, there will be 67 countries around the world that still prohibit same-sex conduct. And the most significant development was in 2018 with the repeal of the Indian Penal Code. And that was significant not only for India, but because the Indian Penal Code was the template for similar colonial era laws that were enforced throughout the British Empire at that stage. And the Prime Minister of Singapore has said that this law encapsulates Victorian values. But the idea is that it would be a kind of political compromise to include the law, to keep the law, to send a kind of message of social disapproval, and at the same time not enforcing the law. But we have seen a number of positive developments in the region. Taiwan became the first country in the region in 2019 to extend marriage equality. We've seen in Thailand, the cabinet has approved a civil union bill that still needs to go through further processes, but that would have the same legal rights and responsibilities as marriage. We saw in South Korea, a court there found that the prohibition on same-sex intimacy in the military was discriminatory and unconstitutional.
All right, Graham Reed, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate your expertise.
Thank you.
Now let's get to this week's edition of Climate Control. Today we're featuring a disturbing heat forecast 30 years from now.
Yeah, a new study shows an emerging heat belt across several states where the heat index is expected to reach 125 degrees. Here's NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns with that and other environmental headlines.
On this week's Climate Control, we start with the alarming heat forecast in the years and decades to come. So let's take a look at the weather maps. First, let's explain why this is so important. Let's go back to Tuesday afternoon, and we'll show you the heat indices that we had in the lower half of the country. Notice a bunch of hundreds, a couple spots approaching 105. Look at Corpus Christi, 109 was their maximum heat index. So why is that important with this new study? Well, when we talk about heat index, that's how we talk about the risk and dangers of heat illness. So about 80, you get some fatigue. About 90, you can get some heat cramps. This is if you're going to be outside over an extended period. But it's really when you get up there about 103 that heat exhaustion becomes likely. And then if you get up to what we say is off the chart type levels, 125, that's when heat stroke is highly likely with continued exposure. And that's what the study looked at. The odds and probability of getting to 125 heat index. And they did it for next summer. The couple dots here show at least one day is possible in the Midwest and then in the desert Southwest. But what the study did was it took what they expect and showed us 30 years from now where it could be 125 for at least one day, and a few spots here, 2 or 3 days where the red colors are. So you get the idea here. In the next 30 years, significant warming is possible in the middle of the country to dangerous heat levels. Well, our next stop on Climate Control brings us to the historic drought in Europe and the ominous warning signs from the past. Well, as river levels continue to drop to historic lows, rock carvings in Europe are revealed, including the famous Hunger Stone on the Elbe River in Germany, which reads, "When you see me, weep." The carving goes back to the 1600s and mark low water readings during droughts. Well, the dire warning means that when the river is this low and you see it, expect crops to fail and hunger and famine to spread. These hunger stones are common in Central Europe on the Danube, the Rhine, and the Weser rivers. Well, scientists say the drought in Europe is nearing the worst in 500 years. And the worst recorded European drought was only 4 years ago, if you remember, back in 2018. A very disturbing trend. Well, our final stop on Climate Control brings us to the wine country of the future. And no, I'm not talking about Italy, France, or even our own Napa Valley. The best red wines in the future could come from the UK. A climate study shows the increasing likelihood of ideal climate conditions for high-quality wines shifting from France, which produces 29% of the wines worldwide, to England and the UK, which now only produces 2% of the world's wine. And the time to plant is now. See, the vines for the wines have a lifetime of about 20 and 30 years. That means choosing what grapes and wines will prosper with the expected 1 to 3 degrees of warming in the next 30 years. So guys, in 2 decades from now, when I take us all out to dinner to celebrate my retirement, I'll say, give us your best bottle of Pinot Noir, but make sure it's from the UK.
All right, Bill Cairns, thanks so much.
Something to look forward to, although we don't want Bill to leave.
Yeah, exactly. All right, coming up, some terrifying moments for beachgoers in South Carolina last week.
Two separate shark attacks happened on the same beach on the same day. We're going to hear from the victims as more sightings are being reported up and down the East Coast. That's up next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week.
Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're back now with a pair of terrifying shark attacks along the East Coast, this time in South Carolina, where two beachgoers were bitten just half a mile apart.
Yeah, it's the latest in a series of shark encounters this summer. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders has the latest from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Hey, Carrie, good morning.
Well, good morning, guys. Look, this is so rare that shark attacks happen, but even rarer, imagine it was two people attacked by a shark on the same beach on the same day. That is extremely unusual. In one of the cases, the shark attack hit a grandmother with her grandson just feet away.
Oh, y'all better get off the shore.
Sharks swimming dangerously close to shore. A hammerhead shark chasing down a stingray in Alabama. Then farther north, a Pennsylvania family's vacation to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, took an unexpected turn last Monday.
It was really our first day on the beach. We went down and the kids, even Brian, he was a little nervous, and I kept saying, don't worry about sharks. That's absolutely nothing you need to worry about.
Turns out that day, Karen Seitz was wrong.
I was still in probably about waist deep water, and I felt something. I get it was sort of like a bite on my arm, but there was a shark attached to my arm. So I kind of just kept hitting at it. I just wanted it off my arm.
Seitz' 8-year-old grandson Brian was just feet away.
I didn't even see it swimming up. I just saw it jump.
Seitz spent the night in the hospital, getting dozens of stitches. That same day at the same beach, a second victim with a more minor bite to the leg. From Long Island,
oh my Lanta.
to both coasts of Florida. Shark sightings this summer have forced some beaches to close temporarily. This drone video captured a swarm of sharks off the coast of Cocoa Beach, Florida last Sunday. In the same weekend, a 10-year-old boy was attacked while snorkeling in the Florida Keys. Part of his leg had to be amputated. Despite these reports, experts say shark attacks are still rare.
Every year, on average, we get between 70 and 80 unprovoked bites by sharks around the world. So it's a very, very low incidence in general.
And he says when a shark bite happens, it's usually because the shark mistakes a human for food. But for young Brian, he's not taking any chances, at least not right now.
I'll put my feet in, but that's really all.
So a fair question might be, as we're approaching Labor Day, will there be more shark attacks? Well, historically, especially along the East Coast, August, September, we do have more activity, and include the fact that there are more people in the water and the temperature of the ocean is increasing, which the experts say is bringing sharks closer to shore. So likely, yes, but in the big picture, you heard the experts say we have about 70 shark attacks on the entire world, so they are still extremely rare. But as we see, they do happen, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like we're definitely talking about them more anyway. All right, Carrie Sanders, thank you so much. Now let's get you some business headlines. And Apple employees are reportedly petitioning against the company's return to office plan.
CNBC's Frank Holland joins us with that and other money news. Frank, good morning.
Hey, good morning to both of you. Well, a group of Apple employees are pushing back against the company's call for workers to return to the office next month. They argue they've shown they can perform, quote unquote, exceptionally during more than 2 years of flexible working. The Financial Times reports the group called Apple Together began circulating a petition internally this weekend. Last week, a memo from CEO Tim Cook told employees around Apple's headquarters they must return to the office 3 days a week. Elon Musk says Tesla is raising the price of the full self-driving feature by 25% next month to now $15,000. Musk says the current price of $12,000 will be honored for those who buy a vehicle before September the 5th. It's still unclear whether Tesla will also raise the price of the monthly subscription, which is currently $199 a month. Despite its name, full self-driving does not offer fully autonomous driving, and Tesla has warned drivers to stay alert and keep their hands on the wheel. And I hate to be the bearer of some bad news, but get ready to pay up for your morning cup of coffee. A poor harvest in Brazil, the world's largest coffee producer, is threatening to push prices even higher. Farmers have endured both drought and frost, resulting in a crop being less than half of what it would be in a quote-unquote good year. Brazil matters to the global market because it's by far the world's biggest coffee exporter. Bad weather's also hurt the coffee industry in neighboring Colombia. So get ready when you go to Starbucks, Dunkin' Donuts, Dutch Brothers, wherever you're going, it's going to probably cost you a little bit more.
I've seen that already for sure. In the cold brew I buy, I've said, yeah.
It keeps going up.
Yeah, it does.
Thank you, Frank. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Good to see you. Now, the NFL officially kicks off its first regular season game in less than 3 weeks, but inflation is making some game day traditions even more expensive.
NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa explains how you can cheer on your favorite team without breaking the bank.
Hey there, who doesn't enjoy a good tailgate? And there are simple steps you can take to help tackle inflation. Grilling hot dogs instead of chicken, taking public transportation rather than driving to save money on gas. The bottom line, rooting for your team on a budget is all about having a game plan.
Now fires looking end zone, and it's caught. Touchdown!
NFL preseason games are in full swing, and so are fans' tailgate traditions.
Getting all the food, getting the grills ready, the tent.
Packing, loading,
Yeah.
It's a process.
Yes.
But this year, you'll find rooting for your favorite team is more expensive as inflation takes a bigger bite out of game day budgets.
We wish it was lower prices, but you know, you kind of just have to adjust and go with the flow.
It seems like the same stuff you buy, it's an extra $10 the next week, and then the following week it's another $10.
Chicken, rolls, snacks, and pickles are some of the biggest offenders with double-digit percentage increases. Grocery store prices as a whole have soared 13% from last year.
That's the biggest one-year increase we've seen since the late 1970s, but we haven't seen prices rise evenly across all foods and drinks.
And that's where experts say you can save. Try swapping out those pricey picks with food less affected by inflation. The cost of hot dogs and pork ribs, for instance, have ticked up only slightly. And chicken wings actually dropped below pre-pandemic prices, with a push for more boneless wings from restaurants.
Anywhere we can see a sale, we go for it.
Re-examining how you get to the game can also help save money. Worsened by sky-high jet fuel costs and staffing shortages, the price of plane tickets have soared by 28% from last year. And despite some recent relief at the pump, it still costs 23% more to fill up your gas tank. So public transportation could be your best game plan.
We've seen the cost of mass transit has gone up only about 0.5%, which is very tame when you consider it in the context of consumer prices.
And there's always the option of cheering your team on from home. It's a good time to upgrade your TV with a nearly 15% drop in prices.
Go deep.
Experts say it all comes down to establishing priorities within your budget. And with thoughtful planning, fans will find a way.
And tailgating is an experience. And when you have that experience, especially when you're with good friends, it just makes it fun.
So when it comes to tickets for live sports, they're actually one of the few items that have fallen in price since last year. But that includes a broad range of sports, so that may not be the best indicator if you're trying to score NFL tickets. One thing to look into, standing room only tickets can be a great option to get in the door, and modern stadiums typically have lots of those areas for fans to hang out. Back to you.
All right, Emily Ikeda, thank you.
Thanks, Emily. Coming up, the wedding bells for Bennifer have rung once again.
That's right. I've got the lowdown on the Hollywood power couple's second ceremony of just this year. That's right after this.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American. We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
A piece of tech history is now in the hands of one happy collector. The Apple I computer prototype sold at auction this past weekend for close to $700,000. Apple co-founder Steve Jobs used the prototype board to pitch the Apple I to one of the first personal computer stores, the Byte Shop, back in 1976. The board was examined and authenticated using detailed Polaroid photos from the time. It was personally owned by Jobs before it was given to the seller by Jobs himself 30 years ago. So who owns it now? Well, we don't know because the winning bidder asked to remain anonymous, and paid a pretty penny for it.
Yeah, for real. That's pretty cool. I wonder why somebody was ready to part with it. Yeah,
or why
penny.
someone wanted it.
Exactly.
But it's very cool.
All right, thanks, Joe.
Yep.
Now, New Mexico has broken ground on a new museum dedicated to the Navajo Code Talkers, a division of Native Americans who served in the Marines during World War II. Their native language was invaluable during the war effort, and now one of the last living members of the division is overseeing the construction of their museum. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith has their story.
We're looking at a rocky bluff near the area the Navajo call the center of the world.
Last week, this ground was blessed as a place where the past will be honored, making way for a museum where future generations will learn.
How important is it for you to get that museum built up there?
Very important, not just to me, but to the 400 plus who were certified as Navajo Code Talkers.
Navajo Code Talkers, young Marine volunteers whose language was invaluable to the Corps in World War II.
Each division had at least 80 Navajo Code Talkers. That enemy would not understand, will never understand what in the world is being planned.
Among them, 94-year-old Peter McDonald, who lied about his age and enlisted at 15. In the thick of the action, on island assault after island assault, the Navajo Code Talkers radioed back critical information in their native tongue.
We never knew there was such a thing as tanks or battleship, cruisers, destroyer, aircraft carrier. So we named those differently than any other thing, like a battleship, Lhotso, big fish.
Big fish.
Aircraft carrier. Yeah, one that carry birds around.
This looks like you in uniform, in your Marine Corps uniform, right?
Ingenious. Yeah. The code unbreakable, but was at first rejected by Marine top brass. But after a test,
he said, "We don't understand it either, but it works. Send us some more Navajos."
Navajos who'd been forced to attend strict boarding schools, whose purpose was to strip them of their heritage, their spirit.
You went to Indian school when you were small, and did they punish you for speaking your language?
Absolutely.
The Code Talker's success, a cruel paradox. Peter's daughter, Charity.
It's very moving because it has a lot to do with the culture. What they fought with was our culture. What they fought with was our language.
The Navajo have collected a tiny fraction of the museum's projected costs. But Mr. McDonald says it is important to keep the remarkable story alive for the Navajo Nation and for the rest of us.
You know, America is a diverse community. We are made of all different nationality, different language, different skills, different talents. When it comes to saving America, saving the liberty and peace that we enjoy, we need to use all of those talents that we all possess.
Harry Smith, NBC News, Say Bonito, New Mexico.
Thank you, Harry, for that one. Finally, this hour, Bennifer's Big Bash. Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez tied the knot for a second time over the weekend, this time in front of friends and family in a lavish 3-day extravaganza at Affleck's Georgia home, a fitting celebration of their love story nearly 2 decades in the making.
It was a storybook wedding fit for Hollywood royalty. Star couple Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez said "I do" in front of about 100 of their closest family and friends Saturday at Affleck's sprawling Georgia estate. The bride and groom dazzled in white as they walked down the aisle with their 5 kids in tow. Lopez was stunning in a custom Ralph Lauren gown. Guests in attendance were also asked to wear white for the celebration, including famous faces like Matt Damon and celebrity life coach Jay Shetty, who officiated the ceremony. Not in attendance, Affleck's famous ex, Jennifer Garner. Photos obtained by TMZ show her smiling on a trip to Sam's Club over the weekend. The festivities did not go off completely without a hitch. According to DailyMail.com, just hours before the rehearsal dinner on Friday, Affleck's mother fell off a dock and cut her leg. Pictures obtained by the website show Jen and Ben leaving the hospital with his mother, who reportedly received stitches but was otherwise okay. Reps for the couple declined to comment about the alleged incident. incident, but the family is welcoming Jen. Ben's brother Casey, who reportedly did not attend, posted on Instagram, "Welcome to the family. Jen, you are a gem. We love you so much." The weekend wedding came just 1 month after they tied the knot for the first time in a surprise ceremony in Las Vegas.
Somebody's getting married.
Their big day, 20 years in the making.
Do we know each other?
Not yet. The two stars first met on the set of Geely in 2002 and began a whirlwind romance. But their first shot at love ended in a very public breakup.
That was your first real heartbreak.
It was. I never felt heartbroken until we called off that wedding.
Eventually, the two stars found their way back to one another, and last year, Bennifer's second act began.
Love, when you are lucky enough to find it, is so sacred and special.
A full circle love story now ending in happily ever after. And they reportedly ended their ceremony with a bang, an elaborate fireworks show. Congrats to them.
That's pretty cool.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're back with a new ice cream flavor that might be an acquired taste. Miller High Life says it's partnering with boozy ice cream brand Tipsy Scoops to launch, get this, a dive bar flavored ice cream bar. The punny ice cream dive bar flavor is infused with Miller High Life, of course. It also features a hint of tobacco smoke flavor, a peanut swirl to honor the salty dive bar snack, and a gooey caramel for that sticky dive bar floor feeling, though I doubt that tastes like caramel. It's all coated with dark chocolate and a carbonated candy to remind you of the fizziness of your favorite beer. The boozy dessert was created to honor the 100th anniversary of the ice cream bar. Some of those flavors sound okay, but
some
individually, I don't know. Yeah,
you can have
that's one of those food ones I'm not like, oh, I have to go eat ice cream now.
Right. Yeah, you could have that after your Papa John's pizza-free bowl or whatever we talked about last week. Yeah.
They should just bring back the ice cream taco instead.
Choco taco.
Yeah, Choco Taco.
There you go. All right. If you are a fan of Game of Thrones or Lord of the Rings, you are in good hands the next couple of weeks.
That's right. That's because new installments of both franchises are coming to a streaming service near you, creating a new kind of duel for subscribers. I'll reuse Joe's joke. Here's NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa.
Is afoot.
Streaming wars are ramping up as platforms drop dueling medieval fantasies to win over viewers and record amounts of cash in the process. The Game of Thrones prequel, backed by HBO's largest marketing push ever at more than $100 million, according to Deadline.
Such a big thing, such a monocultural event.
Some industry experts believe the series release tonight was a race to the spotlight ahead of Amazon's Lord of the Rings spin-off in 2 weeks. What's reportedly a $1 billion investment across 5 seasons.
I'm just fascinated to kind of see what I read as that middle schooler to come to life.
Every single one of these streaming platforms really wants to have their kind of marquee hit. And when you have a big viewership like that, when you have developed a fan base, you want to kind of keep people's attention.
For the first time ever, streaming has overtaken cable and broadcast viewership, according to media firm Nielsen. It's a milestone analysts have been anticipating for years.
This is maybe the most dynamic time that we've ever had in television, with everything, all the strategies that are coming into play.
Netflix drew the largest share of viewership with 8%, boosted by hit show Stranger Things. But even the industry's leading platforms are feeling the heat from increasing competition. Earlier this year, Netflix reported its first subscriber loss in more than a decade.
What are some of the biggest challenges streaming platforms will have to face?
I mean, every streaming service is competing with TikTok. They're competing with YouTube. They're competing with video gaming.
As companies and viewers alike try to navigate an evolving media landscape. Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
It has been 25 years since the Oscar-winning movie Titanic hit theaters. Well, now you can see a musical version of the story on a New York City stage, but with a rather significant twist. The result is a hilarious off-Broadway hit, a buoyant show called Titanic.
I'm flying! Jack, I'm flying!
It's a Titanic-sized Titanic parody, but in this version,
Don't know much about your life.
Jack and Rose share the stage,
And I don't know much about your life.
with Celine Dion.
I would say Titanic is a Celine Dion fever dream that has come to life.
In Titanic, the familiar story first dramatized on the big screen is retold through the eyes and songs of the legendary diva.
Alvin, wait for it! Waiting for you.
Played by Marla Mindell.
What is the key to a good Celine Dion?
Just kind of looking around, being like, oh my God, guess what? I'm Celine. It's so crazy, I'm Celine. And then you just add like a little chest beat, little hand, little shimmy, little smirk, and you got it.
She created the show with co-star Constantine Rassouli and director Ty Blue, a passion project that finally set sail this year inside a theater that's below a closed grocery store.
This is basically the Titanic?
This is the Titanic, yeah, with a much lower budget.
The lowbrow props pay homage to the movie. Actor Actor Frankie Grande, whose sister Ariana does an iconic Celine impression,
Shall we go for it?
was eager to jump aboard this campy voyage.
I'm having the most fun I've ever had in my life. In fact, sometimes I'm having too much fun.
Audiences are also having fun, along with critics who are giving rave reviews.
We really just take you away for 90 minutes and we make you laugh.
Though one person has not seen it.
What if Celine saw the show?
I would die. I would give her the script and say, hey girl, you're on tonight. And somehow, I think the show would be exactly the same.
Anything is possible on this unsinkable, unfathomable ship of dreams.
All right, and they just got some good news. Titanic, the musical, it just got extended. It'll now be sailing through November 6th. And they say, the cast says, that some of Celine's reps have come to it, have seen it, liked it, and they think Celine would like it. So you never know, it might happen.
Oh, she's so going.
I know.
She's so gonna go.
And she's gonna also get on stage and start singing.
Yeah, oh my gosh, what an amazing concept.
Yeah.
Titanic.
It's fun to see it succeeding,
Celine
too.
on board.
All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, Mother Nature's fury. Heavy rain for the drought-stricken Southwest and along the Gulf Coast this Monday morning. More than 13 million Americans now under flood warnings. This morning, rising waters in Dallas leaving drivers stranded on the highway. We've got your latest forecast and when you can expect drier conditions. On the clock, the Justice Department is just days away from a critical deadline in the FBI search of Mar-a-Lago. This as public pressure for more information about the former president's legal troubles continue. Now, Trump's legal team is outlining his new plan to push back on the investigation, and former Vice President Mike Pence is speaking out. Also this morning, danger along the shore. 2 separate shark attacks happening on the same South Carolina beach on the same day, just a half-mile apart. We've got the victims' stories as sightings up and down the East Coast alarm beachgoers. Plus, I do ×2 for the Hollywood power couple affectionately known as Bennifer. Yes, Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez have tied the knot again, just weeks after that surprise Vegas wedding. We've got the details on the ceremony this time around later in the hour. We should be wearing white in honor of their white wedding.
I know. I can't wait to hear some details you're going to bring us.
We're going to bring us as best as we can from the aerial viewpoint
I was looking for a better
the wedding. Yeah,
of the dress.
That's what you
I
got.
guess it doesn't exist
I
yet.
think they'll be coming out soon enough. More on that in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with those dangerous flash floods that are striking the South.
Yeah, look at the scene in Dallas overnight as torrential rain stranded people in their cars on the highway. More than 10 million Americans in the lower plains are under a flooding alert this morning. Look at those cars there. Now, the storm system had already left a trail of destruction across the Southwest over the weekend. In Utah, multiple hikers had to be rescued at Zion National Park after floodwaters washed out the roads. Teams there are still searching for another hiker believed to have been swept away by the flooding. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest.
So many areas in the Southwest are desperate for rain, but this was simply too much too fast. And now as parts of Texas go underwater, rescuers are stepping in.
This morning, dramatic rescues in Texas as the relentless rain moves over the Southwest. In Dallas, cars stuck on I-30, people swimming through the floods, and a chain of rescuers pulling passengers to safety. Drivers across the area stranded overnight. 10 million people across the southern plains are under flood alerts. Areas that have seen less than an inch of rain in the last 2 months could now get as much as 2.5 inches per hour. It comes after heavy rains in the west, as flash flooding led to a desperate and ongoing search for a 29-year-old hiker in Utah's Zion National Park. The family of Jatal Agniatri telling our affiliate KSL they believe this video shows her and another man desperately trying to stay above the rushing waters.
About 20 minutes worth of rain created all that. I mean, it looked like a tsunami.
Fellow hikers were able to rescue the man further downstream, but say they couldn't find the 29-year-old.
Her back was turned as she was going down, and where that bend was,
she got sucked into the undertow.
Rangers later discovering her abandoned mud-soaked backpack. Family still hopeful the young grad student will be found alive. The heavy rain also turning dangerous in Arizona, where a school bus was trapped by monsoonal floods. Rescuers seen carrying children on board to safety.
They're going to put them on the back of the truck.
And in New Mexico, a rescue after this vehicle was swept away by floodwaters. Rapid rainfall also washing out a road leading to Carlsbad Caverns, trapping some 200 visitors for hours.
We were already planning just to sleep there.
Now as millions ring out from torrential downpours, others are bracing for another brutal weather whiplash.
With much of the Southwest still under flooding threats, many of those national parks in the area have been closed as rescue teams try to dig out folks who may still be stuck. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thank you.
Let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Which means Michelle Grossman is back with us with the latest on all this. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. And yeah, we're looking at a really soggy start for many of us to this new work week, especially in the southern plains, parts of the lower Mississippi Valley. They're going from drought to deluge. They've gotten over 8 inches of rain in the past 6 hours, and most of that happening in a 3-hour time span. So we're looking at flooded roadways. We're looking at power outages. So many videos and images of people stranded, having to be rescued. We're seeing some floodwaters.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news. This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American. We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
A
29-year-old hiker is still missing after heavy rains led to flash flooding at Utah's Zion National Park this weekend. And then in Texas, rescue efforts underway to save drivers stranded on the interstate near Dallas as the relentless rain moves across the southwest U.S. Now, many of these areas have seen less than 1 inch of rain in the last 2 months. Now they could get as much as 2.5 inches per hour. NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray joins us now from Dallas. Jay, it's good to see you there. I know it's wet where you are. Do we have any update from officials on that missing hiker in Zion National Park? For example, do we have any idea yet where those floodwaters might have carried her?
They don't at this point. There's a lot of concern, and family members have looked at some of the video and said, yeah, we believe they were trying to struggle and get to safety at some point. So no clear indications right now. And I can tell you that I may not, and just pulling the curtain back a little bit here, I may not be fully engaged in what's happening there because of so much that's going on here. I want to give you a look behind me right now, and I know we're going to talk about it, but you can see the car that has been partially submerged here. The windshield wipers are still going. It looks like the sunroof may be open, so somebody likely escaped that vehicle as the water grew. It has pushed over the roadways here in Dallas and Fort Worth in several areas, and it's something that's going to continue to be a problem. We continue to have hard rain that's going to be here for at least a few more hours. We broke records both yesterday and today already for the amount of rainfall in the Dallas area. And again, there's big concern that this flooding is going to get much worse before it gets any better.
And Jay, we know that heavy rain is also making its way over Texas, where you are, and it's raising alarm from Dallas to San Antonio, which is a region that's, a hot spot for fatal flash flooding. So how are officials really encouraging people there on the ground to buckle up, get prepared, and stay safe? What are they saying?
Yeah, stay off the road, first of all. It's been a nightmare. The rush hour turned into rush hours here with the roadways flooded out. Some of the major highways here were closed down as well, and the rain's going to grow. It's also moving south, like you talk about. Waco later today, Austin this evening could really get hammered. It's been miserable here drought-wise. They say in Texas you need a good flood to end a drought. Unfortunately, that's what we're seeing right now.
All right, NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray for us. Jay, as always, thank you so much, and try to stay dry.
Thank you.
Coming up, nuclear fears in Ukraine, what world leaders are saying about what really needs to be done right now to ensure safety at the continent's largest nuclear power plant. Stay with us.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
we begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American. We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
The indictment of a former president, perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
In Ukraine, fears of an attack on a power plant that could lead to a potential nuclear disaster are raising global concerns. President Biden discussed the increasingly tense situation at Europe's largest nuclear power plant on a call with European leaders on Sunday. The group reiterating the importance of independent inspectors to visit that site as soon as possible to really ensure its safety. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Kyiv. Megan, it's great to see you. What is happening in and really around that nuclear plant right now? I mean, how are Russia and Ukraine simultaneously responding to what are growing calls for independent inspectors to really go in there and take a look at that site?
That's right, Morgan, it's great to be with you. You know, the situation at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant still remains of grave concern, not just to the Ukrainians, but a lot of the international community as well. What we know is that Ukrainian officials say they have intelligence to suggest that the Russians are actively trying to shut that nuclear plant down. That's a big concern because one mistake could create a leak at the facility, which means we could be looking at radioactive material seeping out of that plant, spreading throughout Europe. Now, President Putin has said he's open to having these international inspectors going inside that plant, but members of his cabinet said that's not going to be until September. Ukraine is concerned, and the calls are that inspectors go inside right away. I want you to listen to what the president of the power company has to say.
On different levels, there are negotiations with IAEA, with United Nations on support of this mission, and I think that within maybe 10 days the mission will be on site.
So there are international calls of urgencies to get the inspectors inside that plant, but Russia has control of that plant. So when exactly that will happen, if that will happen, is yet to be seen, Morgan.
Megan, some other news that's sort of gotten a lot of the headlines and attention here stateside is that the daughter of a key Putin ally who advocated for the invasion of Ukraine was killed over the weekend after her car exploded near Moscow. What more do we know about this incident and really the investigation surrounding it?
Right, so investigators say that Daria Dugina was leaving a cultural festival on Saturday evening, one that she attended with her father, Alexander Dugin. She was in an SUV heading back towards Moscow when there was that explosion. Now, according to investigators, there was a bomb strapped to the driver's side of that vehicle, and Russia's state media is citing witnesses who say that as Dugina was leaving that facility there, her father was supposed to get inside her car, but it was a last-minute decision where he didn't. There are reports that he was the intended target. But look, Russia is coming out blaming Ukraine for this. Ukraine just moments ago released a statement saying, look, that they are not responsible for this, once again saying that they didn't have any involvement in this attack, and said that Russia is living in a fictional world. But of course the concern is that we could see retaliation here. Morgan?
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald live for us from Kyiv. Megan, as always, thank you so much. Meanwhile, back here at home, 2 Arkansas sheriff deputies from the Crawford County Sheriff's Office are suspended, and 1 police officer from the Mulberry Police Department is on administrative leave. This is after a video posted online appears to show them punching and beating up a suspect during an arrest. All 3 officers are under investigation according to their respective departments. The suspect was wanted for allegedly threatening a gas station clerk and was initially cooperative. The suspect then tried to attack the officers, but it's not yet clear what exactly led up to that confrontation. Arkansas State Police have yet to comment on this investigation. The Indiana State University campus is in mourning today after a weekend crash kills 3 students, including members of the school's football team. The students' names have not yet been released, and we know at least 3 people were killed and 2 others were hurt. Investigators are trying to figure out why the car they were in veered off the road and slammed into a tree right there near the campus early yesterday morning. A group of New York boaters safe today thanks to one good Samaritan. A 48-foot yacht sailing the Hudson River unexpectedly burst into flames on Saturday. Now, fortunately, a nearby boat was able to get close enough to safely evacuate all of the passengers before the boat quickly sunk to the bottom of the river. It is still unclear what caused that fire, and thankfully, all 7 people on board are doing okay. Well, stay with us because straight ahead, they're not your typical college roommates, not at all. We'll tell you why some college students are living with strangers old enough to be their grandparents just after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
In Europe, natural gas prices are surging on Russian supply fears. Russia is planning to shut the Nord pipeline for 3 days later this month, creating a new doubts about energy supplies throughout the winter. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now for a look at all these latest market headlines. Dom, it's great to see you this Monday. We know that Moscow says it will shutter the Nord pipeline for 3 days for what it says are repairs. But what does this possibly forecast to us? I mean, especially the global community when it comes to those energy supplies in Europe is, you know, this frigid winter weather is set to arrive.
Sure. I mean, Russia, Morgan, to your point, is the biggest exporter of nat gas to the region and to countries like Germany in particular. So consumers and traders alike are on edge anytime there's a possible disruption to energy supplies. That is what's happening, to your point, because even something being billed as unscheduled pipeline maintenance can be read into and analyzed into a possible precursor, right, of a complete shutdown of natural gas to Europe. Now, those supply concerns are, yes, what's fueling that surge in nat gas prices. People are fearing they won't have enough gas to heat their homes or power their businesses come winter. Now, Germany in particular is very levered to that Russian-produced natural gas, which is why the Nord Stream 1 pipeline even exists and was constructed, and why there's currently a Nord Stream 2 pipeline that was also built but currently suspended in response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Now, some officials have suggested lifting the suspension of that Nord Stream 2 pipeline to allow even more nat gas to flow into Germany. But fears over that outright choking off of Russian nat gas, that's going to be a big factor, Morgan, in terms of nat gas prices in the coming weeks and months, because it's all about whether or not Russia is going to cut them off completely.
Well, speaking of no gas in cars, Tesla, which it seems to be in the headlines all the time, Elon Musk tweeted just yesterday that the price of its full self-driving system will increase to $15,000 next month, and that would be up from $12,000, Dom. So what's behind that decision? Why the increase?
So it means they're going to make more money, right? Morgan, at the end of the day, this is about their highest end customers. One of the biggest lures for many of those Tesla customers and potential customers is this so-called autopilot feature in their EVs. Some of those driver assistant features are standard, like, cruise control, auto steer, which can kind of lane correct you if you start to drift. But the highest priced driver assistant features there cost extra money to put on, and that's what Tesla calls its FSD, that full self-driving you mentioned. It offers all of those other things, but it also puts in things like traffic and stop sign control, also navigation on autopilot. So those features, Tesla's going to charge more for those highest-end customers out there, Morgan.
All right, CNBC's Dominic Chu. Dom, as always, we appreciate you, man. Thank you. It's the start of another school year, and for college students, the biggest challenge isn't actually coming from the classroom. It's from the skyrocketing cost of housing. Now, some students are finding multi-generational housing as the solution to their problems, with some students living with roommates as old as their grandparents. Take a look. As college students return to campus, they're finding housing costs through the roof. Nationwide, rent now soaring at the fastest pace in more than 3 decades, with several major cities surging by double digits, including right here near Boston, where graduate student Jillian Salas struggled to find an affordable place to live.
What is the housing market like here? The cost of living here is a lot higher. When I was looking at prices for, studio apartments, it just seemed very much so out of my price range.
Which is why she turned to a unique solution, finding a different kind of roommate in Bonnie Carroll.
Have some lunch?
Cool. Roughly, what is the age gap between the two of you?
It's about 49 years.
49 years, almost half a century.
It's called a multi-generational housing arrangement. Senior citizens with extra space becoming roommates with younger people who need cheaper housing. Some even offering help with chores in exchange for a discount.
They bring a certain amount of energy and excitement and youngness, if you will, and I love that. So, for example, when Jillian's going out to meet her friends for a celebration dinner or something, I'm like, yes, this is great. You look good, and where are you going?
For other people who might be considering a similar living situation, what would you say to them?
You learn so much because you learn different habits and you learn different ways of living, and it opens your eyes to a whole other life.
It's a cross-generational bond that's quickly becoming a trend. Nesterly, an online home-sharing agency that matches young renters with older homeowners, says it's seen bookings surge by more than 230% just this year alone.
The majority of our tenants are students. They don't want to increase the student debt that they already have, and they love the idea of living in someone's real home, and so it's a win-win for both sides.
A movement that some higher education programs are embracing. Here at the Judson Manor Retirement Home, students from the Cleveland Institute of Music can live totally rent-free. All they're asked for in exchange, the occasional concert for residents. An offer grad student Shannon Lee was happy to accept.
It was totally rewarding. I learned so much from their enthusiasm for what I was doing.
Also rewarding for roommates like Bonnie and Jillian.
I've gotten so much more out of it than just the price.
The NFL officially kicks off its first regular season game in just over 2 weeks, but inflation is making some game day traditions even more expensive. NBC's Emily Cada has more on how you can cheer on your favorite team without breaking the bank.
Hey there, who doesn't enjoy a good tailgate? And there are simple steps you can take to help tackle inflation. Grilling hot dogs instead of chicken, taking public transportation rather than driving to save money on gas. The bottom line, rooting for your team on a budget is all about having a game plan.
Now fires, looking end zone, and it's caught! Touchdown!
NFL preseason games are in full swing, and so are fans' tailgate traditions.
Getting all the food, getting the grills ready, the tent.
Packing, loading, it's a process.
Yes.
But this year, you'll find rooting for your favorite team is more expensive as inflation takes a bigger bite out of game day budgets.
We wish it was lower prices, but you kind of just have to adjust and go with the flow.
It seems like the same stuff you buy, it's an extra $10 the next week, and then the following week it's another $10.
Chicken, rolls, snacks, and pickles are some of the biggest offenders, with double-digit percentage increases. Grocery store prices as a whole have soared 13% from last year.
That's the biggest one-year increase we've seen since the late 1970s, but we haven't seen prices rise evenly across all foods and drinks.
And that's where experts say you can save. Try swapping out those pricey picks with food less affected by inflation. The cost of hot dogs and pork ribs, for instance, have ticked up only slightly. And chicken wings actually dropped below pre-pandemic prices, with a push for more boneless wings from restaurants.
Anywhere we could see a sale, we go for it.
Re-examining how you get to the game can also help save money. Worsened by sky-high jet fuel costs and staffing shortages, the price of plane tickets have soared by 28% from last year. And despite some recent relief at the pump, it still costs 23% more to fill up your gas tank. So public transportation could be your best game plan.
We've seen the cost of mass transit has gone up only about 0.5%, which is very tame when you consider it in the context of consumer prices.
And there's always the option of cheering your team on from home. It's a good time to upgrade your TV with a nearly 15% drop in prices.
Go deep.
Experts say it all comes down to establishing priorities within your budget. And with thoughtful planning, fans will find a way.
And tailgating is an experience. And when you have that experience, especially when you're with good friends, it just makes it fun.
So when it comes to tickets for live sports, they're actually one of the few items that have fallen in price since last year. But that includes a broad range of sports, so that may not be the best indicator if you're trying to score NFL tickets. One thing to look into, standing room only tickets can be a great option to get in the door, and modern stadiums typically have lots of those areas for fans to hang out. Back to you.
That was Emily Ikeda reporting. Meanwhile, as summer break ends, some students are heading back to understaffed schools as a growing teacher shortage is plaguing classrooms across the country. Many unhappy with their work conditions. Some educators are saying enough is simply enough. Here's NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis.
Teachers will tell you it's demanding work.
I was running myself ragged.
I went from someone who was happy to someone who was overwhelmed.
I got so burnt out.
Over the last 2 years, more than 600,000 educators have called it quits.
I quit teaching because I was overextended.
Our commitment became even more emotionally taxing.
Clase repite un perro.
Long days grew longer during the pandemic.
Today we're working on lesson 22.4.
Before the pandemic, a 50-hour work week was pretty typical, and I felt like I was on top of my job and doing things well. During pandemic, a 70-hour week was fairly typical.
Trying to connect content with students at various levels. And then lack of support with like special education teachers as well. It's hard.
Students started showing academic and behavioral problems. Give me an example. You said there are things going on in the classroom.
Physical assault, ridicule by admin in certain areas. It's things that I think no professional should have to endure.
I went from a teacher who never had a child fail the state exam to experiencing my first students failing the state exam.
And outside pressures made teaching even tougher. Battles over masks and vaccines trickled from TV screens into classrooms.
The politics are getting into it, and it's just kind of a really negative place.
Tough jobs with little room for financial growth.
I think teacher pay is an issue across the nation. No, we did get some one-time bonuses, but they were very small.
Still, the decision tugging at the heart. It's hard on you even now thinking about it.
Yep. Yes. I'll need it. Give me a moment.
We are told you're doing this for the kids. Like, what about the kids? And at some point, it's like, well, what about my family?
What was the best part of teaching for you?
The way that children love on you.
The best part of the job is definitely the kids, the students.
It was helping them figure out what it is that they needed the most.
With them, more than their own parents a lot of time throughout that day. And so you build like a little family in your classroom.
I think teaching really helped me find the best of myself.
Saying goodbye to the classroom, but holding on to the joys of teaching. Rahima Ellis, NBC News.
59% of Americans worry that student loan forgiveness will make inflation even worse, and that's according to updated results from an exclusive CNBC and Momentive survey around student loan debt. Now, these results come just as the Biden administration could actually extend the pause on federal student loan debt ahead of the current August 31st deadline. A lot of borrowers who haven't been making payments during the pause say they'll have to delay really important milestones like paying off other debt, saving and investment, just to resume their payments. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson joins us to break down these survey results. Sharon, glad to have you with us this Monday. First off, there are already some student loan forgiveness programs that are available, but more than half of those Americans surveyed say they're worried about broader student loan forgiveness and the fact that it could possibly worsen inflation. So why is that? What's the connection there, Sharon?
Well, I think a lot of people are worried that people will be using the money that they're not having to spend on student loan debt to spend on other things. And increased spending could potentially increase inflation. That's the concern. But what our survey found was that perhaps this concern is overdone, because when you look at what people say they will spend their money on if they get loan forgiveness, they would spend that money on paying down other loans. 53% of those surveyed said they would do that. And other borrowers, 45%, said they would save money for retirement. Another over 40% said they would invest the money, and about a third said that they would buy a new home. So they're making investments that are long-term investments, not day-to-day spending with this money. At least that's their intention if they are able to have loan forgiveness.
And speaking of that, Sharon, I mean, what is the likelihood that the Biden administration will, in fact, extend the federal student loan pause?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of debate about whether or not that will happen. What the Biden administration and the Education Department have pointed out most recently, though, is that during Biden's tenure, they have provided student loan relief to the tune of about $32 billion. And that is through existing programs like the Public Loan Service Forgiveness Program and others. And so there are a number of people that are saying, though, no, we do not want to have any student loan forgiveness. About 30% of those in the CNBC survey said this, but the views were mixed, because we had about a third that also said it should only be for students who are in need, and another third, almost a third, saying that they believe that everyone who has debt should be able to have student loan forgiveness. So there's a lot of division among Americans about whether or not this should happen.
Yeah, it's a personal decision, right? People have a lot of feelings about it. Sharon Epperson, Sharon, thank you as always. We appreciate you being with us. And to our viewers, stay with us, because straight ahead, the border crisis stretches beyond just those southern states. You'll want to see where just after the break.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free, now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Ripple effects from the southern border crisis are being felt more than 2,000 miles away, right here in the Northeast. New York and Washington, D.C. are just two of the cities dealing with a surge of migrants bused there by governors of southern states. In New York, more than 6,000 asylum seekers have entered the city shelter system, and that's just over the summer. City leaders are now asking the federal government to step in. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez, who joins us now on set. Gabe, it's interesting because some of the politicians are saying this is just a stunt to have these migrants bust into northern states, to say, oh, you don't like the problem so much? See how you like it in your own backyard. What is the political atmosphere about this decision?
Yeah, that's right, Morgan. Good to be here, by the way. Democrats say that this is a political stunt. They have been since Governor Abbott started doing it a couple months ago, as you know. Look, we got here because border apprehensions started to skyrocket under the Biden administration. A lot of people can argue about why that is. It could be seen as seasonal, perhaps, or it could be seen as because Title 42 is in place. That's that pandemic-era restriction put in place by the Trump administration that allows migrants to be sent out, to be expelled from the United States, and they are they're trying to enter the United States multiple times, and one could argue that's why the numbers are up. But because those numbers started going up last year, Governor Abbott in Texas at first started saying, look, let me highlight this issue, let me start sending these migrants to Washington, D.C., and then later New York City. And then here we are.
Speaking of New York City, when we look at just the numbers here, we see more than 6,000 migrants enter New York City, and that was just this summer alone. How is the city dealing with it?
Well, you know, they have a lot to deal with in the coming weeks, Morgan. Over the next few weeks, the school year is going to start. They're already preparing to enroll more than 1,000 students in the school system. They're even looking at potentially recruiting teachers from the Dominican Republic. They've local authorities have opened up a triage center over at the Port Authority to deal with some of this influx. And we went to Catholic Charities a few weeks ago. They're seeing numbers that they have never seen before.
Speaking of those numbers, I know we have to go briefly, but when we talk about the number of people who were apprehended at the border, just looking here at my sheet, it says that they dropped by 4%, and that was just between June and July.
Right.
Do we expect to see those numbers dwindle even more in the fall?
Well, they have started to plateau. They often go down in the summer, as you know, Morgan, because it's hot and it's difficult for migrants to make this grueling journey.
It's a hard journey.
Absolutely. And they're coming not just from, Central America, but also, Venezuela, Cuba, as you have reported on. And the numbers have started to plateau now. They're down 4%, as you said, from June to July. They typically go up a little bit as we head into the fall. But Morgan, we're potentially going to hit 2 million border apprehensions this year. It has already broken a record, and there's still several months left in this fiscal year.
I'm so glad you said that and put that into context, because this is unprecedented. I mean, this is truly what unprecedented looks like. Gabe Gutierrez, as always, thank you, Gabe. We really appreciate you joining us on set with your reporting. And straight ahead, they're way too close for comfort. Separate shark attacks at the same beach, rattling swimmers. One survivor's story in her own words just after the break.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos
We're learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
All right. Here's what's poppin' now. If you've had trouble watching the new Game of Thrones prequel, well, you're not alone. The Hollywood Reporter says at least 3,000 fans saw their HBO Max app crash during the series premiere of House of the Dragon just yesterday. HBO blames the technical difficulties on Amazon Fire TV, and they're working to resolve those issues right now so you can get back to watching. A Georgia town is still recovering from a big Bennifer blowout today. Ben Affleck, Jennifer Lopez, they had a second wedding ceremony in a 3-day extravaganza at Affleck's Georgia compound just over the weekend. Now, this is the couple's second wedding since last month. They tied the knot at a small Las Vegas ceremony just a few short weeks ago. 7-time Super Bowl champ Tom Brady will be back with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers this week. He's missed nearly 2 weeks of training camp, fueling some rumors about his future. The Bucs head coach Todd Bowles is only saying Brady's absence was due to personal reasons. A summer full of shark scares along the East Coast. Well, it isn't letting up. The sharks are doing more than just lurking in the water from New England to Florida. They're actually clamping down on swimmers' arms and legs. The most recent attacks happened at the same South Carolina beach. Here's NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders with one survivor's frightening encounter.
This is unusual. 2 shark attacks on the same day at the same beach. In one of the cases, a grandmother hit by a shark with her young grandson just feet away.
Y'all better get off the shore.
Sharks swimming dangerously close to shore. A hammerhead shark chasing down a stingray in Alabama. Then, farther north, a Pennsylvania family's vacation to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, took an unexpected turn last Monday.
It was really our first day on the beach. We went down and the kids, even Brian, he was a little nervous, and I kept saying, don't worry about sharks. That's absolutely nothing you need to worry about.
Turns out that day, Karen Seitz was wrong.
I was still in probably about waist deep water, and I felt something. I get it was sort of like a bite on my arm, but there was a shark attached to my arm. So I kind of just kept hitting at it. I just wanted it off my arm.
Seitz' 8-year-old grandson Brian was just feet away.
I didn't even see it swimming up. I just saw it jump.
Seitz spent the night in the hospital, getting dozens of stitches. That same day at the same beach, a second victim with a more minor bite to the leg. From Long Island to both coasts of Florida. Shark sightings this summer have forced some beaches to close temporarily. This drone video captured a swarm of sharks off the coast of Cocoa Beach, Florida last Sunday. In the same weekend, a 10-year-old boy was attacked while snorkeling in the Florida Keys. Part of his leg had to be amputated. Despite these reports, experts say shark attacks are still rare.
Every year, on average, we get between 70
180 unprovoked bites by sharks around the world. So it's a very, very low incidence in general.
And he says when a shark bite happens, it's usually because the shark mistakes a human for food. But for young Brian, he's not taking any chances, at least not right now.
I'll put my feet in, but that's really all.
As Labor Day is approaching, the question might be, should we expect to see more shark attacks? Well, along the East Coast, August and September historically has more shark encounters with humans than any other time during the year. But part of that, of course, is not only the warming oceans that are now bringing the sharks closer to shore, but more of us in the water swimming with them.
Dr. Anthony Fauci has announced he will be leaving government service in December. President Biden's top medical advisor led the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases for 38 years. In a statement today, Biden thanked him for his many contributions to public health. Dr. Fauci plans to devote himself to traveling, writing, and encouraging young people to enter government service. Thank you so much for joining us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford. It's been our pleasure. The news continues just after this.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive. Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey there, everyone. Good Monday to you. Thank you so much for being with us. I'm Morgan Radford. My co-anchor Vicki Wynn has the day off. Right now on NBC News Now, Mar-a-Lago affidavit redactions. The judge who approved the FBI raid on former President Trump's compound now saying the document may not be released because it may have to be so redacted as to render it meaningless. Monkeypox vaccine push in an attempt to halt the spread of the virus in its tracks. The Biden administration is now making more than 1 million vaccine doses ready for order as demand and cases surge. Texas whiplash from drought to floods in an instant. An area which has baked under the unrelenting sun for months, now deluged with rain, trapping motorists and flooding homes. Multi-generational housing, check it out. It's a new trend that benefits young and old alike, which offers so much more than room and board. All right, we begin this hour with new developments out of Mar-a-Lago. The judge handling the classified documents case says he may not order the release of any portion of the Justice Department's affidavit after all. He made those remarks in a new written order this morning. Just last week, the judge gave the DOJ a deadline of this Thursday to suggest what it thinks could be unsealed for the sake of public interest. Now, that mandate still stands, but the judge says he's concerned about jeopardizing the investigation and those who are involved. Former President Trump has denied any wrongdoing. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley joins us now, and he's been following the latest for us. Ryan, get us up to speed here. I mean, what more are we learning about this new written order? Well, what does this all mean, sort of in the big picture, for what we should expect to see on Thursday?
Sure. So I think the judge is sort of setting expectations for what could come out of this. He's giving the Justice Department an opportunity to propose potential redactions. But what DOJ has said is that the redactions would be so extreme, there'd be so many black marks all over that paper that it would essentially render the document meaningless. And the judge said that he's open to that interpretation, but that it shouldn't be on DOJ to make that decision. Of course, the judge knows what's underlying the documents. And one of the most interesting things I found in this latest written order is him reconfirming the fact that there was probable cause, that he found that there was probable cause to search Mar-a-Lago because there was probable cause that there was evidence of crimes there. He said that this was supported by the facts. This was supported by the FBI affidavit that was underlying this, and he found the information that was presented by the FBI to be reliable, and still does. So, reconfirming the fact that this was gone through the proper procedures, that he did in fact find probable cause, that there was a reason to think that there was evidence of a crime at Mar-a-Lago, Morgan.
And give us a sense, I mean, congressional Republicans are also increasing the public pressure on the DOJ to really explain its justification for this search. So what are you hearing from your sources there about the calls for more transparency from the department itself?
Yeah, I mean, so DOJ normally operates sort of through the court system. They don't typically come out and have these public political battles. They try to stay a step removed from politics. So it's an unusual sort of position that they're in because of the sort of megaphone that the former president has. And when you have all the information essentially coming from one side, they need to be able to come back and be able to, respond to this in some capacity. But it's a little bit of an odd position for them to be in. I think we saw with Merrick Garland's press conference that as long as they stay within the bounds of the rules and the law and go through the proper court procedure, they can push back a little bit here because they believe that this was a proper search. They went through the proper proceedings here. And in fact, they tried to head off the search in the first place by trying to get these documents through less intrusive means. They first went through a subpoena and went and visited with the former president and at his compound in Mar-a-Lago before they actually went through with executing this search warrant. So they're pretty firm on the fact that they did this the proper way and think that ultimately the facts will bear that out, Morgan.
All right, NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley following every twist and turn in this investigation from the beginning. Ryan, thank you. Meanwhile, there is a surge in the demand for monkeypox vaccine doses right here in New York City, which is facing the brunt of this global outbreak. The U.S. has the highest number of cases, and 1 in 4 cases of monkeypox nationwide have been reported right here in New York City. Over the weekend, New York State had its first child case of monkeypox detected. This comes as the Biden administration is making 1.8 million vaccine doses available for order today as it struggles to keep pace with the demand. NBC News correspondent Zinklea joins us now just outside of one of those 13 vaccination sites in New York City. Zinklea, it's good to see you this Monday. I know that you spoke with people who are waiting for their second dose after already receiving their first. How are they reacting to this shortage in vaccine supply, and what are they saying really about the wait?
Yeah, Morgan, it's good to see you. So people are saying that they're fearful and they're frustrated, right? Many New York City residents I spoke with say the access to the second dose of the vaccine just hasn't been there. And now they're worried that as they're on day 28, they're not going to be able to get that. Let's take a listen.
I work in the arts, and if I'm in constant contact with performers, with other people on my teams every day. And, just like a lot of other industries, if I get monkeypox, the quarantine period is much longer than the COVID quarantine period is now. I'm trying to stay optimistic. I'm hoping that my second dose is just around the corner, but it does seem odd and a little bit mismanaged.
And another concern that officials have outside of those who are trying to get inoculated is disparities in who is getting vaccinated. They're finding that communities of color are disproportionately not accessing the vaccine, and that's leaving many concerned that there may be deep inequities when it comes to who is getting protected from monkeypox. Morgan?
And Zinklea, New York State health officials and even the governor gave an update just earlier on the outbreak. What did we learn about how they are responding and what they are doing differently to now keep pace with demand?
Yeah, Morgan, so we were all listening to the governor's office announcement very closely to see what was going to happen, especially given this 1.8 million dose rollout by the White House. And what we heard was not a date. We didn't get a date in terms of when New York City will get a second dose, but we did hear that the city and the state plans to modify how it administers the monkeypox vaccine. It's going to be using an intradermal method. What exactly does that mean? Essentially, they're planning to administer the vaccine by going through the topmost layer of the skin instead of the lower muscular fat layers. That's a lot of science, but basically health experts believe they can use a lower dose and still have the same amount of effectiveness, and they're hoping that can increase supply. Now, some are critical of this approach, so we'll have to see how it pans out. But the bottom line, Morgan, is the need is high here in New York City, and New York State continues to have the most cases of monkeypox. So we're going to have to watch and follow this really closely. Morgan?
All right, NBC News correspondent Zinkley Asemloa. Zinkley, thank you so much. We appreciate it. The CDC is investigating an E. coli outbreak in 4 separate states. At least 37 people have become sick, though the actual number is likely actually a lot higher. While the source has not officially been determined, many of those sick reported eating sandwiches with romaine lettuce at Wendy's restaurants in Michigan, in Ohio, and in Pennsylvania. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins us with a deeper dive. Dr. John, it just feels like people can't escape. We're hearing E. coli outbreaks, monkeypox outbreaks, COVID still. I mean, the CDC is now working to nail down the source of this particular E. coli outbreak. What more do we know about exactly how it happened, and how worried should people be about eating romaine lettuce or even going to a Wendy's?
And Morgan, you're right. Right now, it's a busy season for these viruses and now this bacteria that's cropping up here. And the CDC is looking into it. They've yet to pinpoint the cause, but the leading candidate is, like you mentioned, that lettuce in the salads at Wendy's. And the reason they're saying that is because out of the 37 cases they have right now, they've been able to interview 26 of those. 22 of them ate at Wendy's and ate those sandwiches, or at least something with that lettuce in it. So they're saying, you know, that's the leading culprit. We can't definitely nail it down yet, but we're certainly going to make sure that people are protected. And by doing that, we're having Wendy's remove that lettuce, and Wendy's is removing the lettuce. And so they're also saying, at the same token, you don't need to avoid Wendy's, you don't need to avoid romaine lettuce and any other institutions, or even at home, you know, the things you pick up in a grocery store, because those don't seem to be contaminated. But they want to make sure that people are protected. And like you mentioned, that 37 case number we have right now, that is a bit lagging, and so we think those numbers might be higher. But at the same token, we don't think this is going to be a very large, huge outbreak, but time will tell, Morgan.
And also, Dr. John, I mean, we hear about E. coli outbreaks pretty frequently, but remind us exactly how they happen. What is the process? What are the symptoms of infection look like? I mean, is there any way for people to sort of proactively protect themselves against it?
And there definitely is, Morgan, and mainly E. coli comes from contaminated food that we get from the food processing material itself. And by protecting ourselves, there's certain things you can do. Number one, wash your hands. We've been saying that for 2 years now. You know, make sure you wash your hands. It's even more important even after the pandemic gets over. But also, you want to make sure that when you're preparing your food, you separate the meats from each other. You separate the meats from the salads and the vegetables, because you don't want to cross-contaminate. Don't even use the same knife for things until they're cleaned. You want to make sure you cook 160 degrees or higher for beef. You want to make sure you cook it to the appropriate temperature. And then you also want to make sure that you clean everything afterwards. That's the important thing. But look for symptoms too. And if you start getting symptoms 3 to 4 days after eating something, with E. coli, the symptoms are pretty serious. Usually you start getting bloody diarrhea, you start getting fevers associated with that, and usually you can't keep liquids down, and that's when you need to go to the emergency room. And so again, just protecting yourself is the main thing we can all do right now, while that CDC gets an understanding of where this is happening and trying to get it under control, Morgan.
All right, Dr. John Torres for us. As always, Dr. John, thank you. In less than 24 hours, voters in several states head to the polls for yet another round of election matchups. Florida and New York holding key primaries, while Oklahoma is set to hold its primary runoffs. A critical ways to watch, a contentious Democratic matchup for Florida governor. The two top contenders, state agricultural commissioner Nikki Fried, facing off with Congressman Charlie Crist, the state's former Republican governor, who later became a Democrat. They're competing to take on incumbent GOP Governor Ron DeSantis. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Miami. Shaq, you got a great location for this assignment. I know you've been crisscrossing the country to bring us these primary races. So walk us through this particular one. I mean, how are these candidates sort of differentiating themselves in this final hour of campaigning, and how are the voters reacting to them?
Yeah, you know, both of these candidates have been framing this as the race to take on Ron DeSantis, saying that they are the stronger candidate against the incumbent governor here. And you see the trajectory of this race change. This is a race where Charlie Crist, representative, a congressman representing Florida, but former Republican governor here, he came in with the early advantage, not just in polling, but also in the endorsements. But you have Nikki Fried, the agricultural commissioner, surging in polling. She says that she has overtaken him at this point. So both of them saying that this will be a close race. It's already been a contentious race. And listen to a little bit of what they told me about what their closing message to voters has been.
I have been in those trenches for 3.5 years as our only statewide elected Democrat. Democrats are looking for a winner. The only one who's been able to win our state is a Democrat. They're looking for a champion.
I've been the governor. I've been the attorney general and fought for civil rights. I've been the elected commissioner of education and fought for our teachers. That's the difference. Electability and experience. I offer both and a good heart. That's what Florida needs and deserves.
You notice in both of their answers and in part of the conversation, other parts of the conversation, they both acknowledge that this is a state where, yes, they will need to win some Republicans, they will need to win some independents, but they have different strategies in how to do that if one of them wins the primary tomorrow and go on to take Ron DeSantis in the general election.
Yeah, speaking of that general election, I mean, we look ahead to November, Shaq. Both Crist and Fried are being significantly outraised by DeSantis. So fill us in on what that general election matchup might actually look like. I mean, what issues might drive those Florida voters from both sides to those polls in November? What would be different this year?
Yeah, they know they're going in and they're leaning into an uphill battle here. Look, first, Ron DeSantis, the incumbent Republican governor here, he is someone who has had his approval ratings in the 50s for much of his term. He has built up a national profile and used that profile to raise more than $130 million ready to be deployed against whoever comes out of the primary. It's going to be a fight for those candidates. But they say, and both of them said this to me yesterday, that they believe the overturning of Roe and the 15-week abortion ban here in the state of Florida, that is an opening for them. They think that Republicans overreached in this state. And we also know that this has been a race where, in a state where many of those cultural and social issues, this has been ground zero for those issues. So they expect it to be close. There's been some polling that shows both of them have a similar matchup to DeSantis. They're both behind in the polls right now when you have that head-to-head matchup, but it is still early. Both of them saying that it's going to be incredibly close once we get to November, no matter who wins the primary tomorrow, Morgan.
I mean, Florida is always a wild ride politically. Shaq, thank you for following every curve on that. Shaq, we really appreciate it.
You got it.
A search is underway for a 29-year-old hiker who is still missing from Zion National Park. We'll give you the latest on the devastating downpours coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Harry Styles!
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Harry Styles!
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
A 29-year-old hiker is still missing after heavy rains led to flash flooding at Utah's Zion National Park this weekend. And then in Texas, rescue efforts underway to save drivers stranded on the interstate near Dallas as the relentless rain moves across the southwest U.S. Now, many of these areas have seen less than 1 inch of rain in the last 2 months. Now they could get as much as 2.5 inches per hour. NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray joins us now from Dallas. Jay, it's good to see you there. I know it's wet where you are. Do we have any update from officials on that missing hiker in Zion National Park? For example, do they have any idea yet where those floodwaters might have carried her?
They don't at this point. There's a lot of concern, and family members have looked at some of the video and said, yeah, we believe they were trying to struggle and get to safety at some point. So no clear indications right now. And I can tell you that I may not, and just pulling the curtain back a little bit here, I may not be fully engaged in what's happening there because of so much that's going on here. I want to give you a look behind me right now, and I know we're going to talk about it, but you can see the car that has been partially submerged here. The windshield wipers are still going. It looks like the sunroof may be open, so somebody likely escaped that vehicle as the water grew. It has pushed over the roadways here in Dallas and Fort Worth in several areas, and it's something that's going to continue to be a problem. We continue to have hard rain that's going to be here for at least a few more hours. We broke records both yesterday and today already for the amount of rainfall in the Dallas area. And again, there's big concern that this flooding is going to get much worse before it gets any better.
And Jay, we know that heavy rain is also making its way over Texas, where you are, and it's raising alarm from Dallas to San Antonio, which is a region that's, a hot spot for fatal flash flooding. So how are officials really encouraging people there on the ground to buckle up, get prepared, and stay safe? What are they saying?
Yeah, stay off the road, first of all. It's been a nightmare. The rush hour turned into rush hours here with the roadways flooded out. Some of the major highways here were closed down as well, and the rain's going to grow. It's also moving south, like you talk about. Waco later today, Austin this evening could really get hammered. It's been miserable here drought-wise. They say in Texas you need a good flood to end a drought. Unfortunately, that's what we're seeing right now.
All right, NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray for us. Jay, as always, thank you so much, and try to stay dry.
Thank you.
Coming up, nuclear fears in Ukraine, what world leaders are saying about what really needs to be done right now to ensure safety at the continent's largest nuclear power plant. Stay with us.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news. This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Dateline, Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
In Ukraine, fears of an attack on a power plant that could lead to a potential nuclear disaster are raising global concerns. President Biden discussed the increasingly tense situation at Europe's largest nuclear power plant on a call with European leaders on Sunday. The group reiterating the importance of independent inspectors to visit that site as soon as possible to really ensure its safety. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Kyiv. Megan, it's great to see you. What is happening in and really around that nuclear plant right now? I mean, how are Russia and Ukraine simultaneously responding to what are growing calls for independent inspectors to really go in there and take a look at that site?
That's right, Morgan, it's great to be with you. You know, the situation at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant still remains of grave concern, not just to the Ukrainians, but a lot of the international community as well. What we know is that Ukrainian officials say they have intelligence to suggest that the Russians are actively trying to shut that nuclear plant down. That's a big concern because one mistake could create a leak at the facility, which means we could be looking at radioactive material seeping out of that plant, spreading throughout Europe. Now, President Putin has said he's open to having these international inspectors going inside that plant, but members of his cabinet said that's not going to be until September. Ukraine is concerned, and the calls are that inspectors go inside right away. I want you to listen to what the president of the power company has to say.
On different levels, there are negotiations with IAEA, with United Nations on support of this mission, and I think that within maybe 10 days the mission will be on site.
So there are international calls of urgencies to get the inspectors inside that plant, but Russia has control of that plant. So when exactly that will happen, if that will happen, is yet to be seen, Morgan.
Megan, some other news that's sort of gotten a lot of the headlines and attention here stateside is that the daughter of a key Putin ally who advocated for the invasion of Ukraine was killed over the weekend after her car exploded near Moscow. What more do we know about this incident and really the investigation surrounding it?
Right, so investigators say that Daria Dugina was leaving a cultural festival on Saturday evening, one that she attended with her father, Alexander Dugin. She was in an SUV heading back towards Moscow when there was that explosion. Now, according to investigators, there was a bomb strapped to the driver's side of that vehicle, and Russia's state media is citing witnesses who say that as Dugina was leaving that facility there, her father was supposed to get inside her car, but it was a last-minute decision where he didn't. There are reports that he was the intended target. But look, Russia is coming out blaming Ukraine for this. Ukraine just moments ago released a statement saying, look, that they are not responsible for this, once again saying that they didn't have any involvement in this attack, and said that Russia is living in a fictional world. But of course the concern is that we could see retaliation here. Morgan?
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald live for us from Kyiv. Megan, as always, thank you so much. Meanwhile, back here at home, 2 Arkansas sheriff deputies from the Crawford County Sheriff's Office are suspended, and 1 police officer from the Mulberry Police Department is on administrative leave. This is after a video posted online appears to show them punching and beating up a suspect during an arrest. All 3 officers are under investigation according to their respective departments. The suspect was wanted for allegedly threatening a gas station clerk and was initially cooperative. The suspect then tried to attack the officers, but it's not yet clear what exactly led up to that confrontation. Arkansas State Police have yet to comment on this investigation. The Indiana State University campus is in mourning today after a weekend crash kills 3 students, including members of the school's football team. The students' names have not yet been released, and we know at least 3 people were killed and 2 others were hurt. Investigators are trying to figure out why the car they were in veered off the road and slammed into a tree right there near the campus early yesterday morning. A group of New York boaters safe today thanks to one good Samaritan. A 48-foot yacht sailing the Hudson River unexpectedly burst into flames on Saturday. Now, fortunately, a nearby boat was able to get close enough to safely evacuate all of the passengers before the boat quickly sunk to the bottom of the river. It is still unclear what caused that fire, and thankfully, all 7 people on board are doing okay. Well, stay with us because straight ahead, they're not your typical college roommates, not at all. We'll tell you why some college students are living with strangers old enough to be their grandparents just after the break. Don't go anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In Europe, natural gas prices are surging on Russian supply fears. Russia is planning to shut the Nord pipeline for 3 days later this month, creating a new doubts about energy supplies throughout the winter. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now for a look at all these latest market headlines. Dom, it's great to see you this Monday. We know that Moscow says it will shutter the Nord pipeline for 3 days for what it says are repairs. But what does this possibly forecast to us? I mean, especially the global community when it comes to those energy supplies in Europe is, you know, this frigid winter weather is set to arrive.
Sure. I mean, Russia, Morgan, to your point, is the biggest exporter of nat gas to the region and to countries like Germany in particular. So consumers and traders alike are on edge anytime there's a possible disruption to energy supplies. That is what's happening, to your point, because even something being billed as unscheduled pipeline maintenance can be read into and analyzed into a possible precursor, right, of a complete shutdown of natural gas to Europe. Now, those supply concerns are, yes, what's fueling that surge in nat gas prices. People are fearing they won't have enough gas to heat their homes or power their businesses come winter. Now, Germany in particular is very levered to that Russian-produced natural gas, which is why the Nord Stream 1 pipeline even exists and was constructed, and why there's currently a Nord Stream 2 pipeline that was also built but currently suspended in response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Now, some officials have suggested lifting the suspension of that Nord Stream 2 pipeline to allow even more nat gas to flow into Germany. But fears over that outright choking off of Russian nat gas, that's going to be a big factor, Morgan, in terms of nat gas prices in the coming weeks and months, because it's all about whether or not Russia is going to cut them off completely.
Well, speaking of no gas in cars, Tesla, which it seems to be in the headlines all the time, Elon Musk tweeted just yesterday that the price of its full self-driving system will increase to $15,000 next month, and that would be up from $12,000, Dom. So what's behind that decision? Why the increase?
So it means they're going to make more money, right? Morgan, at the end of the day, this is about their highest end customers. One of the biggest lures for many of those Tesla customers and potential customers is this so-called autopilot feature in their EVs. Some of those driver assistant features are standard, like, cruise control, auto steer, which can kind of lane correct you if you start to drift. But the highest priced driver assistant features there cost extra money to put on. And that's what Tesla calls its FSD, that full self-driving you mentioned. It offers all of those other things, but it also puts in things like traffic and stop sign control, also navigation on autopilot. So those features, Tesla's going to charge more for those highest end customers out there, Morgan.
All right, CNBC's Dominic Chu. Dom, as always, we appreciate you, man. Thank you. It's the start of another school year, and for college students, the biggest challenge isn't actually coming from the classroom. It's from the skyrocketing cost of housing. Now, some students are finding multi-generational housing as the solution to their problems, with some students living with roommates as old as their grandparents. Take a look.
As college students return to campus, they're finding housing costs through the roof. Nationwide, rent now soaring at the fastest pace in more than 3 decades, with several major cities surging by double digits, including right here near Boston, where graduate student Jillian Salas struggled to find an affordable place to live.
What is the housing market like here? The cost of living here is a lot higher. When I was looking at prices for, studio apartments, it just seemed very much so out of my price range.
Which is why she turned to a unique solution, finding a different kind of roommate in Bonnie Carroll.
Have some lunch?
Cool. Roughly, what is the age gap between the two of you? It's about 49 years. 49 years! Almost half a century!
It's called a multi-generational housing arrangement. Senior citizens with extra space becoming roommates with younger people who need cheaper housing. Some even offering help with chores in exchange for a discount.
They bring a certain amount of energy and excitement and youngness, if you will, and I love that. So, for example, when Jillian's going out to meet her friends for a celebration dinner or something, I'm like, yes, this is great. You look good, and where are you going? For other people who might be considering a similar living situation, what would you say to them?
You learn so much because you learn different habits and you learn different ways of living, and it opens your eyes to a whole other life.
It's a cross-generational bond that's quickly becoming a trend. Nesterly, an online home-sharing agency that matches young renters with older homeowners, says it's seen bookings surge by more than 230% just this year alone.
The majority of our tenants are students. They don't want to increase the student debt that they already have, and they love the idea of living in someone's real home, and so it's a win-win for both sides.
A movement that some higher education programs are embracing. Here at the Judson Manor Retirement Home, students from the Cleveland Institute of Music can live totally rent-free. All they're asked for in exchange, the occasional concert for residents. An offer grad student Shannon Lee was happy to accept.
It was totally rewarding. I learned so much from their enthusiasm for what I was doing.
Also rewarding for roommates like Bonnie and Jillian.
I've gotten so much more out of it than just the price.
The NFL officially kicks off its first regular season game in just over 2 weeks, but inflation is making some game day traditions even more expensive. NBC's Emily Cada has more on how you can cheer on your favorite team without breaking the bank.
Hey there, who doesn't enjoy a good tailgate? And there are simple steps you can take to help tackle inflation. Grilling hot dogs instead of chicken, taking public transportation rather than driving to save money on gas. The bottom line, rooting for your team on a budget is all about having a game plan.
Now fires looking end zone, and it's caught. Touchdown!
NFL preseason games are in full swing, and so are fans' tailgate traditions.
Getting all the food, getting the grills ready, the tent.
packing, loading. It's a process.
Yes.
But this year, you'll find rooting for your favorite team is more expensive as inflation takes a bigger bite out of game day budgets.
We wish it was lower prices, but you know, you kind of just have to adjust and go with the flow.
It seems like the same stuff you buy, it's an extra $10 the next week, and then the following week it's another $10.
Chicken, rolls, snacks, and pickles are some of the biggest offenders, with double-digit percentage increases. Grocery store prices as a whole have soared 13% from last year.
That's the biggest one-year increase we've seen since the late 1970s, but we haven't seen prices rise evenly across all foods and drinks.
And that's where experts say you can save. Try swapping out those pricey picks with food less affected by inflation. The cost of hot dogs and pork ribs, for instance, have ticked up only slightly. And chicken wings actually dropped below pre-pandemic prices, with a push for more boneless wings from restaurants.
Anywhere we can see a sale, we go for it.
Re-examining how you get to the game can also help save money. Worsened by sky-high jet fuel costs and staffing shortages, the price of plane tickets have soared by 28% from last year. And despite some recent relief at the pump, it still costs 23% more to fill up your gas tank. So public transportation could be your best game plan.
We've seen the cost of mass transit has gone up only about 0.5%, which is very tame when you consider it in the context of consumer prices.
And there's always the option of cheering your team on from home. It's a good time to upgrade your TV with a nearly 15% drop in prices. Experts say it all comes down to establishing priorities within your budget. And with thoughtful planning, fans will find a way.
And tailgating is an experience. And when you have that experience, especially when you're with good friends, it just makes it fun.
So when it comes to tickets for live sports, they're actually one of the few items that have fallen in price since last year. But that includes a broad range of sports, so that may not be the best indicator if you're trying to score NFL tickets. One thing to look into, standing room only tickets can be a great option to get in the door, and modern stadiums typically have lots of those areas for fans to hang out. Back to you.
That was Emily Ikeda reporting. Meanwhile, as summer break ends, some students are heading back to understaffed schools as a growing teacher shortage is plaguing classrooms across the country. Many unhappy with their work conditions. Some educators are saying enough is simply enough. Here's NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis.
Teachers will tell you it's demanding work.
I was running myself ragged.
I went from someone who was happy to someone who was overwhelmed.
I got so burnt out.
Over the last 2 years, more than 600,000 educators have called it quits.
I quit teaching because I was overextended.
Our commitment became even more emotionally taxing.
Clase repite un perro.
Long days grew longer during the pandemic.
Today we're working on lesson 22.4.
Before the pandemic, it was a 50-hour work week was pretty typical, and I felt like I was on top of my job and doing things well. During pandemic, a 70-hour week was fairly typical.
Trying to connect content with students at various levels. And then lack of support with like special education teachers as well. It's hard.
Students started showing academic and behavioral problems. Give me an example. You said there are things going on in the classroom.
Physical assault, ridicule by admin in certain areas. It's things that I think no professional should have to endure.
I went from a teacher who never had a child fail the state exam to experiencing my first students failing the state exam.
And outside pressures made teaching even tougher. Battles over masks and vaccines trickled from TV screens into classrooms.
The politics are getting into it, and it's just kind of a really negative place.
Tough jobs with little room for financial growth.
I think teacher pay is an issue across the nation. No, we did get some one-time bonuses, but they were very small.
Still, the decision tugging at the heart. It's hard on you even now thinking about it.
Yep. Yes. I'll need it. Give me a moment.
we are told, you're doing this for the kids. Like, what about the kids? And at some point, it's like, well, what about my family?
What was the best part of teaching for you?
The way that children love on you.
The best part of the job is definitely the kids, the students.
It was helping them figure out what it is that they needed the most.
With them, more than their own parents a lot of time throughout that day. And so you build like a little family in your classroom.
I think teaching really helped me find the best of myself.
Saying goodbye to the classroom, but holding on to the joys of teaching. Rahima Ellis, NBC News.
59% of Americans worry that student loan forgiveness will make inflation even worse, and that's according to updated results from an exclusive CNBC and Momentive survey around student loan debt. Now, these results come just as the Biden administration could actually extend the pause on federal student loan debt ahead of the current August 31st deadline. A lot of borrowers who haven't been making payments during the pause say they'll have to delay really important milestones like paying off other debt, saving and investment just to resume their payments. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson joins us to break down these survey results. Sharon, glad to have you with us this Monday. First off, there are already some student loan forgiveness programs that are available, but more than half of those Americans surveyed say they're worried about broader student loan forgiveness and the fact that it could possibly worsen inflation. So why is that? What's the connection there, Sharon?
Well, I think a lot of people are worried that people will be using the money that they're not having to spend on student loan debt to spend on other things. And increased spending could potentially increase inflation. That's the concern. But what our survey found was that perhaps this concern is overdone, because when you look at what people say they will spend their money on if they get loan forgiveness, they would spend that money on paying down other loans. 53% of those surveyed said they would do that. And other borrowers, 45%, said they would save money for retirement. Another over 40% said they would invest the money, and about a third said that they would buy a new home. So they're making investments that are long-term investments, not day-to-day spending with this money. At least that's their intention if they are able to have loan forgiveness.
And speaking of that, Sharon, I mean, what is the likelihood that the Biden administration will, in fact, extend the federal student loan pause?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of debate about whether or not that will happen. What the Biden administration and the Education Department have pointed out most recently, though, is that during Biden's tenure, they have provided student loan relief to the tune of about $32 billion. And that is through existing programs like the Public Loan Service Forgiveness Program and others. And so there are a number of people that are saying, though, no, we do not want to have any student loan forgiveness. About 30% of those in the CNBC survey said this, but the views were mixed because we had about a third that also said it should only be for students who are in need, and another third, almost a third, saying that they believe that everyone who has debt should be able to have student loan forgiveness. So there's a lot of division among Americans about whether or not this should happen.
Yeah, it's a personal decision, right? People have a lot of feelings about it. Sharon Epperson, Sharon, thank you as always. We appreciate you being with us. And to our viewers, stay with us because straight ahead, the border crisis stretches beyond just those southern states. You'll want to see where just after the break.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Ripple effects from the southern border crisis are being felt more than 2,000 miles away, right here in the Northeast. New York and Washington, D.C. are just two of the cities dealing with a surge of migrants bused there by governors of southern states. In New York, more than 6,000 asylum seekers have entered the city shelter system, and that's just over the summer. City leaders are now asking the federal government to step in. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez, who joins us now on set. Gabe, it's interesting because some of the politicians are saying this is just a stunt to have these migrants bust into northern states, to say, oh, you don't like the problem so much? See how you like it in your own backyard. What is the political atmosphere about this decision?
Yeah, that's right, Morgan. Good to be here, by the way. Democrats say that this is a political stunt. They have been since Governor Abbott started doing it a couple months ago, as you know. Look, we got here because border apprehensions started to skyrocket under the Biden administration. A lot of people can argue about why that is. It could be seen as seasonal, perhaps, or it could be seen as because Title 42 is in place. That's that pandemic-era restriction put in place by the Trump administration that allows migrants to be sent out, to be expelled from the United States, and they are they're trying to enter the United States multiple times, and one could argue that's why the numbers are up. But because those numbers started going up last year, Governor Abbott in Texas at first started saying, look, let me highlight this issue, let me start sending these migrants to Washington, D.C., and then later New York City. And then here we are.
Speaking of New York City, when we look at just the numbers here, we see more than 6,000 migrants enter New York City, and that was just this summer alone. How is the city dealing with it?
Well, you know, they have a lot to deal with in the coming weeks, Morgan. Over the next few weeks, the school year is going to start. They're already preparing to enroll more than 1,000 students in the school system. They're even looking at potentially recruiting teachers from the Dominican Republic. They've local authorities have opened up a triage center over at the Port Authority to deal with some of this influx. And we went to Catholic Charities a few weeks ago. They're seeing numbers that they have never seen before.
Speaking of those numbers, I know we have to go briefly, but when we talk about the number of people who were apprehended at the border, just looking here in my sheet, it says that they dropped by 4%, and that was just between June and July.
Right.
Do we expect to see those numbers dwindle even more in the fall?
Well, they have started to plateau. They often go down in the summer, as you know, Morgan, because it's hot and it's difficult for migrants to make this grueling journey.
It's a hard journey.
Absolutely. And they're coming not just from, Central America, but also, Venezuela, Cuba, as you have reported on. And the numbers have started to plateau now. They're down 4%, as you said, from June to July. They typically go up a little bit as we head into the fall. But Morgan, we're potentially going to hit 2 million border apprehensions this year. It has already broken a record, and there's still several months left in this fiscal year.
I'm so glad you said that and put that into context, because this is unprecedented. I mean, this is truly what unprecedented looks like. Gabe Gutierrez, as always, thank you, Gabe. We really appreciate you joining us on set with your reporting. And straight ahead, they're way too close for comfort. Separate shark attacks at the same beach, rattling swimmers. One survivor's story in her own words just after the break.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning,
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
All right. Here's what's poppin' now. If you've had trouble watching the new Game of Thrones prequel, well, you're not alone. The Hollywood Reporter says at least 3,000 fans saw their HBO Max app crash during the series premiere of House of the Dragon just yesterday. HBO blames the technical difficulties on Amazon Fire TV, and they're working to resolve those issues right now so you can get back to watching. A Georgia town is still recovering from a big Bennifer blowout today. Ben Affleck, Jennifer Lopez, they had a second wedding ceremony in a 3-day extravaganza at Affleck's Georgia compound just over the weekend. Now, this is the couple's second wedding since last month. They tied the knot at a small Las Vegas ceremony just a few short weeks ago. 7-time Super Bowl champ Tom Brady will be back with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers this week. He's missed nearly 2 weeks of training camp, fueling some rumors about his future. The Bucs head coach Todd Bowles is only saying Brady's absence was due to personal reasons. A summer full of shark scares along the East Coast. Well, it isn't letting up. The sharks are doing more than just lurking in the water from New England to Florida. They're actually clamping down on swimmers' arms and legs. The most recent attacks happened at the same South Carolina beach. Here's NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders with one survivor's frightening encounter.
This is unusual. 2 shark attacks on the same day at the same beach. In one of the cases, a grandmother hit by a shark with her young grandson just feet away.
Oh, y'all better get off the shore.
Sharks swimming dangerously close to shore. A hammerhead shark chasing down a stingray in Alabama. Then, farther north, a Pennsylvania family's vacation to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, took an unexpected turn last Monday.
It was really our first day on the beach. We went down and the kids, even Brian, he was a little nervous, and I kept saying, don't worry about sharks. That's absolutely nothing you need to worry about.
Turns out that day, Karen Seitz was wrong.
I was still in probably about waist deep water, and I felt something. It was sort of like a bite on my arm, but there was a shark attached to my arm. So I kind of just kept hitting at it. I just wanted it off my arm.
Seitz' 8-year-old grandson, Brian, was just feet away.
I didn't even see it swimming up. I just saw it jump.
Seitz spent the night in the hospital. getting dozens of stitches. That same day at the same beach, a second victim with a more minor bite to the leg. From Long Island to both coasts of Florida. Shark sightings this summer have forced some beaches to close temporarily. This drone video captured a swarm of sharks off the coast of Cocoa Beach, Florida last Sunday. In the same weekend, a 10-year-old boy was attacked while snorkeling in the Florida Keys. Part of his leg had to be amputated. Despite these reports, experts say shark attacks are still rare.
Every year, on average, we get between 70 and 80 unprovoked bites by sharks around the world. So it's a very, very low incidence in general.
And he says when a shark bite happens, it's usually because the shark mistakes a human for food. But for young Brian, he's not taking any chances, at least not right now.
I'll put my feet in, but that's really all.
As Labor Day is approaching, the question might be, should we expect to see more shark attacks? Well, along the East Coast, August and September historically has more shark encounters with humans than any other time during the year. But part of that, of course, is not only the warming oceans that are now bringing the sharks closer to shore, but more of us in the water swimming with them.
Dr. Anthony Fauci has announced he will be leaving government service in December. President Biden's top medical advisor led the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases for 38 years. In a statement today, Biden thanked him for his many contributions to public health. Dr. Fauci plans to devote himself to traveling, writing, and encouraging young people to enter government service. Thank you so much for joining us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford. It's been our pleasure. The news continues just after this.
Witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey there, everyone, and good Monday to you. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford. My co-anchor Vicki Wynn has the day off. Right now on NBC News Now, Mar-a-Lago affidavit redactions. The judge who approved the FBI raid on former President Trump's compound now saying the document may not be released because it may have to be so redacted as to render it meaningless. Monkeypox vaccine push. In an attempt to halt the spread of the virus in its tracks, the Biden administration is now making more than 1 million vaccine doses ready for order as the demand surges. Texas whiplash from drought to floods in just an instant. An area which has been baking under the unrelenting sun for months now deluged with rain, trapping motorists and flooding homes. Plus, multi-generational housing. Check it out. This new trend that benefits young and old alike and offers so much more than just room and board. All right, we begin this hour with new developments out of Mar-a-Lago. The judge handling the classified documents case says he may not order the release of any portion of the Justice Department's affidavit after all. He made those remarks in a new written order this morning. Just last week, the judge gave the DOJ a deadline of this Thursday to suggest what it thinks could be unsealed for the sake of public interest. Now, that mandate still stands, but the judge says he's concerned about jeopardizing the investigation and those who are involved. Former President Trump has denied any wrongdoing. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley joins us now, and he's been following the latest for us. Ryan, get us up to speed here. I mean, what more are we learning about this new written order? Well, what does this all mean, sort of in the big picture, for what we should expect to see on Thursday?
Sure. So I think the judge is sort of setting expectations for what could come out of this. He's giving the Justice Department an opportunity to propose potential redactions. But what DOJ has said is that the redactions would be so extreme, there'd be so many black marks all over that paper that it would essentially render the document meaningless. And the judge said that he's open to that interpretation, but that it shouldn't be on DOJ to make that decision. Of course, the judge knows what's underlying the documents. And one of the most interesting things I found in this latest written order is him reconfirming the fact that there was probable cause, that he found that there was probable cause to search Mar-a-Lago because there was probable cause that there was evidence of crimes there. He said that this was supported by the facts. This was supported by the FBI affidavit that was underlying this, and he found the information that was presented by the FBI to be reliable, and still does. So, reconfirming the fact that this was gone through the proper procedures, and that he did in fact find probable cause, that there was a reason to think that there was evidence of a crime at Mar-a-Lago, Morgan.
And give us a sense, I mean, congressional Republicans are also increasing the public pressure on the DOJ to really explain its justification for this search. So what are you hearing from your sources there about the calls for more transparency from the department itself?
Yeah, I mean, so DOJ normally operates sort of through the court system. They don't typically come out and have these public political battles. They try to stay a step removed from politics. So it's an unusual sort of position that they're in because of the sort of megaphone that the former president has. And when you have all the information essentially coming from one side, they need to be able to come back and be able to, respond to this in some capacity. But it's a little bit of an odd position for them to be in. I think we saw with Merrick Garland's press conference that as long as they stay within the bounds of the rules and the law and go through the proper court procedure, they can push back a little bit here because they believe that this was a proper search. They went through the proper proceedings here. In fact, they tried to head off the search in the first place by trying to get these documents through less intrusive means. They first went through a subpoena and went and visited with the former president and at his compound in Mar-a-Lago before they actually went through with executing this search warrant. So they're pretty firm on the fact that they did this the proper way and think that ultimately the facts will bear that out, Morgan.
All right, NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley following every twist and turn in this investigation from the beginning. Ryan, thank you. Meanwhile, there is a surge in the demand for monkeypox vaccine doses right here in New York City, which is facing the brunt of this global outbreak. The U.S. has the highest number of cases, and 1 in 4 cases of monkeypox nationwide have been reported right here in New York City. Over the weekend, New York State had its first child case of monkeypox detected. This comes as the Biden administration is making 1.8 million vaccine doses available for order today as it struggles to keep pace with the demand. NBC News correspondent Zinklea Semawad joins us now just outside of one of those 13 vaccination sites in New York City. Zinklea, it's good to see you this Monday. I know that you spoke with people who are waiting for their second dose after already receiving their first. How are they reacting to this shortage in vaccine supply, and what are they saying really about the wait?
Yeah, Morgan, it's good to see you. So people are saying that they're fearful and they're frustrated, right? Many New York City residents I spoke with say the access to the second dose of the vaccine just hasn't been there. And now they're worried that as they're on day 28, they're not going to be able to get that. Let's take a listen.
I work in the arts, and if I'm in constant contact with performers, with other people on my teams,
every day. And, just like a lot of other industries, if I get monkeypox, the quarantine period is much longer than the COVID quarantine period is now. I'm trying to stay optimistic. I'm hoping that my second dose is just around the corner, but it does seem odd and a little bit mismanaged.
And another concern that officials have outside of those who are trying to get inoculated is disparities in who is getting vaccinated. They're finding that communities of color are disproportionately not accessing the vaccine, and that's leaving many concerned that there may be deep inequities when it comes to who is getting protected from monkeypox. Morgan?
And Zinkley, New York State health officials and even the governor gave an update just earlier on the outbreak. What did we learn about how they are responding and what they are doing differently to now keep pace with demand?
Yeah, Morgan, so we were all listening to the governor's office announcement very closely to see what was going to happen, especially given this 1.8 million dose rollout by the White House. And what we heard was not a date. We didn't get a date in terms of when New York City will get a second dose, but we did hear that the city and the state plans to modify how it administers the monkeypox vaccine. It's going to be using an intradermal method. What exactly does that mean? Essentially, they're planning to administer the vaccine by going through the topmost layer of the skin instead of the lower muscular fat layers. That's a lot of science, but basically health experts believe they can use a lower dose and still have the same amount of effectiveness, and they're hoping that can increase supply. Now, some are critical of this approach, so we'll have to see how it pans out. But the bottom line, Morgan, is the need is high here in New York City, and New York State continues to have the most cases of monkeypox. So we're going to have to watch and follow this really closely. Morgan?
All right, NBC News correspondent Zinkley Asemlua. Zinkley, thank you so much. We appreciate it. The CDC is investigating an E. coli outbreak in 4 separate states. At least 37 people have become sick, though the actual number is likely actually a lot higher. While the source has not officially been determined, many of those sick reported eating sandwiches with romaine lettuce at Wendy's restaurants in Michigan, in Ohio, and in Pennsylvania. NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres joins us with a deeper dive. Dr. John, it just feels like people can't escape. We're hearing E. coli outbreaks, monkeypox outbreaks, COVID still. I mean, the CDC is now working to nail down the source of this particular E. coli outbreak. What more do we know about exactly how it happened, and how worried should people be about eating romaine lettuce or even going to a Wendy's?
And Morgan, you're right. Right now, it's a busy season for these viruses and now this bacteria that's cropping up here. And the CDC is looking into it. They've yet to pinpoint the cause, but the leading candidate is, like you mentioned, that lettuce in the salads at Wendy's. And the reason they're saying that is because out of the 37 cases they have right now, they've been able to interview 26 of those. 22 of them ate at Wendy's and ate those sandwiches, or at least something with that lettuce in it. So they're saying, that's the leading culprit. We can't definitely nail it down yet, but we're certainly going to make sure that people are protected. And by doing that, we're having Wendy's remove that lettuce, and Wendy's is removing the lettuce. And so they're also saying, at the same token, you don't need to avoid Wendy's, you don't need to avoid romaine lettuce and any other institutions, or even at home, the things you pick up in a grocery store, because those don't seem to be contaminated. But they want to make sure that people are protected. And like you mentioned, that 37 case number we have right now, that is a bit lagging, and so we think those numbers might be higher. But at the same token, we don't think this is going to be a very large, huge outbreak, but time will tell, Morgan.
And also, Dr. John, I mean, we hear about E. coli outbreaks pretty frequently, but remind us exactly how they happen. What is the process? What are the symptoms of infection look like? I mean, is there any way for people to sort of proactively protect themselves against it?
And there definitely is, Morgan, and mainly E. coli comes from contaminated food that we get from the food processing material itself. And by protecting ourselves, there's certain things you can do. Number one, wash your hands. We've been saying that for 2 years now. Make sure you wash your hands. It's even more important even after the pandemic gets over. But also, you want to make sure that when you're preparing your food, you separate the meats from each other. You separate the meats from the salads and the vegetables, because you don't want to cross-contaminate. Don't even use the same knife for things until they're cleaned. You want to make sure you cook 160 degrees or higher for beef. You want to make sure you cook it to the appropriate temperature. And then you also want to make sure that you clean everything afterwards. That's the important thing. But look for symptoms too. And if you start getting symptoms 3 to 4 days after eating something with E. coli, the symptoms are pretty serious. Usually you start getting bloody diarrhea. You start getting fevers associated with that. And usually you can't keep liquids down, and that's when you need to go to the emergency room. And so again, just protecting yourself is the main thing we can all do right now, while the CDC gets an understanding of where this is happening and trying to get it under control, Morgan.
All right, Dr. John Torres for us. As always, Dr. John, thank you. In less than 24 hours, voters in several states head to the polls for yet another round of election matchups. Florida and New York holding key primaries, while Oklahoma is set to hold its primary runoffs. A critical ways to watch, a contentious Democratic matchup for Florida governor. The two top contenders, state Agricultural Commissioner Nikki Fried facing off with Congressman Charlie Crist, the state's former Republican governor who later became a Democrat. They're competing to take on incumbent GOP Governor Ron DeSantis. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Miami. Shaq, you got a great location for this assignment. I know you've been crisscrossing the country to bring us these primary races. So walk us through this particular one. I mean, how are these candidates sort of differentiating themselves in this final hour of campaigning, and how are the voters reacting to them?
Yeah, you know, both of these candidates have been framing this as the race to take on Ron DeSantis, saying that they are the stronger candidate against the incumbent governor here. And you see the trajectory of this race change. This is a race where Charlie Crist, a representative, a congressman representing Florida, but former Republican governor here, he came in with the early advantage, not just in polling, but also in the endorsements. But you have Nikki Fried, the agricultural commissioner, surging in polling. She says that she has overtaken him at this point. So both of them saying that this will be a close race. It's already been a contentious race. And listen to a little bit of what they told me about what their closing message to voters has been.
I have been in those trenches for 3.5 years as our only statewide elected Democrat. Democrats are looking for a winner. The only one who's been able to win our state is a Democrat. They're looking for a champion.
I've been the governor. I've been the attorney general and fought for civil rights. I've been the elected commissioner of education and fought for our teachers. That's the difference. Electability and experience. I offer both and a good heart. That's what Florida needs and deserves.
You notice in both of their answers and in part of the conversation, other parts of the conversation, they both acknowledge that this is a state where, yes, they will need to win some Republicans, they will need to win some independents, but they have different strategies in how to do that if one of them wins the primary tomorrow and go on to take Ron DeSantis in the general election.
Yeah, speaking of that general election, I mean, we look ahead to November, Shaq. Both Crist and Fried are being significantly outraised by DeSantis. So fill us in on what that general election matchup might actually look like. I mean, what issues might drive those Florida voters from both sides to those polls in November? What would be different this year?
Yeah, they know they're going in and they're leaning into an uphill battle here. Look, first, Ron DeSantis, the incumbent Republican governor here, he is someone who has had his approval ratings in the 50s for much of his term. He has built up a national profile and used that profile to raise more than $130 million ready to be deployed against whoever comes out of the primary on Tuesday. So this is going to be a fight for those candidates. But they say, and both of them said this to me yesterday, that they believe the overturning of Roe and the 15-week abortion ban here in the state of Florida, that is an opening for them. They think that Republicans overreached in this state. And we also know that this has been a race where, in a state where many of those cultural and social issues, this has been ground zero for those issues. So they expect it to be close. There's been some polling that shows both of them have a similar matchup to DeSantis. They're both behind in the polls right now when you have that head-to-head matchup, but it is still early. Both of them saying that it's going to be incredibly close once we get to November, no matter who wins the primary tomorrow, Morgan.
I mean, Florida is always a wild ride politically. Shaq, thank you for following every curve on that. Shaq, we really appreciate it.
You got it.
A search is underway for a 29-year-old hiker who is still missing from Zion National Park. We'll give you the latest on the devastating downpours coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Can you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
A 29-year-old hiker is still missing after heavy rains led to flash flooding at Utah's Zion National Park this weekend. And then in Texas, rescue efforts underway to save drivers stranded on the interstate near Dallas as the relentless rain moves across the southwest U.S. Now, many of these areas have seen less than 1 inch of rain in the last 2 months. Now they could get as much as 2.5 inches per hour. NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray joins us now from Dallas. Jay, it's good to see you there. I know it's wet where you are. Do we have any update from officials on that missing hiker in Zion National Park? For example, do they have any idea yet where those floodwaters might have carried her?
They don't at this point. There's a lot of concern, and family members have looked at some of the video and said, yeah, we believe they were trying to struggle and get to safety at some point. So no clear indications right now. And I can tell you that I may not, and just pulling the curtain back a little bit here, I may not be fully engaged in what's happening there because of so much that's going on here. I want to give you a look behind me right now, and I know we're going to talk about it, but you can see the car that has been partially submerged here. The windshield wipers are still going. It looks like the sunroof may be open, so somebody likely escaped that vehicle as the water grew. It has pushed over the roadways here in Dallas and Fort Worth in several areas, and it's something that's going to continue to be a problem. We continue to have hard rain that's going to be here for at least a few more hours. We broke records both yesterday and today already for the amount of rainfall in the Dallas area. And again, there's big concern that this flooding is going to get much worse before it gets any better.
And Jay, we know that heavy rain is also making its way over Texas, where you are, and it's raising alarm from Dallas to San Antonio, which is a region that's, a hot spot for fatal flash flooding. So how are officials really encouraging people there on the ground to buckle up, get prepared, and stay safe? What are they saying?
Yeah, stay off the road, first of all. It's been a nightmare. The rush hour turned into rush hours here with the roadways flooded out. Some of the major highways here were closed down as well, and the rain's going to grow. It's also moving south, like you talk about. Waco later today, Austin this evening could really get hammered. It's been miserable here drought-wise. They say in Texas you need a good flood to end a drought. Unfortunately, that's what we're seeing right now.
All right, NBC News senior national correspondent Jay Gray for us. Jay, as always, thank you so much, and try to stay dry.
Thank you.
Coming up, nuclear fears in Ukraine, what world leaders are saying about what really needs to be done right now to ensure safety at the continent's largest nuclear power plant. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Dateline, Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
And Ukraine fears of an attack on a power plant that could lead to a potential nuclear disaster are raising global concerns. President Biden discussed the increasingly tense situation at Europe's largest nuclear power plant on a call with European leaders on Sunday. The group reiterating the importance of independent inspectors to visit that site as soon as possible to really ensure its safety. NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Kyiv. Megan, it's great to see you. What is happening in and really around that nuclear plant right now? I mean, how are Russia and Ukraine simultaneously responding to what are growing calls for independent inspectors to really go in there and take a look at that site?
That's right, Morgan, it's great to be with you. You know, the situation at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant still remains of grave concern, not just to the Ukrainians, but a lot of the international community as well. What we know is that Ukrainian officials say they have intelligence to suggest that the Russians are actively trying to shut that nuclear plant down. That's a big concern because one mistake could create a leak at the facility, which means we could be looking at radioactive material seeping out of that plant, spreading throughout Europe. Now, President Putin has said he's open to having these international inspectors going inside that plant, but members of his cabinet said that's not going to be until September. Ukraine is concerned, and the calls are that inspectors go inside right away. I want you to listen to what the president of the power company has to say.
On different levels, there are negotiations with IAEA, with United Nations on support of this mission, and I think that within maybe 10 days the mission will be on site.
So there are international calls of urgencies to get the inspectors inside that plant, but Russia has control of that plant. So when exactly that will happen, if that will happen, is yet to be seen, Morgan.
Megan, some other news that's sort of gotten a lot of the headlines and attention here stateside is that the daughter of a key Putin ally who advocated for the invasion of Ukraine was killed over the weekend after her car exploded near Moscow. What more do we know about this incident and really the investigation surrounding it?
Right, so investigators say that Daria Dugina was leaving a cultural festival on Saturday evening, one that she attended with her father, Alexander Dugin. She was in an SUV heading back towards Moscow when there was that explosion. Now, according to investigators, there was a bomb strapped to the driver's side of that vehicle, and Russia's state media is citing witnesses who say that as Dugina was leaving that facility there, her father was supposed to get inside her car, but it was a last-minute decision where he didn't. There are reports that he was the intended target. But look, Russia is coming out blaming Ukraine for this. Ukraine just moments ago released a statement saying, look, that they are not responsible for this, once again saying that they didn't have any involvement in this attack, and said that Russia is living in a fictional world. But of course the concern is that we could see retaliation here. Morgan?
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald live for us from Kyiv. Megan, as always, thank you so much. Meanwhile, back here at home, 2 Arkansas sheriff deputies from the Crawford County Sheriff's Office are suspended, and 1 police officer from the Mulberry Police Department is on administrative leave. This is after a video posted online appears to show them punching and beating up a suspect during an arrest. All 3 officers are under investigation according to their respective departments. The suspect was wanted for allegedly threatening a gas station clerk and was initially cooperative. The suspect then tried to attack the officers, but it's not yet clear what exactly led up to that confrontation. Arkansas State Police have yet to comment on this investigation. The Indiana State University campus is in mourning today after a weekend crash kills 3 students, including members of the school's football team. The students' names have not yet been released, and we know at least 3 people were killed and 2 others were hurt. Investigators are trying to figure out why the car they were in veered off the road and slammed into a tree right there near the campus early yesterday morning. A group of New York boaters safe today thanks to one good Samaritan. A 48-foot yacht sailing the Hudson River unexpectedly burst into flames on Saturday. Now, fortunately, a nearby boat was able to get close enough to safely evacuate all of the passengers before the boat quickly sunk to the bottom of the river. It is still unclear what caused that fire, and thankfully, all 7 people on board are doing okay. Well, stay with us because straight ahead, they're not your typical college roommates, not at all. We'll tell you why some college students are living with strangers old enough to be their grandparents just after the break. Don't go anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
In Europe, natural gas prices are surging on Russian supply fears. Russia is planning to shut the Nord pipeline for 3 days later this month, creating a new doubts about energy supplies throughout the winter. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now for a look at all these latest market headlines. Dom, it's great to see you this Monday. We know that Moscow says it will shutter the Nord pipeline for 3 days for what it says are repairs. But what does this possibly forecast to us? I mean, especially the global community when it comes to those energy supplies in Europe is, you know, this frigid winter weather is set to arrive.
Sure. I mean, Russia, Morgan, to your point, is the biggest exporter of nat gas to the region and to countries like Germany in particular. So consumers and traders alike are on edge anytime there's a possible disruption to energy supplies. That is what's happening, to your point, because even something being billed as unscheduled pipeline maintenance can be read into and analyzed into a possible precursor, right, of a complete shutdown of natural gas to Europe. Now, those supply concerns are, yes, what's fueling that surge in nat gas prices. People are fearing they won't have enough gas to heat their homes or power their businesses come winter. Now, Germany in particular is very levered to that Russian-produced natural gas, which is why the Nord Stream 1 pipeline even exists and was constructed, and why there's currently a Nord Stream 2 pipeline that was also built but currently suspended in response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Now, some officials have suggested lifting the suspension of that Nord Stream 2 pipeline to allow even more nat gas to flow into Germany. But fears over that outright choking off of Russian nat gas, that's going to be a big factor, Morgan, in terms of nat gas prices in the coming weeks and months, because it's all about whether or not Russia is going to cut them off completely.
Well, speaking of no gas in cars, Tesla, which it seems to be in the headlines all the time, Elon Musk tweeted just yesterday that the price of its full self-driving system will increase to $15,000 next month, and that would be up from $12,000, Dom. So what's behind that decision? Why the increase?
So it means they're going to make more money, right? Morgan, at the end of the day, this is about their highest end customers. One of the biggest lures for many of those Tesla customers and potential customers is this so-called autopilot feature in their EVs. Some of those driver assistant features are standard, like, cruise control, auto steer, which can kind of lane correct you if you start to drift. But the highest priced driver assistant features there cost extra money to put on. And that's what Tesla calls its FSD, that full self-driving you mentioned. It offers all of those other things, but it also puts in things like traffic and stop sign control, also navigation on autopilot. So those features, Tesla's going to charge more for those highest end customers out there, Morgan.
All right, CNBC's Dominic Chu. Dom, as always, we appreciate you, man. Thank you. It's the start of another school year, and for college students, the biggest challenge isn't actually coming from the classroom. It's from the skyrocketing cost of housing. Now, some students are finding multi-generational housing as the solution to their problems, with some students living with roommates as old as their grandparents. Take a look.
As college students return to campus, they're finding housing costs through the roof. Nationwide, rent now soaring at the fastest pace in more than 3 decades, with several major cities surging by double digits, including right here near Boston, where graduate student Jillian Salas struggled to find an affordable place to live.
What is the housing market like here?
The cost of living here is a lot higher. When I was looking at prices for, studio apartments, it just seemed very much so out of my price range.
Which is why she turned to a unique solution, finding a different kind of roommate in Bonnie Carroll.
Have some lunch?
Cool.
Roughly, what is the age gap between the two of you?
It's about 49 years.
49 years! Almost half a century!
It's called a multi-generational housing arrangement. Senior citizens with extra space becoming roommates with younger people who need cheaper housing. Some even offering help with chores in exchange for a discount.
They bring a certain amount of energy and excitement and youngness, if you will, and I love that. So, for example, when Jillian's going out to meet her friends for a celebration dinner or something, I'm like, yes, this is great. You look good, and where are you going?
For other people who might be considering a similar living situation, what would you say to them?
You learn so much because you learn different habits and you learn different ways of living, and it opens your eyes to a whole other life.
It's a cross-generational bond that's quickly becoming a trend. Nesterly, an online home-sharing agency that matches young renters with older homeowners, says it's seen bookings surge by more than 230% just this year alone.
The majority of our tenants are students. They don't want to increase the student debt that they already have, and they love the idea of living in someone's real home, and so it's a win-win for both sides.
A movement that some higher education programs are embracing. Here at the Judson Manor Retirement Home, students from the Cleveland Institute of Music can live totally rent-free. All they're asked for in exchange, the occasional concert for residents. An offer grad student Shannon Lee was happy to accept.
It was totally rewarding. I learned so much from their enthusiasm for what I was doing.
Also rewarding for roommates like Bonnie and Jillian.
I've gotten so much more out of it than just the price.
The NFL officially kicks off its first regular season game in just over 2 weeks, but inflation is making some game day traditions even more expensive. NBC's Emily Cada has more on how you can cheer on your favorite team without breaking the bank.
Hey there, who doesn't enjoy a good tailgate? And there are simple steps you can take to help tackle inflation. Grilling hot dogs instead of chicken, taking public transportation rather than driving to save money on gas. The bottom line, rooting for your team on a budget is all about having a game plan.
Now fires, looking end zone, and it's caught. Touchdown!
NFL preseason games are in full swing, and so are fans' tailgate traditions.
Getting all the food, getting the grills ready, the tent.
Packing, loading, it's a process.
Yes.
But this year, you'll find rooting for your favorite team is more expensive as inflation takes a bigger bite out of game day budgets.
We wish it was lower prices, but you know, you kind of just have to adjust and go with the flow.
It seems like the same stuff you buy, it's an extra $10 the next week, and then the following week it's another $10.
Chicken, rolls, snacks, and pickles are some of the biggest offenders, with double-digit percentage increases. Grocery store prices as a whole have soared 13% from last year.
That's the biggest one-year increase we've seen since the late 1970s, but we haven't seen prices rise evenly across all foods and drinks.
And that's where experts say you can save. Try swapping out those pricey picks with food less affected by inflation. The cost of hot dogs and pork ribs, for instance, have ticked up only slightly. And chicken wings actually dropped below pre-pandemic prices, with a push for more boneless wings from restaurants.
Anywhere we can see a sale, we go for it.
Re-examining how you get to the game can also help save money. Worsened by sky-high jet fuel costs and staffing shortages, the price of plane tickets have soared by 28% from last year. And despite some recent relief at the pump, it still costs 23% more to fill up your gas tank. So public transportation could be your best game plan.
We've seen the cost of mass transit has gone up only about 0.5%, which is very tame when you consider it in the context of consumer prices.
And there's always the option of cheering your team on from home. It's a good time to upgrade your TV with a nearly 15% drop in prices. Experts say it all comes down to establishing priorities within your budget. And with thoughtful planning, fans will find a way.
And tailgating is an experience. And when you have that experience, especially when you're with good friends, it just makes it fun.
So when it comes to tickets for live sports, they're actually one of the few items that have fallen in price since last year. But that includes a broad range of sports, so that may not be the best indicator if you're trying to score NFL tickets. One thing to look into, standing room only tickets can be a great option to get in the door, and modern stadiums typically have lots of those areas for fans to hang out. Back to you.
That was Emily Cada reporting. Meanwhile, as summer break ends, some students are heading back to understaffed schools as a growing teacher shortage is plaguing classrooms across the country. Many unhappy with their work conditions. Some educators are saying enough is simply enough. Here's NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis.
Teachers will tell you it's demanding work.
I was running myself ragged.
I went from someone who was happy to someone who was overwhelmed.
I got so burnt out.
Over the last 2 years, more than 600,000 educators have called it quits.
I quit teaching because I was overextended.
Our commitment became even more emotionally taxing.
Clase repite un perro. Long days grew longer during the pandemic.
Today we're working on lesson 22.4.
Before the pandemic, it was a 50-hour work week was pretty typical, and I felt like I was on top of my job and doing things well. During pandemic, a 70-hour week was fairly typical.
Trying to connect content with students at various levels. And then lack of support with like special education teachers as well. It's hard.
Students started showing academic and behavioral problems. Give me an example. You said there are things going on in the classroom.
Physical assault, ridicule by admin in certain areas. It's things that I think no professional should have to endure.
I went from a teacher who never had a child fail the state exam to experiencing my first students failing the state exam.
And outside pressures made teaching even tougher. Battles over masks and vaccines trickled from TV screens into classrooms.
the politics are getting into it, and it's just kind of really a really negative place.
Tough jobs with little room for financial growth.
I think teacher pay is an issue across the nation. No, we did get some one-time bonuses, but they were very small.
Still, the decision tugging at the heart. It's hard on you even now thinking about it.
Yep. Yes. I'll need it. Give me a moment.
We are told you're doing this for the kids. Like, what about the kids? And at some point it's like, well, what about my family?
What was the best part of teaching for you?
The way that children love on you.
The best part of the job is definitely the kids, the students.
It was helping them figure out what it is that they needed the most.
With them more than their own parents a lot of time throughout that day. And so you build like a little family in your classroom.
I think teaching really helped me find the best of myself.
Saying goodbye to the classroom, but holding on to the joys of teaching. Rahima Ellis, NBC News.
59% of Americans worry that student loan forgiveness will make inflation even worse, and that's according to updated results from an exclusive CNBC and Momentive survey around student loan debt. Now, these results come just as the Biden administration could actually extend the pause on federal student loan debt ahead of the current August 31st deadline. A lot of borrowers who haven't been making payments during the pause say they'll have to delay really important milestones like paying off other debt, saving and investment just to resume their payments. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson joins us to break down these survey results. Sharon, glad to have you with us this Monday. First off, there are already some student loan forgiveness programs that are available, but more than half of those Americans surveyed say they're worried about broader student loan forgiveness and the fact that it could possibly worsen inflation. So why is that? What's the connection there, Sharon?
Well, I think a lot of people are worried that people will be using the money that they're not having to spend on student loan debt to spend on other things. And increased spending could potentially increase inflation. That's the concern. But what our survey found was that perhaps this concern is overdone, because when you look at what people say they will spend their money on if they get loan forgiveness, they would spend that money on paying down other loans. 53% of those surveyed said they would do that. And other borrowers, 45%, said they would save money for retirement. Another over 40% said they would invest the money, and about a third said that they would buy a new home. So they're making investments that are long-term investments, not day-to-day spending with this money. At least that's their intention if they are able to have loan forgiveness.
And speaking of that, Sharon, I mean, what is the likelihood that the Biden administration will, in fact, extend the federal student loan pause?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of debate about whether or not that will happen. What the Biden administration and the Education Department have pointed out most recently, though, is that during Biden's tenure, they have provided student loan relief to the tune of about $32 billion. And that is through existing programs like the Public Loan Service Forgiveness Program and others. And so there are a number of people that are saying, though, no, we do not want to have any student loan forgiveness. About 30% of those in the CNBC survey said this, but the views were mixed because we had about a third that also said it should only be for students who are in need, and another third, almost a third, saying that they believe that everyone who has debt should be able to have student loan forgiveness. So there's a lot of division among Americans about whether or not this should happen.
Yeah, it's a personal decision, right? People have a lot of feelings about it. Sharon Epperson, Sharon, thank you as always. We appreciate you being with us. And to our viewers, stay with us because straight ahead, the border crisis stretches beyond just those southern states. You'll want to see where just after the break.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. It was less than. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody good, and that's it. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Ripple effects from the southern border crisis are being felt more than 2,000 miles away, right here in the Northeast. New York and Washington, D.C. are just two of the cities dealing with a surge of migrants bused there by governors of southern states. In New York, more than 6,000 asylum seekers have entered the city shelter system, and that's just over the summer. City leaders are now asking the federal government to step in. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez, who joins us now on set. Gabe, it's interesting because some of the politicians are saying this is just a stunt to have these migrants bust into northern states, to say, oh, you don't like the problem so much? See how you like it in your own backyard. What is the political atmosphere about this decision?
Yeah, that's right, Morgan. Good to be here, by the way. Democrats say that this is a political stunt. They have been since Governor Abbott started doing it a couple months ago, as you know. Look, we got here because border apprehensions started to skyrocket under the Biden administration. A lot of people can argue about why that is. It could be seen as seasonal, perhaps, or it could be seen as because Title 42 is in place. That's that pandemic-era restriction put in place by the Trump administration that allows migrants to be sent out, to be expelled from the United States, and they are they're trying to enter the United States multiple times, and one could argue that's why the numbers are up. But because those numbers started going up last year, Governor Abbott in Texas at first started saying, look, let me highlight this issue, let me start sending these migrants to Washington, D.C., and then later New York City. And then here we are.
Speaking of New York City, when we look at just the numbers here, we see more than 6,000 migrants enter New York City, and that was just this summer alone. How is the city dealing with it?
Well, you know, they have a lot to deal with in the coming weeks, Morgan. Over the next few weeks, the school year is going to start. They're already preparing to enroll more than 1,000 students in the school system. They're even looking at potentially recruiting teachers from the Dominican Republic. They've local authorities have opened up a triage center over at the Port Authority to deal with some of this influx. And we went to Catholic Charities a few weeks ago. They're seeing numbers that they have never seen before.
Speaking of those numbers, I know we have to go briefly, but when we talk about the number of people who were apprehended at the border, just looking here at my sheet, it says that they dropped by 4%, and that was just between June and July.
Right.
Do we expect to see those numbers dwindle even more in the fall?
Well, they have started to plateau. They often go down in the summer, as you know, Morgan, because it's hot and it's difficult for migrants to make this grueling journey.
It's a hard journey.
Absolutely. And they're coming not just from, Central America, but also, Venezuela, Cuba, as you have reported on. And the numbers have started to plateau now. They're down 4%, as you said, from June to July. They typically go up a little bit as we head into the fall. But Morgan, we're potentially going to hit 2 million border apprehensions this year. It has already broken a record, and there's still several months left in this fiscal year.
I'm so glad you said that and put that into context, because this is unprecedented. I mean, this is truly what unprecedented looks like. Gabe Gutierrez, as always, thank you, Gabe. We really appreciate you joining us on set with your reporting. And straight ahead, they're way too close for comfort. Separate shark attacks at the same beach, rattling swimmers. One survivor's story in her own words just after the break.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Can you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Harry Styles!
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
Oh, I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
All right. Here's what's poppin' now. If you've had trouble watching the new Game of Thrones prequel, well, you're not alone. The Hollywood Reporter says at least 3,000 fans saw their HBO Max app crash during the series premiere of House of the Dragon just yesterday. HBO blames the technical difficulties on Amazon Fire TV, and they're working to resolve those issues right now so you can get back to watching. A Georgia town is still recovering from a big Bennifer blowout today. Ben Affleck, Jennifer Lopez, they had a second wedding ceremony in a 3-day extravaganza at Affleck's Georgia compound just over the weekend. Now, this is the couple's second wedding since last month. They tied the knot at a small Las Vegas ceremony just a few short weeks ago. 7-time Super Bowl champ Tom Brady will be back with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers this week. He's missed nearly 2 weeks of training camp, fueling some rumors about his future. The Bucs head coach Todd Bowles is only saying Brady's absence was due to personal reasons. A summer full of shark scares along the East Coast. Well, it isn't letting up. The sharks are doing more than just lurking in the water from New England to Florida. They're actually clamping down on swimmers' arms and legs. The most recent attacks happened at the same South Carolina beach. Here's NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders with one survivor's frightening encounter.
This is unusual. 2 shark attacks on the same day at the same beach. In one of the cases, a grandmother hit by a shark with her young grandson just feet away.
Oh, y'all better get off the shore.
Sharks swimming dangerously close to shore. A hammerhead shark chasing down a stingray in Alabama. Then, farther north, a Pennsylvania family's vacation to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, took an unexpected turn last Monday.
It was really our first day on the beach. We went down and the kids, even Brian, he was a little nervous, and I kept saying, don't worry about sharks. That's Absolutely nothing you need to worry about.
Turns out that day, Karen Seitz was wrong.
I was still in probably about waist deep water, and I felt something. I get it was sort of like a bite on my arm, but there was a shark attached to my arm. So I kind of just kept hitting at it. I just wanted it off my arm.
Seitz' 8-year-old grandson, Brian, was just feet away.
I didn't even see it swimming up. I just saw it jump.
Seitz spent the night in the hospital, getting dozens of stitches. That same day, at the same beach, a second victim with a more minor bite to the leg. From Long Island to both coasts of Florida. Shark sightings this summer have forced some beaches to close temporarily. This drone video captured a swarm of sharks off the coast of Cocoa Beach, Florida last Sunday. In the same weekend, a 10-year-old boy was attacked while snorkeling in the Florida Keys. Part of his leg had to be amputated. Despite these reports, experts say shark attacks are still rare.
Every year, on average, we get between 70 and 80 unprovoked bites by sharks around the world. So it's a very, very low incidence in general.
And he says when a shark bite happens, it's usually because the shark mistakes a human for food. But for young Brian, he's not taking any chances, at least not right now.
I'll put my feet in, but that's really all.
As Labor Day is approaching, the question might be, should we expect to see more shark attacks? Well, along the East Coast, August and September historically has more shark encounters with humans than any other time during the year. But part of that, of course, is not only the warming oceans that are now bringing the sharks closer to shore, but more of us in the water swimming with them.
Dr. Anthony Fauci has announced he will be leaving government service in December. President Biden's top medical advisor led the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases for 38 years. In a statement today, Biden thanked him for his many contributions to public health. Dr. Fauci plans to devote himself to traveling, writing, and encouraging young people to enter government service. Thank you so much for joining us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford. It's been our pleasure. The news continues just after this.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now. Streaming weekdays at 7.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Can you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
Oh, I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now, fighting for access. The Department of Justice in court to stop Idaho's ban on abortion. The arguments from both sides and the impact it could have nationwide.
Flooding disaster. Torrential rain leaves drivers stranded in northern Texas after a weekend of severe flooding across that region, where the rain is headed next.
And vaccination frustration. Thousands of people in New York City waiting for a second dose of the monkeypox vaccine. What the nation is doing now to try to meet the unprecedented demand.
And good Monday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Kate Snow. Thank you so much for joining us this hour. We're going to begin with a high-stakes legal battle over abortion rights. Today, the Justice Department making its case in federal court to block a new law in Idaho. It's the first federal challenge over a state law since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade.
Idaho's measure bans abortion after 6 weeks, but there are exceptions for rape, incest, or to save the life of a woman. That ban is set to take effect on Thursday.
And over the weekend, Kansas officially confirmed a vote that took place earlier this month to keep abortion rights enshrined in that state's constitution.
Leading us off this hour, NBC News Justice correspondent Ken Delaney and NBC's Maura Barrett traveling with the president and investigative reporter Chloe Atkins. Ken, we'll start with you here. Talk to us about what's happening in Idaho today. What are the arguments being made there?
Aaron, the Justice Department made its case today that Idaho's strict abortion law, which goes into effect Thursday, runs afoul of a federal law requiring hospitals to provide life-saving medical interventions, including terminating a pregnancy if that's what's required to save the life of the mother. And the judge, an appointee of Bill Clinton, appeared to agree. U.S. District Judge B. Lynn Windmill in Boise noted that this law allows any prosecutor to bring a case against a doctor and require her to prove in court that the abortion was medically necessary. And the judge expressed doubt that doctors would take that risk, Aaron.
And Ken, when can we expect a decision? Do we know from the court?
Yes, he's saying that he will submit an opinion in writing by the end of Wednesday, which is one day before this law would go into effect on Thursday. And the Justice Department is asking him to both temporarily block the law and declare it unconstitutional under the Supremacy Clause, which says that federal law trumps state law, Kate.
I want to bring Maura Barrett in here in Delaware, where the president is vacationing. Maura, we mentioned that. This is the first time, though, that the Biden administration has intervened in court to try to block a state-level decision on this. Talk to us about why now.
Well, Aaron, from day one, the Biden administration expressed that they disagreed with the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. And in the weeks following that decision, we saw the president sign contraception, I should say, as well as birth control. And in the weeks after that, another executive order protecting the right for women to travel from state to state if they're seeking an abortion. He also launched a task force on focusing on reproductive health care. And at one of those meetings led by Vice President Harris, who's also been traveling around the country, meeting with attorneys general to talk about this subject specifically because now it is such a state-by-state issue, the president and the vice president emphasizing that they're going to offer as much federal support as possible when it comes to that access. So that's why we saw the Justice Department file this lawsuit just a few weeks ago. The president, in remarks to one of those task force meetings, calling it a healthcare crisis and saying that he will continue to offer that support state by state. And obviously, especially as we're watching the White House try to support Democrats leading up to the midterms just a few months away, the White House pointing to that win in Kansas. And so this is definitely something that the White House will stay close to in terms of supporting that right to an abortion, Aaron.
All right, more to come for sure. Maura Barrett and Ken Delaney with us today. Thank you.
Let's bring in NBC News investigative reporter Chloe Atkins. Now, Chloe, I also want to talk about that big news out of Kansas over the weekend. Back on August 2nd, voters there chose to keep the right to abortion in the state constitution. A recount on those results just wrapped up on Sunday. So talk to us about what happened. What was the need for the recount?
That's right, Kate. Over the weekend, Kansas really reaffirmed its landslide vote to uphold abortion rights after state officials wrapped up a partial recount. And that recount was brought upon by two anti-abortion activists who cited baseless allegations of fraud after voters widely rejected an amendment that would have stripped away abortion rights from the state's constitution. And as you remember, this vote gained a lot of attention nationally because it was the first state to bring a referendum on abortion after the overturning of Roe v. Wade in June.
And what happens next here, Chloe?
As of now, abortion remains accessible in the state of Kansas, and the state also remains a major point of access for patients who are looking to obtain abortion services in the region, especially folks from Oklahoma and Texas. But Kate, I do want to add that these anti-abortion activists who did bring about this recount have rejected these news results and said that they will be filing a new lawsuit later today.
All right, Chloe Atkins, thanks so much.
The federal judge who approved the search of former President Donald Trump's Florida home is lowering expectations about how much more we might learn about that search. Today, that judge said the Justice Department has proven the release of the search affidavit would be harmful to the investigation. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley is joining us now. So, Ryan, walk us through what the judge said today.
Yeah, so essentially the judge is going through what he articulated last week, but I think he hired the bar a little bit here and said, essentially wanted to flag to people to not get their expectations too high here. He said he ultimately could decide that it would be best not to release any of the search warrant affidavit, but he wants to see what redactions DOJ would come up with before he makes that ultimate decision. I think what's definitely notable here is that he essentially lays out the fact that there was a basis for this, and that he says again, he would essentially says he would have made the same decision again today, that there's probable cause to believe that there would be evidence of federal crimes to be found on Donald Trump's property in Mar-a-Lago. And given the fact that we had the FBI walk away with all of that classified information, Aaron, I think it was a pretty solid case that they put together here in terms of the reasoning for finding probable cause that there was reason to find potential evidence at that property.
And Ryan, you've reported that the Trump team wanted this affidavit released. What is the former president's legal team doing to prepare for the possible release of any information from this affidavit?
Sure. I mean, I think they want any information out into the public generally, but I would note that they did not actually formally weigh in court on whether or not this should be released. And they could have potentially weighed in, and that might have had some impact on the investigation. In normal circumstances, you wouldn't have the subject or, target of a potential criminal investigation have much sway over whether or not that this would be released. But I do think in this case, given the public interest here and Trump's interest in sort of getting some of this information out there, and theoretically, I suppose, trying to clear his name, that might have factored into the judge's ultimate decision here, of course. But I think what the judge is ultimately going to be most focused on is that they don't want to put out something that would give the Trump team essentially a roadmap to this investigation or endanger the lives of any FBI agents who are associated with, or give the Trump team a sense of exactly who they're speaking to and who are being good witnesses that help them secure probable cause that there had been evidence of federal crimes at Trump's property in Mar-a-Lago, Aaron.
All right, Ryan Riley for us today. Ryan, thank you.
Developing right now, severe weather leaving a path of destruction across the Southwest. In Texas, heavy rainfall, flash floods turned streets into rivers, submerging cars and homes. In Dallas, rescue crews were actually called in to save drivers who were stranded on an interstate. You see it there. And at this hour, 13 million people are still under flood alerts from Texas all the way to Mississippi. NBC News national correspondent Jay Gray joins me now from Dallas. Jay, we just saw those dramatic images overnight.
Hey,
Cars.
Kate, look, there's been 186 high water incidents in Dallas alone. Many of those rescues from cars stranded in high water. And you can see the street down here littered with cars that were left behind, people getting out because they were swept up. This Jeep swept into this yardway here. 400 or more flights canceled at Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. Also cancellations at Dallas's Love Field. But I want to show you the personal side of this. And this is what the water is doing in homes across North Texas right now. In these areas, what we're seeing is water pouring in and taking everything in its path. Take a look at what it did to this home here. And you can see it just picked up the couch and physically moved it out of the way. You can see how high the water came. It all started just after midnight and rushed in so fast that there was very little the homeowner here could do. You could see tried to save some of his pictures and other things that were important. But at one point, as the water continued to climb, he had to to move to a higher level of this area. And so this is the type of situation, unfortunately, we're seeing play out across this region right now. The rain is still coming down and will continue for several hours, so that's going to be an issue. Some pockets of the Dallas-Fort Worth area have seen more than 15 inches of rain in the last 24 hours. The last 2 days have set records as far as rain is concerned. And again, it's going to keep on for the next couple of hours. Cleanup in places like this can't really start in earnest until that rain stops, till people can get in and start to clean some of these areas out. This system's going to keep moving to the south, so places like Waco, Austin, they're going to be dealing with what they're dealing with in Dallas-Fort Worth right now. A very difficult situation, and unfortunately, forecasters say it's not going to get any better anytime soon.
All right, Jay, thanks so much. Really appreciate that. What a mess. Frustration growing in New York as thousands of people are awaiting their second dose of the monkeypox vaccine.
Yeah, the guidance has been to get your second shot 4 weeks after your first shot, but New York City is only offering the first dose right now. The U.S. has the most confirmed cases of monkeypox in the world, more than 14,000 cases to date. Let's bring in NBC News Now correspondent Zinkley Esimwa and NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal. Zinkley, we'll start with you here. You're in one of the 13 vaccination sites here in New York City. What are you hearing from people there about some of the confusion around when they can get that second dose?
Yeah, hi, Aaron. Hi, Kate. So people are frustrated and they're confused and fearful. We spoke with two men in New York City in their 30s. They both got the first monkeypox vaccine, and 28 days later, they don't know how to get the second, and it's leaving them very afraid. Here's what they had to say.
I work in theater, I work in the arts, and if I'm in constant contact with performers, with other people on my teams every day. And, just like a lot of other industries, if I get monkeypox, the quarantine period is much longer than the COVID quarantine period is now. I'm trying to stay optimistic. I'm hoping that my second dose is just around the corner, but it does seem odd and a little bit mismanaged.
So as we know, New York State has the highest number of monkeypox cases, and New York City has struggled with the rollout of that second dose. In response to a lot of this criticism, the governor's office earlier today did put out a statement about monkeypox. They're actually changing the way the second dose and first of the vaccine are administered. They're hoping that will increase supply. Essentially, the change is that you need less of the vaccine, and it's still equally effective. Now, this is a controversial method, but the governor's office says it will work. And so this is something we're following closely, but the need is very high. New York City and New York State just this past weekend had its first child infection of monkeypox. So the stakes are really high. Kate, Aaron.
Zinkley, thanks. Let me go to Dr. Sayal. And Zinkley just mentioned this. A couple of weeks ago, the FDA said it was okay to use smaller doses, as she just described New York may do, so they could stretch the supply, get more shots out of every vial. Can you explain the science behind that? And also, they're putting it in a different part of the skin. Explain that to us, too.
Yeah, so Kate, the science here is actually pretty cool, and it's a question that I've been getting a lot from friends and family. So the vaccine is now going to be given what's called intradermally, or that translates to within the skin. And the reason you can give a lower dose here is because the skin is actually loaded with these immune cells that are ready to just pick up what you inject with the vaccine and start developing an immune response. And Kate, if you think about this makes sense, right? Your skin is the body's first line of defense against germs and bacteria. So it would make sense that there's more immune cells there ready to develop that immune response.
And Dr. Sayal, Zinkley mentioned in her report that today New York State reported that first case of monkeypox in somebody under the age of 18. How significant is that? What does that tell you about the spread of this virus?
Well, Aaron, you and I have talked about this all week, right? We're going to be monitoring whether or not this virus is spreading outside of the men who have sex with men community. And if it is spreading in those isolated cases, are they then spreading it even onwards? And so it's going to be really important to watch. It's significant, but it's not unexpected here. And going forward, we're going to need to be tracking how well they are spreading it to other people.
Zinkley Esimwa and Dr. Akshay Sayal, thank you both. Appreciate it.
And stay with us. A violent arrest caught on camera. Coming up, what we're learning about this disturbing video that has 3 police officers off the job.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Harry Styles!
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
3 police officers under investigation after a disturbing video went viral, and a warning: that video is hard to watch. It shows the Arkansas cops hitting and kicking a suspect. The video was recorded outside a convenience store in Mulberry, Arkansas. You can see the officers holding the man to the ground there, and at one point even slamming his head onto the concrete. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is tracking this story for us today and joins us from our Miami bureau. Guad, what else do we know about this video and who's involved here in the investigation, where it stands?
Aaron, this video went viral Sunday morning. We know that hours after authorities responded, Arkansas State authorities saying they have begun an investigation. All 3 officers have been suspended. 2 of them are sheriff deputies, and the other is a local police officer. All 3 of them have been suspended. We also have information on the suspect that was arrested after this. He's been identified as Randall Ray Worcester. He's being charged with 7 different things, including battery and resisting arrest. We have heard also from local authorities, the mayor and the sheriff, both saying that this is under investigation. The mayor saying he was shocked and sickened. Meanwhile, the sheriff said he condemns all violence against anyone that is detained by police. So we'll wait for more details as this investigation continues. Aaron.
All right, Guad Venegas. Guad, thank you.
2 shark attacks have been reported only half a mile apart in South Carolina. Sharks have caused major problems for vacationers this summer. Multiple beaches have closed down due to the threat of an attack. Here's NBC News national correspondent Carrie Sanders.
This is unusual. 2 shark attacks on the same day at the same beach. In one of the cases, a grandmother hit by a shark with her young grandson just feet away.
Y'all better get off the shore.
Sharks swimming dangerously close to shore. A hammerhead shark chasing down a stingray in Alabama. Then farther north, a Pennsylvania family's vacation to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, took an unexpected turn last Monday.
It was really our first day on the beach. We went down and the kids, even Brian, he was a little nervous, and I kept saying, don't worry about sharks. That's absolutely nothing you need to worry about.
Turns out that day, Karen Seitz was wrong.
I was still in probably about waist deep water, and I felt something, I get, it was sort of like a bite on my arm, but there was a shark attached to my arm. So I kind of just kept hitting at it. I just wanted it off my arm.
Sight's 8-year-old grandson, Brian, was just feet away.
I didn't even see it swimming up. I just saw it jump.
Sight spent the night in the hospital, getting dozens of stitches. That same day at the same beach, a second victim with a more minor bite to the leg. From Long Island to both coasts of Florida. Shark sightings this summer have forced some beaches to close temporarily. This drone video captured a swarm of sharks off the coast of Cocoa Beach, Florida last Sunday. In the same weekend, a 10-year-old boy was attacked while snorkeling in the Florida Keys. Part of his leg had to be amputated. Despite these reports, experts say shark attacks are still rare.
Every year, on average, we get between 70 and 80 unprovoked bites by sharks around the world. So it's a very, very low incidence in general.
And he says when a shark bite happens, it's usually because the shark mistakes a human for food. But for young Brian, he's not taking any chances, at least not right now.
I'll put my feet in, but that's really all.
As Labor Day is approaching, the question might be, should we expect to see more shark attacks? Well, along the East Coast, August and September historically has more shark encounters with humans than any other time during the year. But part of that, of course, is not only the warming oceans that are now bringing the sharks closer to shore, but more of us in the water swimming with them.
Carrie, thank you. All eyes on New York ahead of a critical primary. Still ahead, the key Democratic showdowns happening tomorrow.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
They're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
No stress, no mess, just yum. That's it.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
A major layoff involving auto giant Ford, and big news out of Apple about MacBooks.
CNBC's Dom Chu joins us now with today's Business Beat. Dom, this story breaking in just the last hour about Ford. What do we know?
So, Kate, Aaron, it'll be a total of 3,000 jobs being cut at Ford, most of which are in North America. 2,000 jobs for salaried positions, 1,000 for agency or contractor positions. A spokesperson for the auto giant has confirmed that it began notifying affected workers earlier today. It's all about streamlining operations, and Ford says it needs to evolve for its future, guys.
And, Dom, there's some big news about Apple today, too. What can you tell us?
If you're the do-it-yourself kind of person, Aaron, Kate, this new Apple plan can work for you. It's the most valuable company in the world. It already has a program that allows certain customers to fix their own products. Now it's adding MacBooks to that. It's going to give you service manuals and even access to rent-or-buy tools that you need to fix your own computer. And Kate, Aaron, I don't know about you guys, but I'd rather just have a professional do it for me.
Yeah. I'll make it worse.
I'm out. Don't you? Thank you with the business beat. Appreciate it.
Got it.
Well, as millions of students head back to school, many districts are facing a major problem: high gas prices.
School districts are having to find creative ways to keep buses running without taking away from teachers and education. Here's NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch.
Nationwide, back to school means tackling a different kind of math problem. The iconic yellow school bus is literally driving up the cost of education. With fuel prices still well above what they were last year, some schools are paying more for an essential service. Roughly $1.4 million extra in Dallas and about $600,000 more in San Diego.
Without these buses, could you effectively educate these children?
Oh, absolutely not.
Nicole Schweitzer is superintendent for public schools in Shiocton, Wisconsin, about 40 minutes outside Green Bay. She expects an almost $24,000 bump in busing costs this year, money she can't go without. Schweitzer says she's responsible for busing about 530 K-12 students. That's almost 75% of all her students. Kids living across a rural area more than twice the size of Boston, with some parents traveling almost an hour each way for work.
Some kids walk to school, others ride their bikes, but when you live in an area this spread out, that's not so easy. From the homes around here, it would take me nearly 2 hours to walk to Shiocton schools, and other kids live even farther away. You don't want your triplets walking that to school.
Absolutely not.
Rose Stingel knows better than most because she's not just a parent. She also drives one of the bus routes each day.
There's no sidewalks. There's dump trucks and farm trucks going 65 miles an hour down the highway.
The district considered cutting back on extracurriculars to save gas money, but instead of eliminating from the calendar, Shiocton condensed it, proposing multi-school events needing fewer bus rides.
We want a high-quality education that provides them with not only the basic needs, but also provides them enhancement, enrichment, the opportunity to belong and to be a part of something.
On the East Coast, Revere, Massachusetts schools are somewhat protected with a multi-year bus contract signed before prices spiked.
We have not had to pay anything more for the busing that transports the bulk of our students. However, we're paying more for our most expensive transportation, which is our special needs transportation for students who go outside of the district.
Schweitzer says Shiocton is also shielded from some rising costs, but would renegotiate if prices stay up because the district can't afford to lose its providers.
My equipment and maintenance schedules, that will all suffer.
In Oceanside, California, parents rely on carpools, even more crucial with gas costs up.
We've cut down on our trips. All our funding is pretty much going to gas.
Thankfully, gas prices are dropping, giving families more wiggle room. But Shiocton, meanwhile, is delaying some curriculum updates while hoping to preserve kids' core needs.
We don't want that on the kids. We want them doing what they need to do, learning and playing.
A well-rounded education that, for now, will cost families more. Jesse Kirsch, Shiocton, Wisconsin.
The daughter of a key Putin ally killed in a car bombing. Details next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Harry Styles!
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Bottom of the hour now. Here's what we're watching. 3 Indiana State University students are dead after a single vehicle accident on Sunday. The university's athletic department said 5 people were in that car when it crashed, including several football players. The Vigo County Sheriff's Office released the name of the students killed in that accident: 18-year-old Christian Eubanks, 19-year-old Jaden Musili, and 19-year-old Caleb Van Hoosier. Teachers in Ohio's largest school district went on strike today over smaller class sizes and safety after negotiations with the school board stalled. The teachers union said in a statement that educators in Columbus are, quote, on strike for our students. They also argued that the school board has refused to agree to a contract that would guarantee students things like air conditioning and full-time art, music, and PE teachers. And today, Dr. Anthony Fauci announced he's not retiring, but he is moving on in December. He's stepping down from his roles as the White House's chief medical advisor and running the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, where he's been since 1984. Fauci says he plans to pursue the next phase of his career, advancing science and public health. Well, this time tomorrow, voters in several states will be at the polls.
Sorry about that. Primaries will be underway in Florida and New York, while Oklahoma will hold its primary runoffs. NBC's Ali Vitale, Steve Kornacki are standing by with a deep dive into all of this. But let's begin with NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. Nice to have you with us on set here.
Good to see you.
Let's start with the races to watch in New York tomorrow. What's getting attention?
The most interesting one is one that's happening right here where we are in Midtown. In this district, 2 institutions of the House of Representatives, 2 chairs of powerful committees, Jerry Nadler of Judiciary and Carolyn Maloney of the Oversight Committee, are being pitted against each other in this district, which will now be Midtown, the Upper West Side, and the Upper East Side. Only one of them can serve in Congress next year. They were both first elected in 1992, and they're being pitted against each other in this race. And there's a wild card in that race as well, a 38-year-old lawyer named Suraj Patel, who Carolyn Maloney ran against last time. It'll be an important race to watch.
And also, in one of these races, former President Trump tried to endorse Dan Goldman, a Democratic candidate in the race. He didn't want, obviously, that endorsement. Talk to us about what's going on there.
That's right. That's a race in Lower Manhattan. It's Congressman Mondaire Jones trying to hold on for a second term running in that district against a crowded field of candidates. One of them is Dan Goldman, who was an advisor to Democrats during the first impeachment of Donald Trump. Now, Trump himself put out a backhanded endorsement, I say endorsement in air quotes, of Dan Goldman, and he's trying to boomerang that back and try to use it to his advantage, saying that Trump is meddling in an election again and doesn't want me in Congress to stand up to him. That's a contentious race with numerous other progressive candidates in local office, encouraging voters in that deep blue area in Lower Manhattan and parts of Brooklyn, I should add, not to vote for Dan Goldman.
It's New York, right? That's why he doesn't want Trump standing too close to him. Let's talk about campaign fundraising. Democrats have been doing pretty well at that. Where do things stand now?
Well, the July numbers turned out to be pretty good for the Democratic Senate Campaign Committee. They raised about $10 million compared to $8 million for the NRSC, the Republican Campaign Committee. But the real eye-popping numbers, let's put these up on the screen, are the cash on hand in both committees. It's $54 million for the Democratic Senate Committee compared to $23 million for the Republican Senate Campaign Committee. Now, fundraising is not everything. We know that. But in a cycle like this, where Democrats need every advantage they can get to defy the fundamentals, that's going to come in handy. The enthusiasm gap has narrowed, according to our NBC News poll, from 17 points in favor of Republicans back in March to just 2 points now. That, and I think the abortion ruling has galvanized a lot of Democratic voters. Again, they're looking for every advantage they can get. Fundraising is one of them.
Yeah, so much to watch with these primaries, and then the election in November, too, to pay attention to. So I hope the board, we appreciate you being here today. Thanks.
Let's talk a little more about it. Let's bring in Steve Kornacki for more on the big picture. Steve, we are 78 days out from the November midterms. We have a big NBC News poll that shows a lot of negativity going in. What are you seeing when it comes to voter enthusiasm?
Yeah, high interest. I mean, we started to see this in the 2018 midterm elections. It was really a massive, massive jump compared to every recent midterm election in terms of interest. And it looks like we're seeing a lot of high and increasing interest in this year's midterm election. What you're looking at here, by party here, highest level of interest in the midterms. How do we measure this? Ask voters in this poll on a scale of 1 to 10, how interested are you in the midterm elections? And the folks who answer 9 or 10, that's what you're seeing here. So 68% of Republicans say they are a 9 or 10 when it comes to their level of interest in the midterms. And for the Democrats, it's almost equal. It's 66%. And what's interesting here is there was a gap earlier in the year in terms of enthusiasm. Back in March when we polled this, only 50% of Democrats, get that back up on the screen for you. Back in March, only 50% of Democrats were a 9 or a 10. 67% of Republicans were. You could see it had narrowed a bit in May. And then since that Supreme Court ruling, that Dobbs decision overturning Roe versus Wade, that may have spiked Democratic interest even more. And so the two parties now are almost even on that question. And something else that's gotten in our poll that looks about the same as it did in May is the generic ballot here. Which party would you like to see control Congress? We have it at Republicans 47, Democrats 45. It was 46-46 in our poll in May. And there are other polls out there right now that show it even tighter than that.
All right, Steve Kornacki, always good to have you. Thanks so much.
You got it.
Now, that NBC News poll also took a closer look at the pulse of Republican voters. 41% say they consider themselves more of a supporter of former President Trump than the Republican Party. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale is joining us now. So, Ali, we've seen Trump primary candidates win big over the last couple of months here. What are we learning about the future of the Republican Party?
Well, look, with every new election day, we have to look at the ways that the Republican Party has changed. And perhaps we have no better evidence of the way that Trump has molded this party and his image than looking backwards to last week with the defeat of Liz Cheney. What that tells us, although it wasn't surprising, about where the GOP is at now. Watch.
Liz Cheney lost the battle Tuesday night in Wyoming.
She won. I called her to concede the race.
But she's still hoping to win the war.
I will be doing whatever it takes to keep Donald Trump out of the Oval Office.
Tuesday's results crystallizing the hold Trump has over his party. GOP voters electing candidates who've embraced election lies and partisan vitriol in fealty to the former president.
The election was rigged and stolen.
And underscored the contrast between the party today and the one Cheney's father, Dick, led as vice president not even 20 years ago.
Lynn and I are so proud of Liz for standing up for the truth.
Trump's electoral scores have been swiftly settled this year. Not just Cheney, who despite a voting record of over 90% with Trump was still a top 2022 target, but of the 10 who voted to impeach Trump, 4 lost primaries, 4 decided not to run for re-election, and only 2 survived. It means a House Republican conference thinner than ever with moderates and teeming with ultra-conservative pro-Trump Republicans.
Look, honestly, my opinion is, bye, Liz. You know, I barely knew you, won't really miss you.
These guys are a different breed of cat.
He's not wrong. Gone, for the most part, is the centrist middle, evidenced by policy.
You don't hear much from the Republican Party these days about limiting government. Republicans don't even really talk about debt and deficits anymore.
As much as persona. Conservative taking on a new meaning recently.
Some of the voters that I talk to, when they might say you're not conservative enough, I think what they might mean is you're not pro-Trump enough. Do you think you still fit in that party?
Well, and if it is that, if the Republican Party chooses to go in that direction, I think they leave behind a lot of Americans.
The Alaska senator, one of 7 senators who voted to convict Trump of impeachment charges after the 6th, advanced in her primary Tuesday night, hoping to be a proof point that Trump's ire isn't a political kiss of death. even as Trump acolytes in her state, like Sarah Palin, hope Trump will be enough to mount a comeback.
We cannot afford any more D's or rhinos in office, or we get less freedom.
But not all Republicans seeing upside in a party rebranded in Trump's image.
There's probably a greater likelihood the House flips than the Senate.
Senator McConnell throwing shade on problematic candidates recruited in Trump's image.
Senate races are just different. Candidate quality has a lot to do with the outcome.
All these threads of Trumpism sure to culminate in the looming Republican presidential primary. The former president's foes and friends positioning themselves around him. From Pence, who's leaving the door open to testifying about January 6th.
If there was an invitation to participate, I would consider it.
To DeSantis, campaigning in Arizona with pro-Trump candidates.
I call it big DeSantis energy.
To Cheney herself.
Are you thinking about running for president?
That's a decision that I'm going to make in the coming months.
And Allie, before I let you go, I know tomorrow's a big day for you. Your new book is coming out. Tell us about it. Tell us about the book and the release tomorrow.
Yeah, guys, I've got it over my shoulder here. It's called Electable, Why We Haven't Put a Woman in the White House Yet. And I think that yet is so important, and it's why I'm so excited to share this book with you and our viewers, because I've been working on it for the last 2 years, putting the 2020 Democratic primary, which had more women running for president at any one time than ever before, into the larger context of this question of gender and the presidency, women in politics. I hope that it feels empowering as we head ahead into the 2022 midterms, and also into 2024, where I firmly believe, and especially if you listen to Liz Cheney there, we are probably going to see some women vying for this office. I really hope to prime the pump and make readers aware of some of the biases that are implicit in these decisions. But this has really been a labor of passion for me. I'm so excited for it to come out tomorrow.
And we are excited for you. Can't wait to dig into those pages and learn some new stuff. So Allie Vitale, congrats and thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Allie, I've got it on my list. I'm going to get it on Amazon right now after the show. New this hour, Russia has opened a murder investigation following a car bombing that killed the daughter of a key Putin ally. Russia's security agency blames Ukraine's Secret Service for planting the bomb that killed Daria Dugina. Ukraine is denying any involvement in that attack. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now from Poltava, Ukraine. Josh, good to see you. Is the daughter of this longtime Putin ally and Russian political theorist Alexander Dugin, do we know anything about what's happened and whether this has now become a murder investigation?
It is a murder investigation, according to Russia's investigative committee, which is kind of the equivalent of a prosecutor general's office. And according to the FSB, Russia's domestic intelligence agency, they say it was this Ukrainian woman working for the security services of Ukraine, who they say entered Russia about a month ago along with her 12-year-old child and apparently rented an apartment in the same building as Daria Dugina. Now, they say that that woman later fled to Estonia after murdering her. The Estonians say they haven't heard a peep from the Russians about this, and Ukraine obviously says that it's bogus. They say that this is really infighting that is playing out within the Russian spy agencies. But of course, that is not stopping Ukrainians from being on edge about the possibility that Russia will use this as a pretext to increase its attacks on Ukraine, to really pummel this country as it heads into its Independence Day on Wednesday and marks the 6-month anniversary of the war.
And Josh, I have to ask, there's been more shelling around Europe's largest nuclear plant in Ukraine. What have we learned about what's going on there?
That's right. Both countries, Russia and Ukraine, still blaming each other for those new attacks over the weekend near the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. I was there today in Zaporizhzhia. I spoke to some residents who told us that they have bags packed by the door, ready to evacuate at a minute's notice if they were to have to. But I also talked to the mayor of Enerhodar, which is the village where this power plant is located. He said the nuclear experts there have been tortured. He said residents can't get information out because Russia has taken over the cell and communication systems. And he said life is very difficult there, with people unable to get things like food and medicine because so much of it has been shut down. Kate?
All right, Josh Letterman in Ukraine for us. Josh, thank you.
Former NBA player Dennis Rodman plans to visit Russia in the name of diplomacy. Now, Rodman says he wants to try to get jailed WNBA player Brittany Griner released. Griner was sentenced to 9 years in prison on drug charges earlier this month. NBC News senior national politics reporter John Allen is joining us now. So, John, Dennis Rodman, obviously, there's an air that tends to surround him. What do we know about this plan for him to go to Russia? Does he need any special permission to go there for this particular mission?
Hi, Aaron. Well, first of all, let me just say it's good to see you with Kate Snow, who used to race around the hallways of Congress with me a few years ago.
I was getting worried where you were going there for a second.
We didn't run into Dennis Rodman a lot back then. But this is what we know. All he really needs to go to Russia is a visa from the Russian government. Typically, that takes less than 2 weeks to get. He said that he has gotten permission to do that. He doesn't need permission from the United States government to go. And in fact, senior administration officials here would prefer that he didn't.
All right, so we'll see how this all shakes out then. John Allen for us in D.C. today. John, thank you. And, I think there's this, I talked about the air that surrounds Dennis Rodman, right? People think, oh, Dennis Rodman. But then in this particular case, I would imagine there are people who say, you know what, if he can do something that makes a difference.
Basketball, right? It might be the right universe for him to make some change.
We'll see.
We're going to watch that. As more kids get ready to go back to school, a lot of them are in school already. Where are all the teachers? Up next, why more educators are calling it quits and what that means for the upcoming school year.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
A lot of school districts nationwide are facing teacher shortages. Some have already kicked off the new year. Others are scrambling ahead of their first day of class.
NBC News chief education correspondent Rahima Ellis takes a closer look at why so many teachers have left the classroom.
Teachers will tell you it's demanding work.
I was running myself ragged.
I went from someone who was happy to someone who was overwhelmed.
I got so burnt out.
Over the last 2 years, more than 600,000 educators have called it quits.
I quit teaching because I was overextended.
Our commitment became even more emotionally taxing.
Clase repite un perro.
Long days grew longer during the pandemic.
Today we're working on lesson 22.4.
Before the pandemic, a 50-hour work week was pretty typical, and I felt like I was on top of my job and doing things well. During pandemic, a 70-hour week was fairly typical.
Trying to connect content with students at various levels. And then lack of support with like special education teachers as well. It's hard.
Students started showing academic and behavioral problems. Give me an example. You said there are things going on in the classroom.
Physical assault, ridicule by admin in certain areas. It's things that I think no professional should have to endure.
I went from a teacher who never had a child fail the state exam to experiencing my first students failing the state exam.
And outside pressures made teaching even tougher. Battles over masks and vaccines trickled from TV screens into classrooms.
The politics are getting into it, and it's just kind of a really negative place.
Tough jobs with little room for financial growth.
I think teacher pay is an issue across the nation. No, we did get some one-time bonuses, but they were very small.
Still, the decision tugging at the heart. It's hard on you even now thinking about it.
Yep. Yes. I'll need it. Give me a moment.
We are told you're doing this for the kids. Like, what about the kids? And at some point, it's like, well, what about my family?
What was the best part of teaching for you?
The way that children love on you.
The best part of the job is definitely the kids, the students.
It was helping them figure out what it is that they needed the most.
With them, more than their own parents a lot of time throughout that day. And so you build like a little family in your classroom.
I think teaching really helped me find the best of myself.
Saying goodbye to the classroom, but holding on to the joys of teaching. Rahima Ellis, NBC News.
So many teachers are leaving the field.
Yeah, it's tough, and they don't do it for the money or
No.
for prestige. Just They love kids and love teaching.
And you could see the pain in that man's eyes when he broke down. Yeah. There's a lot more ahead. You're watching NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
As we look out over the latest city turned crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Well, like a lot of things these days, the cost of hiring a lawyer is on the rise, and that's leading some states to allow non-lawyers to give legal advice.
In an effort to make legal services more affordable, a handful of states are launching programs that train and license legal technicians to handle family law matters.
NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos is here now to talk about this with us, and Danny is a practicing attorney. We should point that out. But this program is supposed to be a way to help people still get some legal advice and sort of not have their problems just sort of left behind. What's your 30,000-foot view on this?
It's hard enough for people like me to make a buck in this business without more competition.
Buck, right?
No. Listen, actually, this is a great thing. There's certain areas of law, family law, dependency court, landlord-tenant law, areas of law that would just be too expensive to hire a lawyer at hourly rates. And a lot of these folks go completely unrepresented. I saw it myself firsthand in dependency court. I used to take court appointments. You can't do it for long because they don't pay enough. So this is not a bad idea.
I've done a lot of reporting on the family court system and custody battles in particular, and I know that people are looking for help because they can't do it alone. Is this going to give them an easy way to get somebody who helps them, or is there a risk because it's not a lawyer?
Yes, there's always a risk, but there are a lot of lawyers who don't exactly give competent legal advice as well. But for those folks who would otherwise be completely unable to hire a lawyer and would go into court with nothing, this at least is something, and something is better than nothing.
All right, we'll leave it there. It makes good sense, though.
It does. Danny, thank you.
Thanks. Well, the countdown is on with the NFL officially kicking off its first regular season game a little more than 2 weeks from now.
Is it already?
Yeah.
But inflation making some game day traditions much more expensive. Here's NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa with how you can cheer on your favorite team without breaking the bank.
Hey there, who doesn't enjoy a good tailgate? And there are simple steps you can take to help tackle inflation. Grilling hot dogs instead of chicken, taking public transportation rather than driving to save money on gas. The bottom line, rooting for your team on a budget is all about having a game plan.
Now fires looking end zone, and it's caught. Touchdown!
NFL preseason games are in full swing, and so are fans' tailgate traditions.
Getting all the food, getting the grills ready, the tent.
Packing, loading, it's a process.
Yes.
But this year, you'll find rooting for your favorite team is more expensive as inflation takes a bigger bite out of game day budgets.
We wish it was lower prices, but, you know, you kind of just have to adjust and go with the flow.
It seems like the same stuff you buy, it's an extra $10 the next week, and then the following week it's another $10.
Chicken, rolls, snacks, and pickles are some of the biggest offenders, with double-digit percentage increases. Grocery store prices as a whole have soared 13% from last year.
That's the biggest one-year increase we've seen since the late 1970s, but we haven't seen prices rise evenly across all foods and drinks.
And that's where experts say you can save. Try swapping out those pricey picks with food less affected by inflation. The cost of hot dogs and pork ribs, for instance, have ticked up only slightly. And chicken wings actually dropped below pre-pandemic prices, with a push for more boneless wings from restaurants.
Anywhere we can see a sale, we go for it.
Re-examining how you get to the game can also help save money. Worsened by sky-high jet fuel costs and staffing shortages, the price of plane tickets have soared by 28% from last year. And despite some recent relief at the pump, it still costs 23% more to fill up your gas tank. So public transportation could be your best game plan.
We've seen the cost of mass transit has gone up only about 0.5%, which is very tame when you consider it in the context of consumer prices.
And there's always the option of cheering your team on from home. It's a good time to upgrade your TV with a nearly 15% drop in prices. Experts say it all comes down to establishing priorities within your budget. And with thoughtful planning, fans will find a way.
And tailgating is an experience. And when you have that experience, especially when you're with good friends, it just makes it fun.
So when it comes to tickets for live sports, they're actually one of the few items that have fallen in price since last year, but that includes a broad range of sports, so that may not be the best indicator if you're trying to score NFL tickets. One thing to look into, standing room only tickets can be a great option to get in the door, and modern stadiums typically have lots of those areas for fans to hang out. Back to you.
My parents are the king and queen of tailgating at Penn State in Pennsylvania. They take it very seriously. So they're not going to cut back, but they'll probably trim their costs.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense for people. You know, it's so much a part of who they are and what they do. They figure out how to make it work.
It's a tradition.
Yeah. Well, stay with us. First, fears over drought, and now worries over massive flooding. We're live in Texas with the extreme weather rocking the southeast. Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Right now on NBC News Now, underwater, the southwestern U.S. overwhelmed by heavy rain after months of drought conditions. The rescues caught on video and where the rain is headed next.
Pleading their case, the Department of Justice in court fighting to stop Idaho's abortion ban, what it means for reproductive rights nationwide.
And back with the Bucs. After being out of the public eye for nearly 2 weeks, Tom Brady returns to the field. What we know about what kept him out of the spotlight.
Hello, everybody. I'm Kate Snow. Thank you so much for joining us.
And good Monday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with the flooding emergency in Texas. Days of relentless rain have overwhelmed that region.
Yeah, take a look at this video out of Dallas. Rescue teams saving stranded drivers, making chains to get people out of the water on Interstate 30 overnight. You can see the cars in the road, and there's that human chain there. It's a region that hasn't seen a drop of rain for months because of a historic drought.
And the scary thing is the flooding isn't over in that area yet. 13 million people are under flood alerts from Texas to Mississippi at this hour. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by with the forecast. Let's begin, though, with NBC News national correspondent Jay Gray. He's live in Dallas for us today. So, Jay, set the scene for us. What's the situation?
Well, it is a mess, Aaron, Kate, as you described. I want you to look down the way you talked about motorists that are stranded, and you can see the vehicles working down there, but there are cars that litter the roadway here. The drivers escaping what was high water. There have been more than 150 high water incidents, many of those rescuing drivers who drove into the water that was too deep. The personal side of it, though, is this. Look at what the water did to this home in Dallas. You can see it rushed in and really just wiped away everything here, pulling things and throwing them throughout the house. You can see as we move into the other room here what it's done. The couch has been just wailed on here, and you can see the water level, how high this water came. Rigo Perez is the owner here and was here, and thanks for joining us, especially in a situation like this. Tell me a little bit, Rigo, about what happened as the water came. You said it was after midnight, right?
Yeah, it was after midnight. I got up for a snack, stepped on a puddle, and I saw the water coming in through the front door here. And I tried my best to try to seal it with some towels that you see scattered around here, and to no avail. The water just bursted in, broke my door, rushed in like a little rapid almost, going down this way, just
and so
making everything float.
Yeah, so once it's floating and everything's moving around, what's your first thought? You had to save some things, right?
That's why I got my pictures over yonder. But then after that, I was like, I cannot sit in this water because I might get electrocuted. So I went up there to my loft and just sat it out until the water kind of started dissipating and getting out of here. So
So what comes next? I mean, you have to wait until the rain stops, obviously, but what do you do next?
I'm trashing everything. I see it as a fresh start. You know, I need to get rid of some junk anyway. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I see it as a fresh start.
Yeah. But were you able to say? I mean, I see the pictures here and everything. Yeah. You were able to save some things.
Yeah, I was. I pat dried them. I'm just gonna let them sit out here, and I'll see what I can scavenge. And like I said, everything's going out the door.
Well, tough. Great attitude, though, Rigo, and I'm sorry for what you had to go through. I mean, we had no idea this kind of rain was coming to the area.
I was not prepared for it. Yeah, I wasn't prepared.
Yeah, and Aaron, Kate, I don't think anyone was in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. It's been a full 24 hours of rain. It's still raining, and this system's going to continue to push to the south.
Oh, just awful, but what an incredible attitude to have about it all, too.
Totally.
Jay, great for us in Dallas. Thanks, Jay.
Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns right now. And Bill, pick up on that. When can we expect relief? I see red all over Texas.
Yeah, I mean, we've been watching this for about 3 or 4 days. We knew the setup was there. There was tropical air that was in the region, and we knew we could wring it all out in an area that's under prolonged drought. I mean, I got to show you the drought map first. I mean, this area where we had the torrential rain is in one of the worst droughts they've ever had. It hadn't rained in 67 days. That's incredible. And then in 3 hours, they picked up almost 8 inches of rain at the Dallas-Fort Worth airport. And it was right around midnight when that heaviest rain fell. And that's when, the gentleman was woken up and all of a sudden the water was flowing into his house. You imagine waking up to that in the middle of the night. And then since then, we have seen everything shift southwards. So the Dallas-Fort Worth area is drying out, but we still have numerous flash flood warnings around Corsicana, heading on Interstate 20. There's been areas east of Dallas that have reported up to 14 inches of rain. So this is another what we call 1 in 1,000-year flood event. Like going into every year, this is the odds that a flood like this would happen. And we've had numerous ones. Remember the one in St. Louis, the Eastern Kentucky, the one that killed so many people. Southern Illinois, Death Valley, only 2 weekends ago. And then in Dallas, we've had another one here. So significant flooding. And there is a climate change angle to this, that we can see more of these events because the atmosphere can carry more water. So the forecast, we still have flash flood warnings everywhere in maroon. That's that's the Dallas area southwards and heading towards Louisiana. And that's where we're going to focus the coverage as we go throughout tonight and tomorrow. This heavy area of rain and all these thunderstorms are all going to spread through Louisiana, eventually Mississippi. Notice that Dallas, that's about the end of all your very heavy rainfall. The rainfall forecast does call, though, for another 3 to 5 inches possible. Southern portions of Arkansas and northern areas of Louisiana and eventually into Mississippi. So we're not completely done with this threat yet, but the Dallas-Fort Worth area, their cleanup now begins.
All right, Bill Cairns, thanks so much.
A federal judge is weighing arguments about whether to block Idaho's law banning abortions after 6 weeks. The Justice Department suing to block that measure, which is set to go into effect on Thursday.
Meanwhile, in Wisconsin, there's growing confusion over that state's abortion laws. Some doctors say they're holding off on the procedure because of potential legal consequences.
NBC's Chloe Atkins will have more on what's happening in Wisconsin in a moment here. Let's begin with NBC's Ken Delaney and Maura Barrett covering the Idaho hearing today. Ken, first, walk us through the arguments. What happened in court today?
Aaron, this is really a case about the supremacy clause, whether a federal law trumps this draconian state abortion restriction in Idaho. The Justice Department came in and said, look, there's a federal law that requires hospitals to provide emergency care, including abortions, if the life of the mother is threatened in certain circumstances. The state attorneys for the state and for the state legislature said that no, in fact, these two things don't conflict. The judge, in some very pointed remarks, appeared to side with the Justice Department and said essentially that this law criminalizes abortion, and really the doctor's only defense is to go into court and argue at a criminal trial that he or she was doing this to save the life of the mother. And the judge said that's just not a reasonable thing to expect doctors to do. So he's suggesting that he's going to side with the Justice Department. The Justice Department is asking him to grant a temporary stay to block the implementation of this law, which would go into effect on Thursday, while this case is being litigated, because whatever this judge rules on the merits, there's no doubt that this will be appealed, Aaron.
All right, let me go to Maura. Maura, this is the first federal challenge to state legislation since Roe v. Wade was overturned. Is the Biden administration considering any other legal action to protect abortion access?
Well, Kate, the White House hasn't signaled anything specific on that, but it's certainly possible given what Ken just laid out there, because President Biden had tapped Health and Human Services Secretary Becerra to lead some of the efforts around the protections after Roe v. Wade was overturned by the Supreme Court. And Secretary Becerra made that same argument about the fact that federal law supersedes the state abortion bans when it comes to emergency procedures, and when women who are seeking emergency procedures that result in abortion, that federal law should protect the doctors who are performing those abortions. The Health and Human Services Secretary also laying out that doctors could use that federal law as an excuse in court if prosecuted. And so this is something that the Biden administration is definitely backing based on what we saw with the Justice Department filing this lawsuit. President Biden also issuing executive orders around protections for people seeking abortions to travel from state to state, as well as protections around the abortion pill and emergency contraception access. This is something the president has called a healthcare emergency, a healthcare crisis, and says that he will support the access to an abortion state by state, especially as we're watching all of these other trigger bans go into effect. Kate.
And Ken, I want to end in Texas if we can. The Justice Department also in a legal fight with that state over abortion access. Where does that stand at this point?
You know what, Aaron? I've got to tell you, I have not been following that case, so I'm sorry. I don't know the answer to that question.
All right. We appreciate you have to juggle so many legal cases day in and day out. We appreciate your reporting on this. Ken Delaney for us in D.C., Maura Barrett.
I'm gonna go find out, though.
Appreciate it, Ken. Thank you, Maura.
Yeah, we'll get back. NBC News investigative reporter Chloe Atkins joins me now. Chloe, let's talk about Wisconsin. Doctors in Wisconsin are delaying or denying care because of confusion over the abortion law, as I understand it. What are they saying?
Kate, that's right. Doctors in Wisconsin are sounding the alarm over the state's pre-Roe abortion ban, calling it vague and saying that, look, it puts doctors between a rock and a hard place. Now, this pre-Roe abortion ban came into the fold in June after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade and only allows exceptions if the pregnant person's life is at risk. Now, doctors say that under this ban, it remains clear when, abortion is life-saving, therefore making it legally permissible. So for now, this ban, they say, puts people's lives at risk and also providers at legal risk as well.
And Chloe, Wisconsin's governor and the attorney general are suing, right, to block the state's abortion ban. Where does that lawsuit stand?
The AG and the governor filed a lawsuit against this ban after the overturning of Roe v. Wade, but we have yet to see any movement in this case. And providers actually stopped providing abortion services the day before Roe v. Wade was overturned in anticipation of this huge decision from SCOTUS. And they have yet to resume care due to this ban and have been sending patients across state lines to Chicago.
All right, Chloe Atkins, thanks so much.
There is new confusion surrounding the release of the document that led to the search of former President Trump's Florida home. The federal judge that approved the search warrant says there is evidence the document's release would impact the investigation into those top secret materials that were taken from Mar-a-Lago. NBC News Justice reporter Ryan Riley is joining us now. So, Ryan, what should we make of what we heard from the judge today, from Judge Reinhardt? Are we going to see any of this affidavit at all?
I think it's a jump ball right now. Essentially, he's said that it's still the possibility that he will decide not to release anything at all, but there is the possibility that he could release a heavily redacted version of this. I think those are essentially the two options here. I wouldn't expect to gain a tremendous amount of insight into the ongoing investigation because the Justice Department really doesn't want to give former President Trump and his legal team a roadmap to what they're considering overall in this investigation. One thing that I would note is that the judge doubles down and says that this was essentially handled properly. He says he found that there was probable cause that evidence of multiple federal crimes would be found at Mar-a-Lago when he first signed this search warrant. Including the affidavit after reading that information that came from the FBI and the Justice Department. He said, quote, having carefully reviewed the affidavit before signing the warrant, I was and am satisfied that the facts sworn by the affiant are reliable. So essentially laying down what he thinks, that this was a good decision to move forward and standing by his decision to sign off on that search warrant.
You mentioned the Trump team here, Ryan. What do we know about what the Trump legal team is doing right now, their strategy, their next play here?
That's a good question. They've talked about this idea of appointing a special master, which essentially would fill in the role that the FBI filler team has been doing for almost 2 weeks now. But I don't know how well that would work, because that's something that you would really want to file very quickly right after a search warrant was executed. So coming around and saying, 2 weeks later that we're going to file something on this really isn't necessarily having your ducks in a row and taking the best legal approach to this as possible. And of course, the Trump team has really struggled, I think, to find a lawyer who's really experienced in this realm, given the Donald Trump's record in terms of paying lawyers and treating lawyers in the past. I think that that's probably a high bar to find someone who's truly qualified to handle this ongoing investigation.
All right, NBC's Justice reporter Ryan Riley with us today. Ryan, thank you.
New York State officials say they've detected the first case of monkeypox in a person under 18. Coming up, what that might say about the spread of the virus.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
3 major trials happening today. R. Kelly's child pornography trial enters week 2, starting with more testimony from witnesses. On Friday, the jury saw clips that prosecutors say showed Kelly sexually assaulting a 14-year-old girl. The trial is expected to last through mid-September, with more women set to testify about having sexual contact with Kelly when they were minors. Attorneys for the Parkland, Florida school shooter are making their case to avoid the death penalty. Nicholas Cruz killed 17 people in the 2018 shooting. The 23-year-old pleaded guilty in October. His lawyers are expected to argue for a life sentence because of brain damage and mental health issues. And closing arguments are starting in the retrial of 2 men charged with plotting to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer in 2020. Adam Fox and Barry Croft Jr. did not testify on Friday as defense lawyers rested their case. The men are on trial for a second time after a jury in April could not reach a verdict, but acquitted 2 other men. We're also following major developments this hour with monkeypox and the coronavirus.
In New York State, health officials are investigating the state's first known case of monkeypox in a minor. New York's health commissioner says the infection was detected outside of New York City, where we're seeing a majority of all the new cases in the state.
Meanwhile, Pfizer is asking for the FDA to authorize its COVID vaccine booster targeted to the Omicron subvariant BA2. The Biden administration is planning a major vaccination campaign this fall.
With us now, NBC News medical fellow, Dr. Akshay Syal. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Let's start with monkeypox, the significance of a case in someone under 18 in the state of New York.
Yeah, so it's significant, but it's not unexpected, right? You know, today Wyoming became the last state in the United States to report a monkeypox case. So all 50 states have reported a case of monkeypox. And, you know, Aaron, you and I have talked about this. Monkeypox is not exclusively sexually transmitted. Right. It can be transmitted by hugging, by sharing utensils, sharing bedding. So it's not unexpected. And the thing to watch going forward is as schools start to open up, will this virus start to creep up into that population, or will it stay among the men who have sex with men community?
I want to ask you about COVID, too. There's this Pfizer wants to have this new booster shot approved for Omicron. What do we know about this new variant of the vaccine, I guess?
Yeah, so Pfizer's asked, for an authorization for this new updated vaccine. And, you know, what we've seen so far is the virus has evolved, but the vaccines haven't really evolved with it. We've kind of had a vaccine that's stuck with the original strain of the virus. So Pfizer has asked for an updated product to come out to market this fall and to really kind of give people that updated protection against these new variants that we're seeing that are evading our immune response.
It's for that subvariant that we've been dealing with the last few months.
For BA4, for BA5. And the thing to watch, to your point, is will those variants be the ones in the fall, or will we have new variants and have to deal with those as well?
And a new vaccine booster. Let's manage what we got, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Dr. Syal, thank you. Appreciate it. Well, from Florida to New York, voters are getting ready to head to the polls. Still to come, a look at the key races ahead of tomorrow's primary.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Welcome back. Amazon facing scrutiny after one of its employees died on the job, and a major movie theater company is considering bankruptcy.
CNBC Global Markets reporter Seema Moody joins us now with today's business beat. Let's start with that Amazon story. How did the employee pass away?
Well, what we know as Amazon says an employee who died at a New Jersey facility was due to a personal medical condition and that it was not heat related. It comes as Amazon upgraded its air conditioning system at that warehouse. Now, Amazon has been under growing scrutiny from federal authorities around safety concerns at its facilities and as the country faces record heat across the nation. So it's certainly a story that folks are watching today.
And finally, Seema, we're hearing word that Regal Cinema's parent company is looking at maybe filing for bankruptcy. What do you know about that?
Yeah, and it's interesting, Aaron, you asked, because AMC, the stock is down about 31%, and the drop comes as rival Cineworld said on today that it's considering filing bankruptcy as it struggles to win consumers back and really rebuild its audience at a time when the pivot to streaming continues. It's got about $5 billion in debt, and it is in discussions with lenders, but it does remain open for business. It's got about 28,000 employees worldwide, so it's certainly a big name in the movie theater business. And right now, the company says it is discussing bankruptcy options.
All right, Seema Modi for us from CNBC. Thank you, Seema. Well, it is the start of another school year, and for some college students, the biggest challenge isn't really coming from the classroom, it's the skyrocketing cost of housing.
Yeah, so this is interesting. Students are finding multi-generational housing as a solution for their problems, with some living with roommates as old as their grandparents. NBC News Now anchor Morgan Radford has that story.
It's called multi-generational housing, young people finding roommates who are sometimes as old as their grandparents. And new data shows this trend is taking off like never before, really allowing students to save hundreds of dollars per month, especially in those high-cost rental markets. But what's even more remarkable are the stories we're hearing from students about how these relationships have become even more valuable than the money they're saving.
As college students return to campus, they're finding housing costs through the roof. Nationwide, rent now soaring at the fastest pace in more than 3 decades, with several major cities surging by double digits, including right here near Boston, where graduate student Jillian Salas struggled to find an affordable place to live.
What is the housing market like here? The cost of living here is a lot higher. When I was looking at prices for, studio apartments, it just seemed very much so out of my price range.
Which is why she turned to a unique solution, finding a different kind of roommate in Bonnie Carroll.
Have some lunch?
Cool.
Roughly, what is the age gap between the two of you?
It's about 49 years.
49 years! Almost half a century!
It's called a multi-generational housing arrangement. Senior citizens with extra space becoming roommates with younger people who need cheaper housing. Some even offering help with chores in exchange for a discount.
They bring a certain amount of energy and excitement and youngness, if you will, and I love that. So, for example, when Jillian's going out to meet her friends for a celebration dinner or something, I'm like, yes, this is great. You look good, and where are you going?
For other people who might be considering a similar living situation, what would you say to them?
You learn so much because you learn different habits and you learn different ways of living, and it opens your eyes to a whole other life.
It's a cross-generational bond that's quickly becoming a trend. Nesterly, an online home-sharing agency that matches young renters with older homeowners, says it's seen bookings surge by more than 230% just this year alone.
The majority of our tenants are students. They don't want to increase the student debt that they already have, and they love the idea of living in someone's real home, and so it's a win-win for both sides.
A movement that some higher education programs are embracing. Here at the Judson Manor Retirement Home, students from the Cleveland Institute of Music can live totally rent-free. All they're asked for in exchange, the occasional concert for residents. An offer grad student Shannon Lee was happy to accept.
It was totally rewarding. I learned so much from their enthusiasm or what I was doing.
Also rewarding for roommates like Bonnie and Jillian.
I've gotten so much more out of it than just the price.
The CEO of Nesterly found that there are 54 million spare bedrooms sitting empty every single day. And by 2035, nearly a third of all households will be headed by someone over the age of 65. So that's 1 in 3 homeowners who might want to take on this option, stay in their neighborhood, and consider taking on a younger roommate.
All right, Morgan, thank you. So there's some news about a new ice cream flavor.
I'm shaking my head already.
It's already, I mean, maybe an acquired taste, but I don't think so.
Yeah, Miller High Life says that it's partnering with boozy ice cream brand Tipsy Scoops, great name by the way, and they're going to launch a dive bar flavored ice cream. You're seeing it right here, right? It's a punny ice cream dive bar flavor, apparently. It's infused, get this now, it's infused with Miller High Life, of course. It also features a hint of tobacco smoke flavor, a little peanut butter swirl in there. And to honor the salty dive bar snack, they've added some gooey caramel for that sticky dive bar floor feeling, apparently.
This sounds like a commercial. It's apparently coated with dark chocolate and has some carbonated candy, like the fizzy stuff, I guess, to be like fizzy beer. Okay, it was all created to honor the 100th anniversary of the ice cream bar. I am sure they created this just for this reason, so we would talk about it.
And we will, and hope nobody ever tastes it.
I mean, I'm a fan of going to a dive bar.
Yeah,
I have no problem going. I just don't want to eat it.
Yeah, no, it's a whole new type of throwing up in the street now with this stuff. Just next level stuff with this ice cream. We should move on.
Yeah, we should move on.
Stay with us. Texas is the latest move in the battle over immigration there. It's sending busloads of migrants to the East Coast. Up next, how cities like New York and Washington are responding to that influx of arrivals.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
No stress, no mess, just yum. That's it.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now, Maya Eaglin has a look at what's trending on NBCnews.com. Maya?
Hey, Kate, the search for missing 16-year-old Kylie Rodney has come to a heartbreaking end. Police say it is, quote, more than likely that the body found in Prosser Reservoir this weekend was Rodney. A group of divers named Adventures with Purpose found the remains and reported it to police. She was last seen on August 6. An E. coli outbreak causing 36 people to get sick in 4 states is believed to be linked to Wendy's lettuce. Cases were reported in Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. The CDC is investigating and still working to confirm the source. And former NFL star Aqib Talib is stepping down from Thursday Night Football after his brother was arrested in connection to a fatal shooting. His brother turned himself in after he shot a coach during a youth football game in Dallas earlier this month. That's what's trending right now on NBCnews.com. Kate and Aaron.
All right. Thanks so much, Maya.
Well, tomorrow there's another round of high-stakes primaries.
A lot of eyes will be on New York and Florida, while Oklahoma will hold its primary runoffs. Standing by for us, CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson and senior political editor Mark Murray.
Let's start with NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster. He's live for us in Miami today. Shaq, we have 2 top Democrats facing off tomorrow for the chance to take on the Florida governor, Ron DeSantis, the current governor, in November. Walk us through that race.
Well, this is a race that you've seen get incredibly contentious. You can see a lot of attention on it, and it's because of how formidable of an opponent Ron DeSantis will be in the general election. This is an incumbent governor who's polling above 50%, who has a $130 million war chest to turn against whoever comes out of the primary tomorrow. So what you've been hearing from the Democratic candidates, Charlie Crist and Nikki Fried, you've been hearing them paint themselves as being the strongest contender to go up against the incumbent governor. I want you to listen to a little little bit of the conversations I've been having with them, and you hear them make that play and try to suggest that they each will be the stronger candidate. Listen here.
I am ready for this fight, ready to take him on, and we'll make sure that we have a winning message. We're going to pull over Republican women, independent women, and they're going to vote to have the first female governor of the state of Florida.
We've got to beat Ron DeSantis, and I can beat him. I mean, I've been the governor. I've been the attorney general and fought for civil rights. I've been the elected commissioner of education and fought for our teachers. That's the difference. Electability and experience. I offer both and a good heart. That's what Florida needs and deserves.
You've been seeing the candidates crisscross the state. Nikki Fried was here earlier this morning, handshaking and meeting with voters and making that pitch that she is the fresh candidate to come over and to be able to win in November. But we'll see what ultimately happens. Already 2 million voters, more than 2 million voters in this state have already cast a ballot, either voting by mail or voting early at one of their early voting locations.
And Shaq, I'm curious what those voters care about right now, right? What are the top issues for voters in Florida today?
Well, there's some polling that gives us some insight into what voters see as their top issue. You see at the top of that list, that's something that you're seeing mirrored in some of the national polling. It's the cost of living, with 43% of voters saying that is their top issue. Here in Florida, there's also education, there's also abortion, and the economy, jobs, and unemployment. You know, one thing that's unique to Florida is the cost of living. You look at the cost of housing. Many people talk about the rent increase. That's something that outpaces what you see in the rest of the country. Florida also a place where you've seen be the center of many of those cultural and social issues. We talk about the parental rights bill, also called the Don't Say Gay piece of legislation. That's something that both candidates say they will work to undo if they win in November. You also talk about the fact that not only in Florida was the overturning of Roe, but there was the 15-week ban on abortion. So you have these cultural issues that we talk about at a national level really come front and center here in the state of Florida, and that's something that both candidates say that they are ready to take the lead on, and we'll see what happens once we get to November when they take on Ron DeSantis.
All right, Shaquille Brewster in Miami today. Shaq, thanks.
I want to bring in senior political editor Mark Murray now. So, Mark, we have this new NBC News poll that's just come out. We're seeing some major dissatisfaction when it comes to the direction of the country. Can you walk us through the numbers?
Yeah, Kate, not only is this country dissatisfied, and most Americans, but they're also angry and fed up. 74%, nearly 3/4, say the country's heading in the wrong direction. 58% say that this country's best days are behind it. That's an all-time record in our poll. And one other number, 61% of voters said that they are so angry and fed up that they would hold a protest sign for one day.
Wow. All right, let's talk about the issues. We just talked to Shaq about the issues in Florida. So what about for the whole country, top issues of concern to voters?
Yeah, Shaquille ended up mentioning how the cost of living was the #1 issue for voters in Florida. But our nationwide poll that just came out yesterday ends up showing that threat to democracy ended up overtaking cost of living. Cost of living had been #1 in our poll for months, but threats to democracy took it over. Then you end up having cost of living and then the economy. Many Democrats and Democratic voters ended up siding with the threats to economy as the biggest issue heading into the midterms for them.
Talk about the investigations into former President Donald Trump, because I know that was also touched on in the poll. What was the message from voters on that?
They want these investigations to continue. 57% of voters, a clear majority, ended up saying that they want the various investigations of alleged wrongdoing by former President Donald Trump to continue, versus 40% who want them to stop. But our poll also ended up showing that you ended up having Republicans still split on whether they classify themselves as Trump first Republicans or party first Republicans. And the Trump first Republicans ended up going up a little bit since our May poll. So some movement there, but still a party that's divided over Donald Trump and what they consider probably the biggest issue for them on whether they want to be a party first Republican or a Trump first one.
Mark Murray, always good to have you. Thanks so much.
Well, let's bring in CNBC's Sharon Epperson now. Sharon, the Biden administration could make a decision on whether to extend that pause on student loan payments as early as this week. At the same time, there's a growing number of folks in this country who are worried about student loan forgiveness sort of making inflation worse right now, according to this new CNBC survey. What else did the survey tell you?
Well, it's interesting that a lot of people are concerned that student loan forgiveness could have these unintended consequences. And a majority of Americans, 59%, said that they do believe that student loan forgiveness would make inflation worse. But there was really a lot of mixed views in terms of what should happen with student loan forgiveness. About a third of the respondents said that they believe that student loans should never be forgiven. About a third said that they should be forgiven, but only for those in need. And about another third said that they should be forgiven for everyone who has student loan debt. So they really ran the gamut about what people view in terms of student loan forgiveness.
Sharon, do we have an idea, what happens after August 31st if the Biden administration extends that pause on student loan payments? Could we see any sort of a permanent plan on student debt?
Well, I think what people are hoping will be the permanent plan will be some type of cancellation of student debt. Now, whether or not that happens, that we'll see in the next few days if an announcement is made. But what's going to be interesting is what people will do if that does in fact happen, if their loans are forgiven. In our poll, it showed that those who said that if that happened and they'd have extra money in their pocket, they would actually pay down other debt. That's the most important thing they would do. Over 50% of folks said they would do that. More than 40% said they would save for retirement. About the same amount said that they would invest that money, and about a third said that they would buy a new home. So this idea that people will use the money, the quote-unquote extra money that they get from student loan forgiveness to just do daily spending that could possibly drive up inflation, that actually didn't show from what borrowers were telling us they would do with the money if they did have that opportunity to have some of their loans canceled.
All right, CNBC's Sharon Epperson with us today. Sharon, thank you. More migrants are arriving in the Northeast. 3 more busloads carrying asylum seekers pulled into New York City yesterday in what officials there are calling the largest single-day arrival of migrants from Texas. Now, the busing is part of Texas Governor Greg Abbott's federal immigration policies protest.
And a new NBC data analysis reveals that immigration citations are skyrocketing in Texas border towns and counties under Governor Abbott's Operation Lone Star. Some there say they're now being pulled over and questioned or searched without probable cause. Let's start our coverage with NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, nice to see you. More than 6,000 migrants have arrived in New York City. That's just New York. Thousands more have been bussed into D.C. from border states and other places. How are those cities dealing with the influx in arrivals and preparing for even more migrants?
Well, Kate, the mayor of New York City, as you know, has been asking for federal help. The city's shelter system has been taking in a lot of these migrants. And right now, local authorities say that they're going to have to find ways to enroll more than 1,000 children in schools before school starts next month. There's even talk of potentially speaking with bilingual teachers and recruiting bilingual teachers in the Dominican Republic to help this influx of migrants and children. Right now, they're also setting up a triage center at Port Authority as they expect more and more of these migrants to be bussed in. D.C.'s mayor has also asked for the National Guard for help dealing with the influx there, Kate.
And Gabe, let's talk about what's happening down at the border. How many migrants have officials apprehended so far this year, and how does that compare to years past?
Well, the numbers are very, very high. In fact, they've broken records, Kate. We're expecting about 2 million border apprehensions by the end of the fiscal year, at least 2 million. There are still several months left in the fiscal year, and the record has already been broken. With that said, the number of border apprehensions actually dropped 4% from June to July. Those are the most recent figures released by Customs and Border Protection. But Kate, as you know, since last year, there really has been this significant rise in the number of border apprehensions. Now, people on both sides of the aisle will give different reasons for that. Part of it is the fact that Title 42 is still in place. That's that pandemic era restriction that the Trump administration put in place that allows migrants to be expelled. Some of these apprehensions are essentially repeat crossers, people that have crossed more than once, and the numbers typically tend to go down in the summer because of the heat, so that plays into it as well. But again, right now we're seeing a record number of migrants crossing the border, something that Republicans are seizing on as we head into the midterm elections, Kate.
Yeah, it's become political. Gabe Gutierrez, thank you.
Let's talk about Operation Lone Star in Texas now with NBC News national reporter Suzanne Gamboa. Suzanne, this program has made a lot of folks in small towns there in Texas pretty angry at this point. They're seeing the number of troopers increased in these places. They're seeing more citations of drivers. What are you hearing about these experiences with law enforcement in Texas?
Well, when I went out to Brackettville, Texas, which is not right on the border, but about half an hour away, talked to some people there, and they're basically, to use a word we've been using, kind of fed up. They are tired of being seen as smugglers, as suspects, as people who might be carrying drugs when they've been living in this town forever and they've driven around their back roads. And so they feel like they don't have a problem with being stopped, you know, and showing their ID. It's being stopped and asked numerous questions about where they're going, what they're carrying. And some of them feel, you know, their rights are being violated, that their civil rights are being violated, and they're getting caught up in this web of enforcement on the border.
Yeah, Suzanne, your article also lays out disparities in the way Latino communities are being treated under these policies. Can you walk us through that a little bit?
Right. Well, sure. The border is made up mostly of Latinos, so you have the vast majority of people there who are Latino. And I do want to say that there were some people who did not want to go on the record with their names who said that, you know, they also, who were Anglo and who said that they also were getting stopped and being asked numerous questions. But because you have the vast majority of people there on the border area, many of the stops are Latino, and there's separate studies that also show that this happens statewide too. That Latinos maybe aren't cited more, but they are searched more. So we saw a larger number of citations for Latinos. And the thing is, and this is what one expert told us with the Mexican American Legal Defense and Education Fund, told us, look, you have the vast majority of your population, this vast racial population in Texas that is Latino. You have to figure out a way to do your mission to stop illegal immigration or curb illicit drugs or whatever without violating the vast majority of your population.
Yeah, it is an enlightening read. I encourage folks to go to NBCnews.com right now. Suzanne Gamboa, we appreciate your reporting. Thank you.
Coming up, the subtle signs of heart disease, what a new study is helping us understand.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
A growing number of high school students are finding the traditional path to a well-paying job doesn't necessarily mean graduating from college.
Yeah, trade schools are becoming a popular option for high school graduates looking to enter the workforce. NBC News senior business analyst Stephanie Rule takes a closer look.
At a refurbished firehouse in New York City, Jessica Martelli is learning how to build a wall. She's a student at NEW, Non-Traditional Employment for Women. It trains women for jobs in construction, but it is not what the 22-year-old had originally planned after high school.
Did you want to go to college, or did you think that was the path everyone takes?
I thought since I was the first generation in my family, I'd be the first generation to graduate college.
But instead, she left college early and took a job in retail. Then she learned about this training, and now she's considering a job as a sheet metal worker.
As we're having this conversation, your eyes are lighting up. You are smiling ear to ear.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
It's a similar story for Isla Rotolaskow. First, a year of college and a retail job. Now she's an apprentice carpenter on a 58-story high-rise in New York.
When I was in high school, it was, what college are you going to? Did you get your admissions letter yet? And I never even thought to go into the trades because it wasn't a conversation that I had with anybody.
After decades of societal pressure to go to college, a growing number of students are looking for alternative career paths, especially ones that don't carry significant loan debt. Last spring, college enrollment dropped nearly 5% from a year earlier, and attendance overall is down more than 9% compared to pre-pandemic levels.
Is going to a trade school now considered an alternative to going to college?
It is, and it should be even more so, right? It's the other four-year degree is what we say. You're earning while you're learning, and you're not carrying the debt.
In 2021, more than 500,000 apprentices were learning skills like carpentry and plumbing, but also IT and healthcare. That's up 66% from 10 years earlier. Nationwide, there are more apprenticeship programs supported by federal aid from both Republican and Democratic administrations.
First thing is a great attitude.
Increasingly, kids under 18 are interested in these careers. At Berkmar High School north of Atlanta, there are the usual classes, math and English, but also construction. As early as 9th grade, students learn about carpentry, plumbing, and masonry.
This is the kind of program that needs to be in every single high school in America. It's one of those that can give students just another way of looking at what possibilities are out there.
Yet many students and parents, along with employers, still worry about not having a college degree.
Do we put too much pressure on kids to go to college?
Absolutely. It's the big default. It's almost as if you don't go to college, there is a stigma. There are plenty of worthwhile jobs. In fact, jobs right now that can't be filled that pay $70,000, $80,000, $90,000 a year to start, not requiring a college degree. College is not for everybody. And the sooner that we realize that, the better off this country's going to be.
Thanks to this program, like from the very beginning to the very end, it's just pushing me to where I want to be.
Stephanie Rule, New York.
I think it's a great idea. I mean, it's happening already, right? All over the place.
Yeah, and you need that diversity in the workforce and making sure we have kids who are trained to do all the sorts of things that we really need every day.
Yeah, absolutely. I was hearing the other day about shortages of contractors or construction workers or people that we all need.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's good stuff. There is much more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Now. Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
We're getting new information about the country's #1 killer, heart disease.
According to a new review published in the American Heart Association, by the American Heart Association, the symptoms of heart disease may be more subtle in women than they are in men.
NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards is joining us now. And Erica, we thought we knew some of this already, right? But what are the signs? What are we learning now about the difference for heart disease in women versus what we may know for men?
Yeah, Aaron. So, we've all seen those movies where men clutch their chests in pain when they're having a heart attack. And that certainly can happen, but not all the time, especially in women. Those symptoms can be much more subtle. Women in general can have, symptoms of whether they're having pain or discomfort or tightness in their chest. It can also radiate to their jaw, arms, or back. They can also experience nausea, cold sweats, lightheadedness, extreme fatigue. Any one of those symptoms clustered together should prompt a call to 911. Aaron, Kate.
And Erica, I know that sometimes women just aren't aware or as aware of heart disease as a real threat. That awareness apparently has been on the decline. It's getting worse. What are some of the factors?
Yeah, so, we published our story yesterday on women and heart disease with this fact. 1 in 3 women who will die this year will die of heart disease. I've had so much feedback on that story, but people saying that cannot be true. That statistic is not true. It is, though. It is, in fact, the #1 killer of women and men overall. And women in general are just simply less likely to talk with their doctors about symptoms for fear that they might not be, heard or believed. And they're also less likely to call 911 if they're having some of these subtle symptoms. So again, pay attention to these subtle symptoms: lightheadedness, fatigue, nausea, any discomfort in the pain. That's always going to prompt a call to 911.
I was going to say, is it that simple, Erica? I mean, if a woman feels like she's having some of these symptoms of heart disease, what's the first thing? What's the #1 action you need to take?
The #1 thing is call 911. What can be the harm?
So that's the thing, right? Is people worry, I can hear women saying, I'm not going to bother anyone. I'm not going to pick up the phone.
Yeah, make the call. All right. Erica Edwards today. Thank you, Erica. We appreciate it. Well, Tampa Bay Bucs QB Tom Brady back in action today after missing more than a week on the field.
Yeah, so what happened? NBC News South Florida reporter Christian Benavides is following this story for us.
Hey there, that's right. After a brief but much talked about hiatus, Tom Brady is back. Brady hasn't practiced since August 10th, but I guess when you're a 7-time Super Bowl winner, you can just do things like that. He's been absent for nearly 2 weeks, but now he's back with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He returned to the facility today, 11 days after leaving the team for personal reasons. He's also back at practice. He was spotted back on the field today. Brady has missed the first 2 preseason games for the Bucs, and there's been speculation over why he's been absent. Rumors have certainly been swirling online over whether he may have been filming a television show this entire time. There's really a rabbit hole that you can get into if you're looking on Reddit and just kind of looking on Twitter. But those rumors really have been swatted down by many of those who are close to him. Brady's absence, of course, a shocker for many, especially because there's no information about why he decided to step away. Now, head coach Todd Bowles said at one point that he didn't really know when Brady was going to be back. At some point last week, even saying there's no set timeline. But then he said on Friday that he wasn't concerned, and Brady was back at training camp today. Returning today gives Brady 20 days to ramp up for the season opener against the Dallas Cowboys next month. Back to you guys.
You know, you're 45 years old, you've got a bazillion rings. Maybe you know how to do it. Maybe you don't need as much preseason.
Maybe you don't need to be there when you're... How old is he now?
45.
Yeah,
45.
Yeah. Which is not old. Don't get me... I shouldn't have said it that way.
But he's got it. He knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing. Exactly.
Maybe you can wait a little bit for the preseason.
I married into a Bears family, by the way. You're going to learn this about me the more we talk about football.
Lots of Bears. Got it. We're going to talk about it.
Not so much Tom Brady. Thank you for making part of your day, spending part of your day with us. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. Meet the Press Now is coming up next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations? The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
If it's Monday, new NBC News polling signals the midterms may have entered uncharted territory on the eve of another big primary night, why November is shaping up to be unlike any other. Plus, new developments in the Mar-a-Lago legal drama as the deadline nears for the Department of Justice to file redactions to the key document justifying the unprecedented search of the former president's home. And later, the Biden administration sues to protect abortion access in Idaho as more states are set to enact near-total bans on abortion this week. What today's court hearing means for the legal fight over abortion in post-Roe America. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker. Angry, anxious, and unpredictable. That pretty much sums up the state of the American electorate, according to our new NBC News poll, less than 80 days until the midterms and on the eve of another big night of primary elections. According to our poll, 74% of adults believe that the country is headed on the wrong track. It's the first time in the history of our poll that that number has been so high for so long. 58% say that Americans' best years are already behind us. That's another all all-time high in our polling. And much of that voter frustration is looking for a political outlet. 61% say they're so fired up they would carry a protest sign for a day, and that includes 79% of Democrats and 48% of Republicans. It's a lopsided number that also gives you a sense of why Democrats have closed an all-important enthusiasm gap, with the midterms now just 2.5 months away. In March, 67% of Republicans were highly interested in the midterm elections compared to 50% of Democrats. That split has now all but disappeared. In our August poll, about 2/3 of Republicans and also Democrats are expressing a high level of interest in November's elections. So what happened between March and now? Well, the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, and it has quite clearly energized Democrats for November. And now candidates across the country are seizing on the issue. Here's a new ad from Florida Democratic gubernatorial candidate Nikki Fried ahead of her primary tomorrow. Florida is just one place where voters will be voting tomorrow, with the marquee race being Fried facing off against former Governor Charlie Crist in the primary to take on incumbent Republican Governor Ron DeSantis. The other big state headed to the polls is New York, which features several key primaries, as well as a special election in a Hudson Valley swing district that will be closely watched as a potential midterm bellwether. And there's no surprise, the Democrat in the race, Pat Ryan, is putting abortion front and center. His Republican opponent, Mark Molinaro, is leaning hard into another big national issue, inflation. So to break it all down and to start us off, joining me now from Florida is NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster, and in New York, senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. You have both been all over these big races. Shaq, let me start with you. What are we learning in the home stretch about the Democratic Party's race to pick a candidate to take on Governor Ron DeSantis in November? This home stretch, what do the closing messages look like?
Well, you know, it's really interesting, Kristen, because in my conversations with both candidates, they've made very clear that their closing message, and central to that closing message, is Ron DeSantis. Each of them saying that they are the stronger candidate to go up against the incumbent Florida governor here. And you look at DeSantis, this will be a formidable challenge for Democrats come November. He is someone who's polling above 50% with his approval ratings. He has that national profile and has used that profile to store about $130 million in the bank to take on whichever Democrat comes out of the primary tomorrow. So for Charlie Crist, he's someone who's saying that he has electability and experience on his side. In my conversation, he said that he was someone who has won over Republican voters before, has won over moderate voters before, and that's why Democrats should choose him if they want to defeat DeSantis in November. This morning, we saw Nikki Fried here working the room a little bit with voters at a famous Cuban restaurant. Listen to what she said about her closing message.
We feel that the people of the Democratic Party here in the state of Florida understand that there are two things on everybody's minds. One is democracy, and two is unaffordability. And in order to make sure that both of those are winnable issues in November, the only person who can win this Democratic primary is myself. That we know that democracy is on this ballot, a women's right to choose is on this ballot, unaffordability.
You hear her mentioning the abortion issue. This is a state in Florida where there's been that 15-week abortion ban, where obviously women here are dealing with the overturning of Roe back in June. Charlie Crist doesn't dispute the idea that abortion will be a central issue for voters here, but he believes it's going to have more of an impact in November in that general election, Kristen.
And Shaq, Crist has really been on the defense on that issue. Of course, he's a former Republican governor. He's now a Democrat. So what specifically is he saying? And you know, Chuck's been pressing him on this in the interviews that he's done with Charlie Crist, his record on that very issue.
Yeah, and you hear Charlie Crist say that he is someone who has trusted, he's appointed judges before. He says he's someone that voters can trust. That is the line that he uses, but he acknowledges that some of his appointments that he made as governor that he was disappointed by, and that's something that you heard Nikki Fried taking advantage of. The fact that you have a conservative Supreme Court justice locally here in Florida who Charlie Crist appointed. You hear her using the attack that he is someone who says he was pro-life. That's a phrase you see him repeating in campaign ads that Fried has blasted out on the airwaves here in Florida. But Crist says he defines pro-life in a different way, that he's always been someone who has protected abortion rights in the state of Florida, that one of his first actions as governor would be to codify Roe through executive action. So you're seeing that back and forth play out. We saw in polling, that national poll, you saw voters, Democratic voters, list abortion rights as one of their top issues. We'll see if that plays out once we get to November and if it has that pullover effect that both of these candidates think that it will have.
All right. And of course, Governor Ron DeSantis watching this very closely because he'll be facing off against the winner of tomorrow's primary in the fall. Sahil, I want to turn to you now, and I'm going to get to New York's Democratic primaries in just a second, but I do want to start with the special election in New York 19 to replace New York Lieutenant Governor Antonio Delgado. The reason why this is so closely watched, it pits a Democrat against a Republican, and it could have big implications for the fall, right? Talk a little bit about Pat Ryan and Mark Molinaro.
That's absolutely right, Kristen. One of the reasons this race is being so closely watched is that this has been a bellwether district that has so closely tracked the national mood. It was narrowly won by Joe Biden in 2020. It was narrowly won by Donald Trump in 2016. It was won by Barack Obama in 2012. Notice a trend here. It used to be a Republican district until Democrats flipped it in 2018 in the blue wave. And this special election will test a number of different cross currents ahead of the 2022 midterms and kind of give us a bit of a hint into the landscape for Republicans. Molinaro is running heavily on inflation and crime, running to try to make this a referendum on one-party Democratic rule in Washington, saying that needs to be shaken up. The Democrat, Pat Ryan, is running on a traditional slate of Democratic issues, including ending gun violence and getting money out of politics, but he is heavily emphasizing, as you point out, the Supreme Court's decision to overturn the constitutional right to an abortion as a way to galvanize Democratic voters to get them out. Democrats see that as potentially a black swan event ahead of the midterm election that could defy the historical trend where the party in power typically loses seats. This will be a test of whether Democrats are sufficiently motivated in that regard. Now, interestingly here, Kristen, both parties, operatives from both parties I talked to, are downplaying their own chances. Both parties are worried about turnout for very different reasons. Democrats, because their base typically, has a tendency to sleep through off-year elections, especially when their party is in power. Republicans are worried because this is coinciding with a New York primary where they correctly note that Democrats tend to turn out in bigger numbers because independents can't participate, and there are just a lot more Democrats in this state. So both parties downplaying their own chances, but we will be able to tell quite a bit tomorrow when the results come in about how the midterm landscape is looking.
I'm glad you raised that. Sean Patrick Maloney, in an interview with Chuck on Meet the Press on Sunday, downplayed their chances in this critical race that they'll be watching very closely. Sahil, the other big race that everyone is watching in New York, of course, is against Maloney and Nadler. You have these two powerful Democrats, these two committee chairs. And if Democrats actually hold on to the House, they'll be losing one high-profile committee chair. What's the latest with this race?
And it's happening right here where I am in Midtown Manhattan, Kristen. This is the new blended district under the updated map that throws Carolyn Maloney and Jerry Nadler in the same district, pitting them against one another. Now, these are two members of the House who were first elected in 1992. They've served together for 3 decades. Nadler chairs the Judiciary Committee, Maloney chairs the Oversight Committee, and only one can win this primary. This has been quite a contentious fight that largely resulted from this earlier New York congressional map being thrown out and this new one being put in that has created a lot of tension, not just here, but in Lower Manhattan, as well as a little further up in the Hudson Valley and Westchester County, Kristen.
Yeah, and that race has just gotten so much attention. It's so fascinating, both in Congress since 1992, the east versus the west side of New York. So we'll be watching it very closely. Sahil, thank you so much. And Shaq, thanks as well to you. Joining me now to discuss all of this is our panel, Josh Krashar, senior political correspondent correspondent at Axios, Simone Sanders Townsend, host of Simone on MSNBC and former advisor to Vice President Harris, and Rick Tyler, Republican strategist and an MSNBC political analyst. Let's start off by talking about this enthusiasm gap, which, according to our latest poll, has just narrowed considerably. Let's put the numbers up. I mean, it's within the margin of error, 68% to 66%. Josh, when you look at these numbers, what do you think is driving this? Is it purely Dobbs and Roe v. Wade being overturned, or what do you make of those numbers?
Abortion is the dominant issue. It's given Democrats, who are the party in power, usually doesn't get as excited for the first midterm election for their party. But clearly the Dobbs decision had a galvanizing effect. I also don't underestimate the impact of the Trump, the search, the fact that Trump is now the center of attention. We know in 2018, the last midterm election, when Trump is the center of attention, Democrats show up and are more engaged to go to the polls. So, look, I think the Democratic base is turning out. I still think the NBC poll showed swing voters still not sold on the Democratic Party, but it gets them one step closer to preventing the types of losses we were talking about a couple months ago.
Yeah, and I guess the question is, what does it actually look like, Simone, in these races? We saw it in Kansas, and you and I have talked about this before. You saw that enthusiasm to get out and to vote for that Kansas ballot initiative. I mean, that was a single issue that they were going out to vote for. It gets a lot more complicated when you're talking about a candidate who may have various different positions depending on what issue you're talking about. So how do you expect to see it play out in some of these races?
Look, I think the enthusiasm numbers are good. It means that Democratic voters are dialed in. It does not mean that Democratic voters are going to come out and vote. It means that they are susceptible to your message to come out and vote, and so you still have to turn them out. This is a turnout election. I do believe that abortion, obviously, motivating factor. I think guns. Folks are going back to school all over the country this month, and parents are concerned. And we talk about Florida. In Florida specifically, Ron DeSantis, he endorsed 30 different local school board candidates. Okay, so schools are on the ballot this election cycle. I think it is going to be incumbent upon Democrats to continue to hone their message about what they have done, what that really means for people in places like what are the new energy numbers in this bill, Inflation Reduction Act law? What does that mean for Wisconsin? What do the prescription drugs provisions mean in Arizona? What can Mark Kelly say to Arizonans? And that is going to be the difference here.
Rick, what's the message for Republicans? Mark Molinaro, for example, trying to keep the focus on the economy, on inflation. Is that the right call? I mean, Josh brings up the point that you have the Mar-a-Lago search sort of looming large over all of this.
New York 19 is emblematic of the entire race, which is why everybody's paying attention to it, because the number one concern that Democrats have is actually abortion is second, so it is a motivating factor, but number one is democracy. And what the Republicans have done is they've turned a classic Biden down in the polls, inflation is high, lots of challenges. Democrats typically don't turn out in off-year elections as much as Republicans do. They had all that in their sails. And what they've done is they have nominated Trump candidates. And so this is turning into, instead of what the Republicans wanted, which is a referendum against Biden and his administration and his performance, although he's been fairly successful lately, it is now going to be a referendum on Trump. That is a remarkable turn of events. Considered, my hats off to the Democrats who maneuvered the Republicans from back the blue to defund the Gestapo. I mean, this is a remarkable, they're just giving up the crime issue entirely.
And, you know, you raise that point, and it's notable because you do have Republicans who had kind of left Trump, and now the Mar-a-Lago search, it seems to be galvanizing Republicans around Trump in this moment. And I wonder if that's making the Republican Party jittery, establishment Republicans.
Well, it should make them jittery because not only is Trump seeing record fundraising, they're seeing people supporting him. There's a whole number of reasons for that, but 57% still want these investigations to go on. But I think the Republican establishment, of course, does not want Trump to be the center of attention in this election. They want Biden to be the center of attention because his numbers are still in the 40s. And if Trump becomes the center of attention, and if he announces, God forbid, for the Republicans this fall, every Republican trying to win a race will be asked every morning by every reporter in the country, what do you think about the nonsensical thing that Donald Trump said this morning?
But he doesn't even need to run because his candidates are on the ballot, and you're reminded of Trump every day you hear a Blake Masters or a Dr. Oz or a Herschel Walker talk. And that is the big problem. The NBC poll has Biden's job approval at 42%. The Republicans have a 2-point advantage on the generic ballot. Right track, wrong track, really. You know, Kristen, you said how bad it is for the party in power. It's the candidates. It's these MAGA candidates that are really jeopardizing Republican prospects.
You know, and Rick, you brought up something interesting, which is that President Biden now believes he's had some legislative wins. He wants to go out. He wants to talk about them. Chuck was talking to Representative Andy Barr yesterday and pressed him, you know, what are your policy proposals to deal with inflation? And he didn't really have a specific answer. He kind of continued along that track of countering President Biden. Do you think that's smart politics, or should Republicans get an answer to that question?
Well, the last time Republicans tried to put up policy alternatives in Rick Scott's proposal, it caused them some political problems.
Biden seized on it. He made it one of his core arguments.
Absolutely. I think, though, when you're talking about the dominant issue in the campaign, rising cost of prices, goods, the economy, it would help for someone like Andy Barr or anyone in the Republican rank and file to have an answer on what you would do differently, what the Republican alternative would be.
Yeah. Simone, the Democrats, again, they do have some things to tout, and we are going to see that from President Biden once he's off of his vacation. And yet you have inflation, which continues to be high, continues to be intractable. If you look at the polling, the economy is still one of the big issue for voters.
The economy is absolutely the big issue. I would argue, frankly, that abortion is an economic issue. The ability of women to make decisions about their lives, work, community, family, directly tied to their pockets. I think that Democrats should go out there and make the point that not only is this what the bill is going to do for you, but Republicans want to talk about inflation. Every single one of them in the United States Congress voted against the Inflation Reduction Act. We don't know why. Maybe someone should ask them. I do think that, look, you live by the gas prices, you die by the gas prices, right? It's kind of like living by the stock market. Gas prices are going down. There is a concern that gas prices could go back up. And so I think that the White House is right to continue to tout the good things that are happening, what they have done to get these numbers down. But caution, 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 caution. Things could go up.
Rick, do you think that Republicans should start getting an answer to that question, what they get specific about what their policy proposals would be? Or is it enough to just say, look, this is happening on Biden's watch?
Part of what the Democrats have an advantage because their answer is always a big government solution, and then, of course, that's easy to report on. It's not easy to report on free market solutions because they don't involve government, right? So there is an advantage there. Look, from a purely political perspective, the Inflation Reduction Act, which I think is a misnomer because it does nothing, in my opinion, to reduce inflation, it doesn't matter. The Democrats like it. They think it is going to reduce inflation. It was a big boost for them, and the Republicans don't. Again, they didn't have an answer for it. There is no one on my side who knows how to, that I know of, who knows how to defend free market economics in the way Milton Friedman could.
Were you all surprised to see that concerns about the democracy has now moved to the top issue in our polling? And do you think that helps Democrats? What do you make of that?
I think it helps Democrats, but I also think, one, I know it's the way that the question was asked, and so I think we'll have to see how this tracks between now and November if democracy still stays the #1 concern. But also I think it speaks to the fact that the January 6 hearings could have been impactful. This was during the same time that the search on Mar-a-Lago happened. People are like, what is happening? Meanwhile, you got election deniers running, and you're hearing about it. I don't know what this means specifically for this November. Again, folks are going out and they're not voting on ballot initiatives. They're voting on particular people, particular candidates. And unless people do their research, maybe they don't know that, Tudor Dixon isn't on the up and up in Michigan.
All right. Well, a lot to chew on. Thank you so much for getting us started on a very busy Monday. Really appreciate it, Simone, Rick, and Josh. Great conversation. And we are following some breaking news out of Atlanta that we want to tell you about now, where authorities are searching for an unknown female gunman. At least one person has died. Another has been shot and taken to the hospital after a gunman opened fire in Midtown Atlanta. In a statement on Twitter, Atlanta police said multiple officers responded to the scene and are still searching the area for the suspect. This is an active situation, and we will bring you more as we learn it. And coming up next, we're going to have live coverage of tomorrow night's election results, including those key New York and Florida races we were just talking about on our Meet the Press election special at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC News Now. And coming up, the latest on the legal saga over the FBI's search of Mar-a-Lago and why a Florida judge says releasing a key court document at the center of a major legal fight could be, quote, meaningless. That's next. Plus, Russia blaming Ukraine for a car bombing that killed the daughter of a Putin ally as the war in Ukraine approaches its 6th month mark. You're watching Meet the Press now. Stay with us.
NBC News, streaming free now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Welcome back. We are awaiting a judge's decision on what the public will and will not see from the Justice Department's affidavit justifying its search of Mar-a-Lago. Judge Bruce Reinhart has formally given DOJ until Thursday to propose what parts of the document should be redacted. And there could be a lot of blacked out material because in a written order today, the judge indicated that he may not unseal much, if anything, from the affidavit. Former President Trump and his allies have demanded the affidavit be unsealed. Several media outlets, including NBC News, have also requested access to it. The Justice Department, though, argues that releasing it could cause irreparable damage to an ongoing criminal investigation. It comes as our NBC News poll reveals that a majority of voters, 57%, we were just talking about this, say investigations into the former president should continue. Ryan Riley covers the Justice Department for NBC News and joins me now. Ryan, thanks so much for joining me. Really appreciate it. So I want to read you part of what Judge Reinhart wrote today and then get your reaction on the other side. The judge wrote, quote, "I cannot say at this point that partial redactions will be so extensive that they will result in a meaningless disclosure, but I may ultimately reach that conclusion after hearing further from the government." So based on today's order, what are you expecting to see in the affidavit, if anything?
If we ultimately see it, I think we're going to be looking at a lot of black ink, essentially, on those papers when we get them or when we print them out, because I think that the redactions are going to be pretty heavy from the Justice Department here. Essentially, what the judge said last week is that he wasn't sure it was proper for DOJ or for him to be making the decision on whether or not what would be able to be disclosed after the redactions was meaningful or not. So basically saying that if the news organizations wanted something, even if it was just a little bit of information and this was a heavily redacted document, it wasn't up to them to make that sort of editorial decision on whether or not that would advance any reporting on where exactly this investigation is headed.
So basically, the judge has given the Justice Department until Thursday to submit its proposals, what it thinks should be redacted. How long do you expect the judge to review that proposed version of the affidavit?
I would say this is pretty high up on his priority list, just given the seriousness of this investigation. And, if you look back at this, it's been a very speedy process. It's only been 2 weeks since the compound was actually searched here, right? We're just hitting the 2-week mark now, and already we've gone through several rounds back and forth about this. Although I would note that even in those 2 weeks, even though there's been some discussion about it, Donald Trump's team has not yet filed that motion for a so-called special master, sort of an outside person who would be appointed to look at what exactly was seized and sort of sort through that. Right now, the FBI is the one sort of in charge of doing that sorting and decide whether or not there's anything that needs to be returned to the former president, whether there's anything that needs to be excluded from an investigation, and what exactly can be folded into the investigation overall. But, I think just if you step back more broadly, the fact is that the president seemed to have a lot of materials that he wasn't supposed to possess, regardless of their classification level. Those documents that were generated as part of his presidential administration were not his to keep. They were not his personal documents, regardless of his personal beliefs that appear to be directly in opposition to the law.
Yeah, I think it's an important point that you raise, that regardless of whether the documents were classified or declassified, it really doesn't get to the heart of the potential charges or concerns that they have about the fact that he was holding them. Thank you so much, Ryan Riley. I really appreciate it. We do want to bring you an update now in the news we brought you a few moments ago from that Midtown Atlanta shooting where at least one person has been killed and another has been hospitalized. Atlanta police now say the suspect is in custody, and you see the scene there, very active in downtown Atlanta. We will continue to track all of the developments related to this developing story and bring them to you as we get them. Coming up next, Ukraine braces for an escalation in Russian attacks after a car bomb killed the daughter of a key Putin ally. We have a live report from Ukraine next. You're watching Meet the Press now.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories, help bring them home.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people. I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The 29-year-old daughter of Russian ultranationalist Alexander Dugin, also known as Putin's brain, was killed in a car explosion near Moscow over the weekend, according to Russia's investigative committee. Russia's FSB is claiming they have solved her murder, and they're blaming Ukrainian intelligence for planting the explosive underneath the driver's side of the car. Now, Russian authorities say they believe her father was the intended target of the attack. NBC News has not been able to independently verify this information. Kyiv, however, is denying any involvement with the incident. An advisor to President Zelensky saying yesterday, quote, "We are not a criminal state like Russia." But the bombing is prompting new fears of Russian escalation as Ukraine prepares to mark both the 6-month anniversary of the war and its Independence Day on Wednesday. President Zelensky is warning that Russia may do something particularly cruel ahead of their National Day. I'm joined now by Josh Letterman, who is in Ukraine covering all of this for us. Josh, thank you for joining us on this Monday. So what has the reaction been in Ukraine to the car bombing incident? What's the latest? Are there concerns about retaliation?
There are absolutely those exact concerns, Kristen, and the reaction really has been fear that even as tensions are so high here already, with everything going on with the nuclear power plant crisis here, fears of Russia using the occasion of Ukraine's Independence Day on Wednesday to mount even more cruel attacks, as Zelensky said, that this could just be the latest pretext, justification that Russia could use to launch more vicious and more punishing attacks on Ukraine. And in fact, that has been the reaction from many corners already in Moscow. We heard from Alexander Dugin, the father of this young woman who was killed in this car bomb, saying today that there should be vengeance on Ukraine, coming out almost immediately after the FSB accused Ukraine's special forces of being behind this attack in Moscow, saying that this is just the latest example of why Russia needs to win this war here. And so this has really galvanized the right wing in Russia in ways that are really causing concerns here in Ukraine, as they, as you point out, completely deny that they have anything to do with this. They say it's a bogus allegation, and they also say that what Ukraine's government thinks is actually happening here, Kristen, is a power competition amongst Russia's intelligence services. They think essentially this is the various powers in Russia starting to line up their various factions ahead of anticipating the day when President Putin may not be in power anymore, and there may be a power vacuum to fill. So that is the spy novel Cold War intrigue that is really taking place as Ukrainians hope for the best heading into this very pivotal week.
Well, and it is a pivotal week, and it's so extraordinary to think that it has been 6 months. What is the mood there on the ground as they prepare to mark these two very monumental anniversaries?
I would say it's one of defiance. We saw Ukrainians parading burnt-out military tanks from Russia through the streets of Kyiv this week, essentially thumbing their nose at President Putin, who thought he was going to be able to march into Ukraine, take over the capital in something like 3 days, was not able to do that. You don't hear any Ukrainians at this point thinking that they are going to lose this war. But the big concern here, Kristen, is that this becomes a frozen conflict heading into the winter, and that there are many more months of fighting ahead, and that could mean many more Ukrainians who are going to lose their lives lives along the way.
It's just a tragic situation. Josh, thank you so much for being there, and please continue to stay safe. We really appreciate it. Now I want to bring in Ann Applebaum, staff writer at The Atlantic. Ann, good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. Give us the broad sense here as we continue to track this part of the ongoing conflict there. Who is Alexander Dugin? Why is he so important to Putin? And why is it so extraordinary that his daughter was killed?
Alexander Dugin is somebody whose role is probably overestimated in the West. He's somebody who's made a lot of noise in the West. He's one of the Russians who has been most actively in contact with the European and the American far right. He seeks to present himself as a Russian nationalist and as a leader of the nationalists around the world, and especially in Europe. And he's presented himself as close to Putin. It's not clear that that's really true, but certainly he's a symbol of the nationalist camp. He supported the war in Ukraine. And most importantly, he supports the genocidal language that's used about Ukraine. You know, the idea that Ukraine's not a real state, it's not a real country, and it can be destroyed. Therefore, there are actually a lot of different kinds of people who might have been interested in killing him. I mean, the Russian state has accused the Ukrainians. Actually, a Russian group has taken responsibility, something calling itself the National Republican Army, describing itself as a violent Russian opposition movement, says they've done it. They have a representative in Kiev, somebody speaking for them in Kiev, who's a former Russian MP, who says they're responsible. But as you heard already, there's also a lot of thought that it could be somebody in the Russian secret services. It could be someone among the Russian oligarchs. There are a lot of people who don't like the war, or who don't like the nationalist group, or who might have wanted him and his daughter, who was incidentally also a nationalist propagandist, who might have wanted them both out of the way.
And of course, as Josh was reporting, as we've been reporting, Russia is blaming Kyiv. They say that's absolutely not the case. You just laid out all of the reasons why it very well could be someone inside Russia. But is anyone giving that credence? Are our intelligence officials in the United States, for example, giving that possibility any credence?
So I think it's a little early for anyone to say what has credence, given that there's been no evidence presented of any kind. All we really know is what the Russian authorities have told us, and they're not a reliable source. I mean, the idea that it was the Ukrainians would imply that the Ukrainian secret services are far more sophisticated than anyone imagined, that they have a whole network inside Moscow, that they can reach deep inside the Moscow elite and set off a car bomb. If that's true, it's rather amazing. And I think that's why people are doubting that. And, you know, there's also, it's maybe important for your listeners to know, there's a long tradition in Russian history of murders like this one being used for other purposes. There's famously, Stalin murdered one of his opponents and then used that as an excuse to launch the Great Purge of 1937 and 1938. So there's a tradition of using an event like this as an excuse for other things. And I think that's the historical tradition people are looking to.
And just big picture, we are approaching 6 months into this war now. There initially had been some hope that the two sides could come together and try to broker some type of peace deal. At this point in time, that seems like a far-off possibility. What are your expectations about how long this might last? Do you see any signs that they could come back to the table and try to broker some type of way out of this conflict?
The only way there will be permanent peace in Ukraine is if the Ukrainians win. And by winning, I mean at least they eject the Russians from the territory that they've occupied since February. Because only then will the Russians have concluded that they can't conquer Ukraine, that there's no point in simply stopping and waiting, which is what they did in 2014, and regathering their forces and trying again. So there has to be the reason there hasn't been a negotiation is that the Ukrainians still think they can win. Many of their Western backers, at least some of them, think they can win. And frankly, the Russians are certainly, there is a kind of stalemate right now. The Russians are no longer moving forward. The Ukrainians are beginning to strike far behind the lines, including even today and yesterday in Crimea. And there's a sense in Ukraine that the war might be turning. And while that possibility is still there, I don't think there's any incentive for either side to negotiate just yet.
Well, Anne Applebaum, we so appreciate your insights. Anne is a journalist and expert in the history of Russia and the Soviet Union. Thank you so much for joining us on this Monday. We really appreciate it. After the break, Texas Governor Greg Abbott has been sending thousands of migrants to places like New York City and Washington, D.C., and now mayors are asking the federal government to step in. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As in most election years, immigration is a key issue. 13% of voters say it's the most important issue facing this country, according to our new NBC News poll. And one political battle over the border is now playing out hundreds of miles away from it, in New York City and Washington, D.C., where Texas Governor Greg Abbott and Arizona Governor Doug Ducey are sending busloads of migrants. Now those cities' mayors are asking the federal government for help. NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez takes a closer look.
The buses keep coming to New York City and Washington, D.C. At first, hundreds, now thousands of migrants arriving in the Northeast after being sent by the governors of Texas and Arizona.
The need has outstripped our capacity to respond to it.
Calling it a humanitarian crisis, D.C.'s mayor has requested the National Guard. New York City's mayor is also asking the federal government for help.
I don't think anything is more anti-American than shipping people on a bus 45-hour trip without any of the basic needs that they have of direction or coordination.
Democrats call the busing a political stunt. Republicans argue it's a last resort as scenes like this unfold at the U.S. southern border. Large groups of migrants crossing, human smugglers cramming 150 people into this 18-wheeler. The Border Patrol says more than 200 dead migrants have been found in just one section of Texas since last October. Nationwide, border apprehensions actually fell 4% from June to July, but overall, this fiscal year has seen the highest number on record.
It was just Texas and Arizona that bore the brunt of all of the chaos and all the problems that come with it. Now the rest of America is understanding exactly what is going on.
We recently visited Catholic Charities in New York City.
Have you ever seen numbers like this?
Not really.
Which has been scrambling to help the growing number of migrants, many from Venezuela who captured the grueling journey on their cell phones.
Do you think you'd survive? ¿Pensaste que iba a sobrevivir?
We spoke with Ruben from Colombia, who told us his 4 children thought they were going to die. When we finally reached U.S. soil, he says, I thank God for giving me the strength.
Gabe, what an incredible report there, and Gabe joins me now. So what are some of the other things that New York plans to do to handle this influx?
Well, Kristen, as you said, the city has seen more than 6,000 migrants bust here so far, and it is straining the resources also of the education system. Local authorities say that they plan to enroll more than 1,000 children before the school year starts next month. And among the things being discussed is potentially recruiting more bilingual teachers, potentially from the Dominican Republic, to help with some of this here. And local authorities have also set up, a triage center for some of the buses that are arriving at Port Authority here in New York City. Again, the mayor says that the resources are stretched thin, Kristen.
Well, and you certainly showed that in your piece there. Gabe Gutierrez, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. And before we go to break, the man who became the face of the federal response to the pandemic is now stepping down. Dr. Anthony Fauci announced today that he'll be leaving as director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, as well as chief medical advisor to President Biden. His departure will come in December. Dr. Fauci, though, says he's not retiring and will continue working in another capacity, but he has not yet announced what that will be. Dr. Fauci had previously said he planned to leave the federal government by the end of President Biden's first term. During his career, he's advised 7 different U.S. presidents over 4 decades on several public health crises, including HIV/AIDS and the Ebola virus, and of course, now COVID-19. Still to come, the Biden administration's last-ditch effort to protect abortion access in Idaho as a near-total ban is set to take effect. You're watching Meet the Press Now. We're back after a quick break. Stay with us.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. A federal judge in Idaho heard the first arguments today in the Justice Department's lawsuit over Idaho's near total ban on abortion, which is slated to go into effect Thursday. The Biden administration is trying to get the law temporarily halted while larger legal proceedings play out. The judge said he would hand down a ruling by Wednesday, but seemed to suggest that he would potentially rule in the government's favor. Idaho's ban would make it illegal to perform nearly any abortion, with narrow exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. The DOJ sued the state over that last exception earlier this month, arguing that the ban's narrow criteria violates a federal law requiring doctors to offer emergency medical treatment. It's the department's first litigation rights after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade earlier this summer. In the NBC News poll released this weekend, a majority of voters, 58%, said they disapprove of the court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. Joining me now to discuss this, NBC News Justice correspondent Ken Delanian, who's been following the developments in this lawsuit. Ken, thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it. So what did we hear today from the Justice Department? This is their first time arguing one of these cases.
So this is really a case about the supremacy clause in the Constitution, not about abortion rights. It's about the notion that federal law trumps state law. And what the Justice Department is saying is that there's this federal law that requires hospitals to provide necessary emergency services. And in some cases, that could include an abortion if a pregnant woman who has her life is threatened in a pregnancy complication. And so the Justice Department is saying that this state law that bans almost all abortions conflicts with that federal law. The states, and a number of red states have weighed in on Idaho's side, have said no, they don't think that's true. In fact, they think that if the Biden administration succeeds here, it's going to redefine the relationship between the states and the United States. But the judge, as you said, seemed to side with the Biden administration, saying, look, this law essentially provides a defense for doctors, but they have to go to trial. It allows any prosecutor to bring a doctor up on criminal charges and then force the doctor to essentially prove that the life of the mother was in danger.
And the judge has said that he will hand down a decision by Wednesday. Given what we heard, given what you just mapped out, what specifically are you expecting? Is there a middle ground that the judge could find?
So the Justice Department is asking for two things. One, for him to essentially halt the implementation of the law, which would go into effect Thursday. And second, that he rule that in fact this law is unconstitutional. It almost doesn't matter what he rules because it's going to be appealed. This case is going to go up, and it could go up as high as the Supreme Court. But it will be interesting to see whether he grants that temporary injunction. He seems to be inclined to do that.
20 other states and organizations have filed amicus briefs. What does that tell you about this?
So on the one hand, you have all these red states, right? And then on the other hand, you have all these doctor groups and the most prominent medical groups in the country saying, it just shows you how divided we are, but it also shows that the medical community believes that in certain cases, abortion is healthcare. And in these cases, they are saying, look, you can't ask doctors to decide how many pints of blood a woman has to lose before we decide when to intervene. We just have to be free to do that and not worry about being prosecuted.
Yeah, it really puts the onus on the practitioners. Ken Delanian, thank you so much. It's incredibly complicated. We'll continue to follow it. Really appreciate it, and good to see you.
You too.
Turning now to Mark Herron, senior counsel for the Center for Reproductive Rights. He argued against a similar Texas abortion law, Whole Women's Health versus Jackson, in front of the Supreme Court just last year. Mark, thanks so much for joining me. I really appreciate it. So you heard Ken really map out the states here. The DOJ arguing the law violates access to federally guaranteed emergency medical care, basically putting the burden on doctors to prove that an abortion was necessary to save a woman's life. What did you make of the Justice Department's argument today? How compelling was it?
All right. Well, thanks for having me. You know, it's remarkable that states like Idaho are defending laws that are creating medical crisis for patients across the country, and it's a growing medical crisis. I mean, imagine that you are a patient with a pregnancy that you wanted, that you're excited about, and then at 17, 18, 19 weeks pregnant, your water breaks and you begin to suffer the trauma of a miscarriage. And you go to the emergency room where you would expect to receive medical treatment. And in fact, federal law guarantees that you'll get federal treatment. the law that the Justice Department is suing under. And the doctor walks in and says, "I'm sorry, but you're not sick enough. Your fetus has ongoing cardiac activity, so there's nothing we can do. You're not bleeding enough. You may be bleeding. You may have an ongoing infection, but because your vital signs are stable enough, you're not sick enough to qualify for the health care that we can provide you. And so instead, all you can do is sit and wait." And we've seen patients who have tried to get on airplanes after their water has already broken, because they need health care, and states are banning the provision of that health care, whether it's in Idaho or Texas, because of the confusion over these medical emergency exceptions that are written so narrowly that doctors can't rely on them to provide the care that they know works. People are waking up to the realization that abortion is health care.
Yeah.
And that it is vital, and this is a man-made crisis that is only going to grow.
And you've talked about the implications for a woman. Talk about what this would mean to doctors, to healthcare providers, the burden, the onus on them to prove that a woman's life was at risk. I mean, how would that even work?
Right, so in the Idaho case, a doctor who provides an abortion could be criminally charged and then would have to prove at trial that, well, I think the patient was bleeding enough, or the fever was high enough, or the risk to the patient's health was strong enough. And they would have to prove that in a criminal trial where their livelihood is at stake, their ability to practice medicine is at stake because their medical license could be taken away. What rational doctor would provide health care to their patients? But these are patients who need care. And look, this is only going to grow. We now, at the end of this week, we may have 11 states that have total bans on abortion, and that have these confusing medical emergency exceptions.
Well, yeah, and Mark, you take me to my next question, which is that we expect Tennessee and Texas to basically implement similar laws that are going to go into effect the same day as Idaho. So do you expect, and should the Justice Department take actions in those states as well?
Well, we certainly need governments at every level, government institutions, to step in and protect patients. We need Congress to act and pass a national law, the Women's Health Protection Act, that would ensure the right to abortion. We need state attorneys general. We need state courts to recognize the right to abortion in the state constitutions. Now is the time, during this growing medical crisis that is man-made, that is made by governments, for governments to respond and to begin to protect patients.
And Mark, I wonder if you can help us understand, because the Justice Department is really arguing a narrow piece of the law. Do you think that the Justice Department needs to expand what it's arguing, or is this smart legal strategy?
Well, look, the strategy that the Justice Department is taking right now is focusing on this current federal law, which does protect the right of patients to get medical treatment when they present at an emergency room, and they need medical treatment, right? And so the Justice Department is doing the right thing by focusing on that current federal law. I think that, as these cases progress and state by state, there will be opportunities for all sorts of lawyers. I mean, the legal profession is stepping up to protect patients and to try to establish the right, under state constitutions. I work at the Center for Reproductive Rights. We've been litigating across the United States, including in Texas and Louisiana, to try to preserve abortion access. And, I think that the Justice Department will continue to do so as well.
Okay, Mark Heron, thank you so much. And the stakes obviously incredibly high for the Justice Department. It's the first time again that they are arguing one of these cases. We really appreciate your insights and for joining us to help us understand this really complicated case. Thank you so much for being with us this hour. And thank you for joining us. I will be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. And don't miss our special coverage of tomorrow night's primary elections. elections will have results in 3 states starting at 9 p.m. Eastern. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
Coming on the air with the new comments just in from the governor of Arkansas, calling what 3 police officers did reprehensible after a video that's now gone viral caught them violently beating a suspect. We'll talk about what's coming next after their suspension. Plus, when you hear 1,000-year event, you probably think, okay, that's something that only happens once every 1,000 years. Sure, fair. So how do you make sense of the fact we've seen multiple once-in-a-1,000-year floods this month alone? We're live in Dallas, where one is actually happening right now. And in just 9 days, President Biden has a big decision to make. Does he delay or cancel student loan debt payments, or will millions of people have to start them back up? We'll talk about how that deadline is running up against inflation concerns. Plus, they don't call him the worm for nothing. Basketball Hall of Famer Dennis Rodman now wriggling his way into U.S.-Russia relations, where he says he's going to try and free Brittany Griner. But we're now hearing from the State Department about why they'd prefer Rodman simply did not. And is Tom Brady going on The Masked Singer? Reddit seems to think so. Or, hey, maybe it was a Bahamas trip that kept him out of training camp. So what's he saying or not on Brady's first day back with the Bucs? We've got that MVP mystery that everybody's talking about a little later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and tonight we're starting in Little Rock, Arkansas, where Governor Asa Hutchinson late today called the conduct of 3 police officers in the city of Mulberry reprehensible. Hutchinson speaking with reporters after a video went viral showing the officers violently arresting a suspect over the weekend outside a convenience store.
This is not what our law enforcement community represents. It's not the proper response, and they will be reviewed and appropriate action taken.
We're going to show you the video of the arrest. We want to give you a heads up. It's hard to watch, okay? We're just going to show it this one time because you can see the suspect on the ground here as one officer, you're looking at it, punches him multiple times, slams his head into the pavement. Another officer appears to knee the man a few times. State police say he had to go to the hospital before he could be taken to jail. Police say they were arresting the suspect on allegations of trespassing and other crimes. State police are now investigating this whole thing. Governor Hutchinson says the DOJ is also. Arkansas State Police Director says all 3 officers have been suspended with pay, with all of it raising new questions about police use of force. Priscilla Thompson is in Mulberry, Arkansas, and joins us now. So, Priscilla, you've got state investigators focusing on use of force at this convenience store. What else do you know about this investigation, the federal one, and where this goes next?
Right, Hallie. So pretty quickly after all of this happened, the governor announced that this investigation was going to be led by this special investigation unit at the state level. And they are going to be looking at the use of force and also turning that investigation over to a prosecuting attorney who's going to evaluate what their investigation finds against what is on the law in terms of what Arkansas police officers are supposed to do in a situation like this. And there is the potential for criminal charges. That is something that the governor was asked about earlier today and said that that is something that certainly could come out of this. And you also mentioned the FBI and DOJ investigation that we have learned is now happening, with the sheriff actually saying that there were FBI agents on the ground here today looking into this incident. And of course, that DOJ investigation is going to focus on any potential civil rights violations. I will tell you, the attorneys for the suspect, the man who was pinned on the ground during that encounter, certainly feels like there are some violations of his constitutional rights. And they say that they feel that all of the charges against their client should be dropped, and that they would like to see where this investigation will go and if it will ultimately lead to those criminal charges and, of course, any sort of charges related to the civil rights violations that they feel have occurred here. Hallie?
You know, the governor mentioned, and it caught my ear as I was listening to this news conference from Governor Hutchinson just in the last couple of hours here, that the suspect had some kind of a history that made him a legitimate concern for officers. What do we know about that, and how the situation, if we know anything about how the situation got so violent?
Right. So we see this 30-second clip that went viral, but we don't know what happened before the camera started rolling. And I actually asked the attorneys for the man who was seen in that video being pinned down about that today. And they told me that they're hearing conflicting stories from police about what happened. And so they want to wait and see how this investigation plays out before commenting on what happened before the video started rolling. But what police have said is that this suspect, Randall Worcester, was actually in town earlier that day, and he had committed what they're saying are terroristic threats. And so they had been looking for him all morning. They found him at this convenience store after he allegedly spit on a clerk there, and that is when this arrest unfolded. We know that he has now been charged with more than half a dozen different charges, including assault, battery, making terroristic threats, and also resisting arrest. But it remains to be seen. He has not yet pled on those charges because they haven't actually been officially filed. He was booked on them, but they're not yet officially filed so that he can plea. And so we'll see over the coming days and weeks how many of those charges actually stick and how Mr. Worcester actually pleads to those charges. Hallie.
Before I let you go, Priscilla, I just want to mention that we heard from the Crawford County Sheriff today, too. Two of the officers involved in this incident belong to that department. And there was a mention of, I think, some video, some dash cam video, right? Do we know if that is going to be released, when that may happen, what we're hearing from that department, if anything?
Yeah, so no word on when that video is going to be released. We do know it has been handed over to state investigators. And the sheriff earlier in his press conference did make a comment about what may have happened before the 30-second clip that everyone is seeing, saying that the dash cam has captured some other things that were not seen in that video. But even as he said that, he also continued to condemn the actions of the officers. Take a listen to a little bit of what he had to say.
Nobody condones this type of activity or this kind of violence. It's not what we stand for. I said that, and that's what I stand on.
And even without all the context here, that is a message that we are hearing from the state all the way down to the local level, that it appears that this was uncalled for and unwarranted, and a lot of folks just struggling to understand how it got to that point. Hallie?
Priscilla Thompson live for us there in Mulberry, Arkansas. Thank you. I know you've got more work to do ahead of Nightly News. We'll look for your reporting later on tonight with Lester. Thanks. We've got a little bit of breaking news just into us. Actually, right as we were walking into the studio, we found out that former President Trump has now formally and officially made a new legal filing. And this one is one he's been hinting about for days now after the search of his Mar-a-Lago home, in which the feds essentially retrieved 11 sets of classified material. He wants something called a special master. What is that, right? That's basically a third party that looks through what was taken. It's coming, as we're learning more now from the judge overseeing this case, that we might not get a lot of reasons as to the why of this search. Judge Reinhardt, Bruce Reinhardt, saying today that he's got to look and see if he's going to make any of this public once the government turns over its proposed redactions. You know, it's going to cross out stuff that's sensitive. The judge is essentially saying, hey, if too much of this is sensitive, if too much is blacked out, if it looks like some kid took a Sharpie and just scribbled everywhere, like, it may be meaningless to actually release this to the public. Let me bring in now our reporter who is all over this story for us, and that is Ryan Riley. Ryan, let me bring you in first on this developing news, this special master. I want to note here that former President Trump, since Friday, has hinted his team would do this. His attorney went out on an appearance and talked about wanting to do this, and now they're backing it up with the paperwork. They actually have filed now for this third-party review. Talk about the significance.
Yeah, I think it's about 2 weeks too late. If the lawyers had been on top of the game, I think this would have been something that would have been filed immediately after the search was conducted, because the FBI team has already spent, now nearly 2 weeks, factor in shipping, getting that information up there. They've had at least a week plus to look over these materials and be using the FBI sort team to decide what can go in and out. But there's one message, Hallie, that I really wanted to highlight here. And we had heard some reporting, I believe, from the New York Times about this, but I wanted to read this because it's something a message that is included in this lawsuit that was sent from one of President Trump's lawyers and delivered to a lawyer at the Justice Department on August 11th. And it's a very unusual message. And this was in the days after President Trump had ramped up a lot of the fear about the search and been making all of these public claims. And this was right before Merrick Garland held that press conference. And here's what the message said. President Trump wants the Attorney General to know that he has been hearing from people all over the country about the raid. If there was one word to describe their mood, it is angry. The heat is building up. The pressure is building up. Whatever I can do to take the heat down, to bring the pressure down, just let us know. It's a very unusual message for a target in this instance of a ongoing criminal investigation to send to the Attorney General. I mean, obviously, he's the former president, so everything about this is a little bit unusual. But essentially what he's doing is taking advantage of a lot of that heat that he himself has caused within his within the base of his supporters, and basically saying, hey, listen, there's a lot of people who are really mad about this, and essentially trying to warn Merrick Garland about going forward with this. It's kind of a little bit of a mob-esque sort of message, and it's interesting that they just chose to include that in this lawsuit.
There's this new NBC News polling that's out showing that nearly 60% of Americans, 57%, think that the investigations into the former president's potential wrongdoing should continue, right? And that is coming amid, I think, what you were seeing from some of the former president's Republican allies, calls for what they describe as transparency. They want to see this affidavit released. The Department of Justice has said, hey, there could be real concerns if we share too much of why we searched Mar-a-Lago in the first place. That could actually hurt the investigation. Adam Schiff, Congressman Adam Schiff, just this weekend said, hey, that could basically be giving Trump allies a roadmap as to how to thwart this investigation. I'm paraphrasing here. How significant is it going to be when Judge Reinhart, the judge in this instance, sees these proposed redactions from the DOJ and either says, hey, sure, you know, we'll release this with these proposed redactions, or there's so much blacked out here that it's not even worth showing to the public?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a close call because those redactions are definitely going to be pretty heavy. And we might ultimately see something that is very blacked out. You know, newsrooms across the country might run out of toner printing this one out if we eventually do get it, because I think we're just going to see such heavy redactions in it. But I do think it's sort of a jump ball whether or not he's ultimately going to decide to put that out. He basically doesn't want the Justice Department or him really making what is essentially an editorial decision about the information that could be disclosed. You know, even though this information could be irrelevant or not give you that, or meaningless, or not give you that much, if there's a motion for public access, he's wondering whether or not what they can disclose should be brought forward. But I would, you know, basically what you should expect here are really heavily redacted pages because I don't think DOJ wants to give any information to the former president about this ongoing investigation, or especially tip him off about who might be assisting with this investigation or on the prosecution side, Haley.
Ryan Riley, thanks for jumping in front of a camera with that developing news for us right as we're coming on the air. Thank you. Down in Texas now, Dallas Fire Rescue says it's had to get nearly 200 people out of dangerously high water, with more than 13 million people under flood warnings today alone. And you can see, you're just about to see what about 8 inches of rain in like 24 hours looks like. Look at this. People trying to slog through water that's up to their knees. You're going to see people holding onto their bikes. Boy, not a day to go for a ride, right? Cars submerged almost up to the rearview mirrors. Our Dallas station talked with one guy who had to use a broom to sweep out the water in his apartment. Look at that.
I know that these water situations and, you know, flooding can happen really quickly, but I had never experienced that before, so it was a pretty eye-opening experience.
Meteorologists call this kind of thing a 1,000-year flood. But this is the country's 5th 1,000-year flood this month. And listen, I know that like we news people might sound kind of dramatic when we say things like 1,000-year flood, right? But this is a real term. This is a technical term that meteorologists use to describe weather events that should not be happening all of the time. You can see on that map where the floods have hit from Death Valley to eastern Kentucky. They've killed dozens of people. They've destroyed homes. They've stranded folks on the road. And right now, where it's not wet, it is hot. Look at Texas. You see the 3 big cities, Dallas, San Antonio, Houston. On average, they have something like 7 to 20 days that are over 100 degrees in any given year. Well, look at the numbers for this year. So far, it's basically triple in all 3. Our Jay Gray is out there for us. And Jay, this is after the city, right, where you are, had a stretch of 67 no-rain days this summer. They needed water, but they certainly didn't need water like this.
Yeah.
No, Hallie, I mean, a few weeks ago, you and I were talking about the drought here and the extreme heat, and boy, how things have changed. We needed the rain, but not this fast and not this much. I want to give you an idea of what happened here overnight. People say the water along this street was 3.5 feet tall and rushing like a river. You can't see it through the camera lens, but inside this car, the water line's up to the headliners here. So the water filled this entire vehicle, carried it out into the street. As you look down, there's several more vehicles that were literally pushed from parking lots in this area out and into the street. Look across. You can take a look at the water line. You can see how high the water was. That's about from this street level at least 3 feet high, and again, rushing like a torrent. We've been inside some of these businesses and homes where the water just whipped through and tore up everything. And then more evidence of how powerful it was. And this has kind of been swept up, but you can see the debris that was carried by this water, and it is just everywhere. Unfortunately, this is a scene that's playing out across Dallas, Fort Worth, all of North Texas right now. They had over 150 high water incidents. Many of those were pulling people from cars like these that were swept away and getting them to safety. Spitting rain, as I talked about. We don't need any more rain. We're going to get a little more, not a lot more. But the cleanup really can't begin in earnest until things are cleared away here, until the water stopped and people can get out and start to deal with what this water's left behind. It's a real mess, Hallie, and it's going to be for a while.
It looks like it. You can tell just from where you're standing, where you're walking around, Jay. And I have to say, it's not just Texas, right? You look at Utah, you look at New Mexico, and no, they're not seeing these once-in-a-thousand-year levels yet, but they are seeing floods hurting national parks, right? A symbol of this country, and you're seeing really scary stuff there.
No, you're right. Zion National Park in Utah, flash floods have swept away hikers there, including one woman. Her family says that she cannot swim. The search continues there. Carlsbad Caverns, they're searching there as well. 200 people had to be pulled away because of fast rising water there and moved to higher ground for safety. Like you said, this is affecting an area that really sweeps across through Texas, and this system is going to continue to move to the south. So look for areas like Waco, like the state capital here, Austin, to really get hit with some of what we've seen here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area over the next night and into tomorrow.
Jay Gray, live for us there in Dallas. Jay, glad to have you there for us. Thank you. I'm sure we'll be talking again soon. Appreciate it. A federal judge in Idaho looks like he might be open to siding with the Biden administration in its case against that state's near total abortion ban, which would go into effect later this week. The judge seems concerned about the ban possibly putting the mother's health at risk and whether doctors would be able to provide emergency care with people who have complications from being pregnant. Now, this is a big deal because this is the Biden administration's first legal challenge to a state abortion ban after the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade. The Department of Justice, remember, sued Idaho earlier this month, saying that ban violates a federal law that says hospitals that get government money, like Medicaid, they still have to give stabilizing treatments to patients who come in with medical emergencies. So in this case, the Biden administration is arguing that, hey, that would include abortion for a pregnancy emergency. Now, Idaho officials, they argue something different. They say this law already has an exception for the life of the mother. As of now, 15 states have either banned or restricted access to abortion, with legal fights happening in 7 states. I want to bring in Ken Delanian, who's following us, this force here in Idaho. And, you know, the state officials say that, yes, the law gives an exception for life of the mother. But today the judge said the bigger issue relates to doctor hesitancy, basically. Yeah?
That's right, Hallie. The judge essentially expressed skepticism that doctors would be willing to go anywhere near the line, knowing that under this law they could be prosecuted, and the onus is on them to prove that the life of the mother was in danger, potentially at a criminal trial. And this judge said that that's just not a reasonable thing to ask of doctors. And the state, a lawyer for the state legislature countered that, look, no prosecutor is going to bring a case in a pregnancy complication. And the judge said, well, how do these doctors know that? So he really signaled that he is prepared to rule potentially. The Justice Department is asking him to do 2 things: to temporarily halt implementation of this law, which goes into effect on Thursday, and then to rule that it's unconstitutional under the Supremacy Clause. Whatever he rules on the merits, of course, it's going to be appealed, Hallie. So the real question is, will he block this law from being implemented on Thursday? And he has promised to issue a ruling in writing by the end of Wednesday.
And why that matters, Ken? That's important because this Idaho ban is set to go into effect on Thursday.
Yeah, that's right. And so, the reason the Justice Department brought this case, Hallie, is because this was widely viewed as one of the most draconian, strict abortion laws with very few exceptions. But again, it's not about the right to abortion. That's already been decided. This case is really about the supremacy clause and whether this federal law on emergency services trumps this state law banning abortion, Hallie.
What's interesting, too, is that you had 20 states, D.C. medical groups, filed briefs siding with the government. But you had other states filing Friday saying that the federal government's guidelines do not actually trump state law, to your point here. And I feel like it seems like it's a microcosm of where the country is right now on this issue.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You had these mostly red states in the South backing Idaho's position. But then you had almost every prominent doctor group in the country coming in and saying, look, we cannot, this is not fair to us to sort of have to decide how many pints of blood a sick pregnant woman has to lose before we intervene to save her life. It's just not realistic. And so it really speaks to this incredible divide on the substance of this very important issue, Hallie.
Ken Delaney, and live for us here in the newsroom. Ken, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Heading overseas now, where today the U.S. says they condemn the killing of Daria Dugina, the daughter of a well-known Russian nationalist and Putin ally, after her car was bombed this weekend. Earlier today, Russia claimed it had solved the murder, pointing fingers at Ukraine, but giving zero evidence to back that up. We've also heard from the girl's father, Alexander Dugin, in his first comments, calling on Russia to take revenge on Ukraine for the bombing. Ukraine has denied responsibility. They say, listen, they're not a criminal state. Dugina died after her car exploded near Moscow. Russian investigators say an explosive was put under the car she was driving. You can see what appears to be a distraught Dugin's, her father, at the scene there. But experts are concerned here. They're skeptical of the whole thing, of what the Kremlin is saying, giving Kremlin's tight control over the media there, of their past use of misinformation to further their goals. They are concerned that this could spark a new escalation in this war as it approaches its 6-month mark this week. Josh Letterman is joining us now. So, Josh, Russia's security agency claims they figured out who's behind the attack, right? They're pointing the finger at Ukraine. But there is concern that this is simply a pretense now for Russia to go after Ukraine even harder in this war. Talk us through some of the geopolitical implications here.
Well, what we're hearing from the FSB is that they appear to have solved this with remarkable speed. Less than 24 hours after the murder, the Domestic Intelligence Agency saying they believe that it was a Ukrainian woman working for the special services here who apparently infiltrated Russia about a month ago with her teenage daughter, moved into the same apartment complex as Daria Dugina, and then attended a festival with her and her father the night that she was killed in this car bombing. The Ukrainians are obviously firmly disputing this, and they see this the way that you described, Hallie, which is as an attempt by Russia to create a pretext to further increase the level of violence against Russia. They also are speculating that this is a power struggle playing out within Russia amongst its own political factions and security agencies, that Ukraine is simply getting dragged into the middle of it.
Talk to us more about Dugin here, who he is. He's not part of the Russian government, but he's sometimes referred to as Putin's brain, very close with Vladimir Putin. His daughter, the woman who was killed, has also talked publicly about supporting the war in Ukraine.
That's right. He's not part of the government. In fact, he's never been publicly spotted with President Putin, but he's kind of an intellectual godfather of Putin's views, staunch nationalist views, as well as support for invading Ukraine. I think the way to think of it is, the equivalent of the late Rush Limbaugh or a Karl Rove, somebody who's really a Steve Bannon kind of type, who really galvanizes the right wing and creates the intellectual and political underpinnings for what leaders of that vein end up doing. And that is how he is seen as having influenced Putin over the years. But of course, he is already saying that this attack that killed his daughter should be a reason for Russia to seek vengeance, to continue with this war. And we're hearing that echoed by the right wing in Ukraine, in Russia, who is also saying this just means that Russia needs to double down on its war in Ukraine. And that is clearly raising tensions here as they fear what could be happening this coming week, with tensions already high ahead of the 6-month anniversary of the war on Wednesday.
To that point, Josh, do you feel you're there, you're reporting for us, you've been on the ground there for us. Do you feel sort of a heightened state of tension? Like, do you feel the mood shifting a little as we approach Wednesday?
You certainly do, Hallie. And in fact, some areas of Ukraine are starting to announce new restrictions that will be in place for that period of time. Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine, is going to impose around-the-clock curfew because they are so worried about something really bad happening on that day. But at the same time, Ukrainians are also standing up with defiance on this day. We saw Ukrainians parading burnt-out Russian military tanks through the streets of Kyiv this week, essentially thumbing their nose at President Putin and making clear that that invasion that he thought was going to take 3 days to take over Kyiv is not going to happen, and that they believe that ultimately they will win this war.
Josh Letterman live for us there in Ukraine. Josh, thank you so much for being there and for your reporting. Coming up, thousands of people who work for Ford were just laid off, but the company says that's actually going to help them hit their goals in the future. And we're talking Tom Brady. Is the NFL star getting some special treatment during training camp? Instead of practicing, has he been on vacation or singing behind a mask? The internet has some pretty bananas ideas. We're going to get into it in a sec.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The indictment of a former president, or perhaps candidate for president, would arguably tear the country apart. Is that your concern? Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
So here's a question that I am sure you are pondering late at night as you're trying to fall asleep, as you're thinking about your day ahead. You're thinking, where is Tom Brady? Where is Tom Brady? He's been missing. He hasn't been at training camp since August 11th. Hey, he finally showed up at work today. It's not like we know where he's been. Bucs coach Todd Bowles has called Brady's disappearance an excused absence to deal with some personal things. It's apparently not related to an injury. But without some kind of explanation from the team, Bucs fans, football fans, have been kind of freaking out and filling the information void online. The internet went bananas with a rumor that Brady took time off to appear on The Masked Singer. Does that sound a little strange to you? Maybe, but look, Antonio Brown, Rob Gronkowski, Gronk was on The Masked Singer. Maybe they convinced Tom to do the show. Maybe after a 40-day retirement last spring, the 45-year-old Brady decided to actually retire this time. Not likely. Or maybe it's all just part of the long Brady saga with this new report that he was actually in the Bahamas at a resort with his family. I want to bring in NBC's Sam Brock. And Sam, listen, anything Tom Brady touches turns to internet gold, right? And this is no different. I think this has gone hugely viral. People are wondering, where did Tom Brady go? He finally showed up for work today, but he didn't talk about this.
But he didn't talk about this.
He didn't. So, and that's not terribly surprising, Hallie, that we haven't heard from Brady yet. We have heard from his head coach, Todd Bowles, who said it's great to get Brady back. He can really run this offense. Yeah, no kidding. Levante David, star linebacker, also pining in, or opining, I should say, and saying it's great to have his presence back. It's really one of a kind. But the question was, where was he this entire time, Hallie? And I'm going to point you really to the last 6 or 8 months. Let's go through some of the things that Tom Brady has done. 1, he's retired and then unretired. 2, he signed a 10-year, $375 million contract with Fox Sports, reportedly, for whenever he is done with football. On top of that, he was involved in tampering charges with the Miami Dolphins, who were penalized. They actually lost 2 draft picks. Their owner was fined and suspended because of tampering with Brady, both as a member of the Patriots and then as a member of the Bucs. And of course, as you talked about, all of this commercial activity, if you will, The Masked Singer and other documentaries. You talked to NFL insiders, and what they said was, this is not about commercials. It's not about production. He wanted to spend time with his family. And lo and behold, we find out there's a report out there that he was in the Bahamas with his wife and kids, very likely a situation, Hallie, where he'd come to some sort of agreement with them before he unretired that they were going to take a vacation, and he proved to be a man of his word. Look at that picture.
Like when you start a new job and you're like, hey, boss, I've got this PTO on the books. You know, I'm not going to skip my trip, man. My plane tickets are booked. Here's the thing. This is there's a lot of division, I think, around people who observe Tom Brady, as I do, as you do. And some people say, hey, you shouldn't get a special exception. Like, other players don't get special exceptions to skip training camp, right, to go and do whatever they want. There are others who say Tom Brady more than earned this, given his history with the league and what he's done for football.
Fairly or not fairly, this man is the winningest player in the history of the NFL. He has 7 rings. He has won more at this age than most guys did. He's won more in his 40s than most players have won in their 20s or 30s. That's how unprecedented what Tom Brady has accomplished has been, unfolding before our very eyes. So yes, he's definitely being cut some slack. In fact, Peter King from NBC Sports really breaks down the fact that there are definitely special circumstances for Tom, but rightfully so. Here's what Peter said.
In my opinion, no player in the current history of the NFL has as much currency in the bank as Tom Brady. And if he needs to miss that time, if I were the Bucs, I'd just say, take as long as you want.
And Hallie, the reality is, if you are the Buccaneers, the problem right now is that who are you going to go to? Kyle Trask, was a later round draft pick that was taken to back up Brady, but they don't have someone waiting in the wings who's a franchise quarterback. He easily represents this franchise's best opportunity to not just be competitive, to maybe win another Super Bowl ring on top of the one they did a couple of years ago. So they're going to give him as much space as he needs, knowing he's a professional and Brady will come back. But is it special treatment? Of course it's special treatment. No question.
Sam Brock, helping us solve the mystery of the MVP, where Tom Brady has been. Sam, always good to see you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, Dr. Anthony Fauci, who for the past several years has been kind of the face of the COVID pandemic. But before that, as you know, has been instrumental in this country's public health responses. He is announcing he is going to step down from his role in December. He was the government's top infectious disease doctor for 38 years. He served under 7 U.S. presidents. He's 81 years old. He says he's leaving public service, but he's not retiring, he says. He's going to just pursue the next chapter of his career. Number 2, Ford is laying off about 3,000 workers to try to lower costs and make the transition to EVs, electric cars. This cut represents about 6% of Ford's full-time workforce in the U.S. and Canada. The company says it wants to work on leading the new era of electric vehicles. Number 3, an 8th grader at a Massachusetts charter school was written up for wearing a hijab. A family member of the student posted the letter from the teacher on social media, showing the word, by the way, spelled incorrectly. The school said in a statement they let students wear religious attire, but asked them to provide a letter for religious accommodations. An investigation is still ongoing. Number 4, HBO Max crashed after the long-awaited Game of Thrones prequel House of Dragon premiered overnight. More than 3,000 reports of the streaming service being down within minutes of the premiere. That's according to Down Detector, which tracks this kind of thing. HBO Max said the show is watched by millions of people and is still working to resolve issues for some folks who were affected. Number 5, scientists have discovered dogs may cry happy tears when they're reunited with their owners. The paper published in the journal Current Biology says dogs are capable of emotional tears, especially when seeing someone they love. And they say oxytocin, a hormone also found in humans, could be behind it. Did you need another reason to love your pup? I'm sure you didn't, but there you go. It's the end of the month, and millions of Americans are wondering about the future of their federal student loan debt. Why? Because up until now, in this pandemic, people have had kind of a break. There's been a freeze on federal student loan payments. Guess what? August 31st, that freeze is supposed to be over. It unfreezes. It thaws, if you will, after 2 years. And today, a new CNBC poll says 59% of Americans worry that student loan forgiveness could actually make inflation worse. So the big question, does President Biden, what does he do? What is the president's move here? Does he extend this loan freeze a little longer? Does he let it expire and make people start repaying their debt? Education Secretary Miguel Cardona says within the next week or so, we should hear something. Well, presumably, because again, the deadline is August 31st. 44 million people owe a total of $1.7 trillion in federal student loan debt. They're all waiting on pins and needles on this one. NBC's Maura Barrett joins us now. And Maura, we've already seen the president extend this deadline 4 times, okay? Clock is ticking for potentially time number 5 or not. What are you hearing? What can we expect? Do we even know at this point?
Yeah, Hallie, the president is cutting it incredibly close. In fact, over those last 4 times, this is the closest that he's come up to the deadline since he's been in office to make a decision. We know the White House is balancing whether to extend that pause on those payments or potentially forgiving $10,000, up to $10,000 per borrower if you are under a certain salary cap. That's something that he promised on the 2020 campaign trail. But again, like you said, coming up on that deadline of August 31st, that's next Wednesday. Technically, President Biden could make that announcement on any day that ends in Y. But what we do know from what the Biden administration usually does for announcements, they avoid time that he's on vacation. That's right now for the next few days. He likely will not make the announcement over the weekend. So that gives us just a handful of business days left for the president to make that announcement over the next week and a half. But obviously, that's something we're closely watching, just haven't been given official guidance on yet.
There are 2 sort of buckets I want to take here. One is the economic impact, because the administration, I would imagine, is looking to thread the needle between people who want to see this federal student loan debt remain frozen, and inflation concerns, right? So there's an economy factor they have to bring into play here, right?
And we know that inflation, economy, cost of living are all really important factors for people across America leading up to the midterms, too, right? But in terms of that concern of inflation, some people are worried that if borrowers are forgiven some of their student loans, they might take that money and spend it more and therefore drive up inflation even higher. But the CNBC polling that you just referred to also points out that most people who are in that position say that they wouldn't change their spending habits. And I want to break down how divided Americans are on student loan forgiveness right now. You can see on your screen, 30% say that student loan forgiveness shouldn't be given to anyone, while 34% say that those in need should have loans forgiven, and 32% say that loan forgiveness should be for anybody that has any student debt. And so obviously a very fine line of division here for that the president and the administration needs to consider in terms of who to appease when it comes to this this huge decision that he needs to make in terms of acquiescing to voters. Hallie.
Maura Barrett hitting on both the economic impact, the political impact as well. Our other bucket. Maura, thank you very much. Live for us, it looks like, on the Avenue there in Rehoboth, where President Biden is vacationing. Appreciate it. Coming up, some key primary races in important states like New York and Florida. We've got to look at what's at stake, plus the push to get people to the polls. And in tonight's local, New York's museums forced to make a change by acknowledging art stolen during the Nazi era. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
So usually when it comes to politics in the midterms, the party that's out of power, right, the one that doesn't hold, let's say, the White House or the Senate or the House, gets more energized about the election. But this year, NBC News polling shows it's not just Republicans, but Democrats who are feeling enthusiastic, almost neck and neck. This is different than it usually is, right? In this new NBC News polling, we're also seeing more Americans say threats to democracy is now their biggest midterm issue, overtaking cost of living, right? You see those numbers right there. With voters in New York, Florida, and Oklahoma heading to the polls tomorrow. Redistricting in New York has 2 high-profile incumbents, 2 sitting Democrats going head-to-head for the same seat. They're going against each other. You see Carolyn Maloney and Jerry Nadler. In Florida, Congressman Matt Gaetz is facing Republican primary challengers who are going after him over the federal investigation and his possible alleged connection to sex trafficking crimes, which Gaetz denies. And 2 Democrats are hoping for the chance to try to unseat Governor Ron DeSantis in November. Joining me now is Shaq Brewster, who is live for us in Florida. And Shaq, let me start. I know you're in Florida. Oh my gosh, you're outside Versailles, one of the greatest spots for Cuban food of all time. I'm completely distracted by our live shot.
We had some great food today, Hallie.
let me save Florida for dessert then, for the end, okay, friend? And let me start in New York, right? Because you're kind of acting as our midterm watcher for tomorrow. I want you to basically open up your briefing book. Give us the primer on what we should be looking for tomorrow when people in New York vote, because there's 2 powerful Democrats, Carolyn Maloney and Jerry Nadler. Their faces might be familiar to people who like to watch C-SPAN, right, and the goings-on of Congress. They are in this fierce fight against each other because of redistricting. We don't typically see this kind of thing.
That's right, and tomorrow's result could be unpredictable because of just how unusual this is. You mentioned 2 powerful Democrats. You might remember Jerry Nadler from chairing the impeachment hearings, both of those impeachment proceedings against former President Trump, and then Carolyn Maloney leading the Oversight Committee in the House. 2 of them forced to compete against one another in New York. They've been serving together for some 30 years, forced to compete together because of redistricting and that process there in New York City. And you've seen them draw those distinctions in a race that's gotten somewhat contentious, both on lines of personality and on policy. On personality, you hear Jerry Nadler pointing out that he is the only remaining Jewish congressman representing New York City. Maloney saying that you can't send a man to do what is a woman's job in terms of going to Congress and representing the people of New York. On policy, Nadler's trying to pull that progressive mantle, bringing back his vote against the Iraq War and bringing back and raising his vote in support of the Iran nuclear deal. So you're seeing these 2 veterans of Democratic politics, people who are known in New York City very well among the similar constituents. You've been seeing them really go head-to-head in a matchup that was as unexpected as it is unpredictable, Hallie.
There are also interesting matchups where you are in Florida, Shaq. There's, for example, this question of whether Val Demings is going to end up taking on current Senator Marco Rubio. It seems likely that'll happen. You've got the race for governor, kind of a David and Goliath, if you will, because DeSantis is almost certainly going to end up. Of course, he's going to be the returning Republican candidate. But then there's a battle between 2 Democrats to try to take on DeSantis.
That's exactly right, Hallie. And, for full disclosure, the reason why we're here at this restaurant is because Nikki Fried was here this morning.
This was one of her first stops to you, Shaq, is if you pick this live shot just to have a good dinner. Fine. I believe you.
Exactly. And, you know, as a good reporter I am, I had to eat what she ordered, and I had to drink the Cuban coffee to just make sure that I can see what the candidates were doing and what they were experiencing throughout the day. But, yes, this is going to be a big battle. It's the battle to take on Republican Governor Ron DeSantis. This is a governor who's popular, who polls over 50% in his approval, who has $130 million, Hallie, in the bank, ready to turn against either of these two candidates. And what you're hearing from these candidates, as we see the polling extremely close, is they're each painting themselves and positioning themselves as the best candidate to take on DeSantis. You have Charlie Crist, a former Republican governor of the state of Florida. He's a current Democratic representative, congressman here. He is saying that he has the experience, that he will be able to win over moderate voters, win over moderate Republican voters in this state to beat DeSantis, while you have Nikki Fried saying that she is the only Democrat who's been elected statewide here on a recent basis. She believes it's about juicing up the turnout, and she'll be better, she says, among suburban women. We're going to have a pretty close race to watch tomorrow, Hallie.
It's going to be an interesting one. We're going to have special coverage of it here on News Now. Shaq, how many of those Cuban coffees did you have specifically? Like roughly.
Can you tell I'm talking a little fast? I had a few.
Shaq Brewster, ladies and gentlemen, vibrating out of his shoelaces for us live on TV. Thank you, Shaq. Appreciate you. Enjoy.
Got it.
Coming up here on the show, we are turning to other news here tonight, including the new questions surrounding the possible death of a 16-year-old. We're going to have the latest on the search for her and the new statement from her family. Plus, a Beverly Hills boutique going to extremes to try to stop robberies, and that includes a ban on face masks, even the kinds you wear for COVID. We've got more on that in tonight's Local.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction. A deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now.
We're staying on top of the breaking situation in Ukraine.
We are watching dangerous heat this week. Recession, I mean, is that where we're headed? Is there any way to avoid that?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Midwest Bureau, teachers at Ohio's biggest school district are on strike ahead of the first day of school Wednesday. The Columbus Education Association union voted just yesterday to do this. They want better teaching conditions. The union represents more than 4,000 teachers, nurses, other education professionals. The Columbus Board of Education will hold an emergency meeting tonight. From our Northeast Bureau, New York museums are now required to acknowledge art that was stolen during the Nazi era. Museums are going to have to display a sign next to any artwork from before 1945 that's known to be stolen from Europeans, primarily Jewish people. The new law is part of Governor Hochul's attempt to try to boost education about the Holocaust and to honor survivors. From our West Coast Bureau, a store in Beverly Hills is banning masks, not for anything having to do with COVID, but because they're worried about robberies and violence. The owner of Kitson LA, super popular place, says people in the area have been wearing masks to avoid being identified in smash and grab robberies. The store says the decision is to protect the safety of the staff and of items in the store. The family of one 16-year-old girl who went missing in Northern California over 2 weeks ago, releasing a statement just as we've been on the air, saying they are indebted to everyone who helped search for her. This comes after police announced earlier that they think they found her body and her car at the Prosser Creek Reservoir at Tahoe National Forest. You're looking at some video of the car being pulled from the lake yesterday. Keely Rodney disappeared from a big party at the Prosser family campground on Saturday, August 8th. And we want to point out, because it's important to us here to do this, that more than 600,000 people go missing every year, according to the National Missing and Unidentified Persons Database. And of those, nearly 40% are people of color. Not every case gets media attention. And the coverage between white victims and victims of color is not proportionate. So why are we talking about this case today? It has to do with the fact that she was found not far from where she was last seen. Just a few hundred yards, apparently. And the people who found her after weeks of searching weren't even police. It was a private dive team, a private search and recovery team called Adventures with Purpose that comes out. They came out in this instance and say they found her car. Raf Sanchez joins us now. And they found her car, Raf, this group, Adventures with Purpose, in a lake that police had already searched, which is raising some questions about how officials missed this initially in the first place.
Yeah, Hallie, that's right. And those questions were hanging over today's press conference. As you said, police in Northern California have been searching for Kiely Rodni for more than 2 weeks. They've had help from the FBI. They had helicopters, and they had been in that lake already. And then when Adventures with Purpose showed up, they said it took them just 35 minutes to find that car. So take a listen to what sheriff's deputies had to say when that question was put to them at today's press conference.
The lake was extensively searched with side sonar, with an ROV. We had divers, we had swimmers. I think that's part of what we're going to have to go back to do and debrief.
Now, those volunteers from Adventures with Purpose say they did have a highly sophisticated sonar system, and that's what allowed them to find this car in just 14 feet of water in that lake. But, Hallie, it's raising a whole lot of questions about how these volunteers were able to find a car that state, local, and federal officials were unable to locate.
There was you make the point here, this huge search for Rodney, multiple agencies coming together, including the FBI. There are still a lot of questions that do not have answers here. Can you talk about next steps, Raf, where the investigation goes now?
Yeah, so they need to determine cause of death here. There's going to be an autopsy tomorrow. There's going to be a toxicology report that may take a little bit longer. One of our NBC producers, who was actually at the press conference, asked authorities, is there any sign of foul play? They wouldn't comment on that at this point. It certainly does look possible that this was an accident, given how close the car was found to the point that she disappeared. As you said, Hallie, we also have just heard from the family in the last couple of minutes. I want to read you a little bit of their statement. They said, while we accept this sadness cast under death's shadow, the rising sun shines light upon us, reminding us not to mourn our loss, but to celebrate celebrate Kylie's spirit and the gift that we all received in knowing her. Hallie, I'll tell you, this was a family that was holding out hope that they were going to see their daughter alive. They were making desperate media appearances, and this is the worst possible news for them. The only possible consolation here is at least they know, right? They have been spending more than 2 weeks with this uncertainty, and at least now they know. Police say they will make a positive ID, hopefully at some point in the next couple of days. Hallie?
Just unimaginable heartbreak for that family, with so many people around the country thinking of them, sending them strength. Raf Sanchez, thank you. Still ahead here on the show, Dennis Rodman, known for his theatrics on and off the basketball court. Well, now he wants to go to Russia, he tells NBC News, to help get Brittany Griner out of prison. We'll talk about this new move from a face that you know.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities